Chen Yu was born timid and weak-willed. If you provoke her, be prepared to wait indefinitely. In her childhood, she obeyed her parents without question. When she started school, she bowed to her teachers. At work, the situation was even more dire. While others might dare to express their anger in silence, she couldn't even muster the courage to feel angry. "Hey, look at this." The deputy manager Liang leaned over to his boss with his phone in hand. Both of them shared the surname Liang because this was a family-run company, where everyone from the boss to the manager and team leaders were related, leaving Chen Yu as the sole outsider among them. Having interned for 6 months, she earned a meager salary of 2,500 yuan per month, devoid of any social insurance or benefits, and was tasked with all the menial and laborious jobs. "Let me see." The boss Liang took the phone and read aloud. "Quality 80s men are being crazily pursued by post-00s girls. Older women are in tears, haha. Just look at those ungrateful older women. The older a woman gets, the less valuable she becomes, while men only become more desirable with age." The deputy manager Liang chimed in. "Exactly. Who would ever want to buy an old, second-hand car when they can have a brand new one? Ha ha ha." They both laughed heartily without restraint. Chen Yu cautiously approached the printer, preparing to print several documents. The keen-eyed boss Liang noticed her and scrutinized her outfit of sweatshirt and jeans, saying, "Xiao Chun, did you hear what we just said?" Startled, Chen Yu quickly replied in a hushed tone, "I heard you're not getting any younger, are you? In your 20s now? If you keep dragging this out, you might have to pay someone to take you." "It's fine, boss," she said, lowering her head, silently reciting a lesson from a book titled How to Respond with High Emotional Intelligence from the night before. "Try to keep the conversation going. When I reach your age and have made money, you'll also find someone younger. As long as there's money, a husband will always be 18. Then she added, "Who would like an ugly, poor man in his 40s? They must prefer young, handsome boys, right?" Proud of her perfect alignment with the boss views, she felt a surge of joy. However, when she looked up, both the boss and deputy boss had faces as dark as coal. Did she say something wrong? The boss Liang sneered. "How much can you earn? You think you can find someone younger?" Chen Yu quickly replied meekly, "Just about what you earn if you can find someone younger. Surely I can too." "Get out, get out," the boss Liang roared, pointing at the door. Chen Yu complied, scurrying out of the office. Outside, she could still hear the boss and deputy manager's scathing remarks. Chen Yu sighed deeply. As she brooded, suddenly a sharp pain struck her head. A small stone had fallen from above. She glanced at the little stone on the floor and looked up in confusion. To her shock, there was a small crack in the ceiling, and it was expanding rapidly. The ceiling was about to collapse. Chen Yu turned on her heels and ran, but after only a few steps, she heard the sound of falling debris behind her, accompanied by a strange electronic voice. "Welcome, humans, to the Blue Star Survival game. I am your guide in this game. You may refer to me as System. This game will periodically offer various dungeons for players to challenge. Now, a free draw event for beginners will commence. Please draw in time. As it will not wait for you." A toy lottery machine appeared before Chen Yu out of thin air, with a green plastic horn on top emitting a mechanical doll's voice. "Please draw a car, player. Failure to draw before the countdown ends will be considered forfeit." 3. Chen Yu had always been averse to countdowns. Each time she was rushed, a wave of panic surged within her. Hastily, she grasped the lever and pulled it down with force. The screen on the machine spun rapidly before finally stopping on a green card that read, "Skill. Card attribute transfer. Can transfer a certain attribute value to another attribute once moved. It cannot be relocated again. The skill has no cooldown time." Simultaneously, a green card was ejected from the machine, displaying the same text as the screen. "Please take the card." Hearing the machine's prompt, Chen Yu reached for the card. The moment she touched it, she sensed something was amiss. As she rubbed her fingers over the card, an additional green card emerged from behind it. 2 cards in one draw. She read the text on the second card. "Skill card double boost. After equipping this card, any attribute value gained will automatically be doubled." The 2 cards possessed entirely different skills, yet the screen displayed information for only one of them. What was going on? Chen Yu was filled with questions, but before she could ponder further, the system spoke again. "In 1 minute, the beginner dungeon Collapsing City will officially commence. Dungeon clearance condition. Reach the city's edge and enter the safe zone within 48 hours. Dungeon task. None tip. Monsters Ruin Hunter and Ruin Wolf Dog will be unleashed in the city. Players who successfully hunt them will receive gold and experience rewards. As the electronic voice announced the details, the ground began to shake violently. Debris continued to fall from the ceiling, striking Chen Yu's shoulders and head. Chen Yu received the card and allocated its attributes to her defense, elevating her defense value to 49, far surpassing the limits of human capability. At that moment, the electronic voice announcing the game dungeon chimed again, marking the passage of time. The dungeon collapsing city has officially commenced. Another violent tremor convulsed the city, prompting Chen Yu to dash out of her office building. The scene outside was no less harrowing. Poorly constructed buildings were already succumbing to the quake, with massive chunks of concrete plummeting from above, crushing fleeing pedestrians. Upon exiting, Chen Yu made a beeline for the park to the south, a relatively safer haven due to the absence of towering structures. Residents and office workers alike, realizing this, surged from their homes and workplaces, creating a chaotic exodus towards the south. Amidst the pandemonium, a man, driven by desperation, leaped into his car, gunned the engine, and recklessly plowed through the throng. His vehicle mowed down pedestrians, their cries of agony cut short as they were crushed by falling debris. The driver's escape was short-lived. A toppled utility pole crashed onto his car, a sickening thud followed by a spray of blood and gore against the rear window. Chen Yu, witnessing this carnage, felt her heart race and her stomach churn. The visceral scent of blood mingled with the tremors of collapsing buildings, instilling in her a profound sense of dread. Before she could fully process the horrifying scene, a colossal slab of concrete hurtled directly towards her. With her meager agility, evasion was virtually impossible. The slab was destined to strike her head-on. Chen Yu instinctively screamed, bracing herself for excruciating pain. Yet, seconds passed, and to her astonishment, she remained unscathed. Apart from a speck of dust on her nose, she felt no pain, not even a scratch. The slab that had struck her had even bounced off, shattering into pieces on the ground. As she grappled with this bizarre turn of events, a restaurant sign came hurtling towards her. Onlookers, witnessing this, shrieked in terror, "She's dead. Run." Chen Yu reflexively raised her arms to shield her face. However, the sign crashed into her with a dull thud, leaving her standing unharmed. As if she were a mere figurine, the surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Their astonishment was short-lived, however, as another, even more violent tremor struck. The ground began to fissure, cracks spreading like a spiderweb, a bottomless chasm opening in the center of the street. Unsuspecting pedestrians near the fissure plummeted into the dark abyss, vanishing from sight. Chen Yu clung tightly to a large tree during the intense shaking, barely managing to stay upright. When the tremors subsided, she surveyed the scene. The once crowded street had been thinned by nearly a third. Some had fallen into the chasm, while many more had been pulverized by falling debris. The asphalt now slick with blood and gore. Amidst the horror, Chen Yu felt a sliver of relief, realizing that her decision to allocate all her attribute points to defense had been a wise one. Who said being a weakling had no future? With the tremors temporarily abated, Chen Yu did not rush to flee. Now that she was impervious to being crushed, she could seize the opportunity to gather essential supplies before the buildings completely collapsed. She glanced at the small supermarket to her right, its owner nowhere to be seen. Without hesitation, Chen Yu dashed into the supermarket and began to loot. Having fled in haste, she had no bag, so she quickly removed her jacket, knotted the sleeves together, and tied the corners to create a makeshift bundle. Water and food were her primary targets, along with toiletries, lighters, and other necessities. Throughout her scavenging, debris rained down on her, but she remained unfazed. With her supplies secured, Chen Yu hoisted the bundle and exited the supermarket, continuing south. The asphalt, cracked and buckled by the earthquake, made driving impractical, and with the threat of further tremors, walking was the safest and quickest option. Chen Yu passed a children's park, gave it a cursory glance, and pressed on. Now impervious to being crushed, she was more concerned with reaching the city's edge as quickly as possible. Her city was expansive, and the distance to the edge was at least 60 kilometers. A daunting prospect given her reduced agility. With only 48 hours to reach safety, she couldn't afford to waste a moment. Many others were also heading towards the city's edge, most moving faster than Chen Yu, with only a few frail individuals matching or trailing her pace. Chen Yu stood out among this group, appearing healthy but moving at a snail's pace. Nevertheless, she maintained a direct course, undeterred by falling debris. This unwavering approach kept her in the middle to rear of the group, preventing her from falling behind entirely. 5 hours later, Chen Yu arrived at her apartment building. The old building had yet to be significantly damaged, remaining intact with a relatively smooth street. Her newly purchased electric scooter stood parked in front. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Chen Yu decided to retrieve her keys. While the scooter wasn't fast, it would save precious time, given her sluggish pace. Chen Yu broke away from the group, entered the building, and hurried to her apartment on the 3rd floor. She grabbed her backpack from a chair, stuffed it with clothes and underwear, and turned to leave. As she stepped out of her apartment, her neighbor's door creaked open, a pair of eyes peering out at her. Chapter 3, The Collapsing City 2. A voice echoed from behind the adjacent door, repeatedly calling out Chen Yu's room number, drawing her attention. Startled, Chen Yu had not anticipated that anyone would dare remain in the building at such a time. Turning her gaze, she recognized the man next door, an online game streamer known as Tiger Brother. Despite his moniker, he was as sluggish as a pig, panting heavily with each step. His gaming skills were mediocre at best, relying on deliberately harassing female players to attract a crowd of amused followers. With an erratic lifestyle, he often broadcasted late at night, his raucous antics disturbing her sleep. Chen Yu had attempted to negotiate with him for an earlier streaming schedule, but Tiger Brother merely scoffed, exhaling a puff of smoke, and pointed a finger at her. Mind your own business. If I'm not making money, are you going to support me? Keep talking, and I'll post your personal information online for my fans to deal with. Fearful of his threats, Chen Yu felt intimidated. Even if she were indifferent to the potential exposure of her personal details, she was ill-equipped to confront Tiger Brother's imposing, square-shaped physique. With no other option, she began to contemplate moving out. Yet, before she could relocate, the building was on the verge of collapse, relieving her of such trivial concerns. Hey, I'm talking to you, Tiger Brother exclaimed, seizing Chen Yu's clothing. What's happening outside? Chen Yu tugged her shirt back, muttering that things were not looking good as she prepared to descend the stairs. Tiger Brother, noticing her intent, hurriedly followed her down. Chen Yu ignored him, focused solely on starting her vehicle and fleeing. Abruptly, Tiger Brother extended his arm to block her path, insisting, "Take me with you." Chen Yu surveyed him from head to toe and replied quietly, "I can't carry you. Even a pig requires a tricycle, let alone you." "What did you say? Who are you calling a pig?" Tiger Brother roared, furious, as he prepared to leap onto the back of her vehicle. "Don't. I really can't carry you." Chen Yu panicked, twisting the throttle to accelerate. Her electric scooter surged forward, sending Tiger Brother tumbling and striking his head on the ground. Enraged by the fall, he swiftly rose, a faint green glow emanating from his feet as he charged after her, grabbing hold of the back of her scooter. "Where do you think you're running? Get down," he bellowed, pulling her down. Chapter 4, Collapsing City 3. The ravenous wolves of the ruins moved with extraordinary swiftness. In mere moments, 2 individuals were brought down, their throats instantly ravaged by razor-sharp teeth, resulting in a torrent of blood. The plaza descended into pandemonium as those at rest were jolted awake by the screams, prompting a chaotic exodus from the square. Upon hearing the piercing cries, Chen Yu swiftly gathered her blanket, slung her bag over her shoulder, and activated the swiftness skill to flee. Despite the added agility, she found herself among the slower individuals in the throng. A wolf, having dispatched its previous victim, immediately lunged toward Chen Yu, sinking its teeth into her calf. A sharp yelp pierced the air, but it originated from the wolf. It had bitten Chen Yu, yet it felt as though it had encountered stone, causing its teeth to ache. Chen Yu, however, merely felt a slight tingle on her leg. Simultaneously, as the wolf approached, Chen Yu received a notification. New monster detected. View monster compendium. Chen Yu chose to view it. Ruins Wolf, Level 1A specialized pet bred by the ruin hunters to procure fresh meat. Trait: once a target is locked, it will not deviate until the target is deceased. HP, Attack, Defense. Viewable upon elimination. The information proved to be of little value. Apart from the unwelcome revelation that the wolf would relentlessly pursue her, the specifics regarding its statistics remained concealed. Chen Yu attempted to parley with the wolf. "Good dog. I apologize if I disturbed your slumber. I'll be on my way." However, the wolf, devoid of intellect, snarled, advancing toward Chen Yu. "I have no choice but to act," she thought. Chen Yu, attempting to quell her fear, reminded herself that the wolf's bite was ineffective against her, and with trembling hands, she drew her cleaver. Having identified Chen Yu as its quarry, the wolf was compelled to eliminate her, regardless of its inability to penetrate her defenses. It howled and pounced, clamping its jaws onto Chen Yu's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu plunged the cleaver into the wolf's eye. Player attack power insufficient to breach enemy defenses. Minimum damage inflicted, -1. Her strength was inadequate, and her attack power was naturally lacking. Fortunately, the wolf was equally incapable of overcoming her defenses. Chen Yu continued to jab at the wolf in a frenzy. Enraged, the wolf howled at the sky. Ignoring its cries, Chen Yu continued her assault, seizing the opportunity to thrust the cleaver into the wolf's throat. Weak point hit. Damage inflicted ignores enemy defenses. The wolf sustained a grievous wound, its health plummeting to 0. And it dissipated into particles of light. Monster eliminated. Ruins wolf. Acquired experience points. 10. Gold. 2. Congratulations, player Chen Yu, on leveling up. Reward. Card draw 1. Chen Yu sat up, disheveled. The toy gacha machine materialized before her, and Chen Yu pulled the lever. The machine screen spun before halting on a white item card. Item card. Energy Recovery Elixir Small, 1, with a mere 3 points of luck. It was expected that she would draw such a card. She simply had not anticipated the existence of item cards. Skill cards, equipment cards, item cards, stat cards. With such a variety of cards in the gacha machine, the probability of drawing a stat card was not high. It appeared that improving stats would not be as easy as she had imagined. Card draw concluded. Tip: card draw attempts can be accumulated. Why didn't it say so earlier? Chen Yu dusted herself off, stood up, and noticed that the monster compendium had been updated. Ruins Wolf, Level 1A specialized pet bred by the ruin hunters to procure fresh meat. Trait: once a target is locked, it will not deviate until the target is deceased. Fast, with sharp teeth and claws, but its damaged body is unable to withstand powerful attacks. HP: 25-25 attack, 70 defense, 22. The wolf's attack power was 70, yet it failed to penetrate her defense of 49. This suggested that attack power and attribute values were not directly proportional. Her 1 point of strength was insufficient to overcome the wolf's defense of 22, leading her to surmise that 1 point of strength equated to approximately 10 points of attack power. Similarly, 1 point of defense could be converted into 10 points of defense. The wolf's health was not high, and it was not particularly formidable. Anyone with a strength of 3 or more might be able to bypass its defense and eliminate it. However, these wolves were well trained, and ordinary individuals, having never encountered such ferocious beasts, would panic upon being pounced upon and have their throats torn out. But those with equipment were different. They possessed sufficient confidence to confront the monsters head-on. The man wielding the blue glowing bow and arrow remained unfazed as the wolves approached. He was surrounded by 2 wolves, yet he remained composed, drawing his bow and aiming at one of them. The arrow flew, striking the wolf in the abdomen. With a cry, the wolf vanished in a flash of light. With only 1 wolf remaining, the man swiftly nocked a second arrow and fired again, causing the wolf to disappear as well. The plaza returned to tranquility, and the people who had scattered began to trickle back. After a night of terror, none dared to close their eyes again. As dawn approached, they hastily set off. The instance had begun at 8:00 a.m. the previous day, and the 48-hour time limit would expire at 8:00 a.m. the following day. In theory, they had an entire day to travel and need not rush. However, plans were subject to change. They had barely left the plaza when they experienced a massive earthquake. The epicenter was the plaza, and the earth split asunder, accompanied by deafening sounds that threatened to rupture eardrums and induce vertigo. When the earthquake subsided, a chasm appeared directly in front of them. Its depths unknown, and its width seemingly unbridgeable except by a long jumper. The only option was to detour, but the chasm stretched as far as the eye could see, potentially causing significant delays. Complaints arose from the crowd, but they had no choice but to proceed. Chen Yu resignedly slung her bag over her shoulder and slowly walked along the chasm. During the arduous trek, Chen Yu came to understand the meaning of increasing attribute values through training. Her slow pace made her a frequent target for the wolves, forcing her to eliminate 7 of them along the way. Upon slaying the 7th wolf, the system notified her that her strength had increased by 1 point. Thanks to the double skill card effect, her strength instantly rose to 3 points. However, 3 points of strength were still insufficient to kill a wolf with a single blow, proving her earlier conjecture incorrect. Chen Yu arrived at a new conclusion. When attack power and defense were comparable, defense would mitigate a portion of the damage. Only when attack power far exceeded defense, or when a monster's weak point was struck, would defense be ignored. Similarly, when defense far exceeded attack power, the attack would only inflict the minimum damage of 1 point. However, she no longer had to whittle down the wolves and oppos, health bit by bit. This was a qualitative leap. Including the wolf in the plaza, she had slain a total of 8, earning 90 experience points and leveling up to level 4. The experience points required for each level doubled, from 10 for level 1 to level 2, to 20 for level 2 to level 3, and so on. The wolves no longer provided sufficient experience, and she could not afford to waste time on them. Reaching her destination was paramount. She had departed at 5:00 a.m., and it was now 11:00 a.m. The edge of the zone was 21 kilometers away. Although she could only cover 2 kilometers per hour, her pace was remarkably slow. Nevertheless, she was confident that she would reach her destination before midnight. Even if she did not, the instance's deadline was 8 o'clock a.m., ensuring her successful completion. Chen Yu was now filled with confidence. So what if she was slow? Her defensive prowess was unparalleled. She walked the path with unyielding fearlessness, convinced that nothing could impede her progress. For the first time, her confidence swelled to such heights that she perceived the game as not entirely a malevolent force, far preferable to the drudgery of being summoned at whim by her boss in the office. As she ventured forth, the conditions of the road were significantly worse than the previous day. The remnants of standing utility poles were nearly invisible, overshadowed by heaps of rubble and enormous stone slabs strewn about, forming small hills that required her exertion to ascend and descend. After 3 hours, Chen Yu found a clear patch to rest, replenishing her energy with a few pieces of chocolate and bananas. Along her journey, she would enter supermarkets that had not completely collapsed, gathering supplies to ensure her backpack remained perpetually full. No one could ascertain if the safe zone contained food or essentials, and acquiring extra was always prudent. After consuming the last bite of banana, Chen Yu discarded the peel into a crevice and prepared to continue her journey. However, mere steps into her path, a wolf dog appeared, blocking her way. Brandishing a kitchen knife, Chen Yu eyed the creature warily. She had devised a strategy for dealing with wolf dogs. Lacking intelligence, the beast would fixate on its target, refusing to relent until death. This brutal trait worked to Chen Yu's advantage. If she could lure Chapter 5, the collapsing city, 4, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, she found herself still 5 kilometers away from her destination. Her stamina had significantly dwindled compared to the past. After walking for an hour, she required a 10-minute respite to replenish her energy with sugar. Despite her slow pace, her energy expenditure remained minimal. Now, in the distance, she could discern the imposing structure of steel walls, behind which lay the sanctuary. Realizing this, a wave of rejuvenation washed over Chen Yu, compelling her to quicken her stride. Yet, despite her fervent desire, her pace remained unaltered. Her agility still registered at a mere 1. After enduring a lengthy journey, her stamina had increased by 1 point, now totaling 7. If she persevered a little longer, she would reach the outskirts of the city. Chen Yu pressed on, but suddenly, 2 men, one tall and the other short, emerged from behind a stone slab, blocking her path. The taller man brandished a knife, his voice oozing with mockery as he remarked, "Little girl, we've been following you for quite some time. Your alertness leaves much to be desired." The shorter man chuckled darkly, adding, "Indeed, you won't last much longer anyway. Why not make it easy for us? Think of it as a good deed." Chen Yu gripped her kitchen knife tightly, retreating a few steps in panic. While humans might not be as ferocious as wolfhounds, their capacity to wield weapons and adapt made them far more dangerous. Even with her high defense, if they were to bind her limbs, she would be rendered helpless. Her heart raced violently. For her, survival hinged on a singular choice: to eliminate them. Killing monsters was one thing, but taking a human life was an entirely different ordeal. Her hand trembled as she held the knife. The 2 men, far from being intimidated by her stance, wore grins of amusement. The shorter man scoffed, "Still hoping to resist? We and Appos, V known all along that you lack any real offensive capabilities. But I must admit, you can take a beating. It must be that card and Appos' effect, right? Once we dispose of you, that card will belong to us." With sinister laughter, they closed in on Chen Yu, dismissing her weapon with scorn. Terrified, she realized that fleeing was futile. Her only option was to confront them head-on. Tightening her grip on the knife, she aimed for the shorter man's neck, preparing to strike first when, suddenly, a thin line of crimson appeared on the shorter man's throat, droplets of bee at last. As Chen Yu thrust the blade into the chest of the ruins hunter, a sound akin to the shattering of glass reverberated, though imperceptible to the ears. The azure flame in the eyes of the ruins hunter extinguished, and its massive form collapsed with a resounding crash, transforming into a luminous white light. Defeated ruins hunter. Gained experience points 500, gold coins 500. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for successfully vanquishing the Dungeon Lord. Receiving the reward of Lord Conquest Card Selection 1. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for becoming the first player in the designated area to slay the novice Dungeon Lord. Earning the ultra-rare title of Initial Conqueror, this information can be broadcast worldwide to showcase your prowess. Would you like to broadcast it? Certainly not. Chen Yu hastily objected. She had no desire to attract attention. Revealing her name now would ensure that at least half the people would remember her. Such ostentation was best avoided. As reason gradually returned, she reminded herself that this was an exceptional circumstance. In the future, she would exercise caution, striving to maintain a low profile and transparency. A humble and stable existence was the wisest choice. Would you like to use the Lord Conquest card selection reward now? Not at this moment. Chen Yu wiped the sweat from her brow, adjusted her pack, and continued her journey towards the safe zone. Chapter 6. The Safe Zone in the Dead of Night. Chen Yu arrived at the city's edge, the safe zone. From a distance, the towering steel walls loomed majestically, crowned by an enormous gate left unguarded. A throng of people surged forth, their numbers swelling before the entrance. Each time a player crossed the threshold, a colossal counter atop the walls flickered, its digits shifting rapidly in billions. A jolt of realization struck Chen Yu. This inexplicable game had ensnared the entire world. Silently, she joined the queue, flowing with the crowd into the gate. Upon stepping inside, the electronic voice of the system resonated in her ears. Beginner's quest completed, establishing player profile. Congratulations. You have been successfully registered. You have been granted new abilities. Welcome to Zone 24. You have received the Universal Watch and activated all its functions. Please keep the watch safe. It is essential for your life in the safe zone. A burst of white light coalesced, revealing a sleek black electronic watch. Chen Yu fastened it around her wrist, and it projected a white screen displaying her information. Player name, Chen Yu, room number, A001-45-078 points, 2300 current title, initial conqueror, completed quests, 1. To her surprise, there was a complimentary room awaiting her. Yet, what did these points signify? Confusion clouded her mind as she scanned the information. She exited her personal profile and clicked on an application labeled Communication Platform. Upon entering, the interface immediately presented two sections, a real-time chat area and a posting area. The chat area contained regional channels, a world channel, and private messaging. Notably, the world channel was grayed out, indicating it was locked. The posting area was illuminated, but Chen Yu observed that the posts were sparse and scattered, with most individuals preferring to converse in the regional channel for its rapid response rate. Curious, Chen Yu opened the regional channel to peruse the latest exchanges. Regional channel, Anonymous 24-145T. Brothers, is this for real? Has the whole world transformed like this? Anonymous 24-789. How do I get to my room? Can anyone kindly enlighten me? Anonymous 24-672X. Take the bus or subway to the residential area, then use the elevator. Just swipe your watch in the elevator. Anonymous 24-789. Thanks, big shot. Anonymous 24-145T. Why is no one responding? What are your points for? How do you utilize them? Anonymous 24-11,126. Everything sold in the safe zone requires points, and they can only be used here. Anonymous 24-11,126. I just had a feast at the restaurant. Who knows if I'll survive until the next time. I'll try to live a bit better. Anonymous 24-145T. But my points are so few. I saw that you can exchange gold coins for points in the shop. If I had known, I would have hunted a wolfhound back then. Now I have no gold coins and just a pitiful 300 points. Liang Tsong. I killed 3 of them. Liang Tsong. Image. Anonymous 24-3,456. Impressive. Anonymous 24-145T. Big brother, you're amazing. Do you need any leg attachments? The messages in the channel refreshed at a dizzying pace, yet for reasons unknown, each one was crystal clear to Chen Yu. Was this the new ability the system spoke of, quantum speed reading? The system's capabilities were astonishing, bordering on the incomprehensible. Deciding to ponder no further, she exited the chat channel after she returned to the bathroom holding the shampoo and conditioner, turned on the shower, and adjusted it to the hottest setting, only to find the water temperature merely lukewarm. It appeared there was no independent hot water supply here, and she could only manage to rinse off the dust from her body. Chen Yu quickly took a shower and, while her hair was still damp, stepped out of the bathroom to tidy up the room. She also placed an order for a plastic basin and a set of bedding, costing 112 points. With some leisure time, Chen Yu continued to explore the app on her watch, where she discovered a gold coin marketplace. Upon entering, she recognized a familiar gacha machine. The standard gacha machine required 20 gold coins per draw, containing a plethora of D and C grade cards, with a scant few B grade cards. The intermediate gacha machine cost 100 gold coins per draw, increasing the probability of obtaining B grade cards and introducing A grade cards, guaranteeing at least one B grade or higher card after 10 attempts. The advanced gacha machine cost 250 gold coins per draw, excluding D grade cards. further enhancing the chances of acquiring A and B grade cards, with the addition of S grade cards, and ensuring at least one A grade card or higher after 10 attempts. Lastly, there was a special gacha machine that allowed players to select the type of card they wished to draw, adjusting the probability of that type to 30, which would increase to 50 after 5 attempts, 70 after 8 attempts, and guaranteed an A-grade card of the selected type after 10 attempts, for 300 gold coins per draw. There was also a gacha machine that was currently grayed out, indicating it was not yet available. The cost of a single draw was rather steep. Chen Yu recalled that she had only earned 2 gold coins for killing a wolfhound and had to exert considerable effort to acquire 200 gold coins by defeating a Lord-level hunter. However, it was possible that the novice dungeon offered limited gold coin rewards. Additionally, there was a card recycling area where unwanted cards could be exchanged for gold coins. Finally, there was a section for converting gold coins into points, where 1 gold coin equated to 5 points, indicating that gold coins were indeed more valuable than points. Just as Chen Yu was diligently exploring the functions of her watch, a light blue screen suddenly projected from the device, simultaneously appearing in the sky above the safety zone. A monotonous electronic voice resonated throughout the area. Announcement update. Due to the demise of all players outside the safety zone, the novice dungeon has concluded early. Congratulations to all players who have reached the safety zone. You have completed the trial, and please prepare for the formal challenge ahead. Now, we will preview the details of the next official dungeon. The next dungeon will commence in 3 days. Dungeon name, the Arctic Sea. Players may bring food, clothing, and daily necessities into the next dungeon. Please place these items in the elevator before the dungeon begins for collective transportation. Note, not every dungeon permits players to carry food or daily necessities, so please be mindful of point usage. This announcement can be viewed at any time on the multifunctional watch. Chapter 7. Points carried away by the gale in response to the sudden announcement. Silence enveloped the safe zone for a brief moment before erupting into fervent discussions. The regional chat channel became a cacophony, messages refreshing at a dizzying pace. Far too rapid for even the most adept readers to keep up. Chen Yu had no intention of perusing the chatter. Instead, she hastily opened the instant purchase app to select items that would be useful in low temperatures. A down jacket was imperative, followed by a down vest, sweaters, thermal underwear, and cotton boots. Since the dungeon location was at sea, she opted for an additional raincoat to prevent her clothes from getting wet. The announcement did not specify the duration of the stay in the dungeon, so in terms of provisions, Chen Yu purchased dried meats, dehydrated fruits, easily storable canned goods, vegetarian rice, and bread. To enhance warmth, she also acquired a lighter and a portable heating stove, complete with 10 pounds of charcoal. Upon examining the product details, she noted that 1 pound of charcoal could burn for only 4 to 5 hours, so 10 pounds would surely be insufficient. Consequently, she opted to purchase an additional 80 pounds, bringing her total to 100 pounds. The total expenditure for these items amounted to 1,815 points. Fortunately, with over 2,000 points at her disposal, warmth was no longer a concern. As she organized her supplies, she realized that the dried meats and fruits she purchased were in bulk without plastic packaging. Thus, she spent an additional 20 points on a bundle of sealable bags for her own packing. Upon reviewing her acquisitions, Chen Yu discovered she had overlooked a crucial item, fresh water. While distilling seawater was an option, it would accelerate the consumption of charcoal, and the process was more complicated than anticipated, making it better suited as an emergency measure. It was prudent to stock up on fresh water, as both water and food could be consumed within the safe zone, even if not utilized in the dungeon. She spent another 140 points to acquire 70 liters of fresh water, which was stored in several large plastic barrels. Chen Yu retrieved the barrels from the elevator and, like her other supplies, stacked them in her room, ensuring the elevator remained clear for the next 3 days. Her room was now brimming with supplies, leaving little space to move. Yet, with so many provisions secured, Chen Yu felt a sense of reassurance. She sat on her bed and meticulously recounted her supplies, confirming their sufficiency before letting out a satisfied sigh and drifting into slumber. The following day, Chen Yu awoke naturally. Upon opening her eyes, she felt a deep ache throughout her body, a consequence of over 30 consecutive hours of exertion that had nearly drained her yearly quota of physical activity. Despite her limbs being stiff and sore, she mustered the strength to rise, washed up in the bathroom, tied her hair back, and stepped into the elevator. Should she leave her residence? The screen in the elevator displayed a message, and Chen Yu pressed yes, causing the elevator to swiftly descend. Within seconds, she arrived on the ground floor. Following the map at the roadside, she took a bus to the fitness center located in the living area. Chen Yu was acutely aware of her low attribute values, particularly in spirit, which she had yet to determine how to improve. However, strength, agility, and stamina could be gradually enhanced through regular exercise. The growth of her attributes mirrored leveling up. Each increment required progressively more time and effort. After surveying the fitness center, Chen Yu selected the treadmill, deciding to commence her training with basic endurance exercises to steadily elevate her capabilities. Even the slightest advancement would afford her a greater chance of survival in the forthcoming dungeon. For the next 3 days, Chen Yu immersed herself in the fitness center, alternating between various machines, her focus unwavering as she honed her muscles. Yet, time was fleeting, and her progress remained modest. Stamina and agility each rose by a single point, while the experience bar for strength approached its limit, signaling an imminent increase. Her attribute panel appeared slightly more appealing now. Name: Chen Yu, level 6, health, 100 stamina, 9 strength, 3 defense, 49 agility, 3 intelligence, 10 luck, 3 spirit, 1 skills, double enhancement, swift movement, thorn armor, evaluation. Your overall quality has improved. Though it remains low, however, your defense has surpassed human levels, reaching the extraordinary stage. After dismissing the attribute panel, Chen Yu dismounted from the treadmill. With the dungeon set to commence the following day, she planned to rest thoroughly for the remainder of the day to rejuvenate her spirit. Upon returning to her room, she scooped a serving of rice from the rice cooker, pairing it with stir-fried vegetables as she savored her meal. Over the past 3 days, she had spent some points on daily necessities: bowls, chopsticks, cups, a rice cooker, an induction stove, and a retractable drying rack. All her purchases were budget-friendly, leaving her with a balance of 182 points. She had hesitated before buying, but the thought of possibly perishing in the dungeon compelled her to indulge a little. Believing that at the very least, she deserved a warm meal to replenish her strength for exercise. After finishing her meal, Chen Yu meticulously organized her supplies into the elevator, assigning each item a number, and only after confirming everything was correct did she feel at ease. Following this, she indulged in a thorough hot shower, considering that such opportunities would likely be scarce during her time at sea. Once she was cleaned up, Chen Yu wrapped herself in a blanket, lay on her bed, placed her watch beside her head, and activated white noise in an attempt to lull herself to sleep quickly. However, the anticipation of entering the dungeon kept her nerves taut, making it difficult to find rest. Eventually, she succumbed to slumber deep into the night, but just as dawn broke, her watch emitted a deafening alarm. Simultaneously, a colossal light screen projected above the safe zone, accompanied by an electronic voice announcing, "Welcome to another morning, players. Please promptly enter the elevator and wait. The dungeon Frosty Sea will commence in 15 minutes. Dungeon completion condition: survive for 25 days. Dungeon tasks: catch ICC fish 0100, repeatable collect ICC plants 0100, repeatable hunt ocean phantom 010, repeatable hunt deep sea worm 01. Discover the secret to overcoming the ocean's chill 01. Completing tasks will yield additional points and rewards. Tasks are non-mandatory and do not affect dungeon completion. Notice: monsters, cracked ice serpent, sea witch, ocean phantom, drowned corpse, deep sea worm have been released into the dungeon. Players who successfully hunt them may earn gold and experience rewards." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Yu jolted upright from her bed, quickly washed up, dressed, and nervously stepped into the elevator, fixated on the countdown timer displayed on the internal screen. At the moment the timer struck 0000, the elevator initiated its ascent, propelling her upwards. Chen Yu felt a weightlessness envelop her as her gaze was captured by the rapidly shifting scenery outside. Initially, she glimpsed a dimly lit forest, shadows dense, with faint glimmers in the night. The view then transitioned to an expansive night sky, stars twinkling vibrantly, with occasional shooting stars streaking by. Soon, a vast snowy expanse came into view, with swirling snow and blinding white light. It felt as if she were traversing through different realms of time and space, the scenes before her flickering like a kaleidoscope. Half a minute later, the scenery abruptly stilled, and the elevator came to a halt. She had reached her destination. Chapter 8. The Frigid Sea, 1. As the elevator doors gradually opened, a rush of cold air accompanied by the briny scent of the sea enveloped Chen Yu. She promptly began to unload the supplies from the elevator, piece by piece. Once all the materials were outside, the elevator doors closed and vanished, restoring the wall to its original appearance without a trace of their prior presence. With the unloading complete, Chen Yu took a moment to survey her surroundings. She discovered that she was aboard an aging wooden sailboat, and the elevator had led her to the captain's cabin. The windows were slightly drafty, and there were signs of mildew in the corners. The ship's helm was situated within the cabin, alongside a screen displaying the vessel's navigational direction. Notably, this direction could be freely set, allowing for manual control should one choose to disengage the autopilot. Contrary to its exterior, the ship lacked an engine or sails. Yet it was sailing automatically at a speed of 5 nautical miles per hour. The screen also displayed weather forecasts and the overall condition of the wooden vessel. Today's weather days: 1 sky, clear. Cloudless sunlight duration, 10 hours remaining temperature, -10 to 0 sea wind force, level 1 speed, 5 nautical miles hour vessel durability, 1000 storage space. 0-100. The presence of such advanced technology on this decrepit ship was perplexing. Yet the world had long ceased to be normal. Chen Yu exited the captain's cabin, which was 1 level above the rear deck. A mast stood in the center of the deck, while at the stern lay the entrance to the hold, leading directly into the ship's interior where supplies could be stored. She descended into the hold and took a look around, finding several wooden crates and barrels, with a fishing rod inserted into one of the barrels. The hold was permeated with a long-forgotten scent of dust, yet it remained dry and suitable for storage. Chen Yu hurried back to the captain's cabin, transporting the supplies one by one into the hold, leaving only about 3 days' worth of provisions on her person. Glimpsing at the screen displaying the storage space, she noted it still read 0300, despite having placed numerous items inside. Chen Yu felt a twinge of confusion, but upon inspecting the hold further, she found the supplies neatly arranged, which temporarily quelled her doubts. It was probably related to other mechanisms of this instance. She would understand in due time. Once her tasks were completed, Chen Yu activated the communication platform on her watch, where messages were flooding in. She noticed that the world channel had been activated. Intrigued, she clicked in. World channel, anonymous 23-00156. 7 billion online? Seems like not many perished in the first instance. Anonymous 05 as 45. Are you kidding? 3 billion dead. That is not many? Anonymous 04, U89. Our region has 260 million. We must have the highest survival count. Anonymous 07-2457. Our region has 280 million. Are we bragging? Heliong. I didn't expect there to be a world channel. Heliong. I should be the first to catch a fish, right? Image Anonymous 07-668. Impressive. Anonymous 22, a 03. Who asked you? You're right, but there's a small issue. Who asked you? I mean, who invited you to speak? I assure you, no one asked you. Among us, 0 people inquired. I've gathered all who questioned you for a party, and the attendance is 0. Who asked you? I'm here to find out who exactly asked you. Anonymous 06-0067, a classic case of a fisherman talking to himself. Anonymous 03-1178, does anyone know why the system divided us into so many regions? The world channel comprised individuals from various nations, with automatic translation of languages for the holders. Chen Yu had little interest in comparisons between regions. Instead, she enlarged the image of the icy fish. The fish bore resemblance to a common salmon, yet its skin was adorned with blue and white ice flower patterns, akin to frost crystallized upon its surface, with the edges of its tail fin exhibiting a slight translucence, perfectly embodying the term ice sea. The weather was favorable, and the temperature was not overly frigid, making it an opportune moment to fish from the deck. Though she was uncertain of the rewards for completing tasks, achieving them was certainly preferable to failing. Chen Yu descended from the hold, retrieved the fishing rod from the barrel, and returned to the deck, lacking fishing knowledge. She tore a piece of jerky to use as bait, casting it into the sea. 10 minutes passed without a single movement from the bobber. As she contemplated rising to exercise, the bobber suddenly began to quiver. Having never fished before, she fumbled in her excitement, fearful of scaring the fish away. Holding her breath, she waited, and when she saw the bobber submerge, she yanked the rod with vigor. Her pull was too forceful, and the catch was too light, nearly causing her to topple backward. On the hook dangled a small fish measuring 5 centimeters, its body a brilliant blue, with scales shimmering like tiny ice crystals. A notification popped up on her watch. Crystal scale fish. The crystal scale fish is covered in semi-transparent ice blue scales, slender in form, with transparent fins, and swims at a swift pace. Edible, with a mild flavor and no side effects. It could be consumed. However, the fish's vibrant hues triggered an instinctive wariness within Chen Yu, cultivated by humanity's DNA, prompting her to resist the consumption of brightly colored foods. She resolved to keep it alive for now, intending to reconsider when her food supply dwindled. Using a raincoat, She collected some seawater, pouring it into the barrel, and gently placed the caught fish inside. The little fish swam around a few times before settling down. Chen Yu reattached the jerky bait and resumed fishing. This time, only a minute passed before the bobber began to tremble and then disappeared beneath the waves. Chen Yu pulled forcefully, and a lively fish burst forth from the water, flailing its tail and charging toward her. Suddenly, she felt a damp, bouncy sensation against her face, sending a shiver down her spine as she hastily tossed the fish onto the deck. The fish landed still wriggling, its lively movements causing its prominent, translucent lips to sway with each leap. Chen Yu stared at those undulating lips, a shudder coursing through her, recalling that it had just kissed her. Ice-lip fish. The fish is silvery gray, its surface smooth, with a mouth storing a significant amount of fat. Its semi-transparent, thick lips are a distinguishing feature, faintly tinged with blue. Edible, rich in fat, and without side effects. She would absolutely not eat that. Not only would she refrain from consumption, but she also intended to kill it for bait. Both being fish, how could the ice-lip fish have such a grotesque mutation? Returning to the captain's cabin, she retrieved her kitchen knife, then swiftly returned to the deck and dispatched the ice-lip fish. She chopped its flesh into pieces, placing them in a bag, while retaining its lips, feeling certain that this peculiar item would prove useful in some capacity. For the next few hours, Chen Yu continued fishing, hoping to accomplish the task of catching 100 fish within the span of 25 days, averaging 4 fish per day. If she persisted, it would not be an insurmountable challenge. Today, she had caught 3 crystal scale fish, 1 ice-lip fish, and several ice crystal scallops, along with some seaweed. However, the sea yielded more than just fish, as she also pulled up some wet wooden planks and rusty tin cans. Wet wooden plank can be used for ship repairs, durability too. Rusty can, a can that has been soaked in the sea for years, containing unknown contents. Why not open it and take a look? The wet wooden plank was immediately stored within the hold, becoming a virtual item, devoid of physical form. Chen Yu realized that only items capable of transforming into virtual goods would occupy the hold's storage capacity. As for the rusty can, she glanced at the setting sun and decided to investigate it the following day. As night fell, the temperature dropped. Chen Yu securely closed the door to the captain's cabin, ignited several pieces of charcoal in the stove, and placed a kettle atop it. He then opened the window a fraction to ensure proper ventilation, thus preventing the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. While awaiting the water to boil, Chen Yu opened a can of braised pork, poured its contents into a bowl, and warmed it slightly by the stove. He then mixed in some instant rice, indulging in his meal while engaging with the regional channel's chat. Regional channel, Anonymous 24, UI 5. I'm having a sashimi feast tonight. Anonymous 24 to 8,970. You're quite daring with your choices. Anonymous 24, UI 5. Didn't they say it's edible? I believe the system wouldn't deceive us in this regard. Otherwise, the game's balance would falter. Anonymous 24 to 9,067. How many fish have you all caught? There are plenty in the sea. I haven't had a single idle rod. Ha ha ha. It's exhilarating. Anonymous 24 to 2,571. Is that true? I haven't caught a single one. Anonymous 24-0203. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Aren't you afraid of monsters appearing? We're at sea, and if something attacks, there'll be no escape. Anonymous 24 to 3,560. Everyone is having a good time. What are you talking about? Most individuals manage to navigate the first day without incident, encountering neither monsters nor events. However, the concern raised by 0203 held merit. Being on the ocean, an attack would leave no room for evasion, particularly during the deep hours of the night. To avert the risk of being blissfully unaware during a monster attack while she slept soundly, Chen Yu fashioned a simple alarm system by tying a string behind the door, from which he hung a can lid and a scallop shell. Should anyone attempt to open the door from outside, the can lid and scallop shell would create a noise, alerting Chen Yu. Though its efficacy was limited, it was better than nothing. After finishing his meal, Chen Yu washed the bowl and utensils in seawater, followed by a rinse in fresh water, setting them aside to dry. The kettle's water had also reached a boil. Once it cooled slightly, he poured it into his cup, secured the lid tightly, and wrapped it in a towel, transforming it into a makeshift hot water bottle. This way, when he rose in the morning, he could still enjoy warm water, ensuring nothing went to waste. Chen Yu nestled beneath his blanket, cradling the water bottle, and drifted into a peaceful slumber enveloped in comforting warmth. Chapter 9. The Frigid Sea, 2. The following day, Chen Yu was roused from her slumber by a series of piercing alarm bells. Morning. The hull is under attack. Durability -1. Warning. The hull is under attack. Durability -2. Upon comprehending the alarming messages, Chen Yu sprang upright, grasping a kitchen knife, and cautiously opened the door. The deck lay deserted, a gentle breeze wafting into the cabin, whisking away the warmth. Remaining vigilant, Chen Yu traversed the entire deck and the ship's quarters, eventually arriving at the wooden barrel containing the crystalline-scaled fish. Inspecting to ascertain their well-being, the crystalline-scaled fish appeared undisturbed, floating in the water with their eyes closed in slumber. If all was well aboard, then the trouble must lie beneath the vessel. Leaning out to survey the waters around the ship, she finally spotted a small cluster of shadows at the stern, seemingly composed of dozens of minuscule fish, each no longer than a finger, gnawing at the wooden planks of the ship. Returning to the captain's quarters, she retrieved a retractable plastic drying pole and made her way back to the aft, where she stirred the shadowy mass in the water. However, the shadows proved stubborn and united. As she disturbed them, they scattered momentarily, only to regroup shortly thereafter. After a moment of contemplation, she fetched a large plastic bag from the captain and Appo's quarters, tying its handles to the drying pole to fashion a rudimentary fishing net. With a swift motion, she cast the makeshift net into the depths, and the shadowy mass diminished significantly. Upon hoisting the net, Chen Yu peered inside, only to discover it was not small fish, but rather meaty worms adorned with blue and white patterns. Decaying tongue worm, typically measuring less than 1 centimeter. This worm possesses a white body with blue markings, resembling a terrestrial caterpillar. It congregates in swarms, specifically attaching itself to wooden or metallic surfaces, secreting a highly corrosive liquid that gradually softens the material for consumption. Edible, though it may induce mild poisoning. Thorough cleansing of the slime reduces toxicity. A chill ran down Chen Yu's spine as she hastily secured the plastic bag and stomped on it several times. She then fashioned another net from a fresh plastic bag and returned to the task of fishing. At last, she successfully collected all the decaying tongue worms from the ship's stern, crushing them underfoot. The alarm ceased, and the ship's durability was restored to 982-1000. Back in the captain and Appo's quarters, Chen Yu operated the console, noting that physical supplies needed to be summoned from the control panel. She called upon the wet planks stored in the cabin to restore durability. Each plank restored 2 points, and since she had only caught 5 the previous day, the durability returned to 992-1000, still 8 points short. She would need to fish more today. Having dealt with the swarm of decaying tongue worms, Chen Yu hurriedly freshened up, grabbed a piece of bread, and, with her fishing rod in hand, settled on the deck to begin her angling. Yesterday, she had resorted to using jerky as bait. Yet this morning, she had received a generous supply of free bait. Using the plastic bag, she deftly attached the corpse of a tongue worm to the hook and cast it into the sea. It was undeniable that these worms proved far more effective than jerky or crystalline-scaled fish. Within less than a minute, the fishing buoy bobbed and submerged into the ocean and Appo's depths. Chen Yu tugged forcefully, only to find herself ensnared in a contest of strength with whatever lurked below, the fishing rod bending under the strain. It was undoubtedly a large fish. Chen Yu exerted more force, and after a struggle, the creature below began to tire. Without hesitation, she summoned her strength once more and reeled the creature from the water. With a splash, a bright red, long-legged creature landed on the deck. Chen Yu focused her gaze, astonished to find it was a frog, entirely crimson, even its eyes a deep scarlet. How could a frog exist in the ocean? Heat-absorbing frog, a unique amphibian of the icy seas, it thrives on insects and generally exhibits a reddish hue, with a slight sheen to its skin. Its skin possesses a remarkable capacity for heat absorption, allowing it to maintain thermal equilibrium in high-temperature environments. The heat-absorbing frog must regularly absorb heat to remain vigorous. Prolonged absence from heat sources renders it weak, ultimately leading to lethargy and death, causing its body to turn pale white. Edible, but may induce excessive hypothermia in the consumer. Suddenly, the heat-absorbing frog sprang from the deck, its vibrant red fading quickly as heat dissipated from its body. It was extremely sensitive to warmth, darting toward the captain's quarters, where a heater was boiling water. The frog leaped with astonishing agility, making it nearly impossible to catch. Chen Yu hurried to close the window and seal all entrances. The heat-absorbing frog, thwarted from entering the captain and Appo's quarters, paused briefly at the door before turning its attention to the next warmest object, Chen Yu herself. With a powerful leap, it landed squarely on her face. Chen Yu felt an immediate, bone-chilling cold, as if an immense block of ice had pressed against her. Her warmth swiftly siphoned away. Soon, a thin layer of frost began to form upon her visage. The heat was being extracted directly from her body. and her defenses were momentarily insufficient to stem the flow of energy loss. In a panic, Chen Yu grasped the heat-absorbing frog and forcefully hurled it back into the sea. The frog swam away with a flick of its legs. Heart racing, Chen Yu dared not use the decaying tongue worms as bait any longer, opting instead for pieces of crystalline scaled fish. This time, she cast her line, yet hours passed without a single nibble. Seizing the moment, she decided to open the rusty cans she had caught the previous day. The cans were heavily corroded, the pull tab falling off upon a gentle tug to open them. She would need a sharp instrument to breach the metal. Fortunately, when she purchased the cans, a can opener had been included. With the tool, she sliced through the rusty lid, lifting it to reveal a small wooden plank inside. Acquired wooden plank X1, stored in the cabin. Her watch chimed, prompting her to continue her task. Acquired small piece of old canvas X5, stored in the cabin. Acquired candle wicks X2, stored in the cabin. Acquired long candle blueprint, stored in the cabin. In total, she had salvaged 7 rusty cans yesterday. Upon opening them all, she amassed wooden planks X2, small pieces of old canvas X5, candle wicks X2, seaweed X1, and a note inscribed with the coordinates 2280 of an island. The wooden planks could be utilized to restore the ship's durability, proving more effective than the wet planks, with each one increasing durability by 5. Collecting 30 pieces of old canvas would allow her to craft a sail to enhance the ship's speed. The candle wicks, remnants of used candles, were unremarkable. However, studying the long candle blueprint would enable her to combine 3 wicks into a single long candle. As for the note with island coordinates, Chen Yu input the figures into the console. The screen displayed that the island lay a mere 12 nautical miles away, a relatively short distance. Should she venture forth to investigate? Chapter 10. The Frigid Sea. 3. Chen Yu hesitated, uncertain of the destination this slip of paper would lead her to. Though her luck was not as dire as someone with a score of 0, it barely hovered at the brink of normalcy with a mere 3 points. Any semblance of good fortune, such as finding the thorned armor card that suited her, had only come after enduring attacks, and she had even encountered a dungeon boss along the way. It could be said she had turned misfortune into benefit. Yet those with average or higher luck would not have to bear such trials. However, the thought of missing out on resources gnawed at her, compounded by the quest to collect 100 IC plants. The system had not specified a destination, and time was ample, so perhaps it was worth investigating after all. Chen Yu reasoned with herself to observe from a distance first and only approach if everything appeared safe. She pressed the confirmation button, and the helm slowly pivoted as the wooden vessel began its journey towards the island. At the current speed, it would take 2 hours to traverse the 12 nautical miles. Continuing to fish from the deck, Chen Yu found her luck lacking that day. She only pulled up rusty cans and seaweed. It was not until she neared the island that she finally caught a crystal scale fish. When she reached a 0.1 nautical mile from the island, she halted the boat to scrutinize the land. The island was oval-shaped, roughly 1 kilometer in diameter, and rather small. Its surface was predominantly bare rock, with only sparse shrubs dotting the scant patches of soil. As she drew closer, she noted clusters of white berries growing on the shrubs. These must be the IC plants. Moreover, there were no signs of monsters lurking about. To err on the side of caution, Chen Yu lingered a moment longer, confirming that only a few crabs, their shells resembling rock, were scuttling about, munching on the berries. Satisfied, she guided the boat to shore. Strapping on her pack, she rolled up her pant legs, removed her shoes, and stepped into the frigid shallows of the island. Upon arrival, she quickly dried her feet and donned her shoes, while the crabs scuttled away, sensing her approach, retreating to their burrows. This left her free to collect the berries unimpeded. She crouched before the shrubbery and plucked a cluster of white frostberries. Frostberry, a cluster of white berries produced by a hardy shrub, possessing a mildly sweet flavor and delicate flesh. Edible and effective in alleviating cold symptoms. Alleviating cold symptoms? No wonder those crabs had been feasting on these berries earlier. Chen Yu took a tentative bite. While she felt no immediate change, her feet, which had soaked in the icy seawater moments prior, noticeably warmed. Indeed, it was effective. She quickened her pace in gathering the berries, swiftly depleting the shrub before rising to explore the entirety of the island for more. Despite her agility increasing to level 3, her walking speed did not significantly improve. It took her nearly an hour and a half to complete a circuit of the island. The crabs had consumed most of the berries, and she managed to gather only 18 clusters of frostberries. Removing her shoes and socks, she waded back through the water to her boat. Upon entering the warmth of the captain's cabin, she noticed a thin layer of frost on the frostberries, which quickly melted into water. She hastily wiped them dry. The skins of the frost berries were thick, allowing for prolonged storage in low temperatures, provided they remained dry. Otherwise, nothing would last long. She layered several sheets of paper in a sealed bag, carefully placing the frost berries inside and sealing it tightly. Now that she was aware of the existence of fruits that could alleviate cold, Chen Yu resolved to collect as many as possible and continue fishing for rusty cans or venture out to test her luck. The boat drifted steadily onward. For the remainder of the day, Chen Yu fished from the deck, occasionally glancing at the chat channel out of boredom. The channel was lively enough, with no shortage of conversation, though much of it was frivolous banter, showcasing the sizes of their catches rather than sharing any substantive information. After all, the dungeon had only just begun, resources remained plentiful, and temperatures were not unbearable. Yet, she was uncertain what the forthcoming days would entail. Over the next 3 days, Chen Yu alternated between fishing and exercising, but the cold air made it easy to work up a sweat, risking a cold, which could lead to complications. Thus, she moderated her efforts, making minimal progress in her training. Nevertheless, her fishing yielded decent results. Over 5 days, she caught 16 crystal scale fish, 1 ice-lip fish, and 4 snow-fat salmon, totaling 21 fish. She kept them in a wooden barrel, feeding them the seaweed and shellfish she had caught. At this rate, catching 100 fish before the end of her journey seemed entirely feasible. However, on the 6th day, circumstances shifted. In the morning, Chen Yu was roused by a sudden chill. She sneezed as the cold air seeped through the cracks in the window. Swiftly, she descended to shut the window and added several pieces of coal to the stove, rekindling the fire. Over the previous 5 days, she had only burned a little coal at night while sleeping. During the day, when she was not in the captain's cabin, it seemed unnecessary to waste it, especially since her clothing was warm enough to withstand the cold. But now, even indoors, she could feel the chill creeping in. Realizing the temperature had dropped, Chen Yu hurried to the control panel to check the changes at sea. Today's weather days, 6 clear skies, not a cloud in sight. Remaining sunlight, 8 hours temperature, -20 -10 wind speed, level 2 boat speed, 5 nautical miles hour durability of vessel, 1000 storage space in cabin. 1500 the temperature had plummeted significantly, and the daylight hours had shortened. She could not afford to remain outside for long, which would cut into her fishing time. Chen Yu, feeling distressed, noted that the sun had yet to fully rise and decided to open some cans indoors. Over the past 5 days, she had accumulated the cans she had caught, much like saving cards for a tin pull, believing it might yield better results. She had saved 25 rusty cans. One by one, she opened them. Acquired wooden plank 1. Stored in the cabin. Acquired torch blueprint. Stored in the cabin. Acquired candle wicks 2. Stored in the cabin. Acquired candle blueprint. Stored in the cabin. Acquired pine tar 1. Stored in the cabin. From the 25 rusty cans, she obtained several new items, including the island coordinates she had been most eager to find. The items automatically entered the cabin, yielding wet wooden planks 7, wooden planks 5, small pieces of old canvas 25, pine tar 5, cotton linen 5, candle wicks 10. Island coordinates 2. The storage capacity of the cabin was determined not by area but by item count. Overloading would lead to overflow. To conserve space, Chen Yu combined 3 candles and 2 torches. The cabin's capacity now stood at 43,100, and synthesizing the canvas would have the space used. Inputting the newly acquired island coordinates 21,588 at the console, she noted it was approximately 30 nautical miles away, a journey of 6 hours. During this time, she remained in the cabin, waiting for the water to boil before extinguishing the coal fire, pouring the hot water into a cup to cradle against her chest, and returning to the deck to resume fishing. As the temperature declined, the fish became scarcer. After an hour of sitting, the bobber had not budged. She lifted her fishing rod, finding the fish meat still attached, indicating no fish had come to nibble. Chen Yu switched to using dried meat as bait, yet still, there were no catches. Feeling despondent, she decided to use the lips of the ice-lip fish instead, casting it into the sea. Unexpectedly, within 5 minutes of baiting, the bobber plunged dramatically below the surface. Chapter 11. The Sea of Extreme Cold. 4. Chen Yu quickly tightened her grip on the fishing rod and yanked it forcefully. A silver-gray ice-lipped fish leaped onto the deck, its mouth still clutching half an uneaten fish lip. Ice-lipped fish, its entire body is silver-gray, omitted, with a faint bluish hue. During the breeding season, ice-lipped fish are extremely devoted to their partners. Their motto is, "If I cannot have your fish, I shall claim your lip." Edible, rich in oil, with no side effects. reading the updated profile of the ice-lipped fish on her watch. Chen Yu felt a mix of helplessness and disgust. With a swift motion, she dispatched the fish, cleanly severing its lip and extracting the remaining morsel from its mouth for later use. The breeding season alleviated her concerns about the fish's scarcity. The only nuisance was that the ice-lipped fish had a troublesome habit of leaping up to kiss her. 6 hours later, as Chen Yu approached the vicinity of the island, she spotted a few pale blue snakes darting across the shore before she could dock. Their large, semi-transparent scales resembled cracked ice, emitting a faint icy blue glow as they slithered, as if cold was flowing through them. These must be the monsters referred to by the system, the crack ice snakes. Given their serpentine nature, they were likely venomous, and the creatures within the instance could possess multiple methods of envenomation. Chen Yu tossed a lively crystal-scaled fish onto the island, and 3 crack ice snakes immediately slithered over, biting into the fish. The area where they bit quickly froze, the flesh beneath shattering into mush, oozing out from the unfrozen sections as the snakes consumed their prey. She threw another fish, confirming that the crack ice snakes could only attack by injecting venom through their fangs. Consequently, they posed no threat to her. Just as a ruinous wolf dog would hurt itself biting her, the crack ice snakes could not pierce her skin, and their venom could not be injected. With that assurance, she confidently approached the island. Chen Yu removed her shoes and socks, wading through the shallow waters to step onto the land. The crack ice snakes detected her warmth, slithering closer, their jaws gradually opening to reveal sharp fangs as one lunged toward her ankle, only to be flung away. Unfazed, the snakes attempted again, wrapping around her ankle and biting a second time, yet they still failed to breach her defenses. As they altered their Chapter 12, the frigid sea, 5. Noticing Chen Yu's evasive gaze, the man across from her let out a soft, disdainful hum, stepped forward to retrieve his axe, and stood behind Jiang Qiaoli, evidently no longer paying attention to them. Jiang Qiaoli, feeling displeased, complained, "Jiang Ming, you are quite rude." Chen Yu hurriedly waved her hands, insisting, "It's fine, really." Jiang Qiaoli shot Jiang Ming a glare, then smiled at Chen Yu and raised her wrist to display her smartwatch, saying, "Don't mind him. He's been pretentious since childhood. It's fate that we encountered each other on this vast sea. Let us add each other as friends so we can keep in touch and exchange information." Jiang Qiaoli's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and Chen Yu, who was accustomed to being passive, felt compelled to go along with the atmosphere. She took out her smartwatch and exchanged IDs with Jiang Qiaoli, thus becoming friends. "You are here to collect plants, aren't you?" Jiang Qiaoli asked, glancing at the frosty leaves scattered around Chen Yu. Before she could finish her sentence, she squatted down to assist Chen Yu at the spot where she had been digging for radishes. "Unfortunately, most of the plants on this island have already been picked. I'm sorry to make you come here for nothing." Chen Yu shook her head. "It's really first come, first served." Jiang Qiaoli nodded in agreement, then handed the dug-up frosty leaves to Chen Yu and called Jiang Ming over to help. Chen Yu quickly declined, but she could not resist Jiang Qiaoli and Appo's fervor. Before long, Jiang Qiaoli and Jiang Ming had unearthed all the remaining frosty leaves, piling them into a small mound, while Jiang Ming silently transferred the radishes to Chen Yu's wooden boat. The siblings moved with remarkable efficiency, and Chen Yu stood by like a supervisor, not lifting a finger. Who would have thought that the chance encounter on the island would result in not only assistance against the ice-splitting serpent, but also in help for her radish collection? She felt a twinge of guilt for not offering some form of reward. Jiang Qiaoli dusted off her hands and addressed Chen Yu. "We're almost done here, so we'll be on our way. I would have loved to chat with you more. After all, it's quite tedious talking to my brother with his deadpan face every day. However, our ship has been plagued by the sea ghost shadows recently, and they attack in droves at night." Chen Yu, puzzled, repeated, "You've encountered the sea ghost shadows? What do they look like?" "Just a bunch of dark shadows," Jiang Qiaoli said, scratching her head as she tried to recall. "Physical attacks like guns and axes can't kill them. They can only be burned away. It has to be a significant fire, not just a flicker, which is a hassle." Jiang Qiaoli spoke candidly, without any reservations. Chen Yu remembered the torch she had crafted earlier that day and rushed to her boat to retrieve it. "Here, take this. It should come in handy." Jiang Qiaoli immediately protested. "I can't accept this." "Please do. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help with the radishes." "A few radishes hardly warrant such formality," Chen Yu insisted, after several exchanges akin to a New Year's red envelope handover. Jiang Qiaoli finally accepted the torch and reciprocated with 2 long candles for Chen Yu. "Goodbye." On board her ship, Jiang Qiaoli waved continuously at Chen Yu, who smiled and waved back until Jiang Qiaoli's vessel became a mere speck on the horizon, ultimately vanishing from sight. Once Zheng Traoli and her brother departed, Chen Yu withdrew her hand and stood at the shore, lost in thought, having drifted alone on the sea for 5 days. It was a rare delight to encounter two such warm-hearted and reliable individuals, leaving her with a sense of reluctance. Returning to her boat, she checked the plants she had collected, now totaling 43 specimens. If the next island is sufficiently large, she should be able to complete her plant collection task. The coordinates for the next island were 21, 83, 3, approximately 300 nautical miles away, requiring a 60-hour journey, at least 2.5 days to arrive. During this time, Chen Yu could focus on fishing. Having planned her upcoming itinerary, Chen Yu gazed out at the sea, where the sunset's afterglow bathed the water in golden hues. As daylight dwindled and night approached, the temperature began to drop. Chen Yu hurriedly cast her line, hoping to catch a fish before the cold became unbearable. As the sun sank, darkness enveloped the sea and sky, and with the temperature falling, Chen Yu moved the stove onto the deck, keeping it close to warm herself. After 2 hours of perseverance in the dark, she managed to catch only one islet fish. Despite the stove, the chill persisted, and she found herself trembling from the cold. Unable to endure the frigid air any longer, she dashed back to the captain's cabin, adding more charcoal to the stove and quietly sitting by it to soothe her numb hands and feet. As she waited for the warmth to return, she opened the chat channel. Regional chat, Anonymous 24-2I67. Are there any fishing experts out there? Please share your tips. I haven't caught anything today. Heliong, image, just caught this. What do you think? Anonymous 24-2I67. Teach me, master. Anonymous 24-892. Dude, how's your luck so good? The temperature has dropped these past few days, and fishing has been terrible. I've gone 2 days without food. Heliong, buy from me. It's 3 points per fish, guaranteed fresh. Act fast. Anonymous 24-2I67. Master, don't just sell. Share how you caught it. I'm starving here. Anonymous 24-4231. Shameless. Expecting others to share their experiences without giving anything in return. How naive. Anonymous 24-2I67. Why so stingy? This dungeon doesn't require us to compete against each other. Why not help one another? I'm not forcing you to help me. Anonymous 24-4231. Then you help someone first. Don't just talk. Anonymous 24-5679. Buying various planks at high prices. Don't come empty-handed. Anonymous 24-2I67. I've helped before. I mentioned earlier that opening a rusty can yield a strange bubble, which, when crushed, summons a drowned corpse. The corpse appears about an hour after the bubble disappears. Anonymous 24-2I67. It moves slowly, and its weak point is its heart. If you circle around it on a boat, it's easy to kill. Each one is worth 10 coins. Just be careful, as it explodes upon death, and the decaying black water inside is toxic, so avoid it. Anonymous 24-1111. Wow, you're really sharing useful info. Thanks. I happened to open a bubble earlier, but was too scared to approach it. Anonymous 24-2567. No problem. I believe in mutual assistance. Anonymous 24-0089. Offering any supplies in exchange for frost fruits. Interested parties, please DM. Anonymous 24-55 nanometers. Buying planks at high prices. Anonymous 24-7896. If you want to fish, observe where the seabirds fly. Anonymous 24-5561. Are there birds in this sea? Anonymous 24-2244. Buying tar for 2 points. Anonymous 24-0067. Buying any food. Bread and rice are best for filling. Anonymous 24-55 nanometers. Buying fresh water at high prices. Anonymous 24-1111. What do you mean by high prices? Anonymous 24-55 nanometers. DM me. The content in the regional chat channel had shifted from lighthearted banter to more focused discussions about the dungeon and trading. Chen Yu had never clicked into the trading app, as she had nothing to trade. She was self-sufficient and preferred to stockpile items beyond her immediate needs for a sense of security. With nothing else to do, Chen Yu lay on her bed, using her smartwatch to read novels and watch films. She had to admit that the features on the smartwatch were quite comprehensive, aside from the novels, films, and TV shows not being updated. There were no issues at all. Listening to the steady AI narration of the novel, she gradually drifted off to sleep. The following morning, she was awakened once again by the familiar warning sound. Warning. The hull is under attack. Durability -10. Warning. The hull is under assault. Durability -15. 15? Upon hearing this figure, Chen Yu was abruptly roused, leaping from the vessel with a clothes pole in hand. Rushing to the deck to ascertain where the corroding tongue worms were gnawing. This time, they had congregated towards the central aft section of the ship, relentlessly devouring the planks. They appeared noticeably larger than before, and their numbers had increased. After 3 attempts with his improvised fishing net, Chen Yu finally succeeded in clearing them away. Following this encounter, the durability of the wooden ship plummeted to 865. Chen Yu cast all the planks into the repair, only managing to restore its durability to 894. As troubles mounted, he absent-mindedly grabbed a loaf of bread from the captain's quarters, settling down on the deck to begin fishing. Chapter 13. The Frigid Sea 6. Patience is paramount in fishing. And fortunately, this is a virtue that Chen Yu possesses in abundance. She has excelled at enduring throughout her life. Not rushing, but rather steadily and methodically. She reminds herself of the wisdom in the adage, do not underestimate the youth in poverty, nor the middle-aged in their struggles. As she recites these maxims, she patiently guards her fishing rod. Throughout the morning, she manages to catch 2 ice-lipped fish and 7 rusted cans, adding to yesterday's 5 ice-lipped fish. Her total now stands at 28. Within the rusted cans, she discovers 2 wooden planks, which she utilizes immediately, restoring their durability to 904. Additionally, she finds 2 pieces of cotton linen, 1 pine tar, 5 small scraps of old canvas, and 1 mysterious blister. With 30 small pieces of old canvas amassed, she is now able to synthesize old canvas. Upon clicking the synthesis button, the yellowed, coarse old canvas is hoisted onto the mast, billowing in the wind and enhancing the speed of her wooden vessel. Returning to the captain and Appo's cabin to check the ship and Appo's speed, she finds it has surged to 10 knots. If all goes according to plan, she should reach the island by morning. As for the mysterious blister, Chen Yu decides to open it now. Had she not seen the information in the chat yesterday, she undoubtedly would have hesitated to tamper with it. However, knowing that someone had slain the drowned corpse and that it moved sluggishly, she understands that its attacks cannot breach her defenses, making the encounter relatively safe for her. The concern lies with the toxic liquid within the drowned corpse. Although Chen Yu's defenses are sufficient to withstand the fangs of an ice-splitting serpent, which cannot pierce her skin, the toxic liquid poses a different threat. It can seep through her pores. She cannot guarantee that her defenses are robust enough to resist toxins penetrating her body. Dressing herself in a raincoat, she secures the sleeves with cloth strips, dons plastic coverings over her shoes, and covers her head with a plastic bag, puncturing 2 holes for her eyes. Fully equipped, Chen Yu crushes the blister and awaits the arrival of the drowned corpse. An hour later, she feels the fishing rod dip. Leaning over to investigate, she is met with a pale, swollen face as the drowned corpse extends its bloated hand, grasping the edge of the wooden boat and slowly pulling itself up. Grandfather, if you were to die here, there would be no place to bury you. After living for so many years, to end up dying away from home, alas. The man was incensed, his anger boiling, yet he found himself bewildered by her line of reasoning and could only curse. What the hell are you rambling about? The woman beside him could not contain her outrage, exclaiming, exactly. You lunatic, this is my boyfriend. Oh, how enlightening. Chen Yu suddenly understood. My apologies. I mistook this gentleman for your father due to his age. In truth, even in old age, one has the right to pursue love. I shall wish you both well. What the hell? The man was utterly infuriated. My girlfriend is of the same age as me. You call me uncle and grandfather. Are you deliberately implying that I look old to stir up trouble? Chen Yu, oblivious to the implications, genuinely thought the man with the buzz cut appeared old and unattractive, mistakenly believing they were a father-daughter pair. Now witnessing his vehement reaction, she instinctively scrutinized his appearance, and the more she looked, the older he seemed. Unable to restrain her thoughts, she mused to herself, how could he possibly be of the same age? The man, noticing her continued appraisal, felt his anger intensify and raised his hand to strike her. Startled, Chen Yu, timid as she was, instinctively activated her thorn armor skill in a moment of desperation. As the man's hand grazed Chen Yu, he was met with the Chapter 14, The Frigid Sea 7, fearing a recurrence of similar circumstances. Chen Yu exercised utmost caution over the next 3 days as she ventured in the northern region of the island. During this time, she successfully gathered 65 clusters of frostberries, 9 frostleaf radishes, and a new species of plant, frost vine. Frost vine, a slender, elongated vine often entwined on icy surfaces, with diminutive leaves coated in a fine frost, capable of withstanding extremely low temperatures. Inedible, its sap possesses slight healing properties, alleviating minor wounds and frostbite. The gathering tasks progressed smoothly. Chen Yu seized the opportunity when the sun fully rose, typically between 3 and 4 in the afternoon, to collect resources on the island, while in the mornings and evenings, she maneuvered the boat further out to fish. Though her catch was modest, it provided a daily sustenance. Life on the island was markedly different from before. It followed a regular rhythm, imbued with the essence of everyday existence. However, on the fourth morning, as Chen Yu rose, the boat suddenly rocked violently, nearly throwing her off balance. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the sea began to churn, waves relentlessly battering the wooden vessel, causing its durability to plummet on the system panel. Realizing something was amiss, she promptly pressed the navigation button on the control panel, attempting to steer the boat away from the island as swiftly as possible. Gripping the window ledge tightly, she peered out toward the island, only to witness it slowly sinking. The inhabitants on the island screamed in panic, scattering in a desperate bid to reach their wooden boats, yet the sudden onslaught of colossal waves swept many into the sea. The island and Appo's descent triggered a multitude of massive waves and whirlpools, and although Chen Yu was among the first to escape, she could not entirely evade the chaos. The waves crashed violently against her boat, sending items within the captain's cabin careening wildly. The stove even broke free from its fixed position, hurtling toward her. Caught off guard, Chen Yu's hand was scalded by the intense heat, leaving a shocking red mark. It was only when the boat had sailed a kilometer away that the sea finally calmed. Chen Yu let out a slight sigh of relief, glancing at the burn on her hand. Her heart still racing as she looked back toward the direction of the now submerged island, which was devoid of any remnants. Although her resilience was high, it could only withstand most physical damage. Non-physical attacks such as heat, extreme cold, and toxins still posed a threat. However, if her defenses could be further enhanced, would she not be able to endure both the cold and heat? Perhaps she could venture into the frigid lands without the need for a down jacket. As she contemplated the possibilities of bolstering her defenses, a prompt echoed in her ears. Warning: boat durability has dropped to 50, please repair immediately. Chen Yu hastily summoned wooden planks for repairs. Over the past few days, she had managed to catch only 5 planks, barely restoring the durability to 515. She glanced at the control panel, where the display read, today's weather days, 11 weather, overcast. Navigate cautiously remaining sunshine. 6 hours temperature, -35 to -20 sea wind force, 2 to 3 boat speed, 10 knots boat durability, 515-1000 cargo space, 23-100. The temperature had plummeted again, and sunlight hours were dwindling. The last change had occurred on the 6th day, and now on the 11th, it appeared that every 5 days marked a new phase. However, there had been no mention of the island sinking in the previous phase, nor had it been discussed in the chat channels. Perhaps each phase presented unique circumstances. Or perhaps the system sought to prevent players from congregating on the island for too long. Regardless, caution was now paramount when approaching the island. Chen Yu surveyed the scattered debris on the deck and sighed, resigned to begin tidying up. She first dashed to the cabin to check the food and charcoal supplies. In the midst of the tumult, food scattered everywhere, but it was not a significant issue. Most items were packaged, and even unwrapped food could be salvaged with a quick wipe in such an environment. The real concern lay with the boxes of charcoal, which had shattered into fragments from the violent shaking. While they could still be used, they would burn more quickly than usual, and it was uncertain whether they would last until the end of the mission. Returning to the deck, she noted various debris washed ashore by the waves: seaweed, stones, plastic fishing lines, and even a half-eaten fish. Just as she was sweeping the refuse overboard, the system's voice suddenly resonated. The icy winds are approaching, heralding the awakening of phantoms. The mission version has been updated. Attention! Ghost pirate ships are now active. Ghost pirate ships may randomly appear in the waters, and players with more resources are more likely to be tracked. Vessels that remain stationary for extended periods will become prime targets, and drifting ice may accelerate accumulation, potentially freezing the boat in place. To mitigate risks, please maintain the vessel in motion, frequently altering course, while managing resource quantities. New materials have been released into the sea. Players are encouraged to fish. Compensation for the mission update will be distributed shortly. All players will receive equal compensation, with fixed resource rewards. As the system's announcement concluded, Chen Yu heard a soft sound behind her and turned to see 2 shiny new cans had fallen onto the deck. She rushed over to collect them. The new cans were free from rust and could be opened with a firm pull. She obtained medium-sized wooden ship blueprint X1, stored in the cabin. Lightweight ship-mounted cannon blueprint X1, stored in the cabin. Ship-mounted lantern blueprint X1, stored in the cabin. Wooden planks X100, stored in the cabin. Wooden planks X50, stored in the cabin. Steel X5, stored in the cabin. Reinforced iron nails X5, stored in the cabin. The resources from the new cans far exceeded those from the rusty ones, especially the two blueprints, which were of immense utility to her. With impending attacks likely, having weapons aboard would be advantageous. She noted that the ship-mounted cannon could only be installed on a medium-sized vessel, making it imperative to upgrade her ship to that size without delay. She reviewed the materials necessary for the upgrade. A medium-sized ship required 200 wooden planks, 10 steel, and 10 reinforced iron nails. She would need to continue fishing. Contemplating her next steps, Chen Yu crushed the leaves of the frost vine and applied the paste to her burn, wrapping it with a cloth. Settling on the deck, she began to fish tirelessly. In the distance, ominous dark clouds began to encroach. Chapter 15. The Frigid Sea 8. As Chen Yu was fishing, the sky began to sprinkle with light snow. Surprisingly, the snowfall made the cold less biting. Draping her raincoat over her shoulders, she resolved to fish a little longer. The delicate snowflakes danced down, swirling gently as they settled on the stove, gradually forming a thin layer of snow atop it. The fire flickered erratically, dampened by the moisture in the air. Observing the dwindling flames, Chen Yu nibbled on a handful of frost fruits, finding some relief from the chill. She tossed the last fish she had caught into the water bucket, brushed the snow off her clothes, and hurried back to the captain's cabin. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped her. She wiped the snow off the stove with a towel and added a few pieces of charcoal. The fire quickly roared back to life, casting a warm orange glow that danced within the cabin, dispelling the cold. Next, Chen Yu opened the Lord Conquest card selection obtained after defeating the Ruin Hunter. She had originally planned to save it until her luck improved, but given the high probability of encountering a pirate ship, she realized that facing a potentially large number of enemies armed only with a kitchen knife would be perilous. Confirm usage of Lord Conquest card selection? She clicked Confirm. Confirmed, please select a card. Before her, 3 cards slowly materialized, 2 blue B-grade cards and 1 purple A-grade card. Chen Yu and Appo's heart raced. This was her first encounter with a high-grade card. Overcome with excitement, her hands trembled slightly as she examined the cards one by one. The 2 blue cards read, Skill Card, Poison Blade Trap, and Skill Card, Hound Summon. Skill Card, Poison Blade Trap. Deploy a covert poison blade trap that, when triggered, launches a poison blade at enemies within a 1-meter radius, dealing 80 of the base attack damage and inflicting a poisoning effect that lasts for 3 seconds, upgradable. Skill Card, Hound Summon. Summon a reinforced level 3 Ruin Hound with a duration of 10 minutes. The Hound possesses a biting skill, inflicting an additional bleeding effect that lasts for 5 seconds when attacking a target, upgradable. Both blue cards appeared promising, yet her gaze ultimately settled on the sole purple A-grade card. Cautiously, she clicked on the A-grade card. Weapon card, Hunter's Scythe. When equipped, base attack power increases by 20. And additional traits are granted, upgradable. Traits: 1. Weaken. Each attack has a 50 chance to reduce the target's defense by 5, lasting for 10 seconds, stacking up to 3 times, with each stack refreshing the duration. 2. Critical Strike. When the enemy's health drops below 1/3, there is a 50 chance to deal 150 critical damage. After meticulously reading the description, Chen Yu had made her decision. Although her base attack was not particularly high, the ability to weaken enemy defenses proved exceptionally useful, coupled with the substantial damage from the critical strike trait, rendering the Hunter's Scythe the optimal choice. Without hesitation, she selected the Hunter's Scythe. The card spun in her hand, gradually coalescing into a purple orb of light, which rapidly expanded with a crisp cracking sound, transforming into a one-handed short scythe that hovered in midair. The scythe was entirely black, its blade reflecting a crimson sheen under the light, as if freshly drawn from a pool of blood. Chen Yu grasped the scythe and swung it a couple of times. Although it lacked the imposing presence of the long scythe wielded by the Ruin Hunter, it was certainly formidable and possessed significant lethality. She gently rested the scythe beside her pillow, rubbed her frozen, stiff hands, and gazed out at the increasingly heavy snowfall, the entire sea blanketed in a shroud of white, with ominous clouds hanging low in the distance. Chen Yu realized that this snowfall was merely the beginning. The impending cold wave would present the gravest of challenges. The snow fell throughout the night. In the morning, Chen Yu awoke and peered through the captain's cabin window, witnessing large masses of floating ice bobbing with the waves, emanating a bone-chilling cold. Stepping onto the deck, she found the snow had completely blanketed the vessel, crunching beneath her feet. The biting wind compelled her to wrap her clothing tighter around her. Despite the roaring fire within the cabin, the chill on the deck remained penetrating. The snow was not yet too thick, and Chen Yu used a broom to push the accumulated snow overboard, partially clearing a path back to the cabin. As she worked, her fingers turned a vivid red from the cold, beginning to numb. Just as she prepared to return to the captain's cabin to warm her hands, a low, ominous sound reached her ears. Startled, she looked up to see the silhouette of an unfamiliar ship drifting on the sea. Through the falling snow, she discerned that the vessel was dark and dilapidated, emanating a ghostly green glow, encrusted with barnacles and seaweed, as if it had awakened from a deep-sea slumber. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart, and she hurried back to the captain's cabin to check the information on the console. Warning: a ghost pirate ship has been detected approaching. It is advised to prepare defenses. Chen Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly grabbed the short scythe from her bedside. The ghost pirate ship moved with remarkable speed. Escape was futile. However, she steadied her nerves. Its hull was similar in size to her small wooden boat, both being modest vessels without cannon fire, alleviating her fears of being sunk. The sole threat lay with the pirates aboard. As the ghost pirate ship drew closer, Chen Yu caught sight of the 4 ghostly crew members on deck, clad in tattered, damp sailor attire. Their bodies were decayed, barnacles clinging to their bones. Oozing a viscous green liquid, their eyes ignited with eerie green flames. Chen Yu's heart raced, her body taut with tension. Suddenly, one of the ghostly crew members raised a flintlock pistol and aimed it at her. Bang! The bullet struck her arm, yet she felt no pain or wound. Reassured, she realized her defenses could withstand their attacks. The ghostly crew member appeared momentarily surprised, its bony jaw moving as if to speak. But soon, the ghost pirate ship had caught up to her wooden boat, a decayed plank extending from the pirate ship, firmly wedged between the 2 vessels. The 4 ghostly crew members staggered across the plank, and the confrontation was imminent. Without hesitation, Chen Yu swung her short scythe through the air, targeting the ghostly arm wielding the pistol. The blade glinted with a hint of crimson as it easily sliced through the decaying limb, snapping with a crack. Bone and green liquid sprang forth. Weaken effect activated. Enemy defense reduced. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chen Yu swung the short scythe again, aiming for the ghost's head. Hit enemy weak point. Damage inflicted, ignoring enemy defense. Critical strike activated, dealing special damage. Both effects occurred in succession. The ghostly crew member and Oppo's skull cleaved by the short scythe, collapsing instantly into a heap of putrid flesh and bones. The remaining 3 ghosts, witnessing this, flickered with a glint of green light in their hollow eye sockets. Seizing the moment as Chen Yu turned, the second ghostly crew member lunged forward with its rusted blade, covered in greenish stains and reeking of decay. The blade struck Chen Yu, yet her defenses fully absorbed the blow. Determined, she grasped the ghostly crew member and Oppo's blade, restricting its movement, while with her other hand, she swiftly slashed her short scythe into its skull, delivering 2 precise strikes, reducing the second ghostly crew member to a pile of rotting flesh and bones. The remaining 2 ghostly crew members seemed to finally sense fear, retreating a step, but quickly lunged at her with low growls. Chapter 16, The Frigid Sea 9, this was her first experience being besieged by so many adversaries, leaving her tense and drenched in cold sweat that clung to her skin. However, as a result of this battle, her strength had successfully increased, and combined with the doubling effect of the dual bonuses, her power level had risen to 5. Indeed, it was evident that slaying more monsters was essential for progress. Chen Yu sat down momentarily to rest, wiping the sweat from her forehead and catching her breath. She resolved to first clear the deck of the ship of the scattered flesh and bones. Grasping a broom, she gradually pushed the remnants of the ghostly corpses into the sea. During her tidying up, Chen Yu suddenly realized that despite having dispatched 4 ghostly crew members, the system appeared to have awarded her nothing, no experience points or gold. The ghostly crew was not counted as monsters in the initial introduction of the dungeon. Upon their demise, they did not dissipate into light but instead left behind a mound of flesh and bones. Was the ghost pirate ship merely a tool for tormenting players? Just as Chen Yu silently lamented the system's unfairness, a notification chimed. Congratulations, player, for repelling the ghost pirate ship. The ship now belongs to you. You can dismantle the pirate ship for resources or allow it to join your fleet, sailing alongside your wooden vessel. Dismantling the small ghost pirate ship will yield resources: 100 planks, 5 bones, 5 barnacles. Dungeon reminder: if resources exceed the storage capacity of the hold, The excess will automatically vanish. The system's message brought some semblance of balance to Chen Yu's thoughts. Rather than opting for dismantling, she chose to let the ghost pirate ship accompany her wooden vessel. Dismantling would have nearly filled her hold and Oppo's storage space, reaching 296 out of 300. A particular characteristic of the hold was that resources retrieved from rusty cans automatically entered storage without human intervention. Moreover, once resources were in the hold, they no longer appeared as miniature models but as full-sized items. To prevent losses from overflow, she needed to consistently maintain some available storage space. After clearing the debris from the deck, Chen Yu returned to the captain and Oppo's cabin, boiled a pot of hot water, and quickly wiped down her body, placing her damp clothes atop the stove to dry. Once she donned the warm attire, her spirits were finally somewhat restored. The snow outside had yet to relent. She returned to the deck and noted that the sun was nearing its zenith, and in 4 hours, darkness would descend. Seizing the opportunity, she cast her fishing line and focused intently on angling, hoping to gather more resources. As night fell, Chen Yu returned to the captain's cabin to tally the resources in the hold: 8 cotton and linen, 7 tar, 1 candle wick, 5 long candles, 1 torch. For mysterious bubbles, 150 planks, 8 steel, 6 reinforced nails, and 3 blueprints. She consumed 2 units of cotton and linen, 2 planks, and 1 long candle to craft a lantern, which she hung in the captain's cabin. The lantern's candle could burn for 3 consecutive days, proving to be quite cost-effective, especially at sea where daylight was increasingly scarce. Over the past couple of days, the dungeon environment had undergone significant changes, and the atmosphere in the channel had shifted as well. Regional Channel, Anonymous 24-3400, seeking frostfruit, looking for various cold-resistant clothing. Anonymous 24 Yui, this dreadful weather is going to freeze me to death. Anonymous 24-0988, it's so cold. I had no points to buy clothes before entering. What a terrible game. Anonymous 24-11QQ, selling cotton-padded jackets, 200 points each. Anonymous 24-230, are you insane? A cotton-padded jacket for 200 points? Why don't you go rob someone? Anonymous 24-11QQ, take it or leave it. I made this cotton-padded jacket using blueprints and materials from the dungeon. It and Oppo's warmer-than-down jackets. Anonymous 24-230, 200 points is way too expensive. It should be at most 100. Anonymous 24-1678, go make your money elsewhere. Anonymous 24-11QQ, a bunch of paupers. I'm willing to sell this to you. Consider yourselves lucky if you want to buy. Heliong, selling ice-lipped fish, 50 available, 6 points each, hurry up. Anonymous 24-1107, how did you catch so many? Anonymous 24-098, big shot, why have your prices gone up? Ken and Oppo's, do you afford it now? Anonymous 24, G56, if you can't afford it, go catch your own. Heliang's prices have always been fair, plus the fish is fresh. I'll buy 2. Anonymous 24, Op 778, I'll buy 2. Who doesn't he know that Heliang sells the best fish? Anonymous 24-1678, don't believe them. They're just trying to pull you in. Heliang sold me a fish with a missing mouth last time and charged me 6 points. Anonymous 24, BB45, stop spreading rumors. I've bought from him before, and it was always good. I remember you were selling fish in the channel before, trying to slander Heliang, aren't you? The tension in the channel thickened. The scarcity of food and the biting cold caused everyone to gradually lose their composure. Chen Yu sighed, quietly shutting off the chat channel, and sat in the gentle glow of the lantern, lost in thought. She calculated her supplies, confirming that food was sufficient to last until the end of the dungeon, which provided her with a slight sense of relief. At that moment, a message from Jiang Chali arrived. Jiang Chali, little you, thank you for telling me about the fireball. I've slain many sea specters and completed the task 3 times. 3 times. Moreover, the sea specters keep coming, so when the dungeon concludes, I'm sure I'll earn a lot of points. You have a share in this too, so I'll transfer some points to you. Chen Yu, no need. It was just a casual remark. Jiang Chali, a casual remark still helped me. All right, don't argue with me. I've transferred the points to you. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yu's watch pinged with a friend request, surprisingly from Jiang Ming. A sudden flutter of apprehension washed over her, and just as she pondered this, Jiang Chali messaged again. Jiang Chali, I've run out of points, so I asked my brother to give you some. After reading the message, Chen Yu reluctantly accepted the friend request. As soon as she did, Jiang Ming promptly transferred 300 points to her. Jiang Ming, Transfer. 300. Chen Yu gazed at the transfer interface, pondering. This brother and sister duo are exceedingly generous. They wouldn't be conspiring to trick her into something sinister, would they? Hesitating, she refrained from confirming the transfer until Jiang Ming sent another message. Jiang Ming, do you refuse it because you disdain it? This snapped her out of her indecision, and she hastily clicked to confirm. Chen Yu, it's not that. I just feel a bit embarrassed to take the money. Jiang Ming, you are entitled to this money. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Jiang Ming, forget it. Let us not discuss it further. Jiang Ming abruptly ended the conversation, leaving Chen Yu momentarily stunned. She mused that although Jiang Ming and Jiang Chaoli appeared to have contrasting personalities, they shared a certain similarity, a stubbornness to disregard others' opinions, yet they were sincere and straightforward, truly a family trait. Chen Yu tucked away her watch and continued to contemplate her upcoming plans. With the pressure of the plummeting temperatures looming, she decided to crush the 4 mysterious bubbles the next day and try to slay a few more drowned corpses during the daylight, hoping to amass some gold. Most importantly, she aimed to elevate her ship to a mid-level wooden vessel and install cannons, as the vast resources aboard made her vessel a prime target for ghost pirate ship attacks. Having clarified her thoughts, Chen Yu curled up under her blanket, exhaling a puff of mist, gazing at the flickering glow within the cabin, and gradually closed her eyes, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 17. The Frigid Sea. 10. On the 13th day, at dawn, Chen Yu crushed a water bubble, hastily finished her breakfast, and sat on the deck awaiting the arrival of the drowned corpse. Throughout the morning, she crushed 3 water bubbles in total, successfully summoning and defeating 3 drowned corpses. During the intervals of waiting for the corpses to appear, Chen Yu was not idle. She fished continuously, reeling in 5 rusted cans and a shimmering fish. The brand new cans she cast into the sea were beyond her luck to catch. Upon crushing the last water bubble, to her surprise, a gentle melody emerged from within. Unlike any previous experience, Chen Yu quickly gripped her scythe and scanned her surroundings, but nothing seemed amiss. She suspected she might have misheard or that this particular drowned corpse had a penchant for singing. Seizing the opportunity before the corpse manifested, she crouched down and began to pry open the rusted cans one by one. She retrieved 1 reinforced nail, which was stored in the cabin, followed by a piece of cloth, and then 2 more nails along with a block of steel. With a little more effort, she hoped to upgrade the ship to a medium-sized vessel by the afternoon. Just as she prepared to continue fishing, an unusual sound emanated from the depths of the sea. Chen Yu's heart raced as she looked up in confusion. Why had the drowned corpse arrived so swiftly? However, when she turned around, instead of the pale, bloated figure of a drowned corpse, she beheld a face covered in fish scales gently surfacing from the water. Its upper body resembled a broad-chested male human, while its lower half sported a massive black fish tail. The visage was grotesque, as if a fish and Apos' face had been forcibly transformed into that of a human, with only 2 round nostrils and large eyes that took up half its face, reminiscent of a dead fish. Sea Siren, a half-human, half-fish creature that wanders the ocean, possessing a hoarse and unpleasant singing voice. Characteristics? Health? Attack power? Defense power? Details available upon defeat. Could this be a sea siren? Chen Yu never anticipated that the mysterious water bubbles could summon other creatures. She tightened her grip on her scythe, preparing for confrontation. Strangely, the sea siren showed no intent to attack. It lingered 2 meters from the side of the boat, allowing Chen Yu to see it while it observed her in turn. Filled with puzzlement, Chen Yu couldn't and Apos' resist asking a question in the chat channel. Regional channel, Anonymous 24-044C. Has anyone encountered a sea siren? Anonymous 24-570. What on earth is that? Anonymous 24-11QQ. Cotton padded jackets for 200 each. Message me if interested. Anonymous 24-009. Is there any food for sale? I'm starving. Heliong. Selling islip fish for 10 points each. French bread for 15 points for 2. Instant noodles for 12 points per bucket. And 550 milliliters mineral water for 10 points a bottle. First come, first served. Anonymous 24. G56. Heliong is amazing. Selling other food too. Anonymous 24. Is 77. 10 points for a fish? That's outright robbery. Anonymous 24, G56. What time is it? If you don't eat, you'll starve, and Heliang's prices are fair. Check the trading platform yourself. Mineral water prices are skyrocketing. Anonymous 24, MM20. I've already bought some. The fish is large and fresh. Really good. Image. Anonymous 24-00NB. Buying wooden planks. Buying wooden planks. Buying wooden planks. Anonymous 24 to 67 millimeters. I caught a brand new can. My luck is incredible. I can't fit all the resources I'm collecting. Anonymous 24-67CF. If you caught it, then keep it to yourself. Don't flood the channel. Anonymous 24-00NB. Buying wooden planks. Buying wooden planks. Buying wooden planks. Anonymous 24-MMN6. Can we please stop spamming? What is wrong with you? Anonymous 24-1734. Hey, I've encountered a sea siren. Message me for details. 50 points. Anonymous 24-6123. You want 50 points for information on a common monster? What a ripoff. Chen Yu's attention was drawn to He Liang's message. After entering the instance, he still dared to sell legitimate food. How much had he brought with him before entering? The question flashed through her mind, but she quickly redirected her focus to the person selling information for 50 points. 50 points was undoubtedly an exorbitant price. She was not wealthy enough to squander resources in such a manner. She switched to the global channel to pose her question, but received no responses. The channel was primarily filled with trading information, especially regarding the buying and selling of fish, with food supplies dwindling, forcing many to rely on the ocean's bounty. After the division into regions, it seemed everyone naturally confined their discussions to their respective areas, with little cross-region communication. Left with no choice, Chen Yu could only engage in a silent stare-off with the sea siren, who remained beyond her reach in the water. After a while, realizing the sea siren had no aggressive intentions, she decided to abandon her efforts and return to her previous position to fish. Chen Yu spent the entire afternoon fishing, with the sea siren quietly following her side. By sunset, she finally gathered the steel and reinforced nails. Would you like to use the medium ship blueprint? Chen Yu affirmed her choice. Insufficient materials detected. Would you like to dismantle the ghost ship? Upon confirming, the ghost ship dissolved into white particles, and the wooden vessel began to emit a faint white light, expanding before her eyes. The ship extended to 15 meters in length, with lantern hooks at both the bow and stern, and lampstands between the railings for illumination at night. Additionally, supports were added to both sides of the stern to accommodate the installation of 2 light cannons, although her resources were currently insufficient to construct the gun mounts. The durability of the medium ship increased to 1500, automatically replenishing any previously lost durability, and the storage capacity expanded to 500, alleviating her concerns about insufficient space. A new section titled Fleet Management appeared on the control panel, but since she had just dismantled the ghost pirate ship, it was entirely blank. Having successfully completed the upgrade, she felt a sense of relief. As darkness descended, she glanced back at the sea siren, whose ebony eyes continued to follow her movements. To be cautious, Chen Yu added several shells to the rope at the captain's cabin door, ensuring that any intrusions would awaken her promptly. She also hung a chain across the window. After completing these precautions, she returned to the captain's cabin, noticing a significant improvement in the interior. The mold in the corners had vanished, and the windows no longer leaked. Contentedly, she sat by the stove to warm her meal when suddenly, her watch emitted 2 message alerts. Chapter 18. The Frigid Sea. 11. The messages were sent by the individual who had previously offered to sell information about the siren for 50 points. Anonymous 24-1734. Are you buying? Selling for 40. Anonymous 24-1734. Can't go any lower. Anonymous 24-1734. Do you want it or not? Chen Yu replied, thank you. But no. To her surprise, the other party persisted, sending a barrage of messages. Anonymous 24-1734. Is it too expensive? How about 30? The lowest I can go is 30. Anonymous 24-1734. Forget it. 25 is reasonable, right? Anonymous 24-1734. Where are you? You really Don and Oppos, T want it. Anonymous 24-1734. You and Oppos, requite the negotiator. How about 5 points? That should work. Chen Yu was puzzled. She had only replied once, so how had she become the negotiator? However, a price drop to 5 points was indeed worth considering. Just as she hesitated, Anonymous 24-1734. Fine. 3 points is the absolute minimum. Chen Yu agreed. Anonymous 24-1734. I'll list it on the trading platform, BW56009. Here's the link. Just place your bid. She clicked the link, which brought her to the trading platform, where the item was labeled Siren Information, priced at 3 points. After purchasing, a description of the siren immediately popped up. Siren, a half-human, half-fish creature that roams the sea in groups. possessing an unattractive appearance and a harsh, grating voice. Attributes: equipped with sharp claws, capable of eroding the enemy's psyche through its cries, inflicting mental damage and hallucinations. Health: 50-50 attack power, 105 defense power, 45. Seller and Oppos. S. Additional information. Despite the Siren and Oppos as considerable attack and defense stats, it is rather foolish. It cannot board ships and merely swims alongside, not attacking people. If you possess a ranged weapon, it will be an easy target. It won't even know how to fight back. Thus, it became clear why the Siren had not attacked her at all. She had assumed it was a unique circumstance, but evidently, all Sirens were similarly dim-witted. However, she had no ranged weapon and certainly could not dive into the water to kill it. She could not endure the intensity of winter swimming. Moreover, a creature that did not resist when attacked seemed somewhat pitiable, oddly reminding her of her own pitiful existence. Perhaps it was best to let it accompany her for now. After finishing her meal, Chen Yu washed her bowl clean. With the nights growing longer, she took advantage of this time to exercise, repeatedly lifting and lowering a water bucket. Upon completing her workout, she dried herself with a towel and crawled into bed, just as she was about to sleep. Suddenly, a system notification echoed across the sea. Congratulations to player Lin Yin from Zone 5 for defeating the dungeon boss Deep Sea Worm. Impressive, Chen Yu thought silently. Another player had already slain a boss. But that was of no concern to her. The most crucial thing was to avoid encountering it. Her sole objective was to survive. With a hint of worry, she raised her head to observe the sea from the window. Seeing nothing amiss, she settled down to sleep once more. Hiss. Warning. A ghost pirate ship is approaching. Defensive preparations are advised. Before dawn, the shrill sound of a warning and a piercing scream erupted simultaneously. Chen Yu had grown accustomed to such combat moments. She seized her scythe and dashed outside. The ghost pirate ship rapidly approached, still a small wooden vessel. Manned by only 3 crew members, presenting little challenge. Unexpectedly, the Siren was engaged in battle with the ghostly crew, its piercing cries having originated from it. The ghostly crew, under attack, clutched their heads in agony, green liquid oozing from their mouths and chests, completely oblivious to Chen Yu's wooden ship. However, the Siren and Oppos' screams did not differentiate between friend and foe. Any creature within earshot was affected. Chen Yu felt a sharp, searing pain explode in her mind, involuntarily letting out a muffled groan. Noticing her distress, the Siren abruptly closed its mouth, ceasing its shrieks. The ghostly crew seized the opportunity, drawing a flintlock and firing at the Siren. The bullet struck the Siren's shoulder, and it let out a painful roar as blue blood spread through the seawater. Chen Yu stood in shock, realizing that the Siren had silenced itself for her sake. It seemed imperative to quickly deal with this pirate ship. She immediately turned. She formed an OK gesture with her fingers. The sea creature observed her sign and imitated her by shaping its fingers into a peculiar K, resembling a large chicken claw. Subsequently, it submerged into the depths of the ocean. After a brief interlude, the buoy stirred slightly, and Chen Yu swiftly yanked the line, reeling in a crystal-scaled fish that had already perished. Upon inspecting the taskbar, she found that the completion status had indeed risen to 41 out of 100. The system determined that it sufficed to catch any fish, regardless of whether they were alive or deceased. A satisfied smile crept across Chen Yu's face. She had discovered a method that allowed her to accomplish her task while earning points. She tossed the lifeless fish back into the sea and worked in tandem with the sea creature, which elevated the task completion rate to 78 out of 100. Chen Yu attempted to return the caught fish to the water once more, but the completion status did not increase further. Each fish could only be caught once. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, believing in the principle of making the most of resources. Chen Yu accessed the trading platform, listing the crystal-scaled fish for 4 points and the ice-lipped fish for 6 points. As the temperature dropped and daylight waned, the price of fish began to rise, with dwindling supplies forcing those without provisions to rely on purchases. Even so, Chen Yu offered a remarkably fair price, and her listings sold quickly, the once mountainous pile of fish gradually diminishing. The trading was regulated by the system, ensuring that neither party could manipulate the transaction. The system automatically exchanged items for points. She no longer had to worry about being kissed by the ice-lipped fish. However, resources such as rusty cans or pristine tins were not merely drifting in the ocean. They were randomly generated within the instance and directly attached to her fishing hook, necessitating her own efforts to catch them. Chen Yu gestured for the sea creature to cease its fishing. She needed to expedite her collection of steel to synthesize ship-mounted cannons. Chapter 19. The Frigid Sea. 12. The sea, which had been following Chen Yu for 2 days, having already completed her fishing task. Now, she was diligently working on her second round of assignments. On the third morning, which marked the 16th day of the expedition, the ocean underwent another transformation. Chen Yu, still in the embrace of slumber, was jolted awake by a piercing chill. She hastily crawled out of bed, added some charcoal to the stove, and closed the small gap in the window. The hassle of heating with charcoal required regular ventilation, allowing warmth to escape, which kept the indoor temperature from rising significantly. She placed the kettle on the stove to boil water, nibbled on a frost fruit, and rubbed her frostbitten hands as she approached the control panel to check the day's weather conditions. Today's weather days, 16 heavy snowfall today. Proceed with caution remaining sunlight. For hours temperature, -45 to -30 sea wind speed. Level 3 ship speed. 10 nautical miles hour ship durability. 1,500-1,500 cargo space. 225-500. The daylight was absurdly brief. Chen Yu stepped out of the captain's cabin, observing the surface of the sea, where floating ice resembled a cracked, frozen carpet, with scattered small icebergs drifting about. Standing on the deck, she realized they could not afford to remain anchored any longer, having already anchored for 5 hours during the night. Further delays would not only attract ghost pirate ships, but also risk being surrounded by ice floes and icebergs. Although the wooden ship could navigate autonomously, it would not evade obstacles. She would have to manually steer the vessel. She furled the sail, adjusted the ship's speed back to 5 nautical miles per hour, and meticulously searched for a route with fewer ice floes, guiding the wooden ship onward. Once everything was set, Chen Yu returned to the deck and, upon shifting her gaze, noticed something peculiar about the sea which that had been swimming alongside the ship. Her shoulders appeared narrower, her waist slimmer, and she bore 2 shells on her chest. It was a female sea witch. Can a sea witch change gender? Chen Yu was filled with perplexity as she cautiously approached. Upon seeing her advance, the female sea witch seemed nervous and shy, quickly sinking into the depths, leaving only her round, glistening eyes peeking above the surface. They locked eyes for a few seconds, prompting Chen Yu to blink in surprise. The female sea witch, now even more bashful, turned and dove into the sea, leaving a few bubbles in her wake. Moments later, she resurfaced, this time without the shells, her shoulders broadening again, reverting to her former male form. He cradled a handful of fish, skillfully offering them to Chen Yu. Did I just imagine that? Chen Yu was utterly bewildered, scratching her head in confusion. Just then, the surface of the sea rippled once more, and another sea witch emerged, the very same female sea witch from before. To her astonishment, a slightly smaller female sea witch trailed behind her. All 3 sea witches swam to the side of the ship, the familiar male sea witch leading the way, raising the fish in his hand to signal Chen Yu to lower her fishing hook. The other 2 sea witches mimicked his gestures, waving the fish at her. It turned out there were 2 additional companions, and the first sea witch had taught them how to fish for Chen Yu. After observing the trio for a moment, Chen Yu suddenly realized something and turned to open the chat channel, composing a message to send out. Regional chat, Anonymous 24-044C, selling fish. Ice-lipped fish, ice salmon. Crystal-scaled fish, all common varieties available for sale. Interested parties, click my trading platform link BW16729. I will start listing soon. Prices starting at 3 points depending on size and type. Heliong, fresh fish starting from 6 points. Various canned goods 15 to 20 points. Instant noodles 15 points per bucket. Bottled mineral water 550 milliliters 12 points. Cotton jackets 180 points each. First come, first served. Anonymous 24 to 1,245, starting at 3 points. So cheap? Anonymous 24, G56. Cheap goods are rarely good, don't buy. Anonymous 24-003, I can't believe Heliong is even selling cotton jackets now. And at a discount of 20 points, I must buy. Anonymous 24-09 BV, what is wrong with cheap goods? As long as they're edible, it's better than Heliong's prices, which start at 6 points. He dares to charge 12 points for an ice-lipped fish. Anonymous 24, MM20. After eating Heliong's stuff for so long, the tables turned so quickly. Anonymous 24-78, oh, is someone upstairs sick? Did I eat his goods without paying, or what? Anonymous 24, G56, I only buy from Heliang. Others. Don't take advantage of the situation to do business. Where were you when everyone was starving? Anonymous 24 to 12 millimeters. What is the difference when you sell? Besides, isn't Heliong raising prices every day? Unexpectedly, the chat channel erupted into a cacophony of disputes. Chen Yu promptly retreated, shutting off the channel. uninterested in the derogatory remarks aimed at her. Confronting such hostility was beyond her capacity. Her emotional resilience was already fragile, and engaging with it would only invite trouble. She focused on listing her goods on the trading platform. Ice-lipped fish and ice salmon. Hefty specimens priced at 8 points, smaller ones at 6 points. Crystal-scaled fish. Known for their many spines, priced at 5 points for larger sizes and 3 points for smaller, and a few scallops and seaweed she had caught. Packaged in small bags for 5 points. The prices were incredibly reasonable, just as she finished listing the 10 fish caught yesterday. They were snatched up in less than 3 seconds, her private messages lighting up incessantly, urging her to replenish her stock. Chen Yu quickly grabbed her fishing rod and called out to the 3 sea witches, "Let us get to work." To enhance efficiency, she purchased 2 new fishing rods, setting them up at the edge of the railing. The 3 sea witches dove beneath the surface to catch fish while she busily prepared the hooks above. After a few iterations, the entire process flowed as seamlessly as an assembly line, though the profits were modest, as it was a small-scale handmade business. Every batch of fish she listed was instantly sold out. She also received several private messages inquiring whether she accepted barter trades, to which she readily agreed, adding a few barter links. She was in urgent need of steel and nails to craft ship cannons. After 4 hours of toil, night fell. However, the night of the 16th day was unlike any before. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon hung low, casting a dim glow akin to a pale disk. Utterly ineffective for illumination, the sea appeared as a dark abyss, boundless and directionless, with floating ice obscured in the shadows, an incessant chill creeping in. This posed a significant danger. Colliding with an iceberg was no trivial matter. Chapter 20. The Frigid Sea. 13. Chen Yu waved her hand, signaling the 3 sea sprites to halt. She promptly fashioned 2 lanterns and affixed them to the bow and stern of the vessel. The illumination from the lanterns enhanced visibility. Yet the range remained limited, merely sufficient for her to navigate around the drifting icebergs. In such profound darkness, the sea sprite's erratic surfacing posed a perilous risk. Moreover, the temperature had plummeted to an unbearable level. Devoid of sunlight, the biting cold penetrated even her down jacket, rendering her limbs stiff and unyielding. For the sake of her well-being, Chen Yu resolved to cease her relentless angling. One must not be greedy for points, and besides, she had already accumulated a considerable amount during these 4 hours. She accessed the task tab on her watch. Subtask: Fish for Ice Sea Species 5100, repeatable. Completed 5 times. Collect Ice Sea Flora 27100, repeatable, completed 1 time. Completion of tasks yields additional points and rewards. Participation is not mandatory and does not affect dungeon clearance. In these 4 hours, she had not only completed the 2nd round of her fishing task, but had also accomplished 3 additional rounds, amassing a total of 180 points. She updated her trading platform profile to read, available for purchase daily from 10 to 1400 hours, resting during other hours. Chen Yu gazed at the 742 points displayed on her watch, her satisfaction palpable. She then retrieved the inventory list from her trades, 70 units of steel and 37 reinforced nails. She had successfully exchanged for 70 steel units and 37 reinforced nails this time. With ease, she synthesized 2 light ship-mounted cannons. A flash of white light enveloped her, and 2 cannons gleaming with metallic luster appeared on either side of the hull. Though their design was somewhat antiquated, they exuded an air of formidable authority. As she admired her well-equipped wooden vessel, a notification popped up on her watch. Alert: abundant resources detected. Ghost pirate ship can be upgraded. For details, please refer to Fleet Management. She glanced at the dilapidated ghost pirate ship trailing behind her wooden vessel. It appeared battered and rusted, as if it would disintegrate upon contact. If it could indeed be upgraded to accommodate cannons, her safety would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. To avert any unforeseen incidents, Chen Yu instructed the 3 sea sprites to maintain vigilance, alerting her should any icebergs approach. The sea sprites nodded in understanding and dispersed to patrol around the wooden ship. Returning to the captain's cabin, she accessed the Fleet Management on the control panel screen. The thumbnail of the Ghost Pirate ship appeared alongside its status. Ghost Pirate Ship No. 2. Renaming allowed. Vessel type: standard small wooden ship. Durability: 210, 500 upgradable to storage type wooden ship. Increases storage capacity by 500 units. Can synthesize 1 cannon. Required resources: 150 planks, 10 steel, 10 iron nails, 5 bones. Combat type wooden ship. Default equipped with 2 basic cannons, with the potential to synthesize 2 additional cannons. Required resources: 100 planks, 40 steel, 20 iron nails, 5 bones. The storage type was of no immediate use to her, as fortune had not favored her with bountiful catches of pristine canned goods, and her storage space remained ample. Her primary concern was still the ghost pirate ship. Chen Yu opted to transform the ghost ship into a combat-type vessel. Upon confirming her choice, a cacophony of clanging and banging resonated from the ghost pirate ship behind her. Moments later, the upgrade was complete, yet the darkness outside obscured her view, allowing her only a vague outline of a new presence on the deck. She synthesized 2 lanterns and installed them on the bow and stern of the ghost pirate ship. Once illuminated, she finally discerned that it was a skeleton clad in tattered sailor garb, standing rigidly on the deck, utterly still. The bones she had collected earlier were utilized to synthesize it, and the upgraded ship now came with an additional crew member, rather fortuitous. With the upgraded ghost pirate ship and its crew, Chen Yu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She returned to the captain's cabin and took a moment to rest. After 4 continuous hours of exertion, her arms ached with fatigue. Just an hour later, the crisp sound of shells striking each other echoed from outside the ship, an alert from the sea sprites indicating the presence of ice ahead. Chen Yu immediately sprang into action, adjusting the ship and Oppo's course at the control panel. After an hour of sailing, she paused the vessel, allowing the sea sprites a brief respite. They had been tirelessly accompanying the ship, and she could not afford to exhaust her invaluable partners, as she relied on them for fishing. A halt of 4 to 5 hours should not result in being trapped by the ice, as long as she managed her time well. A rhythm of movement and stillness would serve her best. However, scarcely 2 hours had passed since her halt when a ghost pirate ship approached. The sea sprites sounded the alarm. Chen Yu commanded the ship's cannon to engage. This time, the incoming ghost pirate ship was of medium size, equipped with 2 cannons. Yet it stood no chance against the combined firepower of Chen Yu and ghost ship number 2. After a few exchanges of cannon fire, the enemy vessel was reduced to ruins. The ghostly crew members who fell into the sea attempted to retaliate but were swiftly overwhelmed by the 3 sea sprites, who tore them asunder with their sharp claws. Chen Yu utilized 5 planks to repair the damaged ghost pirate ship, restoring its durability to 10, allowing it to follow the fleet at a sluggish pace. Having already faced 1 attack, she anticipated that another would not occur soon, thus, she had no intention of departing. She affixed lanterns to ship number 3 as well, and together, the 3 vessels illuminated a small area of the sea, casting a warm orange glow that dispelled some of the oppressive darkness. The sea sprites, too, were weary, each finding a piece of wood that had been blasted from the pirate ship to rest upon. To prevent being swept away by the waves, they bound themselves together with seaweed, floating serenely on the surface. Chen Yu found the scene amusing and captured it with her watch. Before settling down on the deck to resume fishing, contemplating the swift accumulation of resources needed to upgrade ship number 3. In the following 3 days, Chen Yu maintained a disciplined routine, sailing in the morning, pausing to sell fish at noon, resting in the afternoon, resuming navigation, and retiring for the night. By adhering to this schedule, coupled with the 200 points gifted by Jiang Chaoli and Jiang Ming, her points soared to a staggering 7,902. She also acquired a substantial stock of planks, steel, and iron nails. Ship number 3 was successfully transformed into a combat-type vessel, being a medium-sized ship. It now boasted 4 cannons and an additional 100 units of storage space. During these 3 days, perhaps due to the abundance of resources within the fleet, she encountered ghost pirate ships thrice, once a medium-sized vessel and twice small ones. She converted one of the small ships into a storage vessel while the other 2 were upgraded to combat-type ships. Now, her fleet had grown considerably in scale. She adapted her strategy, opting to remain stationary on the water for the majority of the time, as both icebergs and ghost pirate ships could be easily dealt with by her cannons. At night, the area where she anchored was aglow with light. Each vessel was manned by skeleton sailors, tasked with operating the cannons and evading icebergs, allowing Chen Yu to concentrate solely on steering her ship. Simultaneously, the number of sea sprites increased, from an initial 3 to 5, then 8. Nevertheless, she continued to fish with 3 rods, as she could scarcely manage more. These sea sprites diligently caught fish each day, often gazing at her with expectant eyes, observing the sprites resting alongside the ship. Their growing numbers led them to engage in playful pursuits, competing to see who could catch the largest fish. More frequently, they would form a circle, softly vocalizing together as if rehearsing a choral piece. As the sun dipped below the horizon, merging with the moon's ascent, the first sprite that had encountered Chen Yu slowly raised its head, its gaze fixed upon the heavens, devoutly emitting the first cry. The other sprites responded in kind. their voices rising and falling in a harmonious crescendo, merging and ebbing like the tides. The melody this time resonates with an unprecedented intensity, deafening in its clarity. As if striving to pierce through the depths of the ocean and reach the unfathomable abyss. Chen Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. The sound sent shivers down her spine. She covered her ears with her hands, only to realize that the resonance existed not only externally but also echoed within the recesses of her mind. In exasperation, she murmured to herself, wondering what on earth this was all about. Yet the song persisted, soaring even higher, as if in response to her queries. Enveloping the entire maritime expanse. Chapter 21. The Frigid Sea, 14. The sirens sang until the sun dipped below the horizon. That evening, Chen Yu lay on her small wooden bed, lulled to sleep by the crackling of the fire. In the depths of the night, she was suddenly stirred by a haunting melody emanating from the ocean's depths, a sound reminiscent of the sirens' earlier cries, yet imbued with profound sorrow. Chen Yu felt her consciousness drawn by the song, as if sinking into the abyss. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself submerged in a realm of deep azure, where a magnificent palace appeared before her, its halls aglow with a gentle blue light. At the center, the mermaid queen sat regally upon her throne, her seaweed-like hair flowing gracefully in the water, surrounded by equally enchanting mermaids whose tails swayed elegantly. Their voices resonated through the ocean, ethereal and captivating. In an instant, the scene shifted dramatically. An ice arrow pierced the queen and Apos' chest, frost rapidly spreading from the wound, encasing her in a crystalline web of ice. The surrounding mermaids let out piercing screams, their bodies convulsing in anguish as their tails lost their luster. Delicate skin morphed into rough scales, bones protruded, and sharp fangs and claws emerged. Thousands of mermaids wailed in unison, their shrieks echoing through the depths. As the image twisted again, it was engulfed by a frigid gray blue, transforming the once glorious palace into a decaying relic, entwined with seaweed and marked by rust, exuding an air of death. In the heart of the palace stood a colossal crystal coffin, within which lay the mermaid queen. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her chest bore a gaping fissure, revealing an ice-blue heart encased in thick layers of ice. Surrounding the coffin were numerous mermaids, their forms now grotesque. Their faces were as lifeless as dead fish, their tails dull and their grayish bodies emaciated, mirroring the sirens beside her ship. They bowed their heads around the crystal coffin, emitting mournful, slow cries. Chen Yu and Apos' gaze was drawn to a mural on the palace wall. It depicted an island riddled with pools of lava, at the center of which a red crystal floated atop a volcano, emitting searing light. Heat-absorbing frogs congregated nearby, bowing to the divine energy birthed from the crimson gem. The vision shifted once more. A chilling sensation crept up from her feet, frost covering the ground, a coldness enveloping her body. The sirens raised their heads, their hollow eyes filled with longing as they crouched on the ground, their cries growing louder, piercing through her dream. Chen Yu jolted awake, finding herself curled up in bed, her limbs icy and her back drenched in sweat. Wrapping herself tightly in her down jacket, she stepped onto the deck, where all 8 sirens looked up, their expressions a mixture of hope and anxiety. She gazed at the dark sea, the mournful song still echoing in her ears. She recalled a task on her list, to seek and resolve the secret of the ocean's cold, her understanding deepening. It was no wonder the sirens never attacked players. They were not devoid of strength but instead relied on the players' aid, accepting their fate even if it led to their demise. If they were to retaliate against players, word would spread throughout the region, and no one would dare approach them, let alone offer assistance. Yet their lack of resistance rendered them mere prey in the eyes of most players, who would see a single kill as a windfall of 10 gold coins. Indifferent to the reasons behind their passivity, it was only due to Chen Yu's timid and meek nature that they had remained, gradually gathering, ultimately providing her with the opportunity to unveil the truth through their song. Chen Yu genuinely wished to assist these sirens. Their companionship during her voyages had lightened her burdens, especially during their dedicated fishing efforts. However, the thought of the volcanic island's sweltering heat sent shivers down her spine. It seemed nearly impossible for her to safely reach the volcano and obtain the red crystal. She even questioned whether she would perish from the heat before she could approach the volcano. Wait, Chen Yu suddenly recalled the heat-absorbing frogs surrounding the volcanic island in her dream's mural. She quickly accessed her watch and scoured the information on heat-absorbing frogs. Heat-absorbing frog, a unique amphibian inhabiting the icy seas, it primarily feeds on insects and is generally red all over. Its skin possesses the remarkable ability to absorb heat from the surrounding environment, maintaining its body temperature balance. Omitted. Edible, but consumption can lead to excessive hypothermia. The ability of the heat-absorbing frog to absorb warmth, combined with the potential for hypothermia upon consumption, seemed to be the perfect tool for her expedition to the volcanic island. Without hesitation, Chen Yu sprang into action. She located a wooden barrel on the deck, where she had been storing the rotten tongue-worms she had previously stepped on, preserved in icy water. The low temperature had kept these worms remarkably fresh. Waving for the sirens to keep their distance from the ship to avoid scaring off the heat-absorbing frogs, she then moved the torches and stove onto the deck, creating a warm area to entice the frogs. Finally, she impaled the rotten tongue worms onto fishing hooks and patiently awaited a catch. Within half an hour, the rod dipped. Chen Yu swiftly reeled in a heat-absorbing frog, its red and white hues glistening. As soon as the frog boarded the ship, it leaped toward the stove, attempting to absorb warmth. Quick as a flash, Chen Yu struck it down with her knife. The frog let out a croak and collapsed, grabbing the lifeless creature. She noticed its skin still slowly absorbing heat from her hand, albeit at a significantly reduced rate, roughly 1/10 of its vitality. She skinned the frog, wrapping the inner flesh in her hand and bringing it close to the stove. The frog and Apos' skin did indeed absorb heat, the white center gradually transforming to red, while Chen Yu felt no burning sensation from the high temperature. An hour later, the frog's skin was entirely crimson, its heat-absorbing properties extinguished. But warmth surged back into her hand. Although it could not completely shield her from the heat, it would ensure she would not be burned in the short term. With a sufficient supply of frog skin, she could conquer the volcanic island through sheer numbers. A strategy began. Chapter 22, The Frigid Sea. 15. Chen Yu accessed the trading platform and purchased several large fishing nets and 2 bait traps. In the time to come, her focus would inevitably shift towards the matter of the sea demons, marking a temporary cessation of her fishing endeavors for points. Furthermore, as the heat-absorbing frog is not a fish, it does not contribute to her task progress, and thus she no longer needed to feign fishing with a rod. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 4 in the morning, with 6 hours remaining until dawn. Chen Yu wasted no time, reattaching the rotting tongue worm and preparing to continue her pursuit of the heat-absorbing frogs. Before long, she felt a tug on her fishing rod, with a forceful yank. She hooked a heat-absorbing frog. However, this time she did not kill it but released it back into the sea. She then started her wooden boat, closely following the frog. Waiting for the frogs to swim over to her was too slow. She aimed to accompany the frogs to their gathering place on the magma island and capture them all at once. Nevertheless, the heat-absorbing frogs thrived in the icy sea, not without their defenses. Their skin absorbed heat rapidly and dissipated it slowly, allowing them to swim in the ocean for extended periods. Even the waters they traversed felt warmer than the areas where Chen Yu roamed aimlessly, with some places so hot that steam rose from the surface. The heat-absorbing frogs swam for several hours, neither losing heat nor occasionally even recovering some. Chen Yu trailed the frogs for a full day and night, bringing the count to the 21st day. The dungeon was entering its final phase. Today's weather days. 21A blizzard approaches, posing extreme danger. Please stabilize your vessel. Remaining sunlight. 2 hours temperature. -55 to -40. This weather was sheer torment. The snow fell so thickly that it quickly enveloped the entire ship. Chen Yu busied herself clearing the deck, only to find the other side piled with snow moments after finishing one side. Following behind was a ghost ship, where skeletal crew members were filled with snow, appearing from a distance like a snowman wielding a broom, methodically sweeping the deck. To make matters worse, the waves grew increasingly tumultuous, icy seawater crashing onto the deck and mingling with the snow to form a thin layer of ice, making movement even more arduous. The sky churned with dark clouds, blinding blizzards blotting out the sun. A massive wave crashed towards her, and Chen Yu clutched the railing to avoid being thrown overboard. The biting seawater drenched her entirely, the cold seeping into her bones, momentarily stealing her breath away. She wiped the moisture from her face and leaned over the railing, anxiously scanning the surroundings, fearful of losing sight of the heat-absorbing frogs. Fortunately, the sea demons possessed remarkable resistance to the waves. They continued to swim ahead of the heat-absorbing frogs, guiding Chen Yu and Apos' path. Summoning her strength, she climbed back to the captain and Apos' cabin, and with the sea demon's guidance, maneuvered the wooden vessel through the tumultuous waters. Waves crashed against the ship, sending it soaring through the air before it came crashing down. Chen Yu felt dizzy from the jolting, her stomach churning violently. Just when she thought she could endure no longer, a peculiar sight unfolded before her. A chaotic swirl of dark clouds formed a massive ring in the sky, and at its center lay a bright, clear sky. The sea surface appeared unrealistically calm, its waters as clear as blue crystal. A charred island emerged in the distance, dotted with pools of blazing magma, glowing fiercely. At the center of the island stood a diminutive shield-shaped volcano, roughly 2 kilometers in diameter, with a bowl-shaped crater that sloped gently, resembling a colossal circular hill from afar. The magma island. Chen Yu immediately regained her focus and adjusted her course towards the island. Moments later, her fleet broke through the towering waves and blizzard, entering the area of clarity. As she crossed into the circle, the surrounding temperature rose significantly. The ice and snow covering her ship began to slowly melt, trickling down the deck. The closer she drew to the island, the warmer it became, until the snow on the deck completely vanished, leaving only scattered shards of ice and damp traces. Chen Yu did not allow the ship to approach any closer. Even at this distance, she could feel waves of heat washing over her. Standing on the deck, sweat began to bead on her skin, forcing her to shed her down jacket and sweater, leaving her clad only in a thin autumn shirt, yet still feeling unbearably hot. Admittedly, standing on the deck in a shirt adorned with yellow bears was rather embarrassing. Thankfully, there were no other vessels nearby. Otherwise, she would have been mortified. Surveying her surroundings, she saw countless heat-absorbing frogs congregating densely upon the magma island. Chen Yu's heart stirred, and she promptly set up fishing nets and secured bait traps at the ship's edge, initiating her capture plan. As the skeletal sailors could only operate the ship, the task of netting the heat-absorbing frogs fell solely to Chen Yu. Fortunately, the rotting tongueworm proved surprisingly alluring to the frogs. Shortly after she set the nets, swarms of heat-absorbing frogs leaped into the sea, drawn to the bait within the net. The numbers of frogs in the net swelled, filling the gaps to near capacity. Seizing the moment, Chen Yu decisively pulled the net. Her strength insufficient to lift the net laden with frogs from the water's surface, she exerted all her effort, managing to raise it only slightly. The sea demons busily assisted from below, and as the net soared into the air, the frogs jostled together, flailing their limbs and croaking incessantly, yet utterly powerless to escape. Let out a howl. Chen Yu signaled the nearest sea demon to unleash a mental assault. The demon raised its head and emitted a piercing scream, the shrill sound waves radiating outward, while Chen Yu merely felt a painful sting in her eardrums. It was a fatal blow to the frogs. Instantly, all the heat-absorbing frogs in the net went rigid, meeting their demise simultaneously. Chen Yu dragged the net onto the deck and counted approximately 110 frogs. The frogs were small, and crafting a complete protective suit comprising a cloak, hood, mask, shoe covers, and gloves required about 200 frogs. The magma island was substantial, and the hotter the area, the faster the heat absorption. Chen Yu decided she would need at least 5 complete suits before she could set out with peace of mind. She set up a wooden plank at the ship's edge, allowing for sea demons to climb aboard, utilizing their sharp claws to begin the skinning process. Although the sea demons could temporarily leave the water to breathe, prolonged absence would lead to desiccation. Chen Yu instituted a shift system, for sea demons would work on the ship, and when fatigued, they would return to the water to moisten their bodies, while another group took their place. However, their rest periods were brief. Chen Yu also set up nets on a ghost ship, leaping onto another vessel to summon the sea demons who had just emerged from the water to board immediately, dragging the nets aboard and continuing the skinning on that ship. The so-called shift system was not one of alternating shifts. Rather, 2 groups exchanged roles back and forth. To craft enough cloaks to cover the entire body, a considerable number of heat-absorbing frogs were required. The sea demons needed to work diligently, as their survival depended on it. During the intervals while waiting for frogs to enter the nets, Chen Yu browsed the trading platform for resources. There was truly no one selling needles and thread. Chen Yu sighed, reflecting on how no one had anticipated such items would prove useful. She retrieved cotton and linen from the cabin, twisted them into thin strips, and used a knife to puncture small holes in the frog skins, stitching them piece by piece. The frog skins boasted good tensile strength but could not withstand excessive pulling. Even slight force could cause tearing, necessitating caution against sharp objects. Crafting 5 fully enveloping cloaks required an extensive amount of cotton and linen, compelling Chen Yu to spend 82 points on supplies from the trading platform, reducing her total points to 7,820. Though the process was tedious and progress slow, the magma island provided warmth and illumination, a stark contrast to the blustery, snow-laden seas outside. If someone had discovered this place at the onset of the dungeon, they could have easily secured victory. Chen Yu mused, yet looking around, she found her fleet was the only presence in sight. Chen Yu reviewed the nautical chart displayed on the control panel. The magma island's location was not marked there, indicating it was a small island concealed by special forces. Additionally, as no one was willing to pursue the heat-absorbing frogs through the tumult. Discovering this place was naturally a challenge. Time is of the essence. With only 4 days remaining until the end of the dungeon, Chen Yu, tirelessly working alongside the sea demons, managed to craft 5 sets of protective gear within 2 days. To ensure absolute safety, she also prepared 2 additional bags filled with water and roasted frog legs, as a contingency plan to lower their body temperature should the cloaks prove insufficient. The second bag was designated for the collection of the cloaks, which were painstakingly created and should not be discarded lightly. With everything in place, Chen Yu set the wooden boat in motion, embarking with the sea demons towards Lava Island. Chapter 23. The Frigid Sea. 16. Chen Yu steered her wooden vessel closer to the Lava Island, the flames casting a crimson glow upon her visage. The sea sprites could only follow her for a short distance. The waters surrounding the island were heated to a degree akin to boiling, capable of searing flesh. She gauged the island's size and estimated that the journey from landing on the island to the volcano's mouth to retrieve the redstone and return to her boat would require approximately half a day. It was now the early hours of the 24th day, and she had to deliver the crystal to the sea sprites before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, allowing a day and a half for them to return it to the palace, thereby completing her task before the quest concluded. As the boat anchored by the island's edge, she donned a heat-absorbing frog skin cloak, secured her hat, and fastened her mask. The hastily crafted frog skin was not meticulously treated. Its interior was damp and sticky, bearing remnants of frog flesh, exuding a metallic scent. Yet, it clung to her body, preventing the heat from seeping through. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously stepped onto the island. The island was a searing purgatory. Beneath her feet lay charred rocks, surrounded by numerous magma pools of varying sizes, the red lava roiling and occasionally emitting the sound of bursting bubbles. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and scorching ash, as if the earth were exhaling. Chen Yu, clutching her hunter's sickle, treaded carefully among the rocks, avoiding the magma pools and the incessantly rising steam. After a few steps, she confronted a significant dilemma. The heat-absorbing frogs were so numerous that they nearly covered the ground. They crouched densely by the magma pools, some leaping and emitting low croaks, while others emerged in droves from the pools, scuttling along the edges. Chen Yu felt a shiver run down her spine, her gaze fixed upon the writhing mass of frogs, her foot hovering uncertainly. Gritting her teeth, she gingerly stepped into the gaps, striving not to disturb these creatures. Yet, one frog darted beneath her foot just as she stepped down. She inadvertently crushed it, eliciting a cacophony of croaks from the startled frogs around her, which began to scatter chaotically, nearly toppling her into a magma pool. Fearing further commotion, she dared not move hastily. Should she run, she might provoke an entire pathway of frogs. Instead, she crouched still, waiting for the uproar to subside before resuming her trek. The sheer number of frogs hindered her progress, and soon the first cloak had absorbed enough heat to become unbearably hot. Chen Yu donned a second cloak over the first, then discreetly removed the now heated cloak from underneath, minimizing her exposure time. She continued her careful advance. Without warning, the red liquid in a magma pool erupted, scalding lava splattering outward like a fountain. Chen Yu heard a sudden splatter and instinctively leaped aside, narrowly avoiding a surge of lava, though some still splashed onto her. The heat-absorbing cloak instantly filled with warmth, burning her painfully. She swiftly changed into a new cloak, stowing the scorched one in her backpack, and pressed onward toward the island's center. The eruptions of the magma pools lacked any discernible pattern, yet one detail was consistent. When a pool was about to erupt, the surrounding frogs would congregate nearby. However, the sheer quantity of frogs on the island made it difficult to discern any patterns. Chen Yu could only attempt to circumvent the magma pools teeming with frogs. Fortunately, aside from the frogs, the island was devoid of other threats. The frogs were indifferent to her presence in the vicinity of heat. Wasting little time, she finally reached the edge of the volcano. With each cautious step, Chen Yu quickened her pace, approaching the volcano. The temperature near the crater was surprisingly cooler than she had anticipated, with fewer magma pools in the vicinity. The volcano itself seemed to be in a state of dormancy, releasing little in the way of heat. The cloak remained effective, and she resolved to press deeper into the volcano's heart, carefully avoiding the smoking ground and the still warm magma. The shield-shaped volcano featured a gradual slope, requiring no climbing. She navigated it with care, occasionally using her hands for balance, making every effort to avoid contact with the exposed traces of magma. As the third cloak began to radiate heat, she finally arrived at the core area of the crater. Here, the temperature was even lower than she had envisaged. Thick ash blanketing the ground, and the air was laden with the scent of cooled lava. She looked up to find a vibrant crimson crystal suspended in the center of the volcano, its interior seemingly sealed with a flickering flame, dazzling and fierce. Chen Yu cautiously approached the crystal, extending her hand to retrieve it through the cloak. The moment she touched the crystal, an invisible wave emanated from it. A slight tremor resonating from the depths of the earth, and the frogs on the island fell silent in an instant. Confused, she examined the stone in her hand. In the next heartbeat, the island's temperature plummeted sharply. The once boiling magma pool solidified into blackened rock in an instant, and dark clouds roiled on the distant horizon. A blizzard sweeping toward her. Chen Yu turned to gaze at the sea, where the previously tranquil waters separating the storm began to collapse, snow swirling with fierce winds. Rushing toward the island, the sea also surging towards her. She quickly stuffed the crystal into her backpack and turned to sprint back to her boat. The ground beneath her feet becoming slick and icy. She nearly lost her footing, desperately struggling to maintain her balance as she raced toward the wooden vessel. However, the rising tide was relentless, already engulfing much of the island. After only a brief sprint, half of her body was submerged in the frigid waters. Fortunately, the sea sprites had already swum to the island's edge, grasping her arms and braving the tumultuous waves to return her to the boat. Once aboard, Chen Yu emptied her backpack, stowing the red crystal inside before tossing it to the sea sprites, urging them to hurry. The sprites exchanged worried glances as the vessel rocked violently in the crashing waves, ultimately deciding that 4 would remain with Chen Yu while the other 4 dove beneath the surface to return to the palace. The storm raged on, the wooden boat heaving violently amidst the turmoil. Chen Yu stumbled into the captain and Appo's cabin, clutching the window ledge to steady herself, fearful of being thrown overboard. After half an hour, the storm finally began to abate. Though the waves remained high, she could at last manage to stand. She peeled off her drenched clothing, relieved that she had worn only thermal undergarments when she set foot on the island, as her sweater and down jacket remained dry, ready to wear. Having changed, Chen Yu rekindled the stove. Given the current weather, fishing was out of the question. She resolved to remain still. Opening her watch, she entered the chat channel. During her hurried work on Lava Island, numerous players had sent her private messages inquiring whether she still sold fish, including one player who had previously sold her information about the sea sprites. Noticing his avatar had turned gray, she curiously clicked into the chat and found the message. The opposing player has died. Communication is no longer possible. A chill gripped her heart. She had initially thought he had blocked her, only to discover he had perished. Clicking into the world chat channel, she saw the online player count had reached 6.2 billion. Messages concerning trades and casual chatter had dwindled, replaced by emotional outbursts and vitriol, with some players desperately seeking assistance from others. Chen Yu shut off her watch, letting out a deep sigh as she gazed out the window. The sky had darkened thoroughly, obscuring her view of the surroundings, leaving her uncertain of when the next blizzard might strike. In truth, the storm was not the most terrifying aspect. It was the sense of helplessness. In this vast ocean, there was no place to escape, only the burden of enduring it all. Curling up in a corner, she wrapped herself tightly in a blanket, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Memories of the ordinary, stable days before the game's onset began to replay involuntarily in her mind. Yet, just as her emotions threatened to overflow, she felt a sudden unease and abruptly cut them off. Having come this far, she resolved to find peace in her circumstance. There was no benefit in dwelling on the past. This mindset was crucial for survival. Chen Yu silently recited this mantra to herself, bolstering her spirits. Have a bite to eat. She took out a piece of bread and bit into it vigorously, summoning the courage to continue perusing the chat. Jiang Xiaoli had sent her 2 messages inquiring about her safety after the snowstorm had struck. Simultaneously, she noticed that an anonymous user had been persistently messaging her since 3 days ago. Just as Chen Yu was reviewing the conversation history, another new message arrived from the same individual. Chapter 24, The Sea of Extreme Cold, 17. Anonymous 24, G56. This number seemed somewhat familiar to Chen Yu. Every time He Liang spoke in the channel, she would see him supporting the conversation. What could he possibly want from her? Chen Yu scrolled to the top of the chat history to review the very first message sent by Anonymous 24, G56. Anonymous 24, G56. Friend, may I ask how you acquired your fish? I can use points to buy your method. Anonymous 24, G56. 1,000 points. How does that sound? Add me as a friend, and let us meet in the safe zone after the dungeon ends. Anonymous 24, G56. Hey, ignoring me, are we? To be frank, I'm on a team with the great He Liang. Join us, and you'll share in all the points we earn. Anonymous 24, G56, don't be ungrateful. If you don't join us, don't blame us for taking your resources. One more chance, add me as a friend. And let me know your name so we can discuss further in the safe zone. Anonymous 24, G56, playing dead, are you? Don't make me find you. The threatening tone in the messages intensified, prompting Chen Yu to exit the chat and block the user. She never expected that her modest fish-selling venture would attract such attention. Fortunately, the anonymity of the chat preserved her identity. It was no wonder that He Liang managed to sell food, even in the latter half of the dungeon. He must have commandeered a considerable amount of supplies. Chen Yu resolved to play dead and hoped that they would not pursue her further. Just as she prepared to lie down and rest, a low, howling wind echoed from outside her window. Looking up, Chen Yu noticed dark clouds swirling violently, shrouding the entire sea in darkness as a snowstorm approached once more. She promptly pushed aside thoughts of He Liang and focused her attention on the impending storm. The wind grew fiercer, and thunder roared, causing the ship to sway violently with the waves. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning split the night sky, illuminating a white silhouette amidst the raging waves. Chen Yu squinted through the tumultuous waters and beheld a colossal white form rolling upon the surface. Another bolt of lightning struck, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. This time, Chen Yu clearly discerned what it was: an enormous deep-sea worm, approximately a meter in diameter, its length unfathomable, twisting amidst the waves and creating massive whirlpools. Its head bore a menacing maw, rows of jagged teeth glinting ominously in the electric light. Chen Yu's breath caught in her throat. A deep-sea worm. The sea monsters instinctively adopted defensive stances, but in comparison to the worm and Appos' immense size, they appeared minuscule. Chen Yu immediately commanded all wooden ships to fire their cannons, directing their firepower towards the worm and Appos' body. The worm emitted a piercing shriek as its tail lashed out violently, sending a ghost ship soaring through the air before crashing heavily into the sea. The sea monsters clawed at it in a futile attempt to attack, unable to penetrate the worm's defenses, with only mental assaults causing minor disruptions. The deep-sea worm's defensive capabilities were formidable. Neither the cannon fire nor the sea monsters could inflict significant damage, merely whittling down its health slowly. If this continued, they would surely be consumed by the creature. Chen Yu re-rigged the sails, urging all vessels to accelerate in a desperate attempt to shake off the colossal beast. However, the deep-sea worm's speed in the water far surpassed that of her ships, and it quickly closed the gap. Chen Yu could not help but lament. Why were these monsters so relentless? The cannon fire and the sea monsters could not penetrate the thick hide of the deep-sea worm, and her own strength of 5 points was utterly insignificant. The only glimmer of hope lay in the skill-thorned armor. Yet, with only 98 points of reflected damage, it was insufficient to slay the worm. She would need to upgrade the card. With determination, Chen Yu resolved to go all in. She utilized all the card rewards accumulated from previous upgrades, drawing 3 D-grade cards and 1 C-grade card, and without hesitation, fed them all to Thorned Armor. Thorned Armor upgrade progress, 85. Chen Yu frowned. The upgrade progress halted just shy of the critical threshold. Gritting her teeth, she decided to use the C-grade skill card Swift Movement, which she had obtained from defeating Tiger Brother. Thorned Armor upgrade progress, 99. It was still not enough. In a fit of frustration, Chen Yu rummaged through her belongings, desperately seeking to complete the final progress bar. Finally, she unearthed a D-grade item card, Energy Restorer, a reward from her initial upgrade after defeating a wolf dog, which she had yet to redeem, so it remained in card form. Without hesitation, she fed the card to Thorned Armor. Thorned Armor upgrade successful. The card radiated a brilliant green light, transforming from green to purple in a swirling motion. Eagerly, Chen Yu checked the skill details. Skill card, Thorned Armor, B grade reflects 40 of self-defense damage for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 4 hours, upgradable. With 490 points of defense, this would reflect 196 points of damage. Coupled with the weakened trait of the Hunter's Scythe to reduce the target's defense, it could work. Chen Yu gripped her scythe tightly, wiped the water from her face, inhaled deeply, and dashed from the captain's quarters onto the deck to confront the oncoming deep-sea worm amidst the snowstorm. The worm's massive head broke through the waves, its foul-smelling seawater mingling with icy air rushing towards her, its maw agape, sharp teeth bared, lunging at Chen Yu. Instantly, she commanded the sea monsters to howl in unison. Their shrieks unleashed a mental assault, momentarily slowing the worm's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu swung her scythe with all her might at the worm's body. Weaken effect activated. Enemy defense reduced. The scythe struck the deep-sea worm as if cutting through dense jelly, barely leaving a mark as the blade rebounded. Its skin was soft yet remarkably resilient, almost impervious to damage. The ship and Appos' cannons continued their relentless bombardment, their thunderous roars echoing through the storm. The sea monsters persistently unleashed their piercing cries, attempting to restrain the worm and Appos' movements, yet they could not inflict tangible harm. Chen Yu clenched her teeth, seizing every opportunity to attack the worm with her short scythe. Weaken effect activated. Enemy defense reduced. Weaken effect activated. Enemy defense reduced. Upon hearing the third activation of the hunter's scythe's trait, Chen Yu unleashed the thorned armor skill and charged toward the worm. The worm, too, opened its mouth wide and lunged at her. They collided at the ship's bow. Boom. The resounding impact reverberated across the deck. The worm and Appos' body akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, it seemed splitting, blue blood gushing forth. Steadying herself, Chen Yu realized that even the deep-sea worm could not withstand an attack nearing 200 damage, especially with its defenses weakened by the scythe, even if it mitigated some damage. It would not be much. With only 8 seconds to act, Chen Yu did not hesitate, continuously crashing against the worm's body. The glow of the armor began to fade. Before the skill expired, her final collision shattered the worm's head, blue blood splattering across the deck. The worm swayed, its massive form teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet it remained upright. Chen Yu, with only her wooden ship left, directed the cannons to relentlessly fire at the now weakened worm. Ultimately, the worm emitted a long, mournful wail before its enormous body plunged into the sea, creating towering waves. Chapter 25. The Sea of Extreme Cold. 18. Experience points 500. Gold 300. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for successfully defeating the Dungeon Lord. Receiving Lord Conquest card selection 1 as a reward. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for being the first in her region to slay a lord. Earning the ultra-rare title Worm Slayer. This message can be broadcast worldwide. Would you like to proceed? Chen Yu stood on the deck, gasping for breath. The sea water rolled away from the ship, and she clenched her scythe, wearily replying, "Do not broadcast." Whether it was due to vanquishing the deep-sea worm, the blizzard had also subsided, restoring tranquility to the ocean surface. Chen Yu and Appos' wooden vessel had become battered in the skirmish. She patched it up with planks and dragged her weary body back to the captain's cabin. The captain's cabin had also been inundated with seawater. The ferocity of the battle had unleashed waves of chaos, with the worms churning up torrents that flooded the ship. Now, she had no dry clothes on her or within the boat, so she could only rummage through the cabin for a towel to drape over her bare skin, stoking the stove with coal to maintain her body heat. This wretched creature. Achoo! Achoo! Chen Yu sneezed several times, truly feeling the chill. She settled beside the stove and began to review the information regarding the deep-sea worm. Deep-sea worm, low-level lord, a colossal white worm-like monster dwelling in the depths of the Sea of Extreme Cold, preying upon any creature that dares approach its territory. Traits: thick skin with remarkable elasticity, capable of withstanding most attacks, exhibits significant resistance to freezing and cold. Health: 1200 attack power, 160 defense power, 175. Chen Yu meticulously recalled the recent battle. After reducing the worm's defense to 148 with her scythe, she activated Thorn Armor, striking 8 times within 8 seconds. Though she did not completely slay it, she had depleted over 80 of its health, with an attack power of 196 against a defense of 148. She estimated that each strike inflicted around 120 points of actual damage. Regardless, the counterattack effect of Thorn Armor assured her combat capability when facing Lord-level monsters. Moreover, Chen Yu had gained newfound appreciation for her high defense. Having withstood 2 consecutive Lord-level creatures, she felt unafraid in the presence of ordinary monsters. This was indeed a cause for celebration, yet after enduring both the lava island and the deep-sea worm, she was utterly drained, resembling a mere shell of a person. The watch displayed the time as noon on the 25th day. The sun had risen, yet the sky remained faintly illuminated, more reminiscent of dawn, vast and silent. Chen Yu consoled herself. As long as she endured this day, the dungeon would conclude. 2 hours of sunlight passed in the blink of an eye. And night fell once more, enveloping the sky and sea in an endless shroud of darkness. The ocean and Appos' surface was eerily calm, with the wooden ship adrift on the boundless waters. Chen Yu curled up in the corner of the captain's cabin, eyes closed in rest. The warmth from the stove the only source of light, as the cold wind whispered through the window. Her slumber was far from peaceful. She awoke several times, only to succumb to fatigue once more. After an indeterminate time, an urgent call from the Sea Maidens pierced through the night. assuming something was amiss. Chen Yu hastily donned her half-dry clothes and rushed onto the deck to investigate. What met her eyes was not danger, but a scene so fantastical it seemed unreal. In the distance, the sea surface flickered with a blue light, slowly rising like stars, dividing the sky from the ocean. The blue radiance spread in a wondrous manner, cascading like a galactic river over the water, illuminating the pitch-black sea. Wherever it touched, the chill was dispelled, and the sea breeze turned warm and gentle. Chen Yu gazed at the surface, observing the sea maidens curling and trembling at the ship and Apos' side. Their scales shed, and their emaciated bodies regained fullness. Sharp claws transformed into delicate hands, and their grayish-white tails morphed into resplendent, iridescent fins. The curse had been lifted. They had reverted to their original forms. Simultaneously, a clear and melodious song resonated from the depths of the sea. Upon hearing the song, the mermaids tilted their heads, joining in harmony, their voices echoing across the sea and sky. Chen Yu's watch vibrated gently, and a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the player for completing the ultimate quest of the dungeon. Reward: Blessing of the Mermaids. Blessing of the Mermaids. Type: Permanent Enhancement Effect. Description: in gratitude for the brave and kind-hearted human who rescued the mermaid clan. This blessing bestows upon you the power of the deep sea, symbolizing the trust and protection of the merfolk. Blessing effects: aquatic adaptation. In any aquatic environment, movement speed is increased by 50, and you can breathe freely underwater. Ocean Guardian: creatures of the deep sea will not attack you. The merfolk will regard you as a companion and provide assistance in critical moments. As the underwater song faded, the blue light gradually dissipated, and the sea returned to its calm state. The restored mermaids encircled Chen Yu's vessel, continuing to sing, expressing both gratitude and joy for the lifting of their curse. Listening to their song and witnessing their elation, the gloom in Chen Yu's heart silently lifted. Seizing a fishing rod from the deck, she joyfully called out to the mermaids. Everyone, to commemorate this splendid day, let us catch a few fish to celebrate. The beautiful melody abruptly ceased. The mermaids stared at her, their expressions filled with astonishment, akin to workers gazing at an unreasonable employer. Realizing her well-intentioned words had missed the mark, Chen Yu quickly explained, I thought this would symbolize our friendship, considering the most we've done together these days is this. Pausing, she softened her tone. Moreover, with little time left, it would be nice to experience this once more before parting. The mermaids exchanged glances, silently communicating. Though they did not comprehend Chen Yu's words, they felt her sentiment resonated, primarily driven by blind admiration for their savior. In unison, they dove into the sea, skillfully swimming underwater to catch fish. As the water surged, the mermaids elegantly swayed their tails, skillfully hooking the caught fish, their movements effortless, indicative of their expertise. Even as the system notification chimed, announcing the conclusion of the dungeon, they diligently continued to fish. Upon boarding the return elevator, Chen Yu couldn't help but glance back. The mermaids held their catches, gazing at her with focused, pure eyes. As she waved goodbye, the mermaids mimicked her gesture, their movements clumsy yet filled with goodwill. In the next moment, the wooden ship, along with Chen Yu, vanished from the ocean's surface. The mermaids lingered in the spot, swimming in circles where the ship had disappeared. Upon realizing Chen Yu was truly gone, they let out a long, mournful cry before slowly diving into the warm waters, continuing to swim freely in the ocean. Chapter 26, Settlement. Congratulations on completing the dungeon Frozen Sea. Calculating dungeon completion. Calculation complete. Dungeon tasks. Fishing for icy fish, 100, completed 6 times. Earning 600 points. Collecting ice sea plants, 100, completed 1 time, earning 100 points. Hunting sea ghost, 10, not completed. Hunting deep sea worm, 1, completed, earning 1000 points. Discovering the secrets of the ocean and Apos' cold, 1, completed, earning 2000 points. Task completion rate, 90. Dungeon completion level, excellent, earning 1000 points. Total points earned, 4700. 4700. Chen Yu and Apos' eyes widened at the sight of her score. With the previous 7,820 points, she now possessed a total of 12,520 points. A wave of happiness washed over her, nearly overwhelming her to the point of fainting. She yearned to indulge in a feast of fish and meat to reward herself. However, she steadfastly restrained her impulses, realizing that her immediate priority was to renovate her living space. Even before entering the dungeon, she had recognized that her room was too cramped to accommodate her supplies, and the environment was dilapidated, lacking even a sink in the bathroom, rendering it extremely inconvenient. Now that she had accrued points, it was time to enhance her living conditions. Chen Yu opened an app on her watch named Settle Down. The app's interface was comprehensive, featuring options for expanding floor plans, decorating styles, and furniture arrangements. She entered the expansion section and was immediately dazzled by the plethora of floor plans on offer. Beyond the usual multi-room layouts, there were loft designs, villa garden configurations, and even futuristic styles complete with sky gardens, the construction of which seemed almost unimaginable. Considering her points, she opted for the most economical choice, a one-bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom layout. Next, she navigated to the decoration option, bypassing retro, Instagram, and cream styles, and selected daisy-patterned wallpaper along with standard wooden flooring, finishing with tiles for the bathroom. In the furniture section, she replaced her bed with a comfortable single bed, added a desk, chair, and lamp, and installed a sink and water heater in the bathroom. The total expenditure came to 1420 points. After confirming her payment, a notification appeared on her watch. Please proceed to the elevator and wait for 2 minutes. Chen Yu stepped into the elevator and patiently waited for the allotted time. Upon exiting, she was greeted by a transformed home. The room was now spacious and brightly lit. The wallpaper and flooring created a warm atmosphere, finally imparting a sense of home. Chen Yu joyfully explored her new abode, relishing a long-awaited hot shower. After spending 25 days at sea, she had resorted to merely wiping herself down with a towel, reluctant to waste drinking water on bathing. Initially, she felt self-conscious about her odor, but soon she became accustomed to it. She indulged in 3 thorough washes, emerging from the bathroom feeling rejuvenated, her skin glowing with satisfaction. To celebrate, she indulged in a luxurious order of fried chicken. After feasting, she sank into her new bed and drifted into a comfortable slumber, sleeping for an entire day to replenish her energy. Morning. Chen Yu awoke with a yawn, tidied up briefly, and, as was her routine, headed to the gym. Forgetting everything else was not an option when it came to physical fitness. During her time in the frozen sea dungeon, she had spent most of her time coiled up on the ship, resulting in minimal agility growth, while her stamina had increased somewhat. But it was still insufficient for leveling up. After all, advancing from level 9 to level 10 required an exasperatingly long experience bar. As usual, she stepped onto the treadmill, beginning her run and gradually increasing her speed. She ran tirelessly for an entire day, finally raising her agility from 3 to 5. After a refreshing shower at the gym, she changed into clean clothes and took the bus home. In the following days, her life settled into a routine between the gym and her room. During this time, Jiang Chali sought her out for casual conversations. Chen Yu curiously inquired why Jiang Chali had so quickly considered her a friend, given their limited interactions. Jiang Chali, firstly, I could tell right away that you are a good person. Don and Oppos, T doubted, I and Oppos, M.A. Police Academy student, and my instincts are sharp. For instance, you must have informed me about the fireball, which proves my point. Jiang Chali, secondly, as my brother says, not everyone can handle my enthusiastic and natural personality. In fact, I've added several people, but after the dungeon concluded, you are the only one still willing to talk to me. Jiang Chali, my brother is right. I do need to work on my personality. Noticing her slight dejection, Chen Yu quickly offered reassurance. Chen Yu, I think your personality is quite nice. Chen Yu, I shared the fireball information with you because you helped me pick radishes first. Chen Yu, and to be frank, your brother's personality is a bit intimidating. I hardly dare to speak to him. Jiang Chali, you're afraid of him? But my brother is quite handsome. Chen Yu, well, he is handsome, but personality is a different matter. Jiang Chali, that is true. With his personality, he has never had a normal friend, let alone a girlfriend. Jiang Chali, by the way, let me tell you a quirky story about him from school. Jiang Chali, due to his overly arrogant demeanor, many at the police academy were not fond of him. One bold student even challenged him to a duel. And upon reading the challenge, his first reaction was to point out spelling mistakes, circling them in red pen, before ultimately declining the challenge. Jiang Chali, surprisingly, that student was not angry at my brother's response. Instead, he thought my brother was too cool and willingly became his subordinate. I'm truly amazed. Not only is he eccentric, but he also leads his classmates astray. In just a few sentences, Jiang Chali divulged her brother's embarrassing past. It was no wonder Jiang Ming held grievances regarding Jiang Chali's personality. Nevertheless, Chen Yu refrained from commenting further. In the leisurely days without dungeons, listening to Jiang Chali chat about trivial matters was quite enjoyable. A week later, Chen Yu's training yielded results. Name, Chen Yu, level 7, health, 100 stamina, 11 strength, 7 defense, 49 agility, 5 intelligence, 10 luck, 3 spirit, 1 skills, dual enhancement, thorn armor. She felt a newfound strength within herself. Though it was merely her perception, aside from her defense, her overall abilities still fell short of an average person. Upon returning home, Chen Yu was in high spirits as she prepared a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes over rice, enjoying her meal while watching a movie, her life contentedly leisurely. Just as she was immersed in her blissful existence, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Good evening, players. A new challenge is about to commence. Now, we will preview the next formal dungeon content. The next dungeon will start in 3 days. Dungeon name, Green Fog Plague Land. Players may bring food, clothing, and daily necessities into the next dungeon. Before the dungeon begins, please place your items in the elevator for simultaneous transport. Note, not every dungeon allows players to carry food or daily necessities. Please be mindful of point usage. This announcement can be viewed at any time on the Universal Watch. Upon hearing the term Green Fog, Chen Yu immediately opened the shopping interface and ordered 3 large boxes of masks and 50 sets of protective clothing. Regarding food, this dungeon limited the quantity of provisions allowed. And given the green fog would likely dampen the air, to prevent spoilage, Chen Yu purchased a case of canned goods, a case of instant noodles, and bottled water. Selecting a variety of canned foods, including meat, fish, and fruit, she purchased a lightweight and warm windbreaker, along with durable jeans. For daily necessities, she packed a set of toiletries and 2 packs of compressed towels. Everything is ready, awaiting the arrival of the copy in 3 days. Chapter 27, Verdant Mist Blight. 1. 3 days later, at dawn, the system and Oppo's voice echoed above the safe zone. Attention players, please enter the elevator within 10 minutes. The instance Verdant Mist Blight will commence in 10 minutes. Instance completion condition, survive for 20 days. Instance tasks, collect vegetables, 050, repeatable. Collect flowers, 050, repeatable. Additional tasks will be unlocked intermittently upon entering the instance. Please monitor accordingly. Completing tasks grants bonus points. Tasks are not mandatory and do not affect instance completion. Warning, monster deployment times are unpredictable. Exercise vigilance. The nature of this instance seemed peculiar, with tasks and monsters remaining veiled until entry. Chen Yu stood within the elevator, a sense of unease settling within her. The elevator lurched into motion, the scenery blurring into a rapid succession of images. With a soft chime, it halted, the doors sliding open to reveal a dilapidated apartment room, its walls marred by peeling paint and patches of mold. The aged wooden windows creaked ominously in the breeze. Near the bathroom, the wooden floorboards were warped and mildewed, seeping water with each step, transforming Chen Yu into a denizen of dampness. Clutching 2 boxes overflowing with canned goods and instant noodles, she took a tentative step forward, only to be met by an invisible barrier. Food quantity exceeds instance parameters. Please select essential provisions to carry from the elevator. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Yu acknowledged the system's limitations. She had never truly expected to transport both boxes in their entirety. Her bulk purchase stemmed from the system's ambiguity regarding permissible quantities. As a precaution, she had deliberately acquired more than the presumed limit, intending to conduct iterative experiments within the elevator to determine the maximum allowable amount. Chen Yu began to meticulously sort through the items, engaging in a process of trial and error. Ultimately, she succeeded in extracting the most substantial provisions within the permitted scope. For cans of braised pork, for cans of yellow croaker, 2 packets of instant noodles, and 2 bottles of mineral water. The remaining provisions were remanded to the safe zone by the elevator. Chen Yu transported the food into the bedroom, a relatively dry and tidy space furnished with only a double bed and a dilapidated wooden cabinet. After organizing her supplies, she ventured into the living room, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The living room was cramped, dominated by a fabric sofa positioned directly opposite an antiquated black and white television. To the south, a small balcony with a floor-to-ceiling window showcased several withered potted plants, the ground littered with dried soil and fallen leaves. The main door was situated to the north. Chen Yu opened the door and peered out, noting an iron gate at the end of the corridor. Within the confines of the gate resided 4 households, with Chen Yu occupying apartment 401 and 402 directly across the hall. Her immediate neighbor was 403, with 404 situated opposite. Beyond the iron gate, stairs led to the lower floors, with another iron gate mirroring the layout on the opposite side. Having completed her observations, Chen Yu prepared to retreat and resume cleaning the apartment, only to be startled by a faint noise emanating from 402. Moments later, the door of 402 creaked open, and a young woman with a short ponytail emerged. Adorned with spectacles and coated in a layer of dust, her hair entangled with cobwebs, she appeared disoriented. The woman scratched her head, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings before settling on Chen Yu. Hello. Hello. The two women exchanged awkward greetings before falling silent, seemingly bereft of any remaining energy or resources. The short-haired woman broke the silence. My name is Zhang Zhixing, a player. And you? Chen Yu responded, I am too. I and Oppos. Am Chen Yu. She then inquired with curiosity, are there others here who aren't and Oppos? T players? Zhang Zhixing nodded. From my window, I can see the street outside the complex. There and Oppos. SA vendor selling multigrain pancakes. Someone with that level of leisure is unlikely to be a player. They and Oppos. Probably an NPC created by the instance. I suspect this instance will have many NPC bystanders. I just dawned and Oppos. To know what the system intends for them. As Zhang Zhixing spoke, she instinctively attempted to adjust her slipping glasses, only to misjudge the movement, her finger poking directly into her eye. She cried out in pain, staggering backward and striking her head against the wall, causing a small abrasion that oozed blood. Chen Yu was taken aback. Zhang Zhixing, with her glasses and plaid shirt, initially projected an image of sternness and propriety. However, her clumsy demeanor betrayed the persona of a bookish individual, engrossed in research and oblivious to social graces. What's all the commotion? The door of 403 swung open abruptly, and a middle-aged woman with a perm emerged, radiating an aura of authority. Clearly a seasoned veteran of verbal altercations. She surveyed Zhang Zhixing and Chen Yu with a disapproving gaze, muttering, making such a racket over something so trivial. Despite her initial grumbling, she approached and placed her hand on Zhang Zhixing's head. A subtle green glow emanated from her palm, and within moments, the wound on Zhang Zhixing's forehead had rapidly scabbed over. Zhang Zhixing profusely expressed her gratitude, introducing herself in the process, with Chen Yu following suit. The middle-aged woman smoothed her clothes and softened her tone. All right, little Zhang, little Yu, is it? I'm Zhang Mei. Just call me Andy Zhang. She glanced at the two women and added, be careful next time. So much noise could startle Grandma Li. Grandma Li? Chen Yu turned inquisitively towards apartment 404. Unbeknownst to them, an elderly woman with snow-white hair and a kind demeanor stood at the doorway, observing them silently. Auntie Zhang gestured towards the elderly woman. This is Grandma Li. We were together on the sea in the last instance. I didn't expect to run into her again. She then adopted a more serious expression, her tone becoming stern. Let me warn you, Don and Oppos, to underestimate Grandma Li just because of her age or treat her with disrespect. Her skills are extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhixing's previously vacant eyes lit up with excitement. I knew it. Does Grandma Li have abilities like stealth or teleportation? Auntie Zhang was taken aback. How did you guess? Zhang Zhixing pointed towards the doorway. Chen Yu, and I didn't notice her when she appeared. The apartment door is so old, it's bound to creak when opened. The only explanation is that she didn't come through the door at all. Auntie Zhang turned to look at Grandma Li, who nodded with a smile. After receiving confirmation, Auntie Zhang said, you're right. Grandma Li's skill card allows her to slip into shadows and emerge from another shadow, and she can take one person with her. She then turned to her own skills. Mine are much simpler. I have a healing spell, as you saw earlier, and a stamina enhancement card. Neither is very effective against monsters. My cards aren't suited for combat either, but they are very lucrative from another perspective. Hearing the word lucrative, Chen Yu perked up her ears. Zhang Zhixing opened her door and pointed inside. It's right there. Chapter 28. The Green Mist Plague 2. Chen Yu leaned forward to observe that Zhang Zhixing's room was even more dilapidated than hers. The north-facing window allowed only dim light to filter in, and a layer of dust was visibly settled on the furniture. Yet, at the center of the living room stood a pristine little table, meticulously arranged with several test tubes and a bubbling distillation apparatus, resembling a miniature laboratory. My item card. Potion Experiment Station allows me to set up the table, enabling the random appearance of a potion every 24 hours. Currently, there are only 3 effective potions: Strength Potion, Defense Potion, and Healing Potion. I sell them for 50 to 100 points each. However, there are occasional creations of laxatives or peculiar small potions. Zhang Zhixing shrugged and casually added, but it's not a major issue. I've tried them all. They just taste and feel odd, but they aren't toxic. Chen Yu was astonished by her experimental spirit. You actually drank them all? Zhang Zhixing replied nonchalantly. What can I say? Curiosity. Plus. It and Amp, Oppos, It's essential to test them personally to better ascertain their effects. Chen Yu was truly enlightened. Zhang Zhixing now appeared to her not merely as a typical bookworm, but as a mad scientist, earning her considerable admiration. Upon hearing Zhang Zhixing and Appos' words, Aunt Zhang shook her head in disbelief. Child, have you lost your mind? You dare to drink such strange potions? Zhang Zhixing patted her chest. As long as I'm fine. That and Appos, that's all that matters. She then turned to Chen Yu. What about you? What is your skill card? Seeing that the other three were being forthright, Chen Yu decided to share as well. My skill card is related to defense. I'm quite resilient and can also deliver a degree of offense. Zhang Zhixing nodded, seemingly uninterested. Chen Yu felt that her skill was insignificant compared to those of her companions, merely a bit more resistant, nothing to boast about. All right, and Zhang clapped her hands. Now that we all know each other, and since the instance doesn't and Appos require us to fight amongst ourselves, let and Appos live harmoniously. I propose dinner at my place at 6. I'll cook for you. Sure. Sounds good. Both Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing readily agreed. In the realm of survival within this instance, cooperation is paramount over conflict, especially since each person's skills possess unique advantages that can enhance their chances of survival. Whether this collaboration endures will depend on future actions. The four returned to their respective rooms. Chen Yu had just retrieved a broom from the bathroom to sweep the floor when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw Zhang Zhixing. Upon opening the door, Zhang Zhixing awkwardly admitted, I was swept up in the atmosphere and forgot that I initially came out to borrow a broom. I Don and Appos. Do you have any cleaning supplies at home? I haven't finished sweeping yet, Chen Yu replied. Wait until I'm done, and I'll call you. All right, then I'll just take a stroll. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhixing turned and headed downstairs. Chen Yu's perception of her was once again reshaped. Returning to her room, she dusted the furniture and discovered a key under the TV cabinet, which was used to unlock the iron door in the corridor. She then meticulously swept both the room and balcony. Throughout the process, the wooden windows creaked incessantly, allowing drafts to seep in. Concerned that the mist might infiltrate through the gaps, Chen Yu soaked 2 compressed towels and securely blocked the seams around the windows. After a flurry of activity, it was already noon. Testing the gas and tap water in the house, she found both functional. To conserve food, she decided against lunch and knocked on the door of room 502, but Zhang Zhixing had yet to return, leaving the broom at the door. Chen Yu packed a mask and protective suit from her bag, using the key to unlock the iron door on the 4th floor and descended. The apartment building's wooden staircase bore damp corners sprouting a few small mushrooms, while the dark yellow plaster on the walls flicked away. The wooden windows let in drafts, and the air was thick with a musty scent. Exiting the apartment building, she noticed that the exit stairway was flanked by a vast expanse of grass. In fact, the entire community was carpeted in greenery, with the brick paths leading to various apartment buildings seemingly constructed separately. The landscaping is truly impressive, Chen Yu murmured as she strolled out of the community. Upon leaving, she spotted the multi-grain pancake stall that Zhang Zhixing had mentioned, where 2 individuals stood in line. Observing them pay with tangible paper currency, she realized she had none on her person. Initially contemplating visiting a hardware store to purchase nails to repair the wooden windows at home, she now had to abandon that thought. Continuing onward, the road was lined with apartment buildings extending beyond her sight. It would be challenging to navigate this city in such a manner. Chen Yu turned around and sought a bus station, scrutinizing the list of stops. From her location at Liningdao Station, the next 5 stops east led to the green fresh vegetable and fruit gathering garden. 3 stops further was the First Agricultural University. 2 stops west was Xinrong Park, and 6 stops beyond that was Lew Washington Water Park. Noticing that the map's edges were blurred and the bus routes suddenly cut off, she checked her watch. The chat functions and the communication platform had all been disabled. The activities and exchanges within this instance were confined to this area. Having grasped the essential situation, Chen Yu glanced at the time. It was past 5, and the time for her dinner with Aunt Zhang was fast approaching. She began her journey back. At the entrance of the community, she fortuitously encountered Zhang Zhixing returning from another path. In her left hand, she held a string of candied hawthorn, while her right clutched a bag of canned goods. Chen Yu was surprised. You have paper currency? Yes, Zhang Zhixing affirmed. I found a money exchange machine where I could convert points into cash. 1 point equals 1 yuan. Her hopes rekindled, Chen Yu eagerly asked. Can you take me to see it after dinner? Sure. Wait. Zhang Zhixing raised her wristwatch and suggested, let and Appos be friends. I and Appos I'll send you the location. As they chatted, they returned to the apartment. Upon entering the building, they were greeted by a rich aroma of food. Chen Yu and Zhang Jixing quickened their pace to room 403. The table was already set with a feast. Aunt Zhang had prepared a spread using fresh meat and vegetables she had brought from the safe zone. When I heard we weren't allowed to bring food, I thought I'd bring something fresh. At least we can enjoy good meals at the beginning of the instance. Aunt Zhang said as she continuously served dishes to Chen Yu and Zhang Jixing. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Apos' culinary skills were exceptional. And the two girls were so engrossed in their meal that they paid no attention to the world outside. Satisfied by their enjoyment, Aunt Zhang chuckled, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Grandma, having eaten less, set down her chopsticks and watched the two girls devour their food with a smile. The warm orange light bathed the table, creating a cozy atmosphere. However, outside the community, the green mist was silently encroaching. Chapter 29, The Green Fog Plague 3, All right. Finish up and head back inside. This instance has shown no signs of activity thus far, and who knows what dangers may arise. Aunt Zhang urged Zhang Jixing and Chen Yu to return to their respective rooms. After exchanging farewells, the two departed from room 403. Zhang Jixing adjusted his watch and informed Chen Yu, "I and Apos, V sent you the address. I Shan and Apos, to accompany you. Having ventured so far, I feel rather lethargic now." Such a candid yet irrefutable excuse. Chen Yu glanced at the address and approached the iron door. Just as she was about to unlock it when a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Through the gaps in the iron door's bars, she glimpsed 3 players frantically rushing up from downstairs, only to dart back up again in the blink of an eye. Trailing behind them, a wave of green mist followed like an encroaching tide. "The green mist is here. Stay indoors," Chen Yu instinctively shouted in the corridor, swiftly pushing the dazed Zhang Jixing back into his room before racing back to room 401, where she secured the door firmly. Upon turning around, she found the balcony enveloped in thick green fog. The window creaked ominously, and Chen Yu silently rejoiced that she had sealed the gaps during her earlier cleaning. Otherwise, the mist would have surely infiltrated her sanctuary. Even so, her unease lingered, prompting her to hastily pull down the old curtains and stuff them into the crevices of the floor-to-ceiling windows and the front door. The corridor was now filled with green mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Chen Yu could only rely on the group chat on her watch to ascertain the well-being of others. They had exchanged friend requests during their meal and formed a small group for easier communication. In the chat, Aunt Zhang and Grandma Li reported their safety, remaining in room 403, which fortunately was well-furnished and free from drafts. However, the situation on Zhang Jixing's end was dire. Her room was dilapidated, with a broken window allowing a significant amount of green mist to seep inside. "Zhang Jixing," I took a breath. "It seems fine, and there's no strange odor." "Zhang Mei, Xiao Zhang, why would you inhale the green mist? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Chen Yu, even if you possess a spirit of inquiry, you must prioritize your life." "Zhang Jixing, I can't avoid inhaling it if the mist enters the room, but I've put on a mask." Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. She returned to her room, donned a mask and protective suit, and anxiously wandered about, inspecting every nook and cranny for gaps. From upstairs, hurried footsteps echoed, likely indicating others were also sealing openings. Before long, the upper floor fell silent. And Chen Yu and Apos' room was tranquil as well. The green mist, while fearsomely dense, exhibited no peculiarities. No monsters lurked, nor did it corrode the windows or walls. It merely floated quietly. For a time, the players found themselves with nothing to do. Chen Yu lay on her bed, setting an alarm to wake her every 2 hours to check the status of the mist. After 5 alarms, the time reached 6 in the morning, and the green mist began to dissipate. Seated on the living room sofa, Chen Yu watched as the mist gradually receded, revealing the balcony that had been obscured all night. Upon discerning the balcony, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was adorned with an abundance of jasmine flowers. The jasmine branches and leaves flourished, nearly filling the entire balcony. As a gentle breeze wafted through, the white flowers swayed gently, and a refreshing floral fragrance seeped into the room, tinged with sweetness. Chen Yu realized this was connected to the green mist, which had the ability to revive withered plants and accelerate their growth. If more green mist were to arrive, how would the jasmine flowers transform? Regardless, the immediate task was to deal with the pots of jasmine. Chen Yu removed her old mask, donned 2 new ones, and added another layer of protective clothing. Armed with a hunter's sickle, she cautiously opened the floor-to-ceiling window. As she pulled it ajar, the green branches and leaves that had been pressing against the window suddenly sprang inside with a plop. Instinctively, Chen Yu swung her sickle and cleanly severed the branches before hastily closing the window. She picked up the fallen leaves and, after inspecting them, discovered they were merely ordinary leaves, showing no signs of abnormalities. Chen Yu cautiously reopened the window, and as it opened halfway, she gingerly plucked a jasmine flower. Checking her watch for the task progress. Instance task, collect vegetables, 050, repeatable collect flowers, 150, repeatable. Other tasks will unlock periodically within the instance. Please check regularly. Seeing the task progress update, Chen Yu hesitated no longer, swiftly collecting all the jasmine flowers from the balcony, trimming the flourishing branches, and uprooting the flower roots from their pots. Using her protective suit, which had been inadvertently torn, as a makeshift bag, she bundled the cut branches and jasmine roots before heading downstairs. Upon exiting the apartment building, she noticed the grass on either side of the complex had also grown remarkably lush, a vibrant green that was nearly blinding. Concerned that these rampant plants might pose a threat, Chen Yu wielded her sickle to cut down the weeds surrounding the apartment. As she tended to the grass, other players from nearby apartments noticed the unusual growth and rushed down to dispose of their indoor plants or formed groups to tackle the weeds in front of the building. Everyone responded swiftly. If this momentum could be maintained, the danger level in the community would significantly decrease. Don't overexert yourself, Chen Yu. Take a break. We'll handle it. Aunt Zhang called out as she descended the stairs, followed by the yawning and bleary-eyed Zhang Zhixing. Aunt Zhang donned gloves and knelt to pull weeds, while Zhang Zhixing followed suit, only to become engrossed in studying a few roots, lost in thought until Aunt Zhang tugged her ear to spur her back to work. Before long, 6 players emerged from the apartment building to join the weeding effort, with Grandma Li also following behind. Upon seeing Grandma Li, Aunt Zhang frowned. Didn't I tell you to stay inside? What if you exhaust yourself? Grandma Li waved her hand, smiling gently. It's all right. If I can help even a little, I will. After all, I am part of this building. With that, she slowly squatted down to pull weeds. Aunt Zhang insisted. Let Xiao Zhang and me do the heavy lifting. You can leave it to us. Grandma Li shook her head, and despite Aunt Zhang's attempts to persuade her otherwise, she relented and engaged in light conversation with the 6 players, learning that they resided on the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th floors. The apartment complex consisted of 6 stories, with the 1st floor unoccupied and piled high with debris. The other 5 floors were fully occupied, just like the 4th floor, with 8 rooms on each side of the staircase. In total, the building housed 40 residents, and with Chen Yu and her companions, only 10 had come out to weed. Chen Yu glanced at the vacant 6th floor, tossed her sack filled with weeds over her shoulder, and made her way to the road outside the community. There, she dumped the weeds and leaves, shaking off any remnants from her protective suit, which she then repurposed as a garbage bag. Subsequently, she ignited the pile of weeds with a lighter, flames leaping high and thick black smoke billowing forth, stinging her eyes and causing tears to flow. Chen Yu sheltered behind the community wall, occasionally peeking out to monitor the fire's progress. Other players, witnessing her actions, soon followed suit. In no time, the entire community was shrouded in black smoke, and even the neighboring complex began to incinerate their flowers and plants, leading to severe air pollution. Chapter 30, The Green Mist Plague 4. After a morning filled with busyness, Chen Yu finally stepped out of her residential complex around noon, heading towards the location for withdrawing money as instructed by Zhang Zhixing. There were 4 machines lined up side by side, and without much thought, Chen Yu chose one to withdraw 300 yuan. With cash in hand, she made her way directly to the supermarket. She intended to purchase some vegetables mentioned in her task, but to her dismay, there was no produce section in the supermarket. This was the case in several stores she visited. It seemed to be a peculiarity of the current instance. Ultimately, Chen Yu settled on buying 3 large bags of canned goods and some water, which eased her mind a bit. After delivering the supplies back to her apartment, she packed her protective suit and mask, setting out once more. Taking advantage of the absence of the green mist and with money in her pocket, she decided to explore. She took the bus to Xinrong Park. Spanning a vast area, Xinrong Park was divided into 5 sections. At the center lay a large square. To the south was a grassy area suitable for picnicking and camping. To the west was a children's playground. To the east, a flower field, and to the north, an artificial lake adorned with small pavilions and stone bridges. Chen Yu headed straight for the flower field on the eastern side, where numerous players were already busy picking flowers. However, the field was spacious enough to avoid competition. Choosing a less crowded corner, she sent a message to the group chat, informing them of her location, and then immersed herself in the task of gathering flowers. The flower field boasted a variety of blooms: tulips, sunflowers, hydrangeas. Flowers that should not have been in bloom simultaneously now radiated with vibrant colors, their buds larger than usual, exuding an eerie beauty. "Are you planning to take the flowers back?" came a voice nearby, interrupting her thoughts. "Of course," responded another player. "Aren't you worried something might happen to them?" "What could possibly happen? I'll just pop them on my balcony, and when the green mist returns, they'll bloom again. I can complete the flower picking task without coming to the park. Besides, as the instance progresses, more players will come here to pick flowers. And who knows if I'll even be able to find any then. But the green mist is so strange, it could cause mutations overnight. How bad could mutations be? They're just plants. If something goes wrong, we can just burn them." "True, I can take some too." The reasoning successfully swayed his companion. And those nearby who overheard the conversation also changed their minds, bending down to pick up the flowers they had discarded and placing them into their bags. Chen Yu, however, had no intention of taking any flowers. Safety took precedence over completing the task. Just then, a furious voice echoed from afar. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Picking flowers is prohibited in the park." 5 middle-aged security guards, clad in uniforms, sprinted towards the flower field, each wielding a crackling electric baton. Some players, frightened, bolted, while others stood frozen, emboldened by their skill cards, believing the few guards posed no threat. Yet, the guards moved with remarkable agility, akin to martial arts experts. In mere moments, they had flanked the players from behind, striking with precision. Those struck collapsed, trembling on the ground, as the guards ruthlessly dragged them away. Upon hearing the guards, Chen Yu immediately fled. She didn't run far, but instead concealed herself behind a tree, quietly observing the unfolding situation. She saw the guards dragging players into the security room, and once the door closed behind them, no one emerged again. She then stealthily made her way out of the park. Upon returning to her complex, she noticed several players gathered in groups, chatting or attempting to block the apartment building and Oppo's gate with various items. Chen Yu approached her apartment, number 37. The entrance was deserted, the iron gate unbarred. As she ascended the stairs, she heard Aunt Zhang and Oppo's angry voice. "Are these people just waiting for others to do the work? If they want help, they can forget about me doing it." Upon reaching the 4th floor, she saw Aunt Zhang using a curtain to barricade the iron gate. She knocked on the door, and Aunt Zhang opened it upon seeing her through the iron bars. Noticing Aunt Zhang's fury, Chen Yu dared not say much and quietly asked Zhang Zhixing, who was beside her cutting fabric, what happened. Zhang Zhixing replied in a hushed tone. Aunt Zhang saw that other buildings were blocking their gates, so she took an old curtain to consult with the residents here, urging everyone to contribute something for the barricade. And the outcome? But no one wanted to lose anything. So in the end, no one brought anything out. And Zhang got angry, saying she would only block our gate and wouldn't care about the others. "I see." Chen Yu nodded, understanding that it was only natural for others to prioritize their own safety in a crisis. However, as Aunt Zhang had pointed out, if they were unwilling to cooperate, then they should each fend for themselves moving forward. Chen Yu then inquired, where did the old curtain come from? From Grandma Li's place. Zhang Zhixing continued her work. Grandma Li will be living with Aunt Zhang in 403 from now on. If you have time, you could go to Grandma Li's and cut some fabric from the sofa to block the windows. Understanding, Chen Yu entered apartment 404, retrieved a short sickle, and cut several strips from the sofa. After dampening them, she stuffed them into the gaps of the corridor windows. After a series of efforts, their barricade was finally completed. They stuffed fabric balls into the gaps of the iron bars and covered them with an additional layer of cloth to prevent them from falling out, sealing the door crevice with sponge from the sofa. Once they had finished organizing their defenses and returned to their respective rooms, the distant green mist began its silent invasion. The green mist spread slowly, thickly, as if it were crawling. Yet, according to Zhang Zhixing, its texture and scent were no different from ordinary fog. The mist gradually infiltrated the apartment building. Chen Yu crouched by the peephole, observing that their protective measures were temporarily effective, as no mist penetrated the corridor. She sighed in relief, stepped away from the door, and lay down in her bedroom. However, this repose lasted 3 days. For a full 3 days, the green mist lingered. And despite their enhanced defenses, it seeped through tiny crevices. Worse still, on the morning of the 4th day, the mist began to permeate into her room as well. Chen Yu, alarmed, quickly donned an additional mask and layer of protective clothing. For the next few hours, she found it hard to relax, frequently rising to check her surroundings. As noon approached and hunger began to gnaw at her, she decided to quickly consume a can of food to satiate her appetite. Grabbing a can of braised pork, she gently pulled the tab. Just then, a wisp of green mist floated by, brushing against the meat within the can. Instantly, tiny green sprouts erupted from the braised pork. spreading wildly over the surface, quickly enveloping the entire kin in a dense, chaotic mass. A wave of dread washed over Chen Yu as she realized the green mist carried seeds. Chapter 31. The Green Mist Plague 5. Chen Yu swiftly employed a lighter to incinerate the green shoots sprouting from the braised pork, pulverizing the meat before flushing it down the latrine. Having disposed of the sprouted meat, she was about to inquire in the group when Zhang Zhixing sent a lengthy message. Zhang Zhixing, while dining earlier, I discovered several rows of green shoots emerging from a can of meat, likely seeds carried by the green mist. I conducted an experiment, placing both the can and my hand in the green mist, and the seeds preferentially chose to parasitize the can. I hypothesize: 1. The food within the can is highly nutritious organic matter, ideal for rapid germination. 2. In comparison to the human body, the can, being an inanimate object, cannot resist the invasion of foreign seeds, thus they will first select the can. However, once the seeds have parasitized the can, they will subsequently begin to infest the human body. I kept my hand in the green mist for about 10 minutes, and a green shoot grew on my hand, penetrating my skin, causing considerable pain upon removal. Furthermore, everyone should avoid inhaling large amounts of the green mist. I believe the probability of seeds germinating within the body is significantly higher, and they are more difficult to expel. Chen Yu read Zhang Zhixing's words. Her childhood fears resurfacing. As a child, she always feared that swallowing watermelon seeds would lead to them sprouting in her stomach. Never did she imagine such a scenario could genuinely occur. She hastily messaged him. Chen Yu, were you not affected after inhaling a large breath earlier? Zhang Zhixing, so far, no issues. Mainly, I lack the equipment to examine my internal condition. Zhang Mei, Xiaozhang, why do you keep experimenting with your own body? This is, Sai. Next time, call me if you need help. Chen Yu, I can offer an arm as well. Zhang Zhixing, I appreciate everyone in Oppo's enthusiasm, but conducting experiments on human subjects is unethical. Chen Yu, and your own body is ethical? Zhang Zhixing, my body does not count. Chen Yu found herself at a loss for words, choosing to respect Zhang Zhixing's peculiar rationale instead of trying to comprehend it. She continued typing in the group chat about the green mist, unaware that a striking rose had silently appeared outside her window. The rose swayed gently, not stirred by the wind, but seemingly sensing the allure of sustenance. Its tremors intensified, and suddenly, the flower's heart burst open, revealing a crimson tongue that eagerly licked the glass, green saliva trickling down the window pane. The licking grew increasingly frantic, the movements more frenzied. Crash! The glass shattered, and the rose forcefully entered the room. Upon hearing the noise, Chen Yu immediately brandished a short sickle to strike. As the blade descended, the rose nimbly dodged, its tongue grazing Chen Yu's arm, leaving a trail of green saliva on her protective suit. The green saliva exuded a potent, acrid fragrance, causing Chen Yu's head to throb, as if pierced by countless tiny needles. She promptly discarded the outer layer of her protective suit, relieved to find she still had a second layer intact. The rose retreated slightly from its earlier assault, yet it did not flee. Its petals trembled, and the green saliva dripping from its tongue pooled on the floor, emanating a pungent, sweet odor. Chen Yu held her breath, gripping the sickle tightly, fixated on the rose's every movement. After a brief pause, the rose suddenly lunged at her. Chen Yu sidestepped to evade, then seized the rose's stem. The stem was covered in sharp thorns, piercing her protective gloves, but she did not release her grip. The needle-like thorns were merely a mild annoyance to her. The rose thrashed violently, its tongue flailing wildly. Chen Yu raised her sickle and aimed for the stem. Snap! The sickle severed the stem, causing the rose to freeze momentarily, its petals quivering violently before it drooped helplessly, the flow of green saliva gradually ceasing. Chen Yu discarded the rose and quickly retrieved the fallen protective suit to seal the window shattered by the rose. In that brief moment, an abundance of green mist had already infiltrated the room. The mist outside was thick, completely obscuring the balcony, rendering the rose's invasion unnoticed. But from where had this rose come to the fourth-floor balcony? Chen Yu pressed against the window to observe, faintly discerning a mass of green branches and leaves hanging above her balcony. The rose must have descended from the upper floors, perhaps on the 5th or 6th floor. Someone had not discarded their flower pot, but rather nurtured it. After 4 days of exposure to the green mist, the rose had undergone a frenzied transformation into its current state with a long tongue. What about the players on the 5th and 6th floors? Were they allowing the rose to flourish unchecked, or had they already met with misfortune? Noticing the leaves continuing to grow, Chen Yu realized that if this continued, the rose would soon overrun her room. She resolved to ascend and resolve the issue at its source. Straining to look up, The dense green mist obscured her vision, making it impossible to discern whether the rose's origin was on the 5th or 6th floor. It seemed she would have to search floor by floor. Just as she prepared to enter her bedroom to don an additional layer of protective gear, her watch vibrated. Quest updated. Please check. Quest: collect vegetables, 050, repeatable. Collect flowers, 1350, repeatable, 1 completion. Collect mutated vegetables, 020, repeatable. Collect mutated flowers, 120, repeatable. Develop a seed dispersal agent, 01. Completing quests yields additional points. Quests are non-mandatory and do not affect dungeon clearance. The rose she had just eliminated counted as a collection of mutated flowers, not as a monster, which explained the absence of experience points and gold. However, it had unlocked a new encyclopedia titled Flora Compendium. Long-tongued rose, a common rose mutated by the green mist. Its tongue secretes neurotoxic substances with a pungent aroma. Attack power, 30 defense power, 10 movement speed, fast movement range, moderate. Note: the above are base values. Specific values may vary based on size and growth duration. This entry differed slightly from those of monsters. Chen Yu returned to her bedroom, discarding her old mask, donning 2 new ones, and layering on 2 sets of protective clothing. She sent a message in the group chat. Chen Yu, there's a mutated rose growing on the upper floor that has reached our 4th floor. Be cautious outside. I'm going upstairs to investigate. Zhang Mei, what is happening? Don't go alone. Let us go together. Chen Yu, the rose moves quickly. Having more people around might make it easier for it to attack. Zhang Zhixing, if the mutated rose possesses such traits, and Zhang, your agility is not high, I wouldn't advise you to go up. Zhang Zhixing, Chen Yu, I'll accompany you. Chen Yu, but I remember your agility isn't very high either. And you lack combat skill cards. Zhang Zhixing, I mainly want to see the mutated rose. Chen Yu, this. Zhang Zhixing, understood. I want to accompany you. Come to my room to grab 3 vials of potions. Zhang Mei, I discussed it with Granny Li. You can use her skill card for now, but please be careful. Zhang Mei, however, you will likely experience headaches on your first entry into the shadow space. This skill has side effects, and you'll need to adapt to it. Granny Li practiced extensively to build her endurance in the shadow space. Zhang Mei, but don't worry, just endure it. The group's enthusiasm deeply touched Chen Yu, and she promptly stepped out the door to commence her mission. Chapter 32, The Green Fog Plague 6. Chen Yu first obtained 3 vials of potion from Zhang Zhixing, who also lent her a pair of goggles. She then proceeded to room 403 to retrieve a skill card from Grandma Li. As she examined the skill card, she read, Skill card, Shadow Stealth, allows the user to infiltrate the shadow realm via shadows and exit through them at will, with the ability to carry 1 companion. Note: the shadow realm is a mutated space imbued with powerful mental pressure. The duration of stay in the shadow realm is contingent upon the player's adaptability. Repeated short-term usage can cause irreversible damage, non-upgradable. This was a formidable skill. If it weren't for the potentially grave side effects, it could be considered an A-grade card. Chen Yu secured the skill card in its slot, bundled herself tightly, and swiftly descended to the 5th floor. There, she was immediately confronted by her first obstacle, the iron door on the 5th floor. Fortunately, with Grandma Li's skill card, she could utilize Shadow Stealth to reach the other side of the door. The corridor was sufficiently illuminated. Despite the pervasive mist, vague shadows lingered. With just a small patch of shadow available, she activated the skill. The moment she did, she felt the ground beneath her vanish, and she was abruptly plunged into an abyss of darkness. An invisible pressure surged from all directions, causing her vision to sway as if she were aboard a tumultuous vessel. Her head pounding and nausea building, intensifying with each passing second. She could not afford to linger even a moment longer. Looking up, she noticed several irregular white orifices in the ceiling. These were exits back to the normal realm, but the shadows rendered them unstable. Fearing that the interior was infested with mutated roses, she resisted the urge to rush in recklessly. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she advanced cautiously, calculating the distance to the iron door, selecting one of the white orifices. A sudden gravitational force yanked her back to the ground. Upon landing, Chen Yu steadied herself against the wall, gasping for breath as she fought to quell her dizziness. After some time, her vision gradually cleared. Once composed, she approached the door to room 501 and pressed her ear against it, straining to listen. Inside, the rustling of foliage scraping against the floor and an eerie slurping sound reached her ears. A heavy weight settled in her heart. She could almost confirm that the player in room 501 had met their demise. Clenching her scythe, she steadied her nerves and, once her condition stabilized, took a few steps back before crashing against the door. With a resounding thud, the old wooden door splintered, the lock shattering, and with chips flying. As she stepped into room 501, the sight before her was chilling. The corpse on the floor had withered to a husk, skin clinging tightly to bone. And atop it were 3 roses with petals glistening crimson, exuding an eerie luster. The long tongues of the roses had deeply penetrated the corpse, greedily siphoning the last remnants of nourishment, utterly oblivious to Chen Yu's intrusion as they remained fixated on their feast. With her breath held and presence minimized, she stealthily approached. And in a sudden movement, she swung her blade at the nearest rose. The scythe arced through the air, severing the stem, causing the petals to wilt instantaneously and the tongue to droop lifelessly. The other 2 are Chapter 33, The Green Fog Plague 7. Who? The man in the room followed the gaze of the blue flame eyeball and turned to look at the doorway. Chen Yu remained silent and motionless, feigning death. The man's voice betrayed his impatience. If you're a player, come out. I have no interest in killing players. He paused, his tone turning icy. If you continue to hide, my patience will wear thin. The skill he employed evidently belonged to the realm of mental assaults, leaving Chen Yu defenseless. Coupled with his blatant threat, she weighed her options for a moment before finally standing up and revealing herself at the door. The man had approached the doorway, wearing a mask that obscured his entire face, resembling a bird's beak, and his black cloak swayed slightly with his movements. He crossed his arms and looked down at Chen Yu, his voice devoid of warmth. What brings you here? I reside on the 4th floor. The rose bush has grown onto my balcony, so I came up too. Before she could finish her sentence, an unsettling sensation washed over her. The green fog seemed to ripple, and faint sounds echoed in the air. Suddenly, dozens of flower stems, bereft of their blossoms, burst through the green mist, writhing violently toward them. The severed ends of the stems pointed like daggers, imbued with a silent, murderous intent, swift and lethal. The roots of the rosebush remained intact. Only the flowers had been severed, which explained why the roses Chen Yu encountered on the 5th floor were still thriving while the man was slaughtering them on the 6th. The blue flame eyeball immediately locked onto the flower stems, prompting the man to instinctively shield Chen Yu with his body, activating his skill once more. However, Chen Yu had also reacted in that instant, employing her shadow concealment skill and plunging them both into the shadow realm. Their skills collided as she entered the dark space, and the headache and nausea she experienced intensified, rendering her nearly breathless. Yet, the man's condition was far worse. He staggered and fell backward, motionless, with even the rise and fall of his chest becoming faint. Alarmed, Chen Yu hurriedly poked his shoulder. A trickle of crimson blood escaped the corner of his mouth, sliding down the edge of his mask and winding its way along his pale neck, seeping into his collar, appearing strikingly vivid in the dim light. He looked as though he had one foot in the grave. You. His voice was weak as he raised his wrist to show his watch. Chen Yu assumed he was about to utter some final words and leaned in closer. Unexpectedly, the man seized her wrist, causing their watches to collide. And Chen Yu's watch chimed. Transfer received. 1,000 points. With his last ounce of strength before losing consciousness, the man uttered, "Save me." After that, no matter how much Chen Yu prodded, he remained unresponsive. Chen Yu gazed at the additional 1,000 points in her watch, then at the man on the floor. He had acted hastily, transferring the funds directly into her account, making it quite difficult to refuse. Moreover, he had instinctively shielded her, clearly intending to save her. After much contemplation, she resolved to honor her promise. She hoisted the man onto her back. However, standing at around 185 centimeters, he was far too heavy for her to carry properly, forcing her to drag his legs along the ground. Reaching the iron gate, she selected a white portal and emerged from the shadow realm with the man. As they exited, Chen Yu gasped for breath and glanced back at the flower stems inside. Behind her, the stems continued to twist in the air, but without their blossoms, their sensory capabilities were diminished. And they failed to notice the 2 individuals outside the iron gate, still searching near the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu dragged the man downstairs without pausing. Once they reached the 4th floor and she had pulled him into her home, she finally exhaled in relief. The green-leaved flower stems that had hung over the balcony had retreated to the 6th floor. Perhaps they sensed that their blossoms had been severed on the 4th floor and dared not linger any longer. They were safe for the moment. But Chen Yu understood that as long as the roots remained, these creatures could return at any time. Cough. The man on the floor emitted a faint cough. Chen Yu crouched down and removed his mask. Beneath it lay an exquisitely beautiful face, with upturned corners of his eyes, a tear mole beneath his right eye. and blood smudged at the corner of his mouth, creating an eerily vibrant aesthetic against his pale complexion. However, Chen Yu could not afford to linger on his appearance. She pulled out the recovery potion given to her by Zhang Zhixing and poured it into his mouth. After consuming a bottle of the potion, the man's complexion improved slightly. Although he remained unconscious, his breathing became more stable. Chen Yu attempted to move him again, but found herself lacking the strength. So she retrieved a blanket from her bedroom and covered him, ensuring he wore an additional mask. Subsequently, she tore a large cloth from the sofa to cover the gaping hole in the window caused by the rosebush. Once everything was in order, Chen Yu finally had the opportunity to check the messages on her watch. Since her return, the watch had been vibrating incessantly, but she had been too preoccupied to look. Zhang Mei, Xiao Yu, I heard some movement in the corridor. You're back, right? Zhang Mei, how did it go? Why aren't you responding? Are you hurt? Should I come take a look? Zhang Zhixing. And Zhang, hold on. Zhang Zhixing, although the fog has lingered for 3 days. The mist has permeated our 4th floor corridor. We had taken precautions, so the fog isn't particularly dense. I can still see the corridor through the peephole. Zhang Mei, what are you trying to say? Zhang Zhixing. What I mean is, when Chen Yu returned, I watched the entire process through the peephole. She seemed to be carrying a man approximately 185 centimeters tall into the house. Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei, what does that mean? Zhang Zhixing. Since she can carry an adult home, she should be fine, so there is no need to worry. Besides, I gave her a recovery potion. Zhang Mei, how did that happen? She went upstairs and brought someone back. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly messaged to clarify the situation. Chen Yu, wait a moment. I'll explain. Chen Yu, I went up to the 6th floor and found that this man had already severed all the roses in his room. But the roots were not removed. While we were talking, the remaining stems attacked us, and I brought him into the shadow realm. He passed out and was vomiting blood. I couldn't just leave him. Chen Yu. Moreover, he transferred 1,000 points to me. Zhang Mei, so that is how it is. That 1,000 points is indeed substantial. Zhang Mei. Well, it's good to have saved him. One cannot let a living person suffer before their eyes. I'll come over later to help treat him. Chen Yu. And Zhang, there is no need for trouble. I gave him a recovery potion, and he has no external injuries. Zhang Mei. No external injuries? Then I can't be of any help. Zhang Zhixing, by the way, you mentioned that the rosebush roots were not removed. Does that mean you need to go up again? Do you really not want me to accompany you? Zhang Mei. Exactly, Xiao Yu. Don't overexert yourself. Chen Yu. I'm not overexerting myself. Trust me. Zhang Zhixing. All right then. I'll leave you 2 more bottles of recovery potion. I'll place them at your door shortly. Upon hearing the sound of a door opening and closing in the corridor, Chen Yu stood up to open the door. Retrieving the recovery potion that Zhang Zhixing had left at the entrance, and she transferred 100 points to him, considering that the man had consumed her potion. Returning to her home, she glanced at the man lying on the floor, poured a bit of mineral water onto a compress, and wiped alternatively. Why not venture outside to seek the vegetables mentioned in the task? Even if they are mutated, one can never know, they may indeed be edible. After all, those peculiar fish encountered in the previous dungeon were consumed by many without adverse effects. Chen Yu approached the window, gazing out at the dense green mist. Contemplating. If the mist remains tomorrow, she shall set forth in search of vegetables. She recalled that 5 stations to the east lay the green fresh fruit and vegetable gathering garden, a place where she would surely find sustenance. Resolute in her decision, Chen Yu donned a new set of protective clothing and a mask before stepping outside once more. The rose roots on the 6th floor had yet to be completely resolved, and her mind remained troubled by it. Chapter 34. The Green Fog Plague 8. Chen Yu ascended the staircase with determination, making her way to the 6th floor. Although the tendrils had retracted from the 4th floor to the 6th, they remained restless. They pierced through the door of room 602, dragging the player out and pinning them to the ground. While the tendrils lacked the capacity to devour flesh like the rose-headed tongues, they were adept at swiftly siphoning blood. The player from room 602 appeared pallid, their struggles feeble as their lifeblood was rapidly drained. The remaining tendrils invaded rooms 603 and 604, but due to their insufficient length, the occupants resisted valiantly and were not drawn out. Amidst this chaos, Chen Yu stepped through the iron door of the 6th floor. No sooner had she entered than 2 tendrils lunged at her chest like bolts of lightning. Thud! The tendrils struck her but were rebuffed by her formidable defenses, crashing against the wall and shedding a multitude of leaves. Chen Yu glanced down, unharmed. These tendrils, sharp as daggers, possessed an attack power that surpassed that of the rose heads for other players. Yet for Chen Yu, devoid of the neurotoxin that the rose heads released. The tendril's purely physical assault felt merely like a tickle. This was precisely why she preferred to navigate alone, as more company would only complicate matters and raise concerns for their safety. If not for the presence of that man earlier, Chen Yu would not have had to resort to shadowy evasion to escape with the two. The tendrils posed no threat to her. She continued forward, undeterred. Several tendrils once again assaulted her, their tips slicing through the air, aimed directly at her face. Chen Yu remained composed, swiftly wielding her short sickle. And with a flash of crimson, the tendrils were severed. She effortlessly traversed the writhing mass of tendrils, her step steady as she advanced toward the balcony. As she neared the source, the tendrils began to panic, withdrawing frantically from all directions. Some coiled around her limbs like living creatures, ensnaring her, while others gathered their strength for a renewed assault. When dozens of tendrils converged upon her, Chen Yu immediately activated her thorn armor skill. The moment the skill was invoked, it reflected the damage, obliterating the attacking tendrils, and those ensnaring her burst apart, scattering green leaves and sap across the floor. With a flick of her wrist, Chen Yu seized 2 flower pots from the ground and smashed them against the floor, sending soil flying. The roots were finally exposed to the air, and without hesitation, she swung her sickle repeatedly, severing the roots into segments. As the last segment of root was completely cleaved, all the tendrils wilted rapidly, collapsing to the ground. Yellowed and desiccated, Chen Yu exhaled, surveying the remnants scattered about, and began gathering them for incineration on the balcony. Fire was the most expedient means to deal with plant matter. Yet living in a dilapidated apartment filled with clutter posed the risk that igniting the roses while they still thrived could engulf the entire building in flames. As she burned the remnants, Chen Yu noticed 2 silhouettes emerging at the entrance of room 601 through the green fog. They stood at the threshold, clearly hesitant to enter, and raised their voices to inquire, "Are the flowers in 601 dead? Did you kill them?" Chen Yu retorted, "Are you from rooms 603 and 604? They replied affirmatively. Then pressed, "Did you kill the flowers? Which floor are you on?" "The flowers are not my doing," Chen Yu responded nonchalantly, for indeed, the scattered rose heads had nothing to do with her. "Then why are you burning the roots?" one of them asked, their tone tinged with impatience. The other interjected, adopting a more conciliatory tone, "Regardless of whether you killed them, could you take us in for the night? Our door has been shattered, and the thick fog has flooded our home, making it uninhabitable." Chen Yu was disinclined to accommodate them, as she already had a half-dead man in her dwelling. Moreover, she recalled that on the day of the wedding, no one from the 6th floor had descended. However, she hesitated to decline outright, pondering a more tactful refusal, and eventually asked, "How much are you two willing to pay for rent?" "Rent?" The two were evidently taken aback by her mention of money, their astonishment palpable. "Yes, rent. It's 100 points per day, and if Chapter 35, the Green Mist Plague, 9, the following morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently illuminating Chen Yu's face, rousing her from a drowsy slumber. As she peered outside, she was astonished to find that the green mist had dissipated. She hurriedly arose and dashed to the balcony, leaning over to observe the grounds of the apartment complex below. The grass on either side had grown tall enough to surpass the first floor, transforming the entire community into a vast meadow. Notably, the grass was not merely grass. Narrowing her eyes, Chen Yu scrutinized a cluster of white amidst the greenery, characterized by its distinct petals. Could it be garlic? Typically, garlic flourishes underground, yet this particular head was mostly exposed above the surface. With this discovery awakening her senses, she quickly washed up and rushed downstairs to search for the garlic she had spotted from above. Despite the rampant weeds that could easily conceal a person, Chen Yu swiftly located the bulbous garlic, remarkable in size, comparable to a basketball, heavy and substantial in her hands. With a swift swipe of her sickle, she cleaved the garlic in two, revealing the creamy white cloves within, devoid of any abnormalities, emitting the familiar pungent aroma of garlic. Chen Yu activated the task interface on her watch. Side quest, collect vegetables, 150, repeatable collect flowers, 1350, repeatable. 1 completion collect mutated vegetables, 020, repeatable collect mutated flowers, 420, repeatable develop seed purification potion, 01, completing tasks grants additional points. Tasks are non-mandatory and do not affect dungeon clearance. This basketball-sized garlic could only be classified as a vegetable, not a mutated one. It seemed that only plants with consciousness, such as the sentient rose, were deemed mutated. Chen Yu carried the garlic back to the 4th floor and knocked on the door of apartment 402. Inside, a cacophony of clinks and clangs ensued, and after a moment, Zhang Jixing appeared, yawning and questioning. Aren't we leaving at 7? It's only 6. I'm not here to rush you, Chen Yu replied, presenting the garlic before her. Look at this. As Zhang Jixing beheld the gargantuan garlic, her fatigue evaporated, replaced by a spark of vitality. Where did you find this? Downstairs. Zhang Jixing continued her inquiry. Is it edible? Chen Yu shook her head. I'm not sure. I haven't eaten it. However, it is classified as a vegetable in the quest, not a mutated one, so it should be safe to eat, but let us proceed with caution. Before she could finish, Zhang Jixing, seemingly possessed by an impulsive curiosity, took a bite of the garlic in her hand. Chen Yu gasped in alarm, rushing to stop her. But Zhang Jixing was unexpectedly swift, chewing and swallowing the garlic in mere moments. Chen Yu was continually astounded by Zhang Jixing's insatiable curiosity since their acquaintance. Observing Zhang Jixing's contemplative demeanor post-consumption, Chen Yu could not help but inquire, what do you think? Is it edible? It tastes just like regular garlic. Preliminary assessment indicates it is consumable, but I shall monitor for any adverse effects on my body, Zhang Jixing replied in a calm tone. As if the prospect of experiencing any issues from the garlic was not a concern for her. Chen Yu, exasperated, relinquished the garlic for Zhang Jixing to study, instructing her to prepare for their outing shortly, before proceeding to knock on the door of apartment 403. She roused Aunt Zhang, proposing that the three of them venture to the supermarket to replenish their supplies. On their previous trip to the supermarket, due to ignorance of the green mist's nature, Chen Yu had only procured a sufficient quantity of canned goods and water. Now, with the canned food rendered inedible, she intended to buy more water and beverages, ensuring they could at least quench their thirst in dire times. Aunt Zhang quickly readied herself, joining Chen Yu and Zhang Jixing as they made their way to the nearest supermarket. The store was already teeming with people. Yet Chen Yu could effortlessly distinguish between players and NPCs. The players appeared haggard and restless, some sifting through the shelves while others mindlessly grabbed items, engaging in fierce competition for goods. In contrast, the NPCs maintained a serene composure, as if the recent green mist incident had never transpired. The supermarket staff diligently upheld order, resulting in a surprisingly organized environment where patrons patiently queued to pay. However, Chen Yu noticed that the exposed skin of the NPCs was now adorned with small green sprouts, resembling parasites that clung to their flesh, gradually growing. Without needing to rely on intuition, her eyes conveyed the unsettling reality of the situation. They hastened their pace, swiftly gathering bottled water, beer, juices, and milk, filling their cart with nearly every consumable item available. After delivering their supplies back to the apartment, they convened in apartment 403 to discuss their next steps. With the green mist lifted, the danger both indoors and outdoors had significantly diminished, prompting them to abandon their previous plans in favor of a collective visit to the green fresh vegetable and fruit gathering garden. Upon their arrival at the gathering garden, they were met with an extensive queue at the entrance. Numerous players had congregated at the ticket counter, where each admission cost 150 yuan. Upon entry, visitors would receive a basket, allowing them to collect any fruits or vegetables that could fit inside. Within the garden, they were free to consume any produce they desired. The line is so long, Zhang Jixing remarked as they stood in the slow-moving queue. Well, it makes sense. After all, what we can think of, others can too. As they queued, a tomato unexpectedly rolled out from the entrance. Midway through its descent, it came to a halt, its skin splitting open to reveal a blood-red eye that darted about, surveying the surrounding players. The line was instantaneously enveloped in a brief silence. In the next moment, several players, eyes glinting with greed, lunged forward, attempting to slice the tomato to enhance their quest progress. A commotion erupted, with some drawing weapons in a frenzied struggle for the tomato. Everyone, please remain calm, a staff member shouted through a megaphone. There are numerous similar mutated vegetables within the garden. Please queue orderly, and you may freely collect produce once inside. The chaotic scene subsided slightly, yet the atmosphere remained taut with tension. Aunt Zhang tugged at Chen Yu and Appo's arm, whispering, was the mutated rose you encountered yesterday like this? This tomato appears exceedingly frightening. Chen Yu nodded, opting not to elaborate further. She was not in the mood for conversation, her unease growing as she surveyed the lengthy line. Much like their earlier experience in the supermarket, if only players existed within the dungeon, the gathering garden would have descended into utter chaos. However, the presence of NPCs maintained an unsettling normalcy amidst the green mist and mutated vegetables, as if nothing had transpired at all. This abnormal tranquility felt like a forced suppression, repressing unease and fear into submission. Conversely, the green sprouts sprouting from the NPCs signified that danger loomed ominously nearby. This situation was undeniably peculiar. Chapter 36, The Green Mist Plague 10. After standing in line for half an hour, Chen Yu and her companions finally procured their tickets and entered the gathering garden. The garden was divided into two primary zones, the vegetable area and the fruit area, each further subdivided into more specific sections. The vegetable zone was teeming with people, while the fruit zone was comparatively less crowded, as the task specified vegetable gathering, prompting players to gravitate towards the designated items. However, this did not imply that the fruit was devoid of value. Chen Yu plucked a fist-sized strawberry and inhaled its fragrance, which was pleasantly normal. Upon breaking it open, the interior appeared unremarkable, much like the garlic from earlier, merely larger but otherwise unchanged. Observing the ever-growing influx of visitors at the entrance, Chen Yu conferred with her companions. We cannot afford to be choosy at this moment. The crowd is increasing. We should gather whatever we can and split up. Given the number of players, even if they encountered mutated fruits or vegetables, there would be ample assistance in combating them. That makes sense. I will explore over there. Zhang Zhixing nodded, shouldering her basket and venturing deeper into the garden. Then I shall squeeze into the vegetable area. I am bound to collect something, and Zhang responded. The trio agreed to reconvene at the entrance in 2 hours. Chen Yu departed from the greenhouse filled with various berries, such as strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries, fruits prone to spoilage, and sought fruits with longer shelf lives. Upon entering the fruit tree area, she was immediately struck by the sight of gelatinous apples hanging from the branches. The apples appeared semi-transparent, resembling jelly, their vibrant red hue reminiscent of something artificially dyed. Astonishingly, the core of each apple pulsated like a beating heart, quivering and causing the entire fruit to sway gently. Chen Yu retrieved a ladder resting nearby, positioned it beneath a fruit tree, and climbed to pluck one of these apples. The apple felt slick and gelatinous in her grasp, and with a slight squeeze, it burst, scattering its flesh across the ground. All that remained in her palm was a small heart. Chen Yu pinched the heart, confirming it was genuine meat, and upon gently tearing it apart, the intricate striations of the flesh became apparent. Previously, when she encountered the long-tongued rose, she had been puzzled as to why these mutated plants bore flesh. This was an entirely different matter. Initially, she considered that mutated fruits and vegetables might be as edible as the altered fish from the frigid sea, but now she deemed it wise to abstain from tasting them. Shaking off the gelatinous remnants from her hands, she turned her attention to the seemingly normal fruits, gathering them into her basket. After approximately an hour, the once sparsely populated fruit tree area began to swell with a throng of people. The ladders were insufficient, and some players resorted to chopping down trees, only to be forcibly escorted away by staff upon discovery. As the crowd surged, chaos ensued. Chen Yu clutched her basket tightly, fearful that someone might abscond with her fruits. After much effort, she managed to extricate herself from the fruit tree area, only to find the entire gathering garden now brimming with people. Even the fruit zone was overcrowded, making the prospect of collecting more fruit exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, she had amassed a commendable bounty: 22 apples, 19 oranges, and 20 peaches, each notably larger than the typical fruits. She positioned herself at the entrance, awaiting the return of Zhang Zhixing and Aunt Zhang. Occasionally, mutated vegetables resembling tomatoes would escape, only to be swiftly dispatched by Chen Yu's sickle. 10 minutes later, Aunt Zhang emerged, her curly hair transformed into a wild explosion. Breathless as she approached Chen Yu and collapsed onto the ground, laboring for breath. "It's utterly outrageous," Aunt Zhang exclaimed. "The vegetable area was packed. I could hardly breathe. My basket is filled with vegetables, yet most are battered and torn, remnants of the fray." Zhang Zhixing was the last to return, her basket not overly full but containing several ginseng roots. Chen Yu examined one of the roots, incredulous about where Zhang Zhixing had unearthed it. She explained, "There is a cultivation zone deeper inside where ginseng is being grown. It is technically off-limits for harvesting, but there were no staff to oversee it, so I took some. Ginseng can enhance immunity, perfect for us to bolster our health. I even collected a bag of soil to plant it at home. Perhaps it will grow even larger after the next green mist." "Stop," Chen Yu quickly interjected. "While the ginseng may grow larger, it could also mutate, and the entire fourth floor would suffer the consequences." Zhang Zhixing momentarily paused, realizing the risks of her intentions, and nodded. "All right, I will not plant it." After a brief silence, she furrowed her brow and mused aloud, "Yet, I still do not comprehend why some plants merely enlarge while others mutate." Chen Yu glanced at her, recognizing the complexity of the question, yet she attempted to elucidate. "It may have something to do with the seeds within the green mist. remember when the canned goods sprouted green shoots? You mentioned that seeds prefer to parasitize inanimate objects rather than living beings. This suggests that seeds are inclined to select hosts they can control more easily, and the success of parasitism must vary. Yes. A spark ignited in Zhang Zhixing's eyes. Thanks to your reminder, I had overcomplicated the matter and overlooked the fundamental aspect of successful and unsuccessful parasitism. Plants that fail to parasitize merely grow larger, while those that succeed undergo mutation. If we could ascertain the conditions for successful parasitism, would we not then be able to control whether a plant mutates or simply enlarges? Excitement radiated from Zhang Zhixing as she spoke, her energy palpable. She lifted her basket and called to Chen Yu and Aunt Zhang. Quickly, time is of the essence. Let us hasten back. Chen Yu and Aunt Zhang exchanged a glance, deciding to indulge this fervent little researcher and hastened to follow her, racing back to their apartment building. Upon their return, Zhang Zhixing immediately left her basket with Aunt Zhang and dashed to her room, shutting the door behind her. Chen Yu accompanied Aunt Zhang back to room 403, where they divided the fruits and vegetables collected that day into 4 portions. Chen Yu brought Zhang Zhixing's share to her door and knocked several times before finally coaxing her out to receive her portion. Zhang Zhixing informed her. The enlarged vegetables should pose no immediate threat. I consumed a piece this morning and have experienced no adverse effects, but it is best not to overindulge, as they have been parasitized. Please inform Aunt Zhang and Grandma Li in the group. I will refrain from sending a message. Goodbye. In a flurry, Zhang Zhixing hurriedly departed, leaving Chen Yu without a chance to respond. Carrying her bag, Chen Yu returned to her own room for 101. As she opened the door, a heavy thud echoed from the bedroom. Oh no. Chen Yu slapped her forehead, having completely forgotten that someone was in her room. Chapter 37. The Green Fog Plague 11. Chen Yu placed the fruits and vegetables in the refrigerator and cautiously approached the bedroom, gently opening the door. The quilt on the floor stirred slightly before settling back into stillness, as if the man beneath it had fainted once more. Chen Yu stepped closer, treading lightly, and slowly lifted a corner of the blanket to reveal the man's pale face, his eyes closed, seemingly in a deep unconsciousness. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the man suddenly opened his eyes, sprang up, and pinned Chen Yu down, gripping her neck. His face remained devoid of color, and though his strength was limited, his wrists bound with cloth, Chen Yu found her breathing unimpeded. However, the fierce madness in his eyes hinted at a primal instinct driven by a loss of reason. Reacting swiftly, Chen Yu rolled him back under the quilt. The man thrashed violently beneath the covers, prompting her to exclaim, "We've met in room 601. Upon hearing this, his movements hesitated momentarily, his restless energy calming slightly. Chen Yu spoke as if soothing a frenzied cat, her tone soft and composed. You fainted after using your skill, which is why I brought you back. Rest assured, I mean you no harm." As the words left her lips, she felt a twinge of awkwardness and added, "I promise you're still whole and unharmed." Following her assurance, an eerie silence enveloped the room, and after a while, a muffled voice emerged from beneath the quilt. "Get up." Chen Yu lifted the quilt, revealing the man beneath, who was struggling to catch his breath, his face flushed with an unnatural hue. He shot her a glare that, under normal circumstances, would hold lethal intent. Yet, in his current state, his dazed eyes and flushed cheeks lent him an unexpectedly feeble allure. The man shifted his body to lean against the bed, and after regaining some composure, he spoke. "Bei Jian. Your name?" Chen Yu ventured to inquire. "MM." He nodded faintly. Chen Yu introduced herself and then asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Bei Jian glanced down at the tightly bound cloth on his wrist. While it had loosened a bit during his struggles, it still left deep red impressions on his skin. He raised his hand, presenting his wrist to Chen Yu. "Untie it." His voice was weak, indicating that he had not fully recovered. Had he been in good health, he would not have engaged her physically but would have used his skills instead. He had been unconscious for an entire day, which should have allowed his skills to cool down. Chen Yu untied the cloth from his wrist. Bei Jian attempted to push himself off the bed, but faltered at the first step, collapsing back onto the bed. The impact left him seeing stars, and after a moment, he glanced at the binding on his ankle, then shot a resentful look at Chen Yu. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she approached and began to loosen the cloth around his ankle. "Huh, so you wanted to leave? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Bei Jian shot her another glare, but he lacked the strength to respond. He supported himself with his hands on the bed and, albeit weakly, steadied himself against the wall, resolutely refusing Chen Yu's assistance as he staggered toward the door. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Yu thought to herself about his fragile yet proud demeanor. Before she could decide how to address Bei Jian, there was a loud thud as he collapsed at the doorway, motionless. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. She dragged him back into the bedroom, knowing he could not eat the canned food. So she offered him some orange juice and left a bottle of milk by his pillow before once again locking the bedroom door. As she turned the lock, an unsettling thought struck her. She felt like a twisted captor, imprisoning him in the bedroom, binding his hands and feet, and occasionally providing him with sustenance. But I am doing this to save him. It's different, she reassured herself. Turning away, she heated a can of braised pork and a can of yellow fish. Boiling mineral water for a bowl of instant noodles. After going without food all day yesterday and this morning, she decided to indulge in a hearty meal to fill her stomach. Moreover, once the green fog returned, these provisions would become inedible. She seized the opportunity to enjoy them while she could. Although canned food and instant noodles were hardly gourmet, there was little to complain about in the realm of the dungeon. Once satiated, Chen Yu armed herself with a short sickle and knocked on the door of room 403. Aunt Zhang and Grandma Li happened to be at the entrance and promptly opened the door for her. Aunt Zhang, Chen Yu observed the gloves on her hands. Are you and Grandma Li heading downstairs to clear the weeds? Yes, Aunt Zhang replied. The weeds are nearly as tall as people now. If we don't clear them soon, we won't be able to get out of the main door. I'm going to call Xiao Zhang to join us. Are you coming too? Chen Yu shook her head. Aunt Zhang looked puzzled. Then why are you carrying a sickle? I'm going to talk to the residents on other floors, Chen Yu answered. Oh my goodness! Aunt Zhang exclaimed, grabbing Chen Yu's arm. Please don't do anything foolish. While the people in this building may not be the best, you shouldn't wield a knife. What are you talking about, Aunt Zhang? Chen Yu soothed her, patting her shoulder. I truly just want to have a conversation. I'm not that kind of person. I usually speak very softly. How could you think I'm going to harm someone? Aunt Zhang exhaled, still shaken. I know you're gentle. But sometimes I can't shake the feeling that you can be rather ruthless when you set your mind to something. Remember when you insisted on going upstairs to deal with that rose? All right, enough of that. You young people have your own ideas. Grandma Li chimed in, smiling yes. This child Chen Yu seems calm and steady. We can trust her. Afterward, Grandma Li gently patted Chen Yu's hand, saying softly, you can keep the skill card for now. Once again touched by their concern, Chen Yu nodded and turned to descend the stairs, heading straight for the second floor. The incident with the loquacious Rose had made her realize that while she resided on the fourth floor, it was essential to consider the entire apartment building. Each household could potentially harbor danger, and a moment's inattention could endanger everyone. To prevent such occurrences, a thorough investigation of each floor and every household was imperative. However, therein lay the challenge. Not all players in the apartment were as easy to converse with as Zhang Zhixing, Aunt Zhang, and Grandma Li. Chen Yu recalled that during the first weed clearing, the residents from their apartment were the least cooperative. After the green fog, the weeds had grown even taller. Yet because she and her companions had gone to the supermarket and gathering garden early that day, no one had come down to clear the weeds. Chen Yu pondered whether her low luck value had led to her being assigned these amiable neighbors on the fourth floor at the expense of cooperation from the other players in the building. She knocked on the door of room 201 and waited quite a while before it cracked open, revealing a frail man who quietly inquired, What is it? Chen Yu softened her tone. Do you have any plants at home or on your balcony? No. The frail man shook his head. I threw them away a long time ago. That's good. Chen Yu nodded, then continued. If you have some free time, could you come downstairs to help clear the weeds? We all live in the same building. Before she could finish, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving no room for further discussion. After being rebuffed, Chen Yu proceeded to the next unit. However, from room 201 to room 508, the situation remained unchanged. Each time she mentioned clearing the weeds, she was met with impatient refusals or the cold closure of doors. The residents of room 301, who had previously helped with the weeding, had warned Chen Yu. For days of green fog, the weeds have grown wildly. I cannot risk going out there. Chen Yu pondered. But if we turn a blind eye, won't it become even more perilous later? Descending together might prove to be safer. She reasoned. Regardless, I shall not concern myself. If others refuse to go, why should I? I have already dealt with it last time. Hasn't that sufficed? Room 301 murmured as it closed its door. Chen Yu felt utterly helpless, yet she understood the sentiments of those reluctant to descend. Standing on the fifth floor staircase, she let out a deep sigh and descended to the sixth floor. Chapter 38, The Green Mist Plague 12, on the sixth floor, after being attacked by the mutated roses. Only 4 players remained. She knocked on the door of room 605. There was no response, so she knocked a few more times. Heavy footsteps echoed from within, thudding slowly against the floor. The door swung open with a loud bang, revealing a burly man radiating anger. Chen Yu glanced at the man inside. He scrutinized her from head to toe, and upon noticing the sickle in her hand, sneered, "Just because you have a knife, you think you're someone important? What do you want? I wanted to ask if you have any plants. Previously on the 6th floor. I know what you and Apos were going to say." The man interrupted impatiently. "There are no plants. Don't ask." With that, he made a move to close the door. Chen Yu quickly blocked the door with her hand and continued, "Since there are no plants, let us go down together to clear the weeds. This is our shared apartment building." "Clearing weeds?" The man scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "Only a fool would do that. Get out of my way." He then kicked towards Chen Yu. The scene before him spun. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. The burly man found himself on the ground, staring up at the ceiling. A bewildered thought flashing through his mind. What just happened? I kicked her. How did I end up on the floor? His head throbbed painfully. Meanwhile, the echo of Chen Yu's voice resounded in his ears. "Let us go down to clear the weeds." The man suddenly sprang to his feet, warily eyeing Chen Yu at the doorway, and shouted, "What are you playing at?" Chen Yu did not respond but stepped into the room, her face expressionless as she reiterated, "Let us go down to clear the weeds. This is our shared apartment building. Don't come any closer." The man shouted, attempting to bolster his courage. He seized nearby objects and hurled them at Chen Yu, his actions erratic and revealing his fear. Yet, everything he threw rebounded off her, whether it be pots, pans, or tools, careening wildly around the room, some even bouncing back and striking him. As he watched Chen Yu approach, he pondered how an ordinary-looking woman could perform such extraordinary feats. Was it a skill card? Or something else? Regardless, the indescribable situation stirred a deep-seated fear within him. Believing her stiff demeanor might have caused a misunderstanding, Chen Yu aimed for a more amiable approach. She held the sickle with both hands to appear more endearing and smiled. Chapter 39. The Green Mist Plague. 13. The green mist has persisted for 2 days now. And within the confines of the house, one can still manage a bite of canned food, provided one retreats to the innermost bedroom. The invasion of the green mist has accelerated significantly, becoming denser and even somewhat oppressive. Outside the window, it appears as if one could grasp it with their hands. Akin to soft cotton, Chen Yu opened the refrigerator to inspect the vegetables and fruits within. Plants that have been parasitized once will not fall victim to the green mist again, alleviating concerns of sudden mutations. However, due to their prior contamination, excessive consumption may induce minor parasitism. Nevertheless, these vegetables and fruits are still a safer option compared to consuming cans laden with green sprouts. This conclusion derives from the first-hand experiments and deductions of Zhang Zhixing, who has been tirelessly researching at home, often working late into the night until the early hours. With her room still illuminated at 3 or 4 o'clock, Aunt Zhang frequently reminds her to eat and rest. And Chen Yu occasionally receives texts from Aunt Zhang inquiring why she has yet to sleep. This, of course, is due to the presence of a patient in her home. Bei Jian has been in and out of consciousness, struggling to leave the bed each time he awakens, only to collapse again at the door. Chen Yu often finds herself rising in the middle of the night to carry him back to the bedroom. Moreover, Bei Jian is quite finicky and particular when awake. He often complains that the pillow is uncomfortable or that the blanket is too heavy and constricting. Sometimes, it would be simpler if he just fainted. Chen Yu has considered simply casting him out to fend for himself, yet each time he regains consciousness and sees the orange juice, milk, or canned food she has left at his bedside, he generously transfers her 100 points, far exceeding the intrinsic value of the food. The exchange of value diminishes her fatigue, and she even finds herself wishing he would linger a few more days, ideally until the conclusion of the scenario. On the 3rd day of the green mist, the atmosphere inside has thickened further. Chen Yu instructed Bei Jian to don a mask and protective clothing. His health has improved significantly, allowing him to move about freely, though he still cannot engage in strenuous activity. Bei Jian cast a glance at the form-fitting protective suit, turned his head away, and said indifferently, "It's hideous. I want to wear it." Chen Yu recalled their first meeting, when he had donned a black cloak and mask. Exuding an air of elegance, his fair and delicate features clearly indicated a penchant for beauty. Yet it was hard to believe he would risk his life for the sake of aesthetics. She urged, "It's all right. It's just you and me here. It doesn't even matter how you look." "I care," Bei Jian retorted coldly, his displeasure evident. "Why? Do you care about my opinion?" Chen Yu paused, her thoughts taking a turn, and exclaimed, "Could it be that you like me?" Bei Jian froze momentarily, turning abruptly to stare at her in shock. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who likes you?" Chen Yu narrowed her eyes, her tone inquisitive. "If you don't like me, why do you care about looking ugly? There is no one else to see you." Bei Jian's face flushed with irritation at her words. "It's my own distaste. It has nothing to do with you. I could never find someone as ordinary as you appealing. You're just saying that out of spite. I don't believe you. Chen Yu held up the mask and protective suit, continuing, unless you wear it, I shall consider you insincere. You. Beijian snatched the items from her grasp with a swift, irritable motion and put them on, shattering the aloof and proud image he had maintained. Seeing him dressed, Chen Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. If he were to sprout green buds, the trouble would ultimately fall upon her. Initially, she had thought Beijian was concerned for her, but observing his vehement denial and resistance, she realized she had misinterpreted the situation. However, finding a way to keep Beijian in check was beneficial. Otherwise, she would struggle to manage his temperament. On the 5th day of the green mist, a faint green haze was now visible in the room. The moment a can was opened, it was inundated with green sprouts within seconds. After a day of consuming beverages, Chen Yu felt unbearable hunger that evening. She retrieved an apple from the refrigerator, washed it several times with mineral water, and finally cut it in half, offering one portion to Beijian. Upon seeing the noticeably oversized apple, Beijian wrinkled his brow in disdain. Ever since Chen Yu had used the "you like me" remark against him, he had spoken very little to her. Thus, Chen Yu interpreted his silence as acceptance and firmly placed the apple into his hand. She then nervously observed her half, bringing it to her lips just as bang, bang, bang. A loud banging echoed from the corridor, accompanied by a frantic voice calling out, "Come out. Quickly. Save me." The voice sounded like that of the frail man from the second floor, Zhao Yichuan. Chen Yu was puzzled by his sudden frenzy. Had the green mist driven him mad over these 5 days? This was quite plausible, as each player was confined to their own room, unable to see the outside world or encounter others, with even chat channels being restricted, if not for the ability to use their watches. This would be akin to complete solitary confinement. Moreover, residing on the second floor, so close to the grass, he was constantly at risk of an unknown attack. Setting the apple aside, Chen Yu approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen. Zhao Yichuan was still crying out desperately, "Let me out. Let me out. My arm." Ah. His voice was filled with terror, suggesting he had encountered some dreadful danger. It must be a mutated plant. Without hesitation, Chen Yu flung open the door and dashed outside, forcefully shutting it behind her. Zhang Zhixing and Aunt Zhang were already standing in the corridor. Upon seeing Chen Yu, they quickly pointed towards the iron door. The curtain on the iron door had fallen due to Zhao Yichuan's pounding, and a considerable amount of fabric had tumbled down. However, through the gaps, Chen Yu did not see Zhao Yichuan, but rather a face covered in green leaves, with 2 eyeballs embedded within. Those eyelidless eyes were fixed intently on the bottom of the iron door. Zhao Yichuan was likely there, making muffled sounds as his mouth had been obstructed. Chen Yu quickly deduced that while the leafy monster was attacking Zhao Yichuan, she could seize the opportunity to eliminate it. "I'll close the iron door immediately after I go out," she shouted to Zhang Zhixing and Aunt Zhang. With that, she swung the door open and lunged at the leafy creature with her blade. The creature's defenses were not particularly robust, yet it moved with remarkable speed. Chen Yu aimed for its head, but only managed to sever one of its arms. The leafy monster staggered back, retracting its arm from Zhao Yichuan, and stood a short distance away, its eyes surveying Chen Yu as if assessing her strength. However, Chen Yu was not one to engage in idle chatter. She would not afford it the time to devise a strategy. She charged at it again, swinging her blade towards its head. The creature let out a shrill scream, swiftly attempting to evade, but ultimately, it could not completely escape. Chen Yu's scythe cleaved through its neck, and the leafy head, accompanied by a cascade of green liquid, fell to the ground. Stepping upon the head, Chen Yu noted that the texture was not hard, unlike that of a human skull. Rather, it bore the pliability of a bush. This texture suggested that the head might not be its fatal weakness. Concerned it could revive, she swiftly hacked off its remaining limbs and delivered a strike to its heart. Once the leafy monster lay. Chapter 40. The Green Fog Plague. 14. Help. Help me. Zhao Yichuan's mouth remained ajar, his voice emerging in stuttered gasps from his throat, saliva trickling from the corner of his lips, his speech resembling a desperate croak. Chen Yu could no longer bear to witness his suffering. She summoned Aunt Zhang to administer a healing spell to mend his jaw and some of his external injuries, but his wounds were grave, and Aunt Zhang's card was only of C rank, insufficient for a complete restoration. As for the green sprouts affixed to his body, there was no remedy for that. "You should return and find a way to remove those green sprouts," Chen Yu instructed as she pushed Aunt Zhang back toward the iron gate. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yichuan seized Chen Yu's ankle, crying out, "Why are you sending me away? Think of a way to help me. Save me." "I cannot. She replied calmly. You are merely venting your frustration. You do not truly wish for my aid. I have helped you eliminate numerous weeds, and this is how you repay me, you scoundrel. Chen Yu understood the depth of his despair, yet felt no stirrings of sympathy, maintaining her composure as she countered, weeding is not a favor. It is a duty that every resident of this apartment should fulfill, as you are one of us. I reiterate, I cannot assist you. Instead of hurling insults at me, you should focus on swiftly removing those green sprouts from your body. With that, Chen Yu extricated herself from Zhao Yichuan's grasp and retreated behind the iron gate. Outside, his lamentation continued. Save me! Save me! Little Yu! Aunt Zhang called out Chen Yu, who was swayed by Aunt Zhang and Appo's compassion, witnessing Zhao Yichuan and Appo's pitiful state. Yet, Aunt Zhang recognized the validity of Chen Yu's words and ultimately refrained from further comment, offering a few words of comfort as she patted Chen Yu's shoulder before securing the gate once more and returning to her room. Zhang Zhixing approached Chen Yu after Aunt Zhang had entered her home, giving her a thumbs up and exclaiming, Your technique with the blade was impressive. You were so cool just now. Had it not been for the way you chopped that green leaf creature like a vendor at the market, I might have fallen for you. That's enough. I'm simply unafraid of being struck, Chen Yu replied, weighing the scythe in her hand. Having vanquished numerous monsters in the instance, she felt she had made some progress, albeit still inferior to those who had trained rigorously. By the way, Zhang Zhixing shifted the conversation. Do you want the green leaf creature? I don't want it. I'll take it back to study it. I can only take a portion. The rest I will incinerate. Then let me burn it. I'll select the parts one fancy to take home with me. Chen Yu regarded Zhang Zhixing with skepticism, unconvinced he would be so honest for the sake of research. Zhang Zhixing patted his chest in assurance. I will certainly fulfill my task. If you don't believe me, I will show you later. Very well, I shall return now. Chen Yu replied, though her mind was set on rummaging through Zhang Zhixing's residence later. She pushed open the door and entered her room. Inside, Bei Jian stood with his arms crossed at the doorway of the bedroom. Upon seeing Chen Yu enter, he visibly relaxed his shoulders and raised his chin in mockery. Such a trivial matter, and it took you this long. What happened? Accustomed to his remarks, Chen Yu had no desire to respond. Instead, she leaped forward and inquired, Have you eaten the apple? If not, don't waste it. I'll put it back in the fridge. I haven't eaten. Wait, I'm asking you. Bei Jian realized he had digressed midway through his sentence and redirected, I meant to ask how you fared. I killed it, but it wasn't a mutated plant. It seemed like she began to explain when a new message pinged on her watch. Alert. Monster, Greener Special. Greener has been deployed in the instance. Players who successfully hunt it will receive gold and experience rewards. In that instant, a plaintive cry erupted from Zhang Zhixing. Where did it go? Chen Yu received another notification. Kill the Greener. Gain experience 50, gold 10. Chen Yu had no inclination to dwell on the rewards received. Several images flashed through her mind, confirming her suspicions that this Greener was an NPC infested with parasitic seeds, sprouting green shoots. So this was the purpose behind the multitude of NPCs in this instance. Initially, they restricted player actions, but later they served to increase the difficulty, ensuring players remained engaged with monsters to combat. She pondered how many Greeners might exist throughout this instance world. Having encountered only one thus far, it was likely that, over time, they would invade the apartment building like a horde of zombies. Chen Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Their apartment 37 was in close proximity to the community entrance. However, they could not abandon the apartment. Finding another secure hiding spot outside would be exceedingly difficult, and the instance might not even create such spaces from the outset. Additionally, the dense green fog outside posed a threat, even with masks and protective gear. Prolonged exposure could lead to parasitic infestation by the seeds. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yu sent a message to the apartment group, urging everyone to identify usable items to barricade all windows and doors on the first floor. The fourth floor was the first to respond, dismantling wardrobes and cabinets, converting them into planks which they carried downstairs to secure the windows. Residents from other floors followed suit, bringing down furniture as well. It became a considerable undertaking, and Chen Yu enlisted Bei Jian's help to transport the wooden planks. Soon, through the collective efforts of the apartment's residents, every entrance on the first floor was fortified with the improvised barricades. Yet, relying solely on these planks clearly offered limited defense. If a significant number of Greeners were to invade, the apartment building would be incapable of withstanding the onslaught. All they could do was hope Chen Yu's fears would not materialize. Chen Yu, Zhang Zhixing approached her quietly. About that person on the second floor. I know, Chen Yu sighed. If NPCs could mutate into greeners due to parasitic seeds, it was highly probable that players could meet the same fate. The individual on the second floor, Zhao Qiuan, could not be allowed to remain. Chen Yu ascended to the second floor, followed by Bei Jian, whose motivations remained unclear. She knocked on the door of room 201, but there was no response from within. Through the door, she could hear faint sounds of weeping, filled with sorrow and despair. Chen Yu hesitated, feeling awkward about forcing the door open. "Step aside," Bei Jian said, pushing past Chen Yu. Wielding a piece of wire he had procured from an unknown source, deftly maneuvering it in the lock. With a click, the lock turned, and the door creaked open. As the door swung wide, the two outside beheld Zhao Qiuan within. He no longer resembled a human. Instead, he had become a grotesque mass of flesh. Partially melted and transformed into a morass of pulpy earth, his flesh still pulsating, nurturing the green sprouts above. Chapter 41. The Green Fog Plague. 15. Those willing to embrace parasitism transform into greening agents, while those who resist become mere soil beneath their feet. Left with a lingering self-awareness, yet rendered immobile, painfully aware as the seeds siphon their flesh and blood. Chen Yu finally comprehended the source of her earlier unease. Faced with a complete bodily transformation through parasitism, the NPCs exhibited no fear. Instead, they welcomed their bodily aberration. This collective calm and submission contradicted humanity's fundamental survival instinct. Yet they wore human skins. Even knowing they were anthropomorphic data crafted by the system stirred an unsettling feeling within Chen Yu. Plants sprouted flesh, and humans birthed roots and leaves, resembling brainwashed devotees who devoutly accepted the parasitic seeds, gradually blurring the boundaries between flora and fauna, merging both and reconstructing the entire ecosystem. Humans became the sustenance, while plants emerged as the new dominators. Zhao Qiuan's face had already begun to melt away, skin layering upon itself. His innards pooling like thick soup on the floor. He had been inundated with too many parasitic seeds by the greening agents in less than 3 hours. Half of his body had transformed into flesh soil, with no hope of recovery. Chen Yu and Bei Wan exchanged a subconscious glance. And then Bei Wan turned to descend the stairs. "What are you going to do?" Chen Yu inquired from behind. Bei Wan replied coolly, looking for a shovel. "Are you going to dig him out?" Chen Yu's earlier shock and sorrow at Zhao Qiuan's plight evaporated, and she pressed further. "Is he still considered half a person?" "Not for long." Bei Wan vanished at the staircase's edge, rummaging through the clutter on the first floor before returning upstairs with a shovel. Zhang Zhixing, having noticed Bei Wan and Appo's descent, keenly sensed that something was amiss on the second floor and stealthily followed her. Bei Wan halted, glancing at her. And Zhang Zhixing forced a polite smile. "I'm Chen Yu's neighbor. You're the one living with Chen Yu, aren't you?" Bei Wan acknowledged, continuing her ascent. Zhang Zhixing, unable to contain her curiosity, quickly surpassed Bei Wan and reached the second floor. Upon entering the room, she was immediately struck by the sight of Zhao Qiuan's mangled form and grasped Chen Yu's sleeve, urgently pleading, "Chen Yu, leave him here for me. Even a part will suffice. He could be of great use." Chen Yu patted her hand, urging her to calm down, and turning to Bei Wan, she said, "Dig him out. He'll be submerged in an even denser green fog. What if he mutates into something even more bizarre?" "What are you talking about?" Bei Wan cast a disdainful glance at the room, leaning against the doorframe and fixing her gaze on Chen Yu. "Of course. I mean to kill him first and then dig him out." Bei Wan spoke with an impassive demeanor, showing no regard for the fact that Zhao Qiuan still retained a semblance of consciousness. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qiuan's muffled cries grew louder, his despair palpable. And he glared at the group in furious indignation. "Why won't you save me? Why?" As his fragile sanity unraveled, Zhao Qiuan managed to utter a curse with his drooping mouth, expending his final strength. "You will all die. You all seek death." Hearing his curse, Bei Wan's lips curled into a sneer. She turned to the quivering Z Chapter 42, the Green Mist Plague 16, since Zhao Qiuan's attack. The greeners have begun to appear frequently within the community. Over the past 2 days, 4 greeners have emerged in front of the apartment building. They seem to retain some semblance of awareness. Upon noticing that the first-floor windows and doors are boarded up, they turn and head towards other buildings. Throughout the day, anguished screams and sounds of struggle fill the air. As fierce battles ensue, flames erupt in various locations. Some players, unable to combat the greeners, resort to setting them ablaze. However, the greeners not only possess remarkable vitality, but also the capacity for thought. When engulfed in flames, they deliberately dart about within the apartment, easily igniting fires amidst the cluttered, wooden interiors, forcing players to flee the building. Bereft of the apartment's protection, Many players must confront the greeners head-on. Fortunately, by this point in the third instance, players possess various survival skill cards, allowing them to engage the greeners on more equal footing. Yet, the most pressing issue remains that players, now exposed to the green mist, must endure its effects. Even with protective measures, their efficacy is minimal, and soon players find themselves sprouting large patches of green sprouts. The community descends into chaos, and those inside the building do not fare much better. The atmosphere within is tense. The news of Zhao Yichuan's parasitic infection and subsequent demise has spread, instilling fear and suspicion among the residents. They are gripped by two fears: the dread of sprouting green shoots and suffering the same fate as Zhao Yichuan, and the anxiety that should they begin to sprout, their fellow players may unite to eliminate them. Under this dual pressure, some within the building are driven to the brink of mental collapse, desperately reaching out to Chen Yu, inundating her with messages. Chen Yu reads their messages but refrains from responding. Yet, they do not remain idle in her silence. Bang, bang, bang. The iron door of the hallway reverberates with their pounding. Chen Yu steps outside her room to find Sun Zhu from room 301. The one who has sent her the most messages. Sun Zhu has been brooding over her perceived loss, feeling aggrieved about the time she helped Chen Yu with the weeding, believing it was a waste of her efforts. Seeing that Chen Yu has not replied, her anger boils over. Approaching the fourth-floor iron door, she exclaims, "Don't hide in there. Remember how few of us there were when we first went out to weed? I've done so much. You cannot disregard my contributions. If anything happens to me, you must protect me. You keep ordering us around. You must take responsibility." Chen Yu stands to the side of the iron door, genuinely perplexed by Sun Zhu and Appo's words. "What does your effort have to do with me? Don't you live in this apartment? What are they all thinking?" The weeding was intended for the benefit of the entire building, for their own safety. Why should Chen Yu bear the burden of their actions? It leaves her feeling as if she is an ungrateful harpy, betraying the heartfelt intentions of so many. Sun Zhu, momentarily taken aback by Chen Yu's retort, becomes agitated and raises her voice. "What do you want then? You killed that man on the second floor. Who knows if you'll turn on the rest of us next? You're only thinking of your own survival." Her anger escalates. "Just wait until you sprout those green shoots. Let us see what you do then. Just pull them out, right? What is stopping you?" Chen Yu, bewildered by Sun Zhu's accusations, responds, "Anyone below Zhao Yichuan's condition can be saved. I don't kill just because someone sprouts, and besides, I'm the one who killed him." Suddenly, Bei Jian's voice cuts in from behind, leaning casually against the iron railing. He regards Sun Zhu with disdain and states bluntly, "If you keep yelling and disturbing my peace, I might just kill you myself." Sun Zhu, already driven to confront Chen Yu by her fear of death, is further incensed by Bei Jian's threat. She shouts in a fit of rage, "Fine. Go ahead and kill me. I dare you. Just don't say you want to do it." Bei Jian chuckles, then reaches into Chen Yu's pocket to retrieve the key to the door. Chen Yu quickly presses his hand down, addressing Sun Zhu, "Let us negotiate. I'll give you 2 minutes to think it over. If you still want to die, I'll oblige." Chen Yu assumes Sun Zhu is genuinely contemplating Chapter 43, The Green Fog Plague 17. Chen Yu, realizing the urgency of the situation, immediately sprinted towards room 403. The door was firmly shut, but the sounds of furniture crashing and shattering echoed from within. Without hesitation, she took a running leap and forcefully slammed into the wooden door. The lock shattered, granting her entry. Inside, 2 arms adorned with verdant leaves reached through the window, their hands gripping Granny Li's neck like iron clamps, incessantly releasing parasitic seeds. Aunt Zhang was desperately swinging a kitchen knife, attempting to sever one of the leafy arms, yet the green tendrils coiled around her, slowing her movements. Chen Yu rushed forward, raising her sickle, and with a few swift strikes, severed both leafy arms. As they fell, the arms swiftly retracted through the window, fleeing downstairs. When Chen Yu glanced out, she spotted a greener standing below, its arms gradually retracting to their normal length, pressed against its sides. The greener, sensing her gaze, lifted its head to meet her eyes, its pupil-less orbs betraying madness, while its mouth twisted into a grotesque smile, a clear provocation. The creature and Appo's arms began to twist and elongate once more, but this time, instead of reaching for the 4th floor, it surged towards the 3rd, shattering the window to attack the players inside. Throughout this ordeal, the greener maintained its gaze on Chen Yu, its smile widening grotesquely, its mouth splitting into a chilling grin, intentionally seeking to disgust her. Ignoring such juvenile taunts, Chen Yu turned away, retreating to Granny Li's side. She noticed green sprouts emerging on Granny Li's neck, the delicate skin revealing the wriggling roots of the seeds beneath. resembling countless nematodes in motion. Fortunately, Chen Yu had arrived in time. The greener had merely gripped her neck, releasing the parasitic seeds externally, meaning Granny Li's condition was not yet critical. Only her neck had been infected. Zhang Zhixing applied garlic juice to Granny Li's neck, slowing the growth of the parasitic seeds. He speculated that within 3 days, she would resemble Zhao Chuan. He turned to Chen Yu, contemplating their next move. Meanwhile, screams erupted throughout the apartment building as the greeners, nourished by the green fog, began to evolve, displaying increasingly formidable mutations, such as the one with extendable arms. Let us go, Chen Yu instructed Zhang Zhixing. We need to find plants to create a purging potion. Initially hesitant, the escalating threats from the greeners outside and the turmoil within the building compelled her to venture out in search of medicinal flora. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhixing sprang into action, rushing back to her room, having long anticipated this moment, which was why she had previously brought up the topic of plants and potions in their group discussions. And Zhang took over Zhang Zhixing's task, continuing to apply garlic juice to Granny Li's neck. Wiping her tears, she glanced worriedly at the unconscious Granny Li before turning to Chen Yu. Chen Yu, do your best. If you truly can't find any usable plants, I will accompany Granny Li on her final journey. Chen Yu remained silent, her gaze fixed on Granny Li, guilt boiling within her. In truth, Granny Li could have easily evaded the greeners' attack, but her skill card had always been in Chen Yu's possession. Sensing Chen Yu's silence, Aunt Zhang attempted to console her. Don't blame yourself. Granny Li has mentioned that you work too hard, and it was only right for her to entrust her card to you. This situation, well, it's just fate. Enough, Aunt Zhang, Chen Yu replied resolutely. I will definitely concoct a potion. With that, she exited the room, returning to 401, donning an additional layer of protective gear, stuffing her bag with 5 more suits and a box of masks. Zhang Zhixing was already waiting for her at the door. As for Bei Xiao, Chen Yu decided to leave him on the 4th floor, fearing that the greeners would attack again and turn the 4th floor into a dense thicket of greeners by the time she returned. Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing pried off a wooden board from a window and climbed out of the apartment building. After they left, Aunt Zhang replaced the board. Just as they stepped outside, the greener that had attacked Granny Li appeared, blocking their path. Hey, the greener laughed, its eyes deliberately shifting towards the 4th floor, as if to say that Chen Yu had to emerge from the apartment because of it. What a nuisance, Zhang Zhixing muttered, tugging on Chen Yu's arm. Quick, let us take a side path and avoid it. No need. Chen Yu tightened her grip on her sickle and charged forward, determined that this route was the quickest. The greener had not anticipated her direct approach. It swung its leafy arm, eyes darting to lock onto Chen Yu's chest before launching a powerful strike. Chen Yu did not flinch, pressing onward. The greener's arm struck her with a resounding crack, like a whip against her side. However, the seemingly fierce blow had no effect on her. Instead, it provided her the opportunity to strike back, slicing the greener's arm cleanly in two. The severed green tendril fell to the ground, writhing momentarily before coming to a standstill. For a brief moment, the greener and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. Seemingly shocked that its attack had failed, it glanced down at its severed limb, chuckled coldly, and swiftly launched its other arm to ensnare Chapter 44. The Green Fog Plague, 18. Where to? The two stood at the bus stop, studying the route map. Zhang Zhixing's finger landed on First Agricultural University. Let us go there. It should be teeming with plants. It's also quite perilous, Chen Yu replied. The university will have a couple of dormitory buildings filled with student greening enthusiasts. True, that would waste time, Zhang Zhixing conceded, shifting her finger to another location. Lu Washington Water Park, she suggested. Here, the NPCs won't be too numerous, and among the aquatic plants, there are many species known for their pollution-clearing properties. It's a promising choice. All right, let's head there. The Washington Water Park was the farthest destination from their apartment, and the bus service had ceased. However, the quest's backdrop was a city, and other modes of transport were available besides buses. For instance, there was the electric tricycle vendors selling multigrain cakes near their neighborhood. Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing discarded the batter sausages and various utensils from the cart, spreading the grass they had collected atop the vehicle. They squeezed into the cramped front seat and set off towards the Washington Water Park. The greening enthusiasts did not drive. They could only walk into the neighborhood to ambush players. As Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing drove the tricycle onto the street, they appeared remarkably out of place. The greening enthusiasts along the road halted, their eyes swiveling toward the two passengers, fixated on them. The air was thick with the scent of fresh grass, and their clothes and faces were speckled with grass clippings. The greening enthusiast hesitated, trying to discern whether these two were allies or prey. Chen Yu did not grant them time for contemplation. She slammed the accelerator, propelling the tricycle forward. The vehicle emitted a jarring roar as it sped past the greening enthusiasts, quickly vanishing into the distance. The greening enthusiast retained some cognitive ability, lingering momentarily on the direction in which the two had departed. Though they found Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing and Apos' appearance peculiar, the living players in the apartment building were evidently far more enticing and easier to approach than these two, cluttered with grass. Ultimately, they turned away, abandoning their pursuit, and continued toward the apartment building. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing navigated their way without hindrance. Apart from two tenacious greening enthusiasts who insisted on obstructing their path, the rest ignored them. After swiftly dispatching the two, Chen Yu accelerated once more, steering towards their destination. Approximately half an hour later, the towering slides of the water park came into view. The closer they approached, the more they sensed the stark contrast with the surrounding environment. It was exceptionally humid here. Taking a breath felt as though inhaling droplets of water, the air thick and oppressive. At the entrance of the park stood a colossal frog statue, grotesquely overgrown with moss and vines. Its once vibrant smile had become eerie and terrifying beneath the vegetation's encroachment. In the fountain beneath the statue lay a heap of decaying leaves, the surface of the water coated with a brownish-green, viscous substance. And a few desiccated frog carcasses floated within, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor. The railings and street lamps along the pathways were entwined with slender vines bearing round leaves, which moved slowly, intertwining like emerald serpents dangling from the treetops, constricting the path and creating an ominous, treacherous atmosphere. Chen Yu parked the tricycle at the park's entrance, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Inside the ticket booth, two greening enthusiasts meandered, their eyes darting as they detected movement outside. However, the booth's door was firmly shut, and they could not escape, resorting instead to futilely banging against the glass, producing dull thuds. Zhang Zhixing tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve, whispering, "Let us grab a map first." Chen Yu nodded, leading Zhang Zhixing around the ticket booth, passing through the entrance where she casually picked up a park map. The water park was divided into two main sections, indoor and outdoor. The outdoor area consisted of a regular swimming pool zone and amusement facilities, while the indoor section featured hot springs and a children's pool. "Let us start by checking the outdoor pool area," Zhang Zhixing suggested, pointing to the section closest to the entrance on the map. Chen Yu tucked the map away, motioning for Zhang Zhixing to follow her as she turned right towards the pool. Liu Washington Water Park had always been lushly landscaped, resembling a tropical rainforest. After the green fog, it became a veritable paradise for plant growth, with the ground entirely covered in a thick layer of moss, obscuring the original surface. The ground felt soft and yielding. Each step required careful navigation around the tangled roots and stems of the plants. The two slowly traversed the plant-ensnared path and soon arrived at the ordinary pool area. The pool and Apos' water had long since vanished, transformed into a swamp overtaken by vegetation. Various elongated aquatic plants twisted together, the surface dotted with yellow-green algae and flowers of diverse hues, creating a chaotic semblance of rotting refuse. "There." Zhang Zhixing pointed to a corner of the pool. Chen Yu glanced over, spotting a patch of sword-like green grass swaying gently with the flow of water. This patch was devoid of surrounding plants. Even the viscous debris in the water seemed to be kept at bay, forming a peculiar vacuum where no flora dared to encroach. Chen Yu led the way toward the spot, and as Zhang Zhixing crouched by the edge of the pool, poised to reach for a clump, Chen Yu intervened. "Don't disturb it. There might be mutated plants lurking beneath. If you get pulled in, you'll be ensnared by all those tangled roots." Chen Yu used a sickle to sever a few branches from a nearby tree, enabling Zhang Zhixing to use it like chopsticks to extract the grass from the pool. Chen Yu then swung her knife to cut it. "It's bitter grass," Zhang Zhixing observed, analyzing the grass leaves in her hand. This type of grass secretes allelopathic substances that inhibit the germination of other plant seeds. In our original world, it is commonly used for aquatic ecological restoration to prevent the spread of harmful plants. She looked up at Chen Yu, her tone buoyant. "With this, we can complete the first step of the potion, suppressing the growth of parasitic seeds." "All right, let us gather plenty," Chen Yu replied. Zhang Zhixing nodded, pulling out a large plastic bag from her backpack, deftly using the branch to pinch the bitter grass, cutting it with her knife, and placing it neatly into the basket. Chen Yu stood by, surveying the surroundings. The air was saturated with dampness, and an eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by the sounds of their actions as they collected the bitter grass. Yet, The stillness only heightened their unease. A breeze rustled through the surrounding plants, causing them to sway and collide, producing a faint, rustling sound. Amidst the chaotic symphony, a soft, unwelcome wail reached Chen Yu's ears. Chapter 45, The Green Mist Plague 19. Stop, Chen Yu called to halt Zhang Zhixing's grass cutting. Zhang Zhixing retracted her tools and rose to stand beside Chen Yu. The two stood at the edge of a damp and sticky pond, the silence around them so profound that it seemed one could hear the sound of water vapor condensing. A breeze swept through, carrying the earthy scent of vegetation, accompanied by the faint rustling of leaves. An eerie cry floated in and out of the wind, resembling a sound squeezed from a throat, or perhaps a noise produced by friction. Did you hear that? Zhang Zhixing's voice was as delicate as a string on the verge of snapping. Chen Yu tightened her grip on the short sickle, pressing closely against Zhang Zhixing. The wind continued to blow for a moment before abruptly ceasing, and the crying faded away. The two remained still, lost in silence for what felt like an eternity. Zhang Zhixing hesitated before speaking. Should we continue? Before she could finish, the sharp cry erupted once more, this time closer and clearer, as if it were right beside them. Run! Chen Yu grasped Zhang Zhixing's hand to flee. Just as they took a step, a pale, tiny hand emerged from the water plants at the pond's edge. The hand was no larger than that of an infant, bony and frail, with nails that glimmered with an eerie bluish-white hue. Zhang Zhixing gasped in shock and attempted to break free, only to discover more hands reaching out from the pond and Appo's edge. Pale, diminutive hands emerged in a terrifying multitude from the tangled weeds, their insufficient strength unable to grasp Zhang Zhixing's ankle, yet the chilling, damp touch sent shivers down her spine. The hands, mutated from the aquatic plants, seemed to be performing some ghastly summoning ritual, swaying slowly toward the two. Chen Yu kicked away the delicate hand at Zhang Zhixing's feet and raised her sickle to strike at those reaching out. The sickle sliced through the air, severing the hands. Green liquid oozing from the stumps. The severed hands fell to the ground, twitching slightly, akin to the severed tails of reptiles. As one batch was cut off, another immediately surfaced, an unending tide. Simultaneously, the entire pond began to stir, revealing its true form. The lotus flowers floating on the surface suddenly split open, exposing a gigantic eyeball, its bloodshot iris darting back and forth among the water plants. The bulrushes undulated like human lungs, breathing rhythmically with the water waves. She hurriedly climbed to the other side of the window and looked out. Indeed, she spotted clusters of delicate lavender flowers in the pond, pristine and refreshing, standing in stark contrast to the damp, filthy surroundings of the water. Chen Yu, come quickly. Zhang Zhixing called out urgently in a hushed tone. Chapter 46, The Green Fog Plague 20. The vines on the south-facing window had not yet departed. Chen Yu quietly rose and approached, squatting beside Zhang Zhixing to observe the spot her finger indicated. Zhang Zhixing elucidated, that is the water hyacinth, possessing remarkable capabilities for absorbing and purifying pollutants. Indeed. Chen Yu nodded. However, a rare note of concern crept into Zhang Zhixing's tone. The mutated plants in the garden have become agitated due to the parasitic seeds that the little girl just sprayed, lacking flesh to absorb. They have begun to devour one another, with the first victims being the unmutated, defenseless plants. Those water hyacinths in the pond are among them. If we allow them to continue this consumption, we will not be able to gather a sufficient quantity of water hyacinths. A few blooms are inadequate for concocting the potion. Moreover, the mutated plants are so active that gathering them is exceedingly challenging. Chen Yu listened intently to Zhang Zhixing and Appo's analysis and responded. So we must deal with that little girl, the special greening agent outside? Zhang Zhixing remained silent, tacitly agreeing. She looked at Chen Yu, awaiting her decision. Chen Yu lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment, then retrieved half a bottle of white liquor from her bag, anticipating an encounter with numerous greening agents and mutated plants. She had packed ample liquor for emergencies before setting out. She severed a piece of curtain and stuffed it into the bottle, addressing Zhang Zhixing. Let us see if this can resolve the issue. If it fails, we will set this place ablaze and make our escape. Chen Yu instructed Zhang Zhixing to descend and seize an opportunity to pick a water hyacinth. Meanwhile, she stealthily climbed to the top of the indoor swimming pool greenhouse along the corridor. It was now nighttime. The night breeze howled in her ears, but the air remained imbued with the damp scent of grass. Chen Yu stood at the pinnacle, gazing down at the figure of the little girl, the greening agent, contorted in the dim light. The little girl had transformed into a grotesque creature, her limbs elongated to several meters, sufficient to envelop a swimming pool. Her pallid form was cloaked in dense green leaves, her mouth grotesquely split to the ears, revealing an interior bristling with thorny vines. Her head lifted, and within her eye sockets writhed green tendrils. Chen Yu ignited the cloth on the bottle, raising it high. Chapter 47. The Green Fog Plague 21. Upon seeing Zhang Zhixing, the eyes of Chen Yu and Aunt Zhang instantly sparkled with hope. Quick, bring it here, Aunt Zhang exclaimed as she took the vial containing a pale green liquid with a faint, refreshing aroma. Gently, she assisted Grandma Li in sitting up, administering the remedy drop by drop into her mouth. After finishing the small vial, Grandma Li's condition began to improve. The green sprouts covering her neck and face gradually withered and peeled away from her skin. The formerly ashen complexion regained some color, and although her breathing remained weak, it became significantly steadier. Unable to contain her emotions, Aunt Zhang sat down on the floor, tears streaming down her cheeks. She has been saved, truly saved. Zhang Zhixing sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The potion is a rough draft of the first version. We will observe its effects further. However, there is no doubt that Grandma Li will survive. After saying this, he returned to the house and retrieved a large plastic bag filled with more of the pale green remedy. Here, don't hesitate. Everyone take a spoonful as a precaution. Zhang Zhixing opened the plastic bag and, like a supermarket tasting attendant, made the rounds, allowing everyone to take a sip. The potion had a grassy taste with some residue. While the flavor couldn't be described as pleasant, it was certainly bearable. All right, since everything seems fine, you all should head back and rest. With matters settling down, Aunt Zhang noticed the evident dark circles under the eyes of Zhang Zhixing and Chen Yu, urging them to take some time for rest. Exhausted, Chen Yu dragged her weary body back to room 401. Beijian was sitting on the sofa, and upon seeing Chen Yu return, scrutinized her with a frown. What happened to your face? Chen Yu had been engulfed in thick smoke while dealing with the special greening agents, leaving her face smeared with soot, which the mask had failed to shield her from. Returning home, she had been too concerned about Grandma Li to clean herself up. Here, drink this, Chen Yu said, handing Beijing the small plastic bag. It's the remedy that Zhang Zhixing concocted. It's quite effective. During Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing's absence, Beijing had taken over caring for Grandma Li with Aunt Zhang, who remarked on Beijing's surprising efficiency despite her delicate appearance. Chen Yu too was taken aback by Beijing's willingness to help, realizing that one should not judge by appearances alone. Perhaps she had been too superficial. However, regardless of how helpful Beijing was, he could not occupy her bed. Wearily, Chen Yu said, "You should go back to the bedroom. I need to sleep." For the past few days, Beijing had occupied the bedroom while Chen Yu took the sofa. After all, Beijing had paid for the stay, and Chen Yu valued civility and integrity in business dealings. Seeing Chen Yu sway unsteadily after taking a few steps, Beijing frowned. "You go to the bedroom." "Me go to the bedroom?" Chen Yu looked out the window. It was already dark, and bedtime was approaching. She replied in confusion, "I sleep in the bedroom? Where will you sleep? Are we going to share a bed? Who wants to share a bed with you?" Beijing retorted, flustered, his face involuntarily reddening. "What kind of thoughts do you have? How shameless. Please, no personal attacks," Chen Yu interjected, raising her hand in a gesture of truce. "I merely asked because I didn't understand. I didn't drag you to bed. Are you trying to drag me to bed?" Beijing and Appo's voice trembled slightly, possibly out of anger. Chen Yu took a step back, raising her hands in a sign of surrender. "I never said that. What are you thinking? Who's the one being irrational here?" "Of course, it's you," Beijing accused. Their bickering caught the attention of Zhang Zhixing, who knocked on the door, inquiring, "What is going on with you two? I can hear your arguments from my place. Is this suitable for minors? Luckily, I'm already an adult, so feel free to raise your voices." Hearing Zhang Zhixing's words, Beijing's expression soured further, akin to a beautiful porcelain cat about to erupt. Chen Yu hurriedly opened the door and covered Zhang Zhixing's mouth, whispering, "Please don't say anything. Can I sleep at your place tonight?" Zhang Zhixing nodded. Chen Yu sighed in relief, quickly turning to close the door before heading to Zhang Zhixing's room. It seemed she and Beijing were simply not meant to be. Even a single miscommunication could spark a full-blown conflict. Thank goodness for Zhang Zhixing's timely intervention. In critical times, one must rely on friends. 5 days remained until the end of the quest. With the potion created, the green fog posed little threat to Chen Yu and her companions. The only issue was the ongoing invasion of numerous greening agents into the community. However, ordinary greening agents relied solely on physical attacks, making them no match for Chen Yu. Moreover, the potion proved remarkably effective against them. Chen Yu diluted the potion with water, spraying it in various corners of the 4th floor daily. When she observed greening agents passing below, she would promptly pour a basin of potion water down, causing the greening agents to shriek as they withered, their green leaves quickly turning to yellow. Over time, the greening agents developed a fear of the potion, avoiding the area upon detecting its scent. Other players on different floors gradually noticed this phenomenon. Yet, out of fear of Chen Yu, they dared not approach her directly for the potion, opting instead to feign casualness near her door, making noise in hopes of drawing her attention. Among them, one individual stood out, Chen Yu. Having already confronted Chen Yu once, she no longer cared about the consequences. This time, she boldly knocked on the iron door of the 4th floor, demanding Chen Yu share the potion, justifying her request with a righteous claim for the overall safety of the apartment. However, before Chen Yu could respond, Aunt Zhang stepped into the hallway and began hurling insults at Chen Yu. With hands on her hips, Aunt Zhang pointed at the leading figure, Chen Yu, chastising her. Look at your shamelessness. You claim to care for the apartment while only thinking of yourself when you see someone with something good. Chen Yu, infuriated, retorted, so what? You all talk about doing things for the apartment every day, but now you're hoarding for yourselves. The argument grew increasingly loud. Zhang Zhixing emerged from her room, adjusting her glasses, and cleared her throat before speaking in a serious tone. Madam, it seems you may not fully grasp the logic of the situation. No worries, I can clarify it for you. Chen Yu paused, preparing to retort. But Zhang Zhixing continued. The reasoning is simple. We maintain the apartment's safety through weed removal, which concerns the survival of everyone. Thus, it's a collective responsibility. However, the potion is the result of Chen Yu risking her safety to gather materials, which I labored over through sleepless nights. The results belong to her, and we are under no obligation to share it freely. She paused, glancing at the trembling Chen Yu before adding, if you still don't understand, I cannot help you. I cannot expect everyone to think rationally. But Zhang Zhixing pulled a vial of potion from her pocket, shaking it at Chen Yu. You can purchase it. One vial is 150 points, and when diluted, it can cover an entire apartment for 2 days. With the quest ending soon, this price is quite reasonable. Chen Yu, who had initially been belligerent, found herself momentarily speechless upon hearing about the potion for sale, her anger dissipating significantly. After all, she was fighting for survival. And if she could obtain the potion, she did not wish to prolong the conflict. Clenching her teeth, she begrudgingly said, selling it at such a high price. You must be blind to money. Fine, give me a vial. Great. Thus, Zhang Zhixing's potion business officially commenced. After Chen Yu made her purchase, others in the building followed suit, eagerly spending their points on the remedy. Before long, the entire apartment complex was abuzz with the application of the potion. This greatly alleviates worries. Chen Yu stood on the balcony, observing the landscapers meandering below, and sighed. Who could argue otherwise? Zhang Zhixing gazed at the accumulating points, contemplating the dual benefits of earning money while enhancing the safety of the apartment building. A rare opportunity indeed, likely encountered only once in a lifetime. The profits amassed by Zhang Zhixing were evenly shared with Chen Yu, although this time they had not completed many tasks in the instance. The sale of potions still yielded a modest profit. As the potions proliferated, the landscapers found themselves increasingly hindered, retreating from approaching a particular floor to avoiding the entire apartment building. By the conclusion of the instance, the building was nearly devoid of any landscaper presence. Chapter 48. The settlement. The system's voice resonated overhead, announcing that the elevator would be operational for 2 hours, urging players to return to the safe zone within that time frame. On the 4th floor, several individuals gathered once more in room 403. Chen Yu returned the card to Grandma Li, who accepted it with a smile and produced 3 knitted scarves from her pocket, offering one each to Chen Yu, Zhang Zhixing, and Bei Xian. Aunt Zhang embraced each of them reluctantly, her voice tinged with sorrow as she remarked on the difficulty of their future meetings, uncertain if they would ever see each other again. Aunt Zhang, do not be so disheartened, Chen Yu comforted her. Perhaps we shall meet again in the underworld soon. Zhang Zhixing looked at her in astonishment, admiring her eloquence. Is that truly so? Chen Yu felt a flush of shyness at the rare compliment. Bei Xian interjected. That is not true. You speak rather poorly. Aunt Zhang chuckled at their banter, patting their hands as she assisted Grandma Li into the elevator before entering herself. After bidding farewell to Aunt Zhang and Grandma Li, Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing embraced tightly, chattering for a while before parting ways. If your potions run low, remember to contact me anytime. Zhang Zhixing continued to wave at Chen Yu until the elevator doors closed. Only Chen Yu and Bei Xian remained in the room. The elevator was not fixed. Players could board any elevator to return to their respective quarters. You should go first, Chen Yu insisted. Bei Xian said little, gathering his belongings and stepping into the elevator. Chen Yu waved goodbye from outside. Farewell. Standing inside, Bei Xian maintained a calm demeanor, though his eyes revealed a flicker of complexity. He scoffed, I do not wish to see you again. Then let it be so, Chen Yu replied cheerily. Our chances of meeting again are slim. Let us consider this our final encounter. I wish you happiness and safety in the future. Bei Xian paused momentarily, seemingly irked by her words, and glared at her with his glassy, luminous eyes, causing Chen Yu to feel a twinge of unease. Yet, despite his prolonged silence, he failed to muster a rebuttal. Ultimately, he stated, if you need anything, you may contact me. Otherwise, do not bother me, his tone rigid. With that, he pressed the elevator button, as though fearing that lingering any longer might infuriate him further. Chen Yu felt dizzy from his attitude, but chose to believe that Bei Xian still regarded her as a friend. The elevator doors shut completely, and Bei Xian's figure vanished from her view. Alone in the room, silence enveloped her. Moments later, the elevator chimed and returned to its original position, the doors slowly opening. Chen Yu picked up her bag and moved towards the elevator, but just as she lifted her foot to step inside, a sudden, jarring electrical sound pierced the air. This sound erupted like an explosion in the atmosphere, causing the scene before her to flicker like a shattered screen, dissolving into a blank void. Chen Yu halted abruptly, frowning as she scanned her surroundings. In an instant, everything reverted to normal. The elevator doors remained ajar, and the room was silent except for her breathing. What was that? She murmured to herself, cautiously inspecting her surroundings but finding nothing out of the ordinary. She paused before the elevator, contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. Rationalizing the bizarre occurrence, the system crafted this scenario. Encountering a bug is only natural. With that, Chen Yu dismissed the incident from her mind and stepped into the elevator, departing the instance. Congratulations on completing the instance Green Mist Plague. Calculating completion percentage. Calculation complete. Instance tasks. Gather vegetables, 750, incomplete. Gather flowers, 1250, completed 4 times, earning 400 points. Gather mutated vegetables, 320, incomplete. Gather mutated flowers for 20, incomplete. Develop seed clearing potion, 01. Task completion rate, 25. Instance completion level, normal, earning 500 points. Detected player defeating special greeners. Additional reward, 500 points. Total points earned, 1400. The flower task was completed because she gathered a significant number of water lilies at the aquatic park. As for the potion task, she attempted to concoct a potion in Zhang Zhixing's room, but it did not count towards task completion. Likely because it wasn't her original creation. The requirements for tasks were rather stringent, and Chen Yu's completion rate was not particularly high this time. Fortunately, she managed to earn some points from selling the potion and caring for Bei Xian, the affluent one. Her current point total stood at 14,030, still quite prosperous. Chen Yu felt a sense of satisfaction as she placed her watch on the table and hastened to the bathroom, indulging in a refreshing shower as per her routine. Upon exiting the bathroom, she felt considerably more relaxed, the tension of the instance finally dissipating. While drying her hair, she made her way to the window and drew back the curtains. Outside, towering buildings stretched endlessly, while numerous individuals descended from the structures below, chatting amiably as they boarded buses to various destinations. The sounds of conversation from her floor could also be heard. Upon her return, the atmosphere in the safe zone appeared far more vibrant than before. Humans are creatures adept at adapting to their surroundings. 2 days later, Chen Yu ordered a spicy hot pot takeaway, which arrived promptly in the elevator. After retrieving it and placing it on the table, she had yet to take a bite when Zhang Zhixing called her. As they resided in different safe zones, they could not meet in person and relied on such phone conversations to connect. Have you ever visited the commercial district? Zhang Zhixing slurped a mouthful of bridge rice noodles as they conversed. Chen Yu shook her head. Her life revolved solely around the gym and her home. Zhang Zhixing continued. You should consider checking it out. It's quite remarkable. Players can set up their own stalls to sell items, but the system also generates several NPCs with stalls. Occasionally, NPC stalls offer high-level skill cards or equipment cards, which can be purchased with points, albeit at exorbitant prices, leading to a frenzy among players. Moreover, there's an auction house, where the items for sale are said to be even more extraordinary. Chen Yu picked up a piece of lotus root and paused. Heard about it? Zhang Zhixing replied, indeed. There are requirements to enter the auction house. Not everyone can gain access. At the very least, one must have killed a dungeon boss, and it's estimated that fewer than 20 players meet the criterion. After all, there have only been 3 instances so far, and the last one The green mist plague did not feature a boss monster. The special greeners can only be classified as advanced monsters. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixing and Appo's voice lowered conspiratorially as she added, "The auction house is currently the only place where players from different districts can meet outside of instances. If you qualify to enter the auction house, you can encounter other players from different districts who also hold the same qualification." Chen Yu pondered this information thoughtfully. Chapter 49. The Desert Market. 1. Chen Yu had never confided in anyone about having slain 2 dungeon lords. There was no compelling reason to do so, and quite frankly, she had little interest in the auction house. Her points were insufficient to participate, and the skill cards she possessed sufficed. Ultimately, there was no necessity. After conversing with Zhang Zhixing for a while, she ended the call and returned her focus to her meal. Life in the safe zone was rather comfortable, provided one had enough points. During her few days of respite, Chen Yu encountered 3 instances of robbery. The frequency was absurdly high. She felt as though she had stepped into a crime-ridden city. However, such was the reality. There were no legal constraints, no police, courts, or prisons. Everything relied on personal integrity and individual strength. A girl like Chen Yu, modestly dressed, was particularly vulnerable. The first encounter occurred at a bus stop, where she met a man clad in a long robe and sporting an elaborate hairstyle. He held a long sword in one hand and a gourd in the other, seated on the bench like a character from a historical drama. As Chen Yu approached, he suddenly tilted his head back and poured the contents of the gourd into his mouth, then exclaimed, "What joy! What bliss! Ha ha ha! What twist of fate allows me to meet such a lady? If the lady is inclined to bestow upon me some wealth, I assure you, there shall be ample reward in the days to come. Should the lady decline, beware. Blades are heedless, and you may find yourself harmed." Such flamboyant theatrics for a robbery. Chen Yu chose to ignore him and turned away. Unexpectedly, the man drew his sword, its blade flashing as he lunged toward her back. Of course, his weapon proved utterly ineffective, rebounding against her defenses and slipping from his grasp. Stunned, he let out a yelp, hastily retrieving his sword and fleeing in a panic. The second robbery was more conventional, as 2 short men cornered her at the apartment building, demanding her points and skill cards. Without hesitation, Chen Yu drew her sickle, its cold gleam causing the 2 men to blanch, leading them to flee in terror. The third incident was somewhat more complicated. That night, upon arriving home via the elevator, she heard shouting in the hallway. Upon opening her door, she discovered a neighbor completely unhinged, barefoot and bellowing in the corridor, "You refuse to give me points, do you? If you won't give me points, I'll Southeast Chapter 50, the Desert Market, 2, follow me, and I shall show you the location of the shops." Jaffer beckoned to Chen Yu and then turned, striding ahead with purpose. Chen Yu led her camel and hurried to keep pace. As they traversed a stretch of golden sand, the scenery gradually shifted, revealing several other players similarly guiding their camels along. Each bore a cautious expression, their eyes frequently scanning their surroundings, yet they maintained a profound silence. Not far away, a splash of verdant green caught their eye. It was an oasis. Tall palm trees encircled the oasis's edge, their thick leaves swaying gently in the breeze, forming a natural barrier against the scorching sun of the desert. As they drew closer, the sights within the oasis became increasingly vivid. Several broad roads crisscrossed through the oasis, lined with vibrant, patterned carpets on either side. "Here, this carpet shall be your stall. You may display whatever you wish." Jaffer halted, pointing to a deep blue carpet adorned with gold-threaded vine motifs, appearing quite exquisite. Upon the carpet rested a narrow wooden table, accompanied by several chipped wooden cups and a nearby wooden barrel. Chen Yu stood before the carpet, surveying her surroundings. Nearby, a few players stood at their respective stalls, each displaying different tools. Some had pots, others stone bowls for grinding. Upon noticing Chen Yu, they merely cast her a fleeting glance before returning to their tasks. "The wooden post beside you can be used to tie your camel," Jaffer advised. "Be sure to secure it well. If it runs away, I want to find you another. Don't underestimate it. You'll need it for warmth when night falls." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu seized upon the implication. Would she also be sleeping here at night? Jaffer shrugged, pulling a pipe from his pocket and lighting it. "Not necessarily. You might choose to stay at an inn, but..." He deliberately elongated his words, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Do you have the funds?" He gestured towards a small white tent in the center of the oasis. "Alternatively, you could consider embellishing your stall." Jaffer gestured to the carpet beneath their feet and then pointed to a beautifully adorned wooden house in the distance. "I have an excellent construction team. They could craft you a perfect shop in just one day." Chen Yu gazed at the wooden house, murmuring, "How much would that cost?" Jaffa replied with a knowing smile, "For 500 star sand coins, your stall could have a roof." This figure seemed rather distant to Chen Yu, who was currently penniless. He took a deep puff from his pipe. "Work diligently. If you make a name for yourself, the queen will summon you. And you'll find yourself dwelling in the palace, enjoying the most luxurious of treatments. Not just a few tents, but the entire oasis will revolve around you. By the way, you seem to lack the means to procure materials. Let me tell you, there's a teleportation stone at the oasis entrance adorned with star patterns. It can transport you to the ruins. There are plenty of treasures there, unclaimed by anyone. Whatever you find is yours. Prepare quickly, for travelers will pass through here by afternoon." With that, Jaffa departed, heading off to greet the next player. He must have been the guiding NPC for this quest, offering all the crucial information without Chen Yu having to inquire. She crouched down, inspecting the 5 wooden cups and the barrel on the ground, letting out a sigh. In any case, locating a water source was of utmost priority. Chen Yu tethered the camel to the wooden post, lifted the barrel, and walked towards the teleportation stone that Jaffa had mentioned. The stone was etched with star patterns, emanating a faint blue glow. Such stones were scattered throughout the oasis. As soon as Chen Yu stood upon the teleportation stone, her wrist device displayed a message, transporting to the beginner ruins 4. In the next moment, she felt a tugging sensation, and the scenery before her blurred, transforming into a vast expanse of golden sand. Amidst the dunes stood solitary, crumbling stone pillars. Their surfaces eroded into irregular pits by the relentless winds. The intricately carved patterns now faded into obscurity. The sandy ground beneath her feet was far from smooth. Littered with shards of pottery and fragments of broken statues, some even retained the shapes of eyes or hands, evoking an eerie atmosphere. A few resilient desert plants emerged from the cracks between the bricks, bearing pale yellow fruits. Chen Yu approached and plucked the fruits, which triggered a notification on her wrist device. Sand crystal fruit, the most common fruit in the desert, turning pale yellow when ripe, with a sweet flavor. The sweet taste would be perfect for crushing and mixing into water for flavor. Chen Yu gathered all the sand crystal fruits within her sight and continued deeper into the ruins. Ahead, a collapsed archway lay upon the sand, with remnants of rusted copper adornments still clinging to the arch top. As the wind blew, the copper pieces emitted a faint tinkling sound. Amidst the gentle chimes, Chen Yu discerned the faint sound of flowing water. Following the sound, she arrived at a broken wall in the center of the ruins. This was a weathered stone wall, its surface riddled with cracks and moss, where ancient symbols could be faintly discerned. However, what truly captured Chen Yu's attention was a corner of the wall, from which crystal-clear water was slowly seeping through the crevices. This water seemed to arise from nowhere, a miraculous phenomenon. She reached out to touch the flowing water, and her fingertips were met with a refreshing coolness, indistinguishable from ordinary spring water. Her device flashed a message. Sourceless water, a common water resource in the Star Sand Kingdom, non-toxic and safe for consumption. With this assurance, Chen Yu felt at ease. She retrieved the barrel and positioned it under the stone crevice to collect the water, which flowed slowly, requiring some time to fill the barrel. While she waited, Chen Yu wandered near the broken wall. Not far away, several tawny rabbits peeked cautiously from the brush, nibbling on leaves. They appeared just like ordinary wild rabbits, yet their fur was longer and their tails rounder. Observing these plump rabbits, Chen Yu contemplated capturing a few. In this quest, food was not permitted, leaving her reliant on these small creatures for sustenance. She stealthily approached the low bushes, her footsteps nearly soundless. When the distance was sufficient, she sprang forward. The rabbits, startled, scattered in all directions, their small paws digging furiously into the ground as they quickly burrowed into a hole, leaving Chen Yu with empty hands. She brushed the sand from her clothes, lamenting her ability to vanquish monsters but failing to catch small animals. Her gaze swept across the low bushes that the rabbits had just nibbled, their gray-green leaves elongated and resembling dried tea. Chen Yu touched the leaves, and her device immediately displayed a message. Sandthorn tea bush, a drought-resistant plant thriving in desert environments, with gray-green, slender, and thin leaves, rough to the touch. When steeped, it has a slightly bitter and sour flavor, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Tea leaves. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. This was splendid. Paired with the sand crystal fruits, she could concoct a delightful fruit tea. Chapter 51. The Desert Market. 3. Time stretched on, and Chen Yu continued her exploration within the ruins. This novice ruin spanned a vast expanse, and after wandering for 2 hours, she had yet to encounter an endpoint due to its sheer size. During her trek, she only encountered 2 other players. The plant resources in this area were scant, yet an abundance of unfamiliar insects thrived here. Accidentally, her shoulder brushed against a decaying half-column of stone, which emitted a distressing crack as it toppled over. With a thunderous crash, the column shattered upon impact with the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Peering down, Chen Yu discovered that the interior of the column was hollow, densely packed with numerous elongated white insects. These creatures were the size of fingernails, several times larger than ordinary grains of rice, their bodies slightly translucent and emanating a soft white glow. Startled by Chen Yu and Appo's intrusion, the rice-sized insects scattered in all directions, resembling a deluge of rice spilling from a container. Sand rice worms, common insects found in deserts. Their appearance resembles that of rice, and they possess a similar flavor, making them a natural food source for travelers in the desert capable of being transformed into various delectable dishes. Observing the clusters of sand rice worms, Chen Yu surmised what the current quest sought to prompt them to consume. Lacking any extra containers, she removed her shawl to gather a large mass of the sand rice worms, then forcefully struck it against the ground. With this blow, many sand rice worms perished, appearing indistinguishable from actual rice. The sudden influx of rice worms attracted several large locusts drawn to the feast. Spicy salted locusts, a unique insect of the desert, measuring approximately 7 centimeters in length, with a deep brown or sandy yellow exoskeleton adorned with fine white stripes. Its surface is rich in a spicy substance, tasting akin to salt and pepper. Now, it seemed that a meal was assured, while Chen Yu couldn't claim to be overjoyed at the prospect of consuming insects. Having food was certainly preferable to going without. Suddenly, her watch chimed with a reminder. A customer would arrive in 1 hour, urging her to hasten back to her stall. Retrieving a water bucket from the crumbling wall, she found it filled to the brim after 2 hours. In her right hand, she carried the bucket, while her left held the shawl containing the sand rice worms, spicy salted locusts, sand crystal fruit, and sea buckthorn tea leaves. Arriving at the teleportation stone, she felt a tugging sensation before she returned to the oasis. The oasis buzzed with activity as players from the region had gathered. Some familiar faces clustered together in conversation, while the majority busied themselves with the goods they planned to sell. Chen Yu returned to her stall, noticing that to her left and right, a man and a woman had set up their own booths. The woman on the red carpet was assigned to a jewelry shop, a challenging venture in the early stages. But if she could persevere, a single piece sold later could yield more than Chen Yu's entire day's worth of drink sales. Meanwhile, the man beside her was assigned to a fried skewer stall, equipped with pots and plates, yet devoid of oil or ingredients, rendering him unable to open for business that day. Chen Yu faced her own challenges. Brewing tea required hot water, but she lacked a container to heat it. The sand crystal fruit needed grinding or slicing, yet she had no suitable tools at hand. Glancing at her supplies and then at the throng of bustling players, she spotted someone across from her operating a beverage stall similar to hers. Time was of the essence. She turned to the man on her right, whose stall held empty pots and plates, entirely unused. "Hello," Chen Yu began. "May I borrow your pot for a moment?" The man looked up warily. Suspicion etched across his face. "What do you want?" Chen Yu was straightforward. "I would like to borrow your pot. Would 5 points suffice?" Upon hearing this, the man realized he could benefit, as the pot was a provision from the quest. Lending it out for 5 points was an easy gain. Considering Chen Yu's earnest demeanor, he contemplated asking for more, feigning reluctance. "I need this pot too." 5 points. "All right, go ahead. I won't bother you." Seeing his unwillingness, Chen Yu opted not to press the matter. "No problem," she said, turning to leave. "Wait," the man called after her. "Upon further reflection, I suppose I could lend it to you after all." "That's quite unnecessary. I wouldn't want to delay your use of the pot," Chen Yu replied, continuing on her path. "Hang on a moment." The man assumed she was attempting to negotiate, abruptly thrusting the pot into her arms. 2 points. "I'll lend it to you for 2 points. "Really? I want to be polite then," Chen Yu exclaimed, her delight evident as she thanked him and hurried back to her carpet. Next came the task of igniting a fire. Chen Yu ventured to the outskirts of the oasis, using her sickle to cut dry vines entangled in a dead tree. On the ground, she gathered a dozen appropriately sized stones and some fallen palm leaves. Upon returning to her stall, she piled the dry vines together and struck 2 stones together to create sparks, igniting the vines in a bright flame. She arranged stones around the fire to contain the flames, then rinsed the palm leaves, stones, and wooden cup, scrubbing the pot clean before pouring in the remaining water and waiting for it to boil. The key ingredient for her fruit tea, the sand crystal fruit, awaited her attention. Kneeling, she placed the sand crystal fruit on a flat stone, grasping another stone in her hand to begin crushing it. Crack, crack, The skin of the sand crystal fruit was somewhat coarse, but the flesh was sweet and juicy, soon reduced to a thick, sticky puree. She folded a palm leaf into a simple funnel, carefully transferring the crushed puree into it. At last, the water in the pot reached a boil, bubbling vigorously. Chen Yu carefully poured the hot water back into the wooden bucket, then tossed in a handful of the pre-prepared seed buckthorn tea leaves. An invigoratingly tart aroma wafted through the air. Allowing the tea to cool slightly, she poured a cup. Adding an appropriate amount of fruit puree and using a palm leaf stalk as a makeshift stirrer to blend it all together. Thus, a simple cup of fruit tea was crafted. Chen Yu duplicated the process for the remaining 4 cups, pouring in tea and fruit puree, stirring until each was uniform before placing them on her stall. Watching the 5 cups of fruit tea release their enticing fragrance in the gentle breeze, a twinge of anxiety gripped her. Should a health inspection occur, her tea-making process would likely fail to meet even the most basic standards. Setting the 5 cups neatly on the narrow table, the moment arrived. Dong, the sound of a bell resonated through the oasis. Chapter 52. The Desert Market. 4. In the heart of the oasis, the grand teleportation stone trembled, its intricate patterns radiating a dazzling blue-white light. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of patrons began to materialize in the oasis. Most of these newcomers were clad in loose, coarse cotton lantern pants, their shoulders draped with matching rough fabric shawls. Their sun-kissed brown skin glistened, a testament to their long residence in the desert. Chen Yu stood beside her stall, propping up a piece of coarse bark, and with her fingers dipped in the black ash she had burned, she inscribed, "Sans crystal fruit tea, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Only 7-star sand coins." The guests dispersed from the central square to various stalls. Chen Yu's stall was situated in the middle of the thoroughfare, neither too prominent nor too obscure. Before her, another beverage stall attracted a throng of customers, causing Chen Yu to feel anxious and restless. Fortunately, the crowd was dense, and some patrons, unwilling to wait, chose to pass by and head towards her stall. One individual approached directly. Chen Yu stood tall, brimming with anticipation to welcome her first customer. The man, tall and imposing, cast a cursory glance at the neatly arranged 5 cups of fruit tea and then at the price on the wooden sign. His brow furrowed in disapproval. 7-star sand coins. This fruit tea is far too expensive. Before Chen Yu could offer an explanation, he dismissed her with a wave, stating, "Sans crystal fruit is everywhere. Who would drink this?" With that, he turned and strode away. Chen Yu was left speechless, watching his retreating figure vanish from sight, sighing deeply as she lowered her gaze. Silently, she laid the coarse bark down and altered the price from 7-star sand coins to 5. After a while, a young man with a refined demeanor approached. He paused at her stall and inquired, "What flavor is this fruit tea?" "Sweet and slightly tangy, perfect for quenching thirst," Chen Yu quickly promoted. "Would you like to try a cup?" The young man glanced at his coin pouch at his waist, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately shook his head. "Not worth it." Chen Yu watched him depart, letting out a heavy sigh. Gritting her teeth, she changed the price once more to 4-star sand coins. A middle-aged woman, donning a blue headscarf, arrived at the stall, glanced at the wooden sign, and surveyed the orderly cups of fruit tea. Nodding, she remarked, "4-star sand coin seems reasonable. I and Appos, LL give it a try. Thank you for your patronage," Chen Yu exclaimed, immediately handing her a cup. The woman took a sip and commented, "It and Appos, as acceptable. Just enough to quench thirst, but the cup cannot be taken away, mediocre." After finishing, she returned the empty cup to the table and walked away, though the review was lukewarm. It marked the beginning of her sales. Chen Yu exhaled in relief, yet she remained acutely aware of the gravity of her situation. The subpar quality of the fruit tea, coupled with the inability to take the cup away, would severely hinder the expansion of her business. More customers trickled in, each providing similarly average feedback on the fruit tea. One man took a sip, furrowed his brow, and declared, "This taste is off. It's horrendously unpalatable, worse than plain water. Would you care to try again?" Chen Yu mustered the courage to explain, attempting to salvage the situation. "I want an Appos, tea, drink it. Refund me." The man retorted, his tone firm, fearing an escalation. Chen Yu complied and returned his money. Thankfully, he was not intent on receiving a free drink. After the refund, he handed back the unfinished cup. Yet, the cup could not be resold, ultimately finding its fate spilled on the ground to nourish the oasis and Appos as flora. As time wore on, the vibrant sounds of the oasis gradually faded, the sky dimming as patrons once again stepped onto the teleportation stones to depart. That day, Chen Yu managed to sell only 6 cups of Sans crystal fruit tea and 2 cups of regular tea, earning a mere 28-star sand coins, far from enough to cover her rent. She packed up her stall, washing the remaining cups with leftover tea. During the selling hours, she had done the same, using palm leaves to pour a bit of tea to clean the cups before refilling them. Her stall was, by all accounts, unsanitary and far from clean, with the taste leaving much to be desired. Despair washed over her as she contemplated handing in her permit in 3 days to seek employment elsewhere. However, working for someone else meant relinquishing her stall, living under another's roof, and facing the uncertainties of accommodation and the whims of a boss. Chen Yu reflected on her previous work experiences, laboring tirelessly without earning much, only to be left exhausted. The thought sent a chill down her spine, prompting her to resolve to persevere. She gathered her cups and concealed them beside a camel, carrying her wooden bucket to another teleportation stone. As she was transported to the beginner ruins, 9, she felt a tugging sensation before materializing in a dim underground realm. The air around her cooled, infused with the unique dampness of subterranean spaces. Looking down, she found herself standing on moist, slate-gray stone tiles, with patches of moss sprouting here and there, releasing droplets of water with each step. Gazing upward, the vaulted ceiling appeared lofty yet indistinct, with several glowing plants suspended between the arches, casting a soft blue-green luminescence that illuminated the ruins. As Chen Yu walked forward, her footsteps echoed in the void, resonating with clarity. Approaching a shallow lake, she noted the collapsed stone pillars surrounding it, their surfaces entwined with dark green vines, adorned with luminous white flowers reminiscent of lilies of the valley, albeit larger, approximately 15 centimeters across, with petals seamlessly encircling one another. Sans lantern flower vines, plants that thrive around shallow lakes and ruins. The resilient dark green vines are covered in fine scales, enabling them to cling tightly to stone pillars and rock walls. Their petals are flawless and seamless, resembling exquisite cups, hence the name Endopos, sans lantern. Endopos, this is the sacred vessel for drinks. Her beverage stall had been saved. Chen Yu set her wooden bucket down and swiftly began to pluck the flowers from the vines. Though countless desert ruins existed, there remained the possibility of encountering other players competing for her prize. Quickly depleting the sans lantern flowers by the lakeside, Chen Yu hoisted her wooden bucket and continued to wander through the ruins. The sans lantern vines only flourished near water. She scoured the area for any sound of water, rushing at the slightest hint. Fueled by an obsession for the sans lantern flowers, she found herself embroiled in an invisible competition with imagined players, fearful of missing even one blossom. After successfully gathering the flowers from 3 different lakes, she crouched down to count the blooms in her bucket. 38, 39, 40. A smile began to spread across Chen Yu and Apos' face, her joy becoming increasingly difficult to contain, just as she reveled in her triumph. Envisioning a successful sale of fruit tea the following day, a sudden splash interrupted her thoughts. Like a heavy object crashing into the water, the sound reverberated with clarity. Chen Yu froze for a moment, then swiftly grasped her wooden bucket and dashed towards the source of the noise. Rounding a collapsed wall, she halted abruptly before a shallow lake, where ripples danced across the surface. In the center of the lake, a man with dark hair lay half-submerged, drenched. Opposite him stood a stone figure wielding a stone sword, its blade glinting ominously as it pointed directly at the man. Even worse, a cluster of flourishing sans lantern flowers was entangled around a toppled stone pillar in the path of the descending sword, the swaying petals pleading for salvation in silence. Realizing her precious drinking vessels were at risk of destruction, Chen Yu acted instinctively, stepping out from behind the wall and exclaiming, "Do not harm it." Chapter 53, The Desert Market, 5. Chen Yu's voice reverberated through the ruins. Not far away, the head of the stone guardian shifted slightly, seemingly drawn by her call. The heavy stone sword in its grasp hung suspended in midair, grains of sand cascading slowly from the edge of the blade. New monster detected, Ruins Guardian, level 3, a force born from ancient magic, tasked with protecting the ruins until the magic fades. Characteristics: cannot die. When shattered, it falls into a slumber, and upon absorbing sufficient energy, it automatically regenerates. Health: none. Attack power. Defense power. Viewable after defeat. The Ruins Guardian's massive form was constructed from weathered stones. Upon seeing the characteristics in the bestiary, Chen Yu charged towards the Guardian. The Guardian turned its body to face her, its stone sword slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. Chen Yu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike as the blade crashed into the ground, sending debris flying. Seizing the moment while the Guardian and Apos' movements were sluggish, she lunged at its knee joint. Crack! The sound of stones fracturing echoed, and the Ruins Guardian lost its balance, its colossal frame crashing down and stirring up clouds of dust. The stone sword slipped from its grasp, plummeting into a shallow lake, where ripples danced upon the surface. Chen Yu retrieved the hefty stone sword and, with all her might, swung it down upon the fallen ruin's guardian. In an instant, the guardian's body shattered, stones scattering in all directions. Monster defeated. Ruin's guardian. Experience gained. 50. Gold gained. 10. The ruin's guardian could not be truly destroyed. It could only be temporarily disassembled. Using a short sickle proved too challenging, while the very heavy stone sword it wielded became the optimal choice to confront it. Attribute increase. After vanquishing the ruin's guardian, Chen Yu's attributes underwent a transformation. In the previous verdant mist-plagued dungeon, she had dispatched numerous greeners and even defeated a colossal special greener, resulting in slight increases in her strength and agility, with strength seeing a significant rise, nearing a breakthrough point. This time, defeating the ruin's guardian further augmented her strength. Name: Chen Yu, level 7. Health: 100 stamina, 13 strength, 11 defense, 49 agility, 7 intelligence, 10 luck, 3 spirit, 3 skills, dual enhancement, thorn armor. Her current attribute sheet appeared quite impressive. However, Chen Yu had little time to dwell on her attributes. She hurried into the shallow lake, making her way to the stone pillar, swiftly gathering the sand lantern flowers entwined around it. Splash! The sound of water behind her drew Chen Yu's attention, and instinctively tightening her grip on the sickle, she turned to see the man who had fallen in the lake now standing upright. His damp black hair hung down, obscuring half his face. Yet the exposed portion revealed a sickly pale complexion and a sharply defined chin. He bore the appearance of someone who seldom ventured outside, his frail physique resembling that of a wisp, albeit with a larger bone structure and considerable height. The man lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately spoke in a faint voice. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Yun." His words were so soft they resembled the buzzing of a mosquito, barely audible. Chen Yu nodded in acknowledgement, her hands continuing to work as she focused on plucking the sand lantern flowers. Yun did not depart but instead stood quietly beside her, his gaze fixed intently on her every movement. After a while, he approached the stone pillar and gently picked a sand lantern flower. Chen Yu paused her actions, swiftly turning to look at Yun. "You have a beverage stall too?" Yun shook his head, glancing at the flower in his hand before carefully placing it into Chen Yu's wooden bucket. "I want to help you," he said, lifting his gaze, his tone still weak. Yet the sincerity in his words was unmistakable. Chen Yu was taken aback, her heart swelling with surprise at his gratitude. She felt a touch of embarrassment, as her earlier rush had primarily been to protect the flowers. "Thank you," she replied, pausing to consider her words. "I only helped you out of convenience. I really needed these flowers." Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. "Regardless, you saved me." Chen Yu returned his smile, then lowered her head to continue gathering the sand lantern flowers. Yun quietly assisted her, though his movements were somewhat clumsy. He made every effort not to disrupt her rhythm. The atmosphere of cooperation was unexpectedly harmonious. After collecting all the sand lantern flowers by the shallow lake, Chen Yu carried the wooden bucket and wandered deeper into the ruins, intent on finding more useful plants. Yun followed closely behind, remaining silent. Yet whenever Chen Yu crouched to pick flowers, he would mimic her actions. Together, they traversed a narrow path through several collapsed walls, occasionally hearing the distant sounds of other players, but they remained far away. The vast expanse of the ruins made such encounters exceedingly rare. As they turned a corner, Chen Yu spotted several faint lights flickering in a dim corner. Cautiously, they approached and discovered a plant resembling aloe vera, its thick leaves emanating a gentle glow, casting a soothing white-green light. A message popped up on her wristwatch. Glowing leaf, a plant unique to the underground desert ruins. Its sap is safe to consume, exuding a subtle milky fragrance. The leaf flesh is also edible, with a smooth texture. Chen Yu examined the plant closely, gently pressing a leaf to feel its softness, and her fingertip released a small amount of milky sap. Bringing her fingertip to her nose, she inhaled the delicate scent of milk. "Perfect. I can add milk tea to the menu." As she prepared to pluck a piece of the glowing leaf to taste its texture, Yun suddenly reached out to stop her. Chen Yu gazed at him in confusion. "What if it's poisonous?" Yun replied quietly, his head lowered. "Let me try." Chen Yu was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. "Do you have any skills or gear to resist poison?" Yun shook his head, leaving her even more puzzled. "Then how can you dare to try?" Yun raised his gaze slightly to meet hers before quickly lowering it again. "You saved me. My life is yours now." "What? What did you just say?" Chen Yu felt bewildered, doubting whether she had been underground too long, as the echoing sounds of water seemed to distort her hearing. Chapter 54. The Desert Marketplace 6. Observing Chen Yu and Apos. Bewilderment, He-Yun bit his lip, summoning his courage to reiterate, "My life belongs to you. I am yours. You may do with me as you please. I can even imitate the barks of a dog." Quite convincingly. His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner, a faint blush creeping across his face. Beneath his overgrown bangs, his eyes, moist and fervent, held a gaze that sought to envelop her entirely, like a pool of dark water. After a prolonged silence, during which her thoughts meandered, Chen Yu finally exclaimed, "Understood. You're suggesting a pledge of lifelong devotion." She continued, "I never imagined such staunch adherence to principles still existed. There's no need to take it to heart. As I mentioned, my actions were merely a spontaneous act of assistance." Chen Yu gently patted He-Yun's shoulder, reassuring him, "From now on, we're friends. Let's dispense with these notions of owing lives." Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, He-Yun's shoulders slumped, his head bowed, his lips pressed into a pallid line. Unheeding of his distress, Chen Yu raised her wrist, continuing, "The watch's information indicates they're edible, so rest assured." He-Yun, however, remained obstinate. He plucked a fragment from the luminous leaf's edge, meticulously extracting its sap, which he carefully sniffed before cautiously biting off a morsel of the leaf's flesh. Observing his stubbornness, Chen Yu refrained from further dissuasion, opting instead to stand by and observe. After careful mastication, He-Yun's expression betrayed a hint of perplexity. It possesses no discernible taste. Yet its texture bears a familiar quality. What sort of texture? Chen Yu couldn't resist inquiring. He-Yun swallowed the mouthful, searching for an apt comparison. "It resembles not a de coco, though softer and more easily severed." Upon hearing He-Yun's description, Chen Yu struggled to suppress the smile playing on her lips. "Not only can it be used in milk tea, but it also provides the toppings," she mused. "My beverage stand is certain to thrive, fueled by her ambitious aspirations." Chen Yu embarked on an extensive search of the ruins. Before departing, she discovered a stone dish partially buried in the sand, bearing the marks of years of water erosion, rendering it suitable for use as a shallow bowl. Chen Yu retrieved it, then joined He-Yun at the teleportation stone. As the teleportation stone shimmered, the sensation of being pulled apart dissipated, and Chen Yu found herself once more in the oasis. Twilight had begun to descend, casting a tranquil ambience over the oasis. "I shall return now," He-Yun murmured. His stall was situated on the northern side of the oasis, diametrically opposed to Chen Yu's. "I am grateful for your assistance today." Chen Yu responded, "Feel free to sample my fruit tea tomorrow, free of charge." He-Yun's lips twitched slightly, as if on the verge of a smile. But he quickly regained his composure, reverting to his usual placid demeanor. "Very well, until tomorrow." Chen Yu waved farewell, watching He-Yun depart. She returned to her stall, meticulously arranging the luminous leaves and sand chalice flowers she had gathered, before retrieving her evening meal, sandrice worms and pepper salt locusts. She poured the sandrice worms into the stone bowl, giving them a cursory cleaning before adding the leftover tea from the fruit tea preparation, along with a sprinkling of palm leaves and pepper salt locusts. Chen Yu ignited a small fire using dried vines, placing the stone bowl over the flames, watching the rice slowly come to a boil. As the sandrice worms simmered, they emitted a delicate fragrance, while the pepper salt locust released their spicy aroma, creating a surprisingly appetizing scent. Chen Yu fashioned a spoon from a palm leaf, scooping up a portion of sandrice worms and locusts, stealing herself before consuming a mouthful. "The flavor is remarkably similar to rice," Chen Yu remarked, finding it less objectionable than anticipated. She surveyed the surrounding oasis, noting the encroaching darkness. The players' carpet stalls were devoid of light, with only a few individuals visible, seated around campfires, conversing in hushed tones. After finishing her supper, Chen Yu cleansed the stone bowl with the remaining tea, tidied up her stall, and nestled beside her camel, preparing for sleep. As night descended, the desert's temperature plummeted, an icy chill permeating the air. Chen Yu wrapped herself in her shawl, seeking warmth from the camel's proximity. The camel's body radiated heat, and its gentle nature prompted it to shift slightly, allowing Chen Yu more space. In the distance, she could hear the murmur of players' conversations and occasional laughter, while the wind rustled through the oasis's palm leaves, producing a soothing sound. Chen Yu closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility of the desert night, while simultaneously contemplating her business plans for the morrow. In this comfortable and serene atmosphere, she suddenly sensed an intense gaze fixed upon her, prompting her to sit up abruptly and scan her surroundings. The occupants of the stalls on either side were already asleep, curled up beside their camels, oblivious to Chen Yu's movements. Chen Yu then turned her attention to the stalls opposite hers, where individuals were huddled together, engaged in conversation. Noticing Chen Yu and Apos' gaze, They turned their heads in confusion. No one is watching me. Is it merely my imagination? Chen Yu wondered. She offered an apology to the players across from her for her unfounded suspicion, then retreated to her camel's side, gradually drifting off to sleep. Her mind still plagued by doubt. The following morning, Chen Yu awoke to the cacophony of the marketplace. Gazing with concern at the array of fruits and tea spread out before her. The quantity of goods is increasing, making it difficult to transport them, she pondered. Yet leaving them unattended poses a risk. She still needed to venture into the ruins to replenish her water supply, making it impossible to constantly monitor her harvested materials. Furthermore, with beverage shops situated both ahead and across from my stall, it's difficult to avoid considering the worst-case scenario. What if these materials were pilfered? I would have no recourse. Chen Yu. A soft voice from behind startled Chen Yu, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Turning around, she discovered He-Yun standing at the edge of her stall, as if a wraith, clutching a pot and several sets of tableware, his head bowed. I have submitted my application for a permit, He-Yun said softly, as if afraid of being overheard. Would it be possible for me to work alongside you? Work alongside me, Chen Yu responded, her face a mask of bewilderment. She instinctively retrieved her toothbrush from her bag, squeezing out a small amount of toothpaste. The system still permitted the carrying of such basic necessities. After brushing her teeth absent-mindedly, she turned her attention back to He-Yun. Are you suggesting that you wish to become my employee? He-Yun nodded. Chen Yu's face lit up with delight. It's as if my wish has been granted. I was just lamenting the lack of assistance, and now He-Yun has arrived. Of course, it's possible, Chen Yu responded without hesitation. At that moment, Jaffer sauntered over. He glanced at He-Yun, then at Chen Yu, before speaking. He informed me this morning of his intention to become an employee. Now that you have agreed, I must clarify the regulations regarding employees. He produced a roll of parchment. Firstly, you must enter into an agreement, stipulating that you pay your employee a minimum wage of 10 star sand coins per day. As the owner of the employee, you may terminate their employment at any time, while the employee may not leave your service without your consent. Chen Yu mused, these are draconian terms. I must never allow myself to be reduced to the status of an employee, lest I be devoured alive. She turned to He-Yun, asking earnestly, are you certain that you wish to become my employee? These regulations do not sound particularly equitable. He-Yun nodded firmly. Very well, Chen Yu said, shrugging her shoulders. If you are in agreement, then let us proceed with the signing. Jaffer nodded in satisfaction. Produce your yellow glass orb. Chen Yu retrieved the yellow glass orb from her bag. Jaffer then produced a small knife from his pocket, handing it to He-Yun. Prick your finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the glass orb, and the contract shall be established. He-Yun accepted the knife without hesitation. He raised his hand, piercing his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the glass orb, where it instantly merged. The glass orb emitted a soft glow. Jaffer retrieved the knife, turning to Chen Yu. Very well, he is now your employee, and the contract is officially in effect. Chen Yu accepted the glass orb, noting that its weight seemed to have increased slightly. She turned to He-Yun and said, welcome to my beverage stall. I hope we will have a pleasant collaboration. He-Yun lowered his head and chuckled softly, his voice as gentle as a breeze. Yes, may our cooperation be delightful. Chapter 55, The Desert Market, 7. Chen Yu instructed He-Yun to remain at the stall, tasked with peeling the luminous leaves to extract the creamy sap and flesh, which she would then cut into small pieces for later use. He-Yun arrived at her stall, bringing along pots and utensils, although the utensils were crafted from wood. They sufficed for cutting the leaf flesh. Meanwhile, Chen Yu took a wooden barrel and pot and made her way to the teleportation stone, preparing to fetch water from the ruins. She intentionally avoided Ruin Site 9, as its shallow lake was perilously close to the sandy terrain, making the water prone to becoming murky with the slightest disturbance. Instead, she opted for the familiar location at the broken wall of Ruin Site 4, where the water flowed slowly but remained clean. During her wait, she gathered a pouch of seed buckthorn tea leaves and crystalline fruits. Additionally, she collected rice worms, which she also stored in her shawl. With He-Yun's assistance, her tools had doubled, greatly enhancing the efficiency of her ingredient gathering compared to the previous day. Once the water was filled, she hoisted both shawls over her shoulders, carefully placing the pot atop the wooden barrel before gingerly stepping back towards the teleportation stone. After a brief pull, Chen Yu found herself back at the oasis. She walked cautiously back to the stall, where He-Yun had already peeled the luminous leaves, storing the sap in a wooden cup and meticulously scooping the leaf flesh into a wooden bowl. Chen Yu poured the water into the pot and ignited a fire using her usual method, bringing the water to a boil before tossing in a handful of sea buckthorn tea leaves. The fragrance of the tea quickly permeated the air, gently tinting the water a pale green. Returning earlier than usual, with 2 hours remaining until opening time, Chen Yu took special care to adjust the proportions of her fruit tea and milk tea, aiming for a more exquisite flavor. She and Heroine and Apos' breakfast consisted of the previously unsuccessful fruit and milk tea, a makeshift meal to stave off hunger. Suddenly, the bells of the oasis tolled, and the central teleportation stone began to tremble. Customers were on their way. The sand lantern flowers could not be displayed on the table today. They would need to await customer orders for preparation. Chen Yu arranged the tea, crystalline fruit jam, and luminous leaf sap and flesh on the table, inscribing on the rough bark, sea buckthorn fruit tea 5-star sand coins, luminous leaf milk tea 8-star sand coins, optional edition of luminous leaf flesh. She subtly raised her prices, hoping to sell at 5-star sand coins. If they didn't sell, she could lower them again. The tremors of the teleportation stone ceased, and a large crowd arrived at the oasis. Chen Yu stood behind her stall, intently observing the customers disembarking from the teleportation stone. The crowd, much like the previous day, was adorned in loose lantern pants and sheer veils, dispersing in groups to explore the various stalls of the oasis. Clutching her wooden spoon tightly, she silently prayed that these patrons would take an interest in her milk tea and fruit tea, adjusting her expression to project a welcoming smile. The first customer approached the stall. It was the tall man from yesterday. He glanced at the fruit and milk teas on the table, his gaze lingering on the prices inscribed on the rough bark, his brow furrowing slightly. Milk tea for 8-star sand coins? He murmured. ISN and amp. Apos, tea that rather expensive? Having learned from her previous encounter, Chen Yu quickly responded, Dear customer, you seem familiar. I can offer it to you for 7-star sand coins, as a gesture for our loyal patrons. The man eyed her with suspicion, shaking his head. Still pricey, and your stall appears unclean. The items are exposed without any covers. I cannot risk drinking that. With that, he turned and walked away decisively, leaving Chen Yu no chance to respond. Alas, Chen Yu reached out, hoping to salvage the situation. But she could only watch as the man faded into the crowd. I cannot let you slip away. Chen Yu silently gritted her teeth, glancing down at her stall. His words held merit. The crystalline fruit jam and luminous leaf flesh were displayed in wooden bowls, and the luminous leaf sap was poured into an open wooden cup. Though neatly arranged, the lack of any covering made it appear somewhat haphazard. All right, time for improvements. She rummaged through her bag, retrieving several palm leaves to cover the bowls and cup, making the presentation appear much cleaner, which slightly eased her discomfort. After a brief wait, the second customer arrived. A young woman, clad in a flowing golden robe, approached the stall and scrutinized the milk tea for quite some time before finally inquiring. This milk tea looks delightful. Could you offer it at a lower price? Of course, Chen Yu promptly replied. 7-star sand coins. How does that sound? The young woman shook her head slightly. Chen Yu quickly adjusted her offer. How about 6-star sand coins? This price finally piqued the woman's interest. She produced 6-star sand coins from her purse and placed them on the table. All right, I'll take one. Relieved, Chen Yu swiftly began preparing the milk tea. She poured 1/3 of the luminous leaf sap into a sand lantern flower cup, filled it with tea, and gave it a gentle stir, her movements precise and efficient. Lifting the palm leaves that covered the luminous leaf flesh, she smiled and asked, Would you like to add a bit of luminous leaf flesh? Luminous leaf flesh? The young woman expressed surprise and curiosity. Does that have any flavor? It's better that it doesn't tea, as it won't overpower the essence of the milk tea. Chen Yu replied, scooping a small piece of luminous leaf flesh with her wooden spoon. Would you care to try a bit? If you like it, I can add more. All right, I'll give it a try. Upon receiving her permission, Chen Yu carefully added the luminous leaf flesh to the milk tea and handed the cup over. The young woman took the milk tea but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she frowned at the sand lantern flower cup and casually asked, Is there no straw? Confronted with this pressing concern, Chen Yu could only manage a rueful smile. Unfortunately, not at the moment. Very well then. The young woman, somewhat dissatisfied, took a sip of the milk tea. The luminous leaf flesh slid into her mouth, its soft and elastic texture melding beautifully with the subtle milky fragrance. She chewed tentatively, pleasantly surprised by the combination. Nodding in satisfaction, she remarked, Not bad. The luminous leaf flesh actually complements the milk tea quite well. After a pause, she added, However, the milk tea flavor is rather mild. Next time, I prefer it stronger. Thank you for your feedback. I will certainly improve it. Chen Yu responded eagerly, mentally noting this issue. However, a solution for the mild flavor was not readily available. The essence of the luminous leaf sap was inherently light, and no amount of it would intensify the taste. She would need to seek a better alternative in the future. The young woman departed with her milk tea, prompting Chen Yu to adjust the price of the milk tea on the rough bark to 6-star sand coins. The third customer, a middle-aged man cloaked in a cape, passed by the stall, pausing to inhale the enticing aroma of the milk tea. He tossed down 6-star sand coins and directly ordered a cup. This time, Chen Yu moved even faster, preparing the milk tea and handing it over. The man took a sip, said nothing, and left with his drink. As time passed, business at the stall began to stabilize. Although not bustling, the sales for the day had already surpassed those of the previous day. She sold 5 cups of sea buckthorn fruit tea, 2 cups of plain tea, and 8 cups of luminous leaf milk tea, earning a total of 77-star sand coins. Adding to the 28 from yesterday, she had managed to scrape together enough for a day's rent. However, she still needed to give Hiyun 10-star sand coins. Chen Yu counted out 10-star sand coins and handed them to Hiyun, who received them but promptly returned them. This way, I've already paid you, better to save it for rent, Hiyun murmured softly, as if to herself. We need to keep the stall running first. Chen Yu felt deeply moved. Finding an employee so considerate was like searching for a needle in a haystack. She tucked the star sand coins away, set the pot over the fire pit, and decided to have a meal before heading to the ruins. She prepared a pot of steamed sand rice worms, accompanied by a few seasoned locusts. As long as she didn't dwell on the fact that they were insects, the flavor was surprisingly delightful. Chapter 56. The Desert Market 8. Today, the raw materials at the stall were nearly depleted. Chen Yu glanced at the nearly empty wooden barrels and bowls, contemplating a replenishment of her stock. In truth, even without reaching the bottom, she needed to restock daily. The desert and Appo's scorching heat rendered these all-natural plant materials particularly susceptible to spoilage. She called out to Hiyun, "Let us divide our tasks for today. I shall gather the sandlight flowers while you collect the glimmering leaves. Hurry back once you have finished." Understood, Hiyun nodded, having already prepared himself, and quietly followed Chen Yu, carrying a wooden barrel. The two made their way to the underground ruins they had visited yesterday, continuing their harvest of sandlight flowers and glimmering leaves. Compared to the day prior, their exploration was considerably swifter today. There was no need to re-explore areas already scoured, and the state of ruined Site 9 had significantly changed since yesterday. Most plants had been harvested by other players, and as they ventured further in, their yield was disappointingly scant. Just as they rounded a section of collapsed stone wall, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from ahead. 2 players dashed out from a shadowy corner, their faces etched with panic. Chen Yu halted in her tracks, blocking their path. "What happened?" "Don't go any further. Just now, we encountered 2 ruined guardians by the shallow lake, accompanied by 3 corpses. It was terrifying." One player gasped, breathless. The other nodded vigorously. "If it weren't for a treasure chest nearby, I would never have dared to approach." Then suddenly, so many monsters appeared. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Chen Yu furrowed her brow. "Indeed. If you wish to go, do so at your own peril. We dare not venture back in." The 2 shook their heads and hurriedly departed. The ruined guardians posed little threat to Chen Yu, and while she was uncertain about the strength of the corpses, she reasoned that they could not be formidable creatures in a novice ruin. Chen Yu felt emboldened to give it a try. She turned to Hiyun. "Shall we take a look?" Hiyun nodded. "All right." They navigated through the rubble and broken walls, gradually approaching the shallow lake mentioned by the 2 players. By the lakeshore stood 2 ruined guardians, their movements sluggish and cumbersome, akin to moving mountains. They wielded stone swords, guarding the teleportation stone and treasure chest within the lake. 3 corpses lurked at the outer rim, swaying unsteadily, their skin shriveled and blackened from extreme dehydration, with elongated, pointed nails. Chen Yu instructed Hiyun to hide behind the crumbled wall, cautioning him to remain out of sight to avoid disturbing her as she engaged the monsters. Gripping her short scythe, she stealthily advanced toward the shallow lake, where the teleportation stone and treasure chest lay. If the 5 monsters were to converge upon her simultaneously, it would be a daunting challenge. Chen Yu crushed a stone underfoot, producing a sharp sound that drew the attention of the 3 corpses. As they sensed her approach, they emitted low, guttural growls, moving with a stiff, rapid gait toward her. The foremost corpse extended its sharp nails, aiming directly for her shoulder. Chen Yu stood her ground, unwavering. As the corpse closed in, she decisively swung her scythe, the blade slicing through the corpse's neck, severing its head. Chapter 57. The Desert Market 9. Chen Yu bent down, concealing her figure, and stealthily approached the small creature by the shallow lake. The creature was obliviously drinking, completely unaware of the danger that was stealthily encroaching. Chen Yu tiptoed closer, and as her shadow enveloped the small beast, she swiftly scooped it up. Squeak! Squeak! The small creature suddenly emitted a frantic cry of terror, ice cubes bouncing from its rear as it was embraced by Chen Yu. Its wariness and agility were far inferior to that of the rabbit she had seen earlier. Gently, Chen Yu caressed the creature's head, chin, and the area behind its ears, indicating her benign intentions. Feeling her soothing touch, the creature gradually calmed down, obediently nestling in her arms, gazing at her with its round, glistening eyes. It truly resembled a small dog, easily placing its trust in humans. Heyoon approached, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy as he observed Chen Yu's interaction with the creature. Chen Yu checked the information about the small beast that appeared on her wristwatch. Frost-tail beast, a creature from underground ruins, imbued with magical power. Its primary diet consists of sandflower vines, and it has an affinity for water, storing it within its body. When threatened, it can condense water from its tail into pure ice to attack its foes. If it drinks too much, it cannot control the condensation magic in its tail, leading to the continuous production of ice cubes. Experienced travelers in the desert often carry this creature to cool down and quench their thirst. Ah, how reassuring. The ice was tea excreted from its rear but condensed from its tail, which certainly feels much cleaner. Chen Yu's conscience felt a slight relief. She held the frost-tail beast in one arm and beckoned Heyoon over, and together they picked all the sandflowers along the lake's edge. The sandflowers from the intermediate ruins were larger, and Chen Yu planned to set them into large cups for resale. The luminous leaves here were also much thicker, with each petal equating to 3. The juice extracted from each could fill a wooden bowl. After gathering a sufficient amount, Chen Yu took Heyoon and the frost-tail beast back to the oasis, neatly arranging their collected materials and allowing the creature to expel some ice for better preservation of their harvest. After a brief rest, Chen Yu decided to stand on a few teleportation stones to explore various ruins. Ultimately, she chose to venture to Ruin Site 5. The terrain and environment of Ruin Site 5 were akin to that of Ruin Site 4, both nestled within the desert, with plants appearing somewhat withered, lacking the lush and humid vitality of the underground ruins flora. Chen Yu scoured this ruined site, collecting a bounty of sand crystal fruits and sea buckthorn tea leaves, as well as unearthing several tuber-like plants from the sandy ground. Her wristwatch indicated these were sand potatoes, rich in starch and mildly sweet, suitable for roasting. Contemplating whether these sand potatoes could be mashed into a puree, she hastened back to the oasis. She retrieved the sand potatoes from her pack, washed them, and tossed them into a pot still radiating warmth, rekindling the fire to steam them. Once cooked, the sand potatoes exuded a faint yellow hue, releasing a rich, sweet aroma. Chen Yu poured them onto a flat stone slab, using a wooden spoon to crush them gradually. To achieve a more delicate texture, she added some luminous leaf juice, mixing it in a bowl until the sand potatoes transformed into a smooth paste. Sampling a small spoonful, she was delighted by the combination of sweetness with a hint of creaminess, yielding a velvety texture. Chen Yu ladled the potato puree into a wooden cup, sealing it with palm leaves while allowing the frost-tail beast to condense some ice for preservation. After organizing the items for the next day, she reclined on the camel, draping a blanket she had found in the wooden crate over herself, leaving half to offer to Heyoon. Here, take half, don't freeze. Heyoon paused momentarily, glancing down at the half blanket, then stole a sidelong glance at Chen Yu's profile. Clearing his throat, he softly expressed, "Thank you," with great care. He grasped the edge of the blanket as if fearing to soil it, gently lifting it and slipping beneath. As he lay down, a half-arm's distance separated him from Chen Yu, his body rigid, breathing so lightly as if to avoid waking her. He turned his head, his gaze lingering on her face, traveling from her forehead, down her nose, to her slightly parted lips. The atmosphere was steeped in an oddly intimate tension. Yet, Chen Yu was already fast asleep, her fatigue manifesting in rhythmic snores. Day 3 of the instance. The morning air in the oasis was refreshingly cool. Chen Yu and Heyoon rose early to begin their preparations. The nearby food stall had finally commenced operations, the oil bubbling in the pot, while a row of skewers featuring seasoned locusts, mushrooms, greens, and unidentified meats adorned the table, wafting an enticing aroma. As the third day of the instance unfolded, most began selling their wares. Chen Yu surveyed her meager assortment of tools at her stall, igniting a fire to boil water. While waiting for the water to heat, she ventured out for a brief stroll, and indeed found a shop selling pots, bowls, and plates. The wooden bowls were rather coarse, appearing handcrafted, along with some dried plants and shells from certain animals. Chen Yu selected the largest turtle shell, though it was only the size of a medium basin. The vendor, however, asked for a steep price of 50-star sand coins. This turtle is rare. Besides, it's quite laborious to procure. 50-star sand coins is truly a friend's price, the vendor insisted earnestly. Chen Yu scrutinized the turtle shell, casually inquiring, "Which ruin site did you find this in?" The vendor responded promptly, "Beginner ruin site." "Why? It's not a monster, after all, and considering it was found in a beginner ruin site. It shouldn't be too difficult to defeat," she said, extending a finger. 10-star sand coins. At this, the vendor immediately waved his hands. "That one do? That price is absurdly low. What would I gain by selling it for 10? You can leave. I can easily sell this shell elsewhere." Unperturbed, Chen Yu raised another finger, stating, 15-star sand coins, and you tell me where you discovered this turtle." The vendor fell silent, weighing the merits of the transaction. Chen Yu placed the turtle shell on the ground. "If you don't sell, I'll simply look elsewhere." "Fine. 15 it is." The vendor finally relented, begrudgingly agreeing. Chen Yu paid the sum, and the vendor directed her to ruin site 11, indicating that she could reach it by taking 3 steps left from the teleportation stone on the eastern road of the oasis. Embracing the turtle shell, Chen Yu returned to her stall, where the water had boiled. She set the turtle shell aside, adding tea leaves to the pot while he washed and chopped the ingredients nearby. Once the preparations were nearly complete, Chen Yu took the frost-tail beast to a corner, feeding it with water from a wooden barrel while collecting the ice it produced from its tail in the turtle's shell. After filling the shell, she returned to her stall. She poured the brewed tea into a wooden barrel, retrieving a small glass filled with desert morning dew from her pack. A few drops of dew fell into the tea, instantly releasing a refreshing sweetness into the air. Chen Yu inhaled deeply, quickly sealing the barrel with palm leaves to preserve the fragrance. Then, she updated the price on the rough bark, specifically marking the drinks as iced. Sand crystal fruit tea. Small cup 6-star sand coins, large cup 8-star sand coins, luminous leaf milk tea. Small cup 7-star sand coins, large cup 9-star sand coins add-ons. Luminous leaf meat 1-star sand coin. Milk potato puree 2-star sand coins. Chen Yu once more discreetly raised her prices, fully intent on pursuing her merchant ambitions. She arranged a row of sample drinks using the cup holders she obtained yesterday, resolutely believing that this time, the beverages infused with desert morning dew would surely sell. Chapter 58. The Desert Market. 10. The resonant chime of the bell echoed as the luminous transmission stone flickered, heralding the arrival of a new batch of patrons at the oasis. The first guest, a middle-aged gentleman, scrutinized the prices at the stall, sampled the beverages, and ultimately ordered a large cup of shimmering leaf milk tea for 9-star sand coins, adding a portion of shimmering leaf meat for an additional star sand coin. Without haggling, Chen Yu was nearly moved to tears and deftly prepared the drink to hand to the customer. Before long, more guests flocked to the stall, each sampling the complimentary drinks and ordering at least one for themselves, ensuring their visit was worthwhile. Chen Yu beamed as star sand coins filled her pouch. As the day drew to a close, the tall man who had lingered near the stall the previous days, it had not spent a coin, returned. This time, Chen Yu was prepared, promptly offering a small cup of the sample drink. "We have tastings today, would you like to try?" she inquired. The man accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip. The refreshing aroma of tea melded with the sweetness of sand crystal fruit and the coolness imparted by ice cubes, prompting a slight relaxation of his brow and a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "This is much better than before," he remarked after a moment's pause. Chen Yu smiled brightly. "Then would you care to purchase a cup?" Without hesitation, he retrieved his coin pouch. "I'll take a large one," finally securing this challenging customer. Chen Yu felt that the day's efforts had been worth it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Yu had sold nearly 30 cups of beverages, earning a total of 260 star sand coins, added to the previous day's 105, and the 30 retrieved from the wooden box, leaving her with a total of 375 coins. She turned to He-Yun and said, "We should try to gather more fruit tomorrow and prepare additional ingredients." He-Yun nodded, tidying up the cups and pot. The frozen-tailed beast lounged lazily beside the camel, yawning. As night descended, the oasis was occasionally filled with sighs of despair. Rent was due tomorrow, and half the vendors had not earned 100 star sand coins, risking the loss of their stalls. Amidst the precarious atmosphere, Chen Yu secured all her star sand coins on her person before setting off to the ruins to gather materials. She first arrived at the ruins site number 11, as indicated by the tortoise shell vendor. After the transmission, she found herself at an expansive shallow lake ruin. The ground was covered with shallow water, so clear that the white sand beneath sparkled under the sun, with tiny ripples shimmering like silver. The water barely reached her ankles. The entire site was eerily quiet. occasionally interrupted by the sound of a gentle breeze rustling through the water. In the shallow lake, several deep blue circular openings resembled sapphires embedded in the surface. Exuding an unfathomable chill, Chen Yu cautiously approached one of the blue circles and peered in. It was a deep water lake, its surface undisturbed. A profound abyss that seemed to invite danger. If one were to step in, they might be swallowed whole, never to resurface. She quickly sidestepped the deep lake and ventured further into the ruins. In the distance stood several broken stone pillars, with remnants of partially collapsed building foundations visible between them. Bathed in sunlight, the pillars glimmered with a faint white sheen. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was dried salt crystals. As she approached, fine branches intertwined between the pillars, bearing pale blue fruits with smooth, glossy skins. Lemon fruit, found in the sandy bottoms of shallow lakes or at the edges of blue lakes in the ruins. Nourished by salt frost. The fruit is oval-shaped, with a pale blue sheen on the skin and light yellow flesh that is refreshingly tart with a hint of sweetness. Chen Yu quickly contacted Heroine to join her. Together, they gathered all the lemon fruits and meticulously scraped the salt crystals from the pillars. After half an hour, while Heroine continued to collect fruits and scrape salt, Chen Yu decided to hunt for turtles and stationed herself by the blue deep lake, waiting silently for 10 minutes. The tranquil surface finally rippled, revealing a white-shelled turtle that emerged from the water, voraciously consuming the white sand beneath the shallow surface. Moments later, another lake opening surfaced a dark jellyfish, which also began feasting on the white sand. It seemed that the white sand was the primary sustenance for the creatures of this ruin. Taking advantage of the white-shelled turtle's distraction, Chen Yu crouched down and cautiously approached. The turtle moved sluggishly, unaware of the impending danger. With swift hands, she grasped its shell. The turtle recoiled, pulling its head and limbs into its shell, but offered no resistance as Chen Yu lifted it into her wooden barrel. Pleased with her catch, Chen Yu turned her attention to another blue lake. The dark jellyfish floated serenely in the shallow water, blissfully consuming the white sand. Its tentacles gently swaying as they gathered the sand towards itself. Chen Yu retrieved a palm leaf and carefully approached the jellyfish. When it drifted close enough to the bank, she swiftly enveloped its body with the palm leaf and lifted it out of the water, having captured both the turtle and the jellyfish. Her watch buzzed with notifications. White-shelled turtle, a unique creature of the Salt Lake ruins. Its shell is hard and resilient to heat and cold, with the flesh containing trace amounts of mineral salt. Black jellyfish, a unique creature of the Salt Lake ruins. Its tentacles are soft and non-toxic, capable of regeneration after being severed. It must be cooked before consumption, becoming chewy and delightful. The flavor of the jellyfish alters based on the recent foods it has consumed. With the ability to change flavor and a delightful texture when cooked, Chen Yu mused on how to incorporate the jellyfish into her milk tea concoctions. She lingered by the blue lake, occasionally catching another jellyfish. The appearance of white-shelled turtles was indeed rare. By the time her barrel was full, she had managed to capture only 2 more, and they were not particularly large. Noticing the time, Chen Yu called out to Heroine, and they made their way to the intermediate ruins they had discovered the previous day. Together, they gathered an abundance of shimmering leaves and sand-cup flowers from the underground intermediate ruins. Upon returning to the stall, Chen Yu began preparing the captured black jellyfish. She squeezed shimmering leaf juice and sand crystal fruit jam into a pot, filling it halfway. Next, she held the jellyfish in her hands, forcefully extracting the moisture from its body before submerging it in the pot to soak. After about half an hour, Chen Yu retrieved the jellyfish and inhaled its faint milky sweet aroma. She chopped off the jellyfish's tentacles, placing them in the pot to cook, then allowed them to cool. Sampling a piece, she found the texture pleasantly chewy, though the milky sweetness had diminished slightly. Chen Yu diced the tentacles into small pieces, transforming them into an essential ingredient for her milk tea, tapioca pearls. Tomorrow's market would surely be profitable. Chapter 59, The Desert Market, 11, at dawn the next day. On the 4th day of the quest, Jaffer appeared before the stalls to collect the rents. Chen Yu took out 100 star sand coins from her bag and handed them to him. Jaffer counted the coins, finding the amount to be just right, and without uttering a word, proceeded to the next stall. The fried skewer stall next to hers had closed down, and the jewelry stall had also failed to endure. After a single round of rent collection, the number of stalls in the oasis had suddenly halved, leaving many spaces abandoned. The oasis felt exceptionally desolate. Players who had lost their stalls gathered in the central square, waiting for those with stalls to select them. Chen Yu contemplated whether she should hire an additional employee. Her stall was in a rather awkward phase. 2 people were sufficient to manage all the tasks, yet they worked late into the night only to rise early again, which was quite exhausting. Having another person could ease the burden considerably, at least allowing someone to oversee the stall and assist in organizing materials, thereby reducing unnecessary troubles. With her fingers shielding her face, Chen Yu began to ponder. Players in the central square were gradually being picked up, and those without stalls hurriedly introduced themselves, while the remaining stalls were also short-staffed. Soon, more than half of the players in the central square had vanished. Chen Yu decided to let it be. After all, she did not intend to make a fortune. As long as she maintained her current level of business, enduring the fatigue until the end would suffice. Just as she turned to leave, a hand gently grasped her arm. Turning around, she found a very young girl, wearing glasses and sporting a short bob hairstyle. Likely a high school student, appearing somewhat shy. "Sister, could you take me along? I don and oppose. Need a salary. I can manage my own meals. And I am a diligent worker," the girl said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chen Yu could tell she was sincere. The girl and Oppo's fingers were evidently calloused. Her hairstyle simple yet neat, exuding a sense of discipline reminiscent of the most obedient and earnest students in school. Chen Yu sighed and relented, saying, "All right. But I must make it clear that I can only offer you 10 star sand coins as your wage each day, which you will need to return to me. My stall does not earn much, and all funds must be saved for rent. As for meals, we can share." Chen Yu clarified her terms. Upon hearing this, Wang Mianmin's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and she nodded vigorously. "Thank you, sister. I will work hard." Chen Yu took out a glass orb, pricked her finger with the tip of a sickle, and squeezed a drop of blood onto it. The orb shimmered with light, feeling slightly heavier than before. "What is your name?" Chen Yu inquired. "Wang Mianmin," she replied softly. "Very well, Wang Mianmin," Chen Yu nodded, leading her back to the stall. Upon returning to the stall, Chen Yu entrusted Wang Mianmin with the task of grinding sand crystal fruit, instructing her to crush it before slicing the tentacles of the black sand mother. Yun continued to dig out the luminous leaf flesh and mash the tubers, while Chen Yu prepared tea over the stove. Today, they had added lemon fruit and salt grains, and Chen Yu concocted a glass of salted lemon tea. The three of them tasted it one by one, offering their opinions and adjusting the recipe accordingly. It must be said that their collaboration significantly expedited the process, and soon, the majority of the ingredients were prepared. Observing this progress, Chen Yu paused, allowing Yun and Wang Mianmin to continue with the preparations while she ventured into the ruins to gather more sand crystal fruit and sandthorn tea leaves. Upon her return, all the small ingredients were neatly arranged in wooden bowls. She felt a wave of satisfaction. Having employees was indeed beneficial. Chen Yu displayed a rough wooden sign: sand crystal fruit tea, small cup 6 star sand coins. Large cup 8 star sand coins salted lemon tea, small cup 6 star sand coins. Large cup 8 star sand coins luminous leaf milk tea, small cup 7 star sand coins. Large cup 9 star sand coins extras, luminous leaf flesh 1 star sand coin milk tubers 2 star sand coins sand mother pearls 2 star sand coins. Ding. The bell chimed punctually, and the teleportation stone flickered with blue light as customers arrived in droves at the oasis. Business continued as usual, with prices stable and no further haggling. Chen Yu focused solely on perfecting her beverage preparations. By the end of the day, she had earned 254 star sand coins. After deducting the stall rental fee, she now possessed a total of 529 star sand coins, qualifying her as one of the higher-earning stall owners in the area. That evening, to welcome Wang Mianmin, Chen Yu decided to cook a turtle, simply boiling it with salt for soup, and prepared sand rice worm rice. "Come, it's time to eat," Chen Yu said as she portioned out the meal for the three of them and handed it to Wang Mianmin. Having subsisted on fruit for several days, Wang Mianmin's eyes lit up at the sight of the steaming rice. She cautiously took a bite, savoring it slowly, when tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. "Woo-woo. It's so delicious. Since this game began, I haven't eaten my fill. I've only had fruit these days." "You've only been eating fruit?" Chen Yu frowned, but sand rice worms are easy to catch. Wang Mianmin looked up, her head bowed in shame. It's just that I'm too foolish." "Wait. Sister, what did you say this is?" "Sand rice worm." "Sand rice worm? Rice? Worm? Yes. Worm? Yes." Wang Mianmin stared incredulously at the rice in her bowl, unable to believe that she had just consumed worms. Noticing her terror, Chen Yu asked, "Would you rather spit it out? This turtle soup is genuine." "No. It tastes just like rice. I want to waste it." With tears in her eyes, Wang Mianmin ate 2 large bowls. In the following 3 days, business continued as usual, with daily earnings hovering around 200 star sand coins. After deducting the rent for 3 days, she had accumulated 534 star sand coins. Simultaneously, during this period, Chen Yu often felt a penetrating gaze upon her. However, each time she looked around, she found no one in sight. The nearby stalls had drastically decreased, and even the players remaining at the stalls were busy organizing materials and producing goods. Once again feeling that gaze, Chen Yu could not help but inquire, "Have you seen anyone strange around the stalls?" Wang Man shook her head. "No? Is that so?" Chen Yu frowned. "Yet I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me. Don't you feel it?" Yun, feeding a frozen tail beast at the corner of the stall, subconsciously shivered, though his movement was too slight for anyone to notice. Wang Man also furrowed her brow in confusion, responding, "No. It seems I truly don't feel anything." Since the others remained oblivious, Chen Yu began to doubt whether her nerves were overly frayed. She continued her routine of gathering materials from the ruins and selling beverages at her stall. Yet, another 3 days passed. On the morning of the 10th day of the quest, Chen Yu returned from the ruins with a bag full of fruits, traversing the desert area near the oasis. Suddenly, the sand beneath her feet began to tremble slightly, followed by a powerful force surging from the ground, instantly forming a sand vortex that engulfed her. She had no time to react, not even a moment to scream, before being dragged into the sand. When Chen Yu regained her vision, she found herself in an unfamiliar ruins area. Chapter 60. The Desert Market. 12. A message popped up on the watch. Transmission sent to the hidden primary ruins. Surrounding her was an expanse of desolate desert, the air arid, devoid of any signs of life, save for weathered remnants of walls, silent and forlorn. As she pondered in confusion, a gust of sand began to swirl in the air. The sand quickly coalesced into an intangible force, gradually encircling Chen Yu. The grains of sand writhed around her as if alive, ultimately forming several lines of text. "I have observed you for a long time. You are the suitable choice. Retrieve the relic of the end. Reclaim my memories." As the words completed their formation, the sand scattered into the air, vanishing into the earth without leaving a trace. The watch promptly displayed another message. "Player has encountered the spirit of sand. Please calm it." Failure to do so may provoke varying intensities of sandstorms depending on the spirit's power. At last, Chen Yu understood the gaze that had been fixated upon her these past few days. The spirit of sand had observed her vanquishing the guardians of the ruins previously, and had since chosen her to fulfill its wish. Chen Yu surveyed her surroundings, finding no teleportation stone in sight. To her surprise, calming the spirit of sand was a mandatory task. Thus, she resolved to search, noting that there were still 2 hours until closing time. As it was merely a primary ruin site, it shouldn't prove too challenging. She tightened the bundle of fruits strapped to her back, retrieved her sickle, and stepped forward. The vegetation in this ruined site was sparse, predominantly occupied by monsters. However, as it was a primary ruin site, the monsters were neither numerous nor formidable. Primarily consisting of the familiar dried corpses and guardians, nothing particularly extraordinary. Moreover, the area of the ruins was not extensive. Along her journey, Chen Yu dispatched 6 dried corpses and 3 guardians. After approximately an hour, she arrived at the end of the ruins. Before her lay a circular chamber, its walls adorned with ancient reliefs and runes. At the center of the stone floor stood a creature entirely enwrapped in tattered strips of cloth, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Its limbs were suspended by luminescent green threads, the ends of which disappeared into the darkness above, as if manipulated by unseen hands. New monster detected. Sand Wraith, level 5, born from ancient magic, devoid of consciousness and life, merely a body under control. Characteristics: health, none attack power, defense power, can be viewed upon defeat. The Sand Wraith seemed to sense Chen Yu's arrival, its head turning slightly, the hollow face beneath the strips of cloth seemingly gazing at her. The air around them became suddenly still. A single luminescent green thread shot forth from its palm, swiftly ensnaring Chen Yu's right wrist. Looking down at her wrist, bound tightly by the thread, she attempted to struggle but found it firmly secured. In the next moment, the Sand Wraith tugged forcefully on the thread, causing her wrist to rise uncontrollably. The sickle in her hand unexpectedly aimed at her own neck. With a clang, the blade narrowly missed, leaving her unharmed, not even a scratch on her neck. Chen Yu glanced at her neck, then at the sickle, exhaling a sigh of relief. She had anticipated something far more formidable. The Sand Wraith appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly altered its met. Chapter 61. The Desert Market. 13. 300 star sand coins. This was quite a substantial increase. Chen Yu was still somewhat dazed by the figure of 300 star sand coins. Jaffer had just risen from the ground, his face flushed with anger as he pointed accusingly at Chen Yu. "You kicked me. Are you no longer interested in working here?" I demand 400 star sand coins for your stall. He bellowed. I only waited for your return because your business seemed promising. Otherwise, I would have toppled your stall long ago. Hand over 400 star sand coins immediately. Otherwise, I will. Oh ho ho. If the working conditions are so poor, why not come and take a look at our place? A smooth, male voice suddenly interjected amidst Jaffar's furious tirade. Chen Yu turned to see a middle-aged man dressed in a silk robe, leisurely approaching with a golden lion-headed cane. His appearance was opulent and self-satisfied, complete with small round sunglasses, and he was flanked by two tall, sturdy bodyguards clad in gray robes. Hassan, Jaffar and Apos. S expression darkened immediately. What brings you to my oasis? Just taking a casual look, Hassan replied, removing his sunglasses, a slick and confident smile playing on his lips. After all, this territory may soon fall under my management, so it is only natural for me to come and inspect. Jaffar snorted disdainfully. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Don't create trouble for me. Hassan ignored Jaffar's anger and turned to Chen Yu, smiling. Beautiful miss, greetings. Chen Yu managed a smile in return. Hello. Hassan maintained his cheerful demeanor and continued. I just heard you two arguing. Did Jaffar really say he would raise your stall and Apos' rent to 400 star sand coins? Oh ho ho. This place is hardly worth that amount. The clientele is sparse and business is poor. Most of the patrons here are not affluent, making it difficult to earn a decent profit. He glanced around at the other stalls, his gaze landing on Chen Yu's stall. But my oasis is quite different. The clientele I cater to are the wealthy and influential from the royal city. As long as the products are of good quality, they are willing to pay a premium. Moreover, your current business conditions do not warrant enduring the limitations of this place. Hassan raised an eyebrow at Chen Yu, his intentions unmistakable. It was clear he was enticing her to switch stalls. She quickly inquired, what is the rent at your place? Also 400, Hassan replied, extending 4 fingers. However, if you join today, you will be exempt from rent for today and tomorrow, and I will provide a canopy for your stall free of charge. Chen Yu's heart stirred. This was indeed a splendid opportunity with favorable conditions. She was almost ready to agree on the spot. Jaffar scoffed derisively. Do you really think the wealthy patrons will be interested in your products? You would tea sell a single cup, and I want tea allow you back here. This was indeed a concern. Chen Yu hesitated. She could not guarantee that her drinks would sell well in the oasis managed by Hassan. Clearly, it was a more upscale establishment than her current one, but that also implied greater competition and more discerning customers. She glanced at Jaffar, paused for a moment, and then asked, So, you truly intend to raise my rent to 400 star sand coins? Jaffar shot her a disdainful look, his tone increasingly arrogant. I do not go back on my word. You would do well to comply and not ask too many questions, or I will raise it to 500. In that case, I shall go see you, Mr. Hassan. Chen Yu promptly turned her attention to the new landlord. Hassan's smile broadened, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. A wise choice. Welcome aboard. Since both demanded 400 star sand coins, it made sense to take a chance with Hassan. Now that she had acquired 2 bottles of desert morning dew, she thought it wise to start off with a little extra, and once she found better materials, she could reduce the quantity. Recently, she had been extremely busy gathering materials, with no time to delve into the ruins. Moreover, completing the ruins required traversing the entire beginner's area, which was time-consuming and yielded little reward. After deciding to relocate to the new oasis, her first task was to thoroughly investigate the locations of the intermediate ruins, which surely held higher quality fruits and teas. Hassan gestured for her to present her crystal ball. Chen Yu retrieved it. Nearby, Jaffar, evidently unwilling to concede, coldly mocked. Do you really think you can make it there? Don't come crying to me when you find yourself wanting to return. Hassan merely chuckled, tapping the glass ball lightly with his golden lion-headed cane. The yellow sand within receded, revealing a pool of blue water. You can reach my managed oasis number 5 via the teleportation stone in the central square. I wish you prosperous business, and now I must go check on other stalls. With that, Hassan departed, accompanied by his 2 bodyguards. Jaffar glared fiercely at Chen Yu, who chose to ignore him, turning to call for Wang Miaman to help pack up for the move. Their belongings were not abundant, and upon Hui Yun and Apos' return, the 3 of them bundled most of the materials into shawls, while holding onto cups, bowls, and pots. Arriving at the central square and Apos' grand teleportation stone. As soon as they stepped onto it, several options popped up on her watch. Please select a teleport destination. Oasis number 3, Oasis number 5, Cottonwood Resident Area number 1. Chen Yu was surprised to see so many teleportation points available at one stone. She clicked on the box labeled Oasis number 5. After a brief sensation of being pulled, the first thing that reached her ears was the lively hubbub, followed by the sight of the luxurious oasis before her. Oasis No. 5 exuded opulence, with palm trees arranged artfully, draped with sheer curtains that swayed gently in the breeze. Chandeliers hung from the trees, and most stalls were topped with canopies, some having already transformed into small shops, surrounded by walls to shield against the wind and sand. Chen Yu could only look on with envy. "You came from Jaffar's managed oasis?" A bodyguard in gray approached. Chen Yu nodded. "Follow me. Your stall is ready." The bodyguard's tone was neither harsh nor gentle as he turned and walked deeper into the oasis. The three of them followed closely behind. In Oasis number 5, the distance between stalls was greater, allowing for less interference among them. The carpets were more expansive, adorned with elongated tables topped with fabric canopies, all meticulously coordinated with the Oasis and Oppo's overall color scheme. Upon reaching a stall situated in the central path, the bodyguard halted. "This is your new stall. If you require anything, feel free to approach me." The Oasis provides decoration, inventory, part-time workers, and basic goods for sale. Chen Yu was taken aback by how comprehensive the services were. She exchanged relieved glances with Yun and Wang Miaman. They quickly unwrapped their burdens and began to organize the stall. To be candid, their stall's contents were rather disheveled, cracked wooden barrels and cups, and a large turtle shell, in stark contrast to the orderly equipment at the neighboring stalls. Chen Yu realized that this situation was unsustainable. "You two handle the stall and sell drinks as best you can. I doubt our drink quality will fetch much here, so I need to explore the ruins quickly." Chen Yu entrusted the stall to Wang Miaman and Yun. There was little to worry about. They typically took turns making milk tea, but Wang Miaman and Yun were even quieter and more reserved than Chen Yu, often struggling to engage customers with conversation. After giving them her instructions, she gathered their shawls in her arms, donned her backpack, and set off with her water bucket for an adventure. Chapter 62. The Desert Market, 14. She casually selected the nearest teleportation stone and was transported to the primary ruins, 4. Although the designation of this ruins was the same as the ruins for she had previously visited, the journey from different oases led to entirely distinct locations. Here, Ruins 4 presented a desolate landscape of withered grass, littered with collapsed stone pillars, yet it was adorned with abundant sand crystal fruits, even forming clusters of these gems. Chen Yu surveyed her surroundings, sensing that the flora here seemed untouched by human hands. Indeed, such primary ruins yielded materials deemed unworthy for sale at Oasis 5. Thus most players refrained from foraging here. She navigated around a cluster of sand crystal fruits and ventured deeper into the ruins, as the monsters had already been largely dealt with by other players, making her passage considerably easier. Before long, Chen Yu arrived at the teleportation stone leading to the intermediate ruins 4. The vegetation in this area thrived rapidly, yielding harvests every 2 to 3 days. It appeared that this site had been harvested just a day or two prior, as the fruits had yet to reach their peak ripeness. Chen Yu pressed further inward, discovering that the fruits deeper within had not been picked, and thus felt no hesitation in gathering them. The ruins were relatively devoid of players at this hour. Chen Yu meticulously collected every visible sand crystal fruit, swiftly exiting ruins 4 to proceed to her next destination. She was teleported to the primary ruins, 15, which unfolded into a landscape of shallow lakes, slightly moist, with lush greenery that contrasted sharply with the dreariness of the previous site. The expanse was a vibrant green, blurring the lines between cultivated plants and wild weeds. Ignoring the primary ruins once more, she made a beeline for the teleportation stone. Upon entering the intermediate ruins 15, Chen Yu immediately noticed a cluster of deep red shrubs flourishing beside the teleportation stone, their leaves thick and richly hued. Drawing upon her years of experience in material collection, she surmised that these plants were undoubtedly valuable. She crouched down and plucked a handful of the deep red leaves. Red essence tea bush, a tea plant native to the ruins. Its leaves are deep red and exude a rich fragrance. They require stir-frying before brewing, resulting in a tea that glistens like rubies and possesses a mildly bitter taste with a sweet aftertaste. Without hesitation, she spread her shawl on the ground and began to harvest, clearing the entire cluster of red essence tea bush, even taking the immature leaves without sparing a single one. Her methods were somewhat rough, splitting some leaves in the process, but that mattered little, for it was the tea that would serve guests, not the leaves themselves. After finishing with the red tea leaves, she continued deeper into the ruins. Not long after, a waft of sweet fragrance led her to a small flower field. The ground was adorned with delicate white blossoms, each resembling a petite teacup, with translucent petals revealing a half-full nectar within. Jade blossom, a plant thriving in the moist environment of the ruins. Its flowers are exquisite and white, with petals that curve gently. Each flower holds a small amount of nectar, which is sweet and often used to enhance various floral and fruit teas, enriching their aroma. How could she resist such a bounty? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu crouched down, gently bending the flowers and carefully pouring the nectar into her wooden cup. After diligently collecting all the nectar from the flower field, she amassed 2 full cups. Satisfied, she glanced at the nectar-filled cups, grasping them tightly before hastily leaving the flower field and heading toward the teleportation stone. At this moment, dusk had settled over the oasis, and patrons began to make their way home. Chen Yu inquired about the day's earnings. Wang Miamin sighed deeply, responding softly, 66 star sand coins. Adding today's total, I now have 1,006 star sand coins, enough to last 2 or 3 more days. Observing the vacant stall, Chen Yu decided to close it. Sharing her plan with her companions, they would earn little from the stall, so it was better to eat first and then gather fruits from the ruins together. They quickly ignited a fire and cooked a pot of sand rice worms, seasoning it with a pinch of salt before shaping it into rice balls and swallowing them hastily. The trio set off swiftly, unconcerned about the materials left at the stall, merely basic materials that no one desired, and even if someone did, they could take them freely, as they would no longer be of use. Chen Yu clapped her hands and addressed her companions. Let us split up to explore the various teleportation stones and locate the underground ruins. Inform everyone once we find them. And let us collect some sand cups and shining leaves for our cups. And if we come across lemon fruits or sand thorn tea bushes, do not let them slip away. Remember the ruins numbers. Understood. Agreed. The 3 dispersed. Chen Yu approached the eastern teleportation stone. He ventured west, while Wang Miamin headed north. They traversed back and forth at the teleportation stones. 10 minutes later, a message from Wang Miamin arrived. Wang Miamin, hurry to the north. Ruins 21 is an underground ruins. Chen Yu departed from her current ruins and raced northward. Wang Miamin was waving her arms beside the teleportation stone, calling out loudly, Here, here. Hearing Wang Miamin's unusually loud voice for the first time, Chen Yu sensed the urgency shared among them. Upon reaching the teleportation stone, he arrived half a minute later. The 3 entered ruins 21 together. The familiar damp and shadowy atmosphere enveloped them, revealing a profusion of sand cup flowers nearby. There was no need to distinguish between primary and intermediate. They harvested every available flower before advancing deeper. Keep moving deeper, Chen Yu commanded, leading her companions to follow closely behind. The 3 formed a line, their steps synchronized in a steady rhythm, akin to a coordinated exercise routine in a playground. Upon entering the intermediate ruins, 21, an unsettling sensation pricked at Chen Yu's back, a feeling of being watched. Something was amiss. This sensation was unmistakably the presence of the sand spirit. Sure enough, the very next moment, the sand beneath their feet began to undulate violently, creating a vortex that threatened to engulf them. Could you not call for my assistance at such a time? Chen Yu lamented as she fell towards the whirlpool. But in an instant, their figures vanished from the ruins, the ground's turmoil subsiding, and the vortex dissipating without a trace, restoring everything to its previous state. Chapter 63, The Desert Market 15. As Chen Yu opened her eyes, she found herself within the subterranean ruins, the chilling wails of desiccated corpses echoing around her. Fortunately, the spirit of sand had merely transported them to the primary ruins. With a concerted effort, they could complete the challenge within an hour, after which they could proceed to collect the sand orchid and glimmering leaves. Beside her, Wang Miamin and Heyoon were still oblivious to the unfolding events, intently observing the shifting sands beneath their feet, which slowly coalesced into words. I have been watching you for a long time. You are the suitable choice. Retrieve. These phrases were reminiscent of those they had encountered before. However, time was of the essence, and Chen Yu could not afford to wait for the spirit of sand to inscribe its message at its leisure. Stepping forward, she swept the sand aside with her hand, interrupting the spirit's writing. The incomplete sentence was entirely erased, and the sand began to form a question mark on the ground. Addressing the air, Chen Yu declared, I understand. You wish for us to assist you in recovering the relics, correct? We shall proceed immediately. Turning to Heyoon and Wang Miamin, her expression was urgent. Hurry. We have encountered the spirit of sand. This is a mandatory quest. We must reach the endpoint of the ruins to obtain the treasure chest. Wang Miamin and Heyoon nodded, their hearts heavy with doubt and apprehension, yet they followed Chen Yu deeper into the underground ruins. The monsters within the primary ruins remained unchanged, comprising merely a few desiccated corpses and guardians of the ruins. The desiccated corpses were the weakest adversaries in this quest, and Wang Man could manage to defeat them with some effort. Armed with a light crossbow, she aimed at a desiccated corpse 3 meters away. Her weapon possessed considerable lethality, but her precision faltered due to her timidity, often causing her to instinctively close her eyes when firing. However, with Chen Yu standing guard against the creatures, she was able to shoot a few arrows in relative safety, assisting Chen Yu in resolving the threat swiftly. Initially, their coordination was lacking. One of Wang Man's arrows invariably struck Chen Yu's head, back, or rear. Yet, Chen Yu's high defensive capabilities were precisely for such moments. What of it if you hit me once? You still have 2 arrows aimed at the monster. As long as you can slay it, that's all that matters. Wang Man was deeply touched, her voice choked with emotion. Sister, I shall work for you for a lifetime. That won't be necessary, Chen Yu replied. Together, their progress through the ruins exceeded expectations, largely due to He Yun's unexpectedly potent abilities. As Chen Yu grappled with one of the guardians, a second guardian attempted a sneak attack from behind. He Yun swiftly activated his skill. His right hand transformed into a shadowy form, manipulating the shadows on the ground. From these shadows emerged several tinder-like wisps of darkness that, despite their ethereal appearance, firmly ensnared the guardian. With a decisive gesture, He Yun lifted the guardian and slammed it to the ground, causing debris to scatter in all directions. The battle concluded swiftly, and a brief calm enveloped the area. Observing the rubble, Chen Yu felt a flicker of curiosity. She turned to He Yun and inquired, "How were you driven into the lake by the guardian?" After a moment's pause, He Yun replied, slightly embarrassed, "Actually, I tripped and fell into the lake, and coincidentally, the guardian happened to pass by." Understanding dawned upon Chen Yu, and she nodded, realizing she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. "No, you did not," He Yun hastily countered, his voice rising slightly with urgency. "You arrived just in time. I did not expect anyone to come to my aid. You are wonderful." Chen Yu was taken aback by He Yun's fervor, realizing he was truly a person who cherished the kindness of others deeply. She nodded reassuringly. I understand. He gazed at Chen Yu with a hint of melancholy. Unaware of his scrutiny, Chen Yu called out to Wang Man, who was hiding behind a broken wall. Man, come out. We must proceed." Wang Man emerged and trotted to join Chen Yu and He Yun. Together, they pressed forward, and within just half an hour, they beheld the circular chamber at the journey's end, where the sand wraith awaited the intruders at the center of the stone floor. Chen Yu halted, turning to her companions. "You two must stay here. Do not advance any further. The sand wraith can control players with its threads, and once ensnared, it is difficult to escape." Heeding Chen Yu's warning, the two remained hidden behind a pile of rubble as she approached the stone floor alone. The ensuing events unfolded like a well-rehearsed play. As the sand wraith locked eyes with Chen Yu, it shot out luminous green threads to ensnare her right hand, directing it towards her throat. Yet, Chen Yu remained unscathed. The sand wraith, taken aback, tugged on the threads to pull Chen Yu closer, attempting to stab her with a dagger, but once again, she felt no harm. Chen Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment for the creature, raising her scythe to dispatch it. The sand wraith collapsed, dissolving into a mound of sand, revealing a glimmer of silver, a key. This sequence resembled a meticulously choreographed performance, seamless and devoid of surprises. Chen Yu retrieved the key from the sand pile. Calling to her concealed companions, "It is done. Come quickly." The stone door in the wall slowly creaked open, revealing a hidden chamber within. He Yun and Wang Man dashed over, reaching her in a few minutes. Chen Yu did not wait for them. Entering the chamber to unlock a wooden chest with the key, fragments of radiant white light ascended from the chest, drawing the spirit of sand, which swirled in a cloud of dust, forming a vortex in the air to envelop the fragments. As before, it began to laboriously inscribe the words, "Thank you for your." Once more, Chen Yu waved her hand to erase its writing. The spirit of sand formed another question mark. With high emotional intelligence, Chen Yu replied, "No thanks are necessary. You may depart." The spirit of sand, though slightly perplexed, ultimately acquiesced and silently withdrew, leaving the land tranquil once more. Having pacified the spirit, Chen Yu was now eligible to claim her reward. Placing her hand on the wooden chest with practiced ease, a familiar voice echoed, detecting the player's stall type. "Please refrain from movement. Detection complete. Please collect your rewards for completing the ruins." As the chest opened, the contents revealed themselves to be somewhat different this time. Inside lay a vial of desert morning dew, 100 star sand coins, and an insulated container equipped with a faucet. With the insulated container, Retrieving tea became convenient and hygienic, not to mention aesthetically pleasing. The stall, at least, would not appear too shabby. Chen Yu felt a wave of exhilaration wash over her. She swiftly packed the desert morning dew and star sand coins, turning to Heroine and Wang Man, who awaited outside the chamber. The teleportation stone should have appeared outside. Let us return to our tasks. Chapter 64, The Desert Market 16. Upon their return to Intermediate Ruins Site 21. The trio wasted no time in gathering sandlight flowers and glimmer leaves. This location, renowned for its access to the elusive source of water, proved to be an excellent harvesting point. After completing their tasks, they emerged from the ruins, the moon now hanging high in the sky. Most players in the oasis had already retired for the night. Chen Yu decided against further work, as she had nearly collected all the necessary materials. With the business hours set for 10 o'clock, she resolved to resume processing in the morning. She surveyed the scattered items around her, inhaling deeply to relax. All right, let us call it a day, she said softly. We should get some rest. Heroine and Wang Man nodded in agreement, and the three of them, in perfect harmony, nestled beside the camel, spread the tablecloth, and settled down for the night. The following morning, as soon as Chen Yu opened her eyes, she began to stoke the fire. Once the pot was heated, she tossed in a handful of red rhythmic tea leaves to saut. The tea leaves released a rich aroma as moisture evaporated. And when the leaves were nearly ready, she poured them into a wooden bowl to cool. After wiping the pot, she set about boiling water. Taking advantage of the time while the water heated, she brushed her teeth and washed her face. Lacking any skincare products, and compounded by the desert's arid climate, her skin had begun to flake. However, she had long ceased to concern herself with her appearance, prioritizing the completion of quests over all else. Gurgle, gurgle. The water in the pot boiled. Chen Yu added a handful of red rhythmic tea leaves, watching as the water gradually changed color while she organized the other required materials. By customary division of labor, Wang Man sat nearby, skillfully crushing sand crystal fruits. Heroine was tasked with preparing the glimmer leaves, extracting their juice and then slicing them open to scoop out the flesh. Meanwhile, Chen Yu stood beside them, stirring the sand potato mash while boiling a few tentacles of black sand mother for later chopping. The frost-tail beast, having accompanied their stall for several days, understood its daily task and obediently sipped from the water in the turtle shell, ice cubes forming from its tail and dropping into the thermal box. After an hour and a half, the three of them, along with their beast, had efficiently prepared all the materials. Chen Yu added 7 or 8 drops of desert morning dew to the tea, noticeably reducing the amount in the bottle. She poured the tea into a thermal container, placed it on the table, and arranged bowls filled with various ingredients. Observing the crude wooden sign she had used for several days, she felt it was rather too casual. Seizing the opportunity before opening, Chen Yu strolled through the oasis stalls, purchasing a wooden price display board. The section for writing was crafted from some animal hide, allowing her to erase and rewrite as needed with water. She spent 25 star sand coins on the display board, and the stall owner graciously included a piece of chalk, leaving her with a total of 1081 star sand coins. It must be noted that the prices at Oasis number 5 were steep, yet the goods were meticulously crafted. Unlike the previous Oasis, where vendors simply sold raw materials they had gathered, like the vendor who slaughtered turtles and sold their shells as bowls, this Oasis provided a different standard. Chen Yu could not resist her curiosity and inquired with the stall owner, "Have you always been at Oasis number 5? How did you acquire tools that allow for such intricate processing?" The stall owner, pleased to share, replied, "I have always been here. And these processing tools were available from the start. If you need any equipment, you can buy it in Hassan as well. Look at the beverage stall across from me." When he first arrived, his setup was even more extensive than mine, boasting 2 full crates of plastic cups and 2 large thermal containers. I envied him. Why was Ti assigned to the beverage stall? Chen Yu nodded in understanding. The challenges at Oasis number 5 were greater, thus offering players more initial supplies, creating a fairer playing field. However, for a player like Chen Yu, who had come from a lower-tier Oasis, the disparity was still quite significant. Returning to her stall with the display board, she raised the prices of her beverages. Red rhythmic tea, small cup 4 star sand coins, large cup 6 star sand coins, sand crystal fruit tea, small cup 8 star sand coins, large cup 10 star sand coins, salted lemon tea, small cup 8 star sand coins, large cup 10 star sand coins, glimmer leaf milk tea, small cup 10 star sand coins, large cup 12 star sand coins, add-ons. Glimmer leaf flesh, 2 star sand coins, milk potato mash, 3 star sand coins, sand mother pearl, 3 star sand coins. Ding. The opening bell rang. The teleportation stone trembled, and customers appeared in the square. The patrons arriving at Oasis number 5 were adorned in lavish attire, their flowing robes crafted from fine fabrics. Adorned with jewels on their necks and wrists, some appearing particularly opulent, accompanied by an assistant carrying their bags. Customers flocked toward the stalls. Yet Chen Yu's setup stood out for its stark simplicity, appearing rather shabby amidst the array of offerings. Most customers ignored her stall, walking past without a glance. Chen Yu instructed He-Yun and Wang Man to tend to the shop while she prepared a row of sample drinks on a cup rack. Stepping out to promote her wares to passers-by. "Hello, would you care to try our fruit tea or milk tea? All made from fresh ingredients that just arrived today." Chen Yu repeated her pitch to each customer, her voice growing hoarse, yet none paused to engage. Most hurried by. And even those who briefly glanced her way quickly turned away, indifferent. After standing for a while, her legs began to ache, prompting her to squat down for a brief respite. Contemplating the need to invest some funds into sprucing up her stall, she rose to head towards the wooden structure in the central square. At that moment, a group of elegantly dressed girls approached her. They appeared lively and fashionable. And Chen Yu thought, they look so glamorous. They probably wouldn't be interested in the drinks I have. Nevertheless, she stepped forward to try and promote her products once more. "Hello, would you like to try our fruit tea or milk tea? Fresh ingredients just in today." To her surprise, several girls halted, with the one in a golden gown curiously examining her sandlight flower cup. "This cup is quite unique. Is it a real flower?" "Indeed," Chen Yu replied, plucking a petal and handing it to the girl. The girl gleefully accepted it, showing it to her companions, and they began discussing excitedly. "This would make for a fantastic photo. I love this natural style. It feels so healthy. Don't you think the fruit tea has a floral fragrance when served in a flower cup?" Chen Yu was taken aback to discover that her lack of funds for proper cups had inadvertently led her to create something appealing. In her previous oasis, such an idea would have been unthinkable, as patrons were accustomed to using plants or biological materials as makeshift cups and bowls. However, at Oasis number 5, players possessed more resources and wouldn't think to use plants as utensils from the outset. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu capitalized on this newfound interest. "Where is your stall? I'd like to buy a cup," one of the girls exclaimed. "I want to go too," chimed in another. The girls expressed their eagerness, and Chen Yu, invigorated by their interest, led them back to her stall. Chapter 65, The Desert Market, 17, Hastening back to the stall. Chen Yu instructed the girls to sample all the condiments as well. 1 cup of sand crystal fruit tea and 1 cup of glimmering leaf milk tea, each with a spoonful of sand mother pearls. And for the glimmering leaf milk tea, I want every type of condiment, especially a bit more of the milk sweet potato mash. I'll also have a salted lemon tea with glimmering leaf meat. The girls eagerly began to place their orders. 3 of them stood in a line behind the stall, shaking the tea briskly, swiftly concocting each beverage. The girls were unconcerned with minor details, pulling out their money to pay without a hint of haggling. "The taste is quite decent," one girl in a golden dress remarked, then inquired, "Don't you serve desserts here?" Chen Yu shook her head. "What a pity," the girl expressed with a hint of disappointment, before recalling something and producing a business card from her bag, handing it to Chen Yu. "This is the address for our afternoon tea gathering tomorrow. Do you offer delivery?" Chen Yu turned to her. "Delivery?" "Yes, delivery. Is that possible? We'll probably need around 30 cups. Upon hearing this number, Chen Yu instinctively nodded, agreeing to the delivery. "That is splendid. I'll place the order. 10 cups of sand crystal fruit tea, 10 cups of salted lemon tea, and 15 cups of glimmering leaf milk tea. All large. Each condiment, 10 portions, can be packed together. Please deliver it promptly by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Most importantly, all of it must be in these floral cups. I understand that the floral cup delivery might be challenging, so I'll give you 20 star sand coins for the delivery fee." How does that sound? What a benevolent customer, Chen Yu thought, as the girl radiated an alluring glow of wealth in her eyes. Taking the card, Chen Yu noted the address: Orchid Street, District 2, Longines Residential Area, Building 2. The Central Plaza's teleportation stone could take her directly to Longines Residential Area. The only issue lay with the transportation and containers for the drinks. Chen Yu planned to explore after closing time. As the group of girls continued to praise the stall, they attracted a few customers who began to queue for orders. First, she needed to finish the current tasks before preparing for tomorrow's delivery. 2 cups of sand crystal fruit tea, 1 large and 1 small. 1 cup of glimmering leaf milk tea with 2 portions of milk sweet potato mash, in a large size, 1 salted lemon tea with glimmering leaf meat, and another without any additions, both in small sizes. Customers arrived one after another. The clientele from Oasis number 5 was indeed plentiful and willing to spend. The three of them busily shook the milk tea at the stall. By sunset, the total earnings for the day reached 459 star sand coins, surpassing the daily rent. However, there was little to rejoice about, as many customers commented that the milk tea tasted mediocre, primarily purchased for the unique cups. If improvements weren't made, it would be challenging to achieve similar earnings in the coming days. Furthermore, the stall's simplicity caused many initially attracted customers to leave upon seeing the environment. "You two tidy up first. I'll check out the cabin in the central plaza," Chen Yu stated before turning toward the plaza. The cabin stood out prominently in the square, with players queuing at the entrance. Chen Yu took her place at the end of the line, waiting quietly. As time passed, the line gradually shortened. When it was nearly Chen Yu's turn, the sun had completely set. "Don't talk so much. If you can't pay the balance, we'll take down your stall." The cabin door burst open, and two gray-robed bodyguards dragged a player out. The player's face twisted in despair as he cried, "Just give me one more day. I promise I can pay." However, the bodyguards ignored his pleas, hauling him away from the cabin. Chen Yu was taken aback, realizing it resembled the tactics of a loan shark. She hesitated to enter, contemplating returning to gather Wang Man and He-Yun for courage. Just then, a woman clad entirely in black emerged from the cabin, her hair elegantly styled, with a tattoo of a hunting falcon on her arm. "What are you daydreaming about? Come in," she commanded with piercing eyes fixed on Chen Yu at the front of the line, urging her impatiently, "Hurry up and enter." Startled by the prompt, Chen Yu hurried inside. The cabin was infused with a subtle fragrance, with varying lengths of rugs hanging on the walls. In the center stood a low wooden table piled with papers and assorted folders, beside a brass lamp. The woman settled down on a cushion next to the low table, picked up a pen, and tapped it against the surface, asking, "You're new today, right? Hassan mentioned he brought over 3 stalls from Jaffer. Having worked here for a day, you should have a bit of an understanding now, correct?" Chen Yu nodded in response. The woman continued, "I want to beat around the bush. My name is Adilai, and I'm the head of the renovation team here. First, tell me, what business are you engaged in?" "A beverage stall." "Very well," Adilai acknowledged, nodding before beginning to jot down notes. The rhythmic sound of her pen striking the paper echoed crisply in the room. "What do you wish to renovate?" Chen Yu organized her thoughts before quietly responding. "I'd like to replace the table and add a semi-enclosed stall with wooden boards on both sides, leaving the top open." Adilai nodded, continuing to write without a hint of furrowing her brow. "Understood. No need for further explanation." She lifted her gaze and inquired, "Do you want a standard table or one specifically for beverage stalls?" "A specific beverage stall table?" Chen Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. Adilai rummaged through a stack of folders, retrieving 2 photographs and placing them on the table. She pointed to one, explaining, "This is a standard table with storage cabinets below, easily customizable. The second one is a beverage stall exclusive table, consisting of 2 parts. The front is a standard table for drinks, cash register, and customer interaction. The other is specifically designed for beverage preparation, featuring 2 shelves for condiment boxes, with space beside it for ice buckets and tea containers, and a lower shelf with storage cabinets. The standard table costs 120 star sand coins, while the specialized table is 480 star sand coins." Hearing the prices left Chen Yu feeling slightly dazed. Yet, purchasing the beverage table would be a one-time investment, offering both convenience and an aesthetically pleasing appearance. Currently, she had a total of 1565 star sand coins, leaving her with a comfortable surplus after the purchase. However, Chen Yu had one significant concern and voiced it. If I were to leave Oasis number 5, could this table be moved?" Adilai immediately grasped her concern, resting her elbows on the low table, and nonchalantly replied, "Pay a moving fee of 30 star sand coins, and my people will assist you in relocating it wherever you desire. Or you can move it yourself if you prefer. Hassan and I are partners. What I create for you is under my jurisdiction." Chapter 66. The Desert Market, 18. Chen Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Nodding with determination, "I will take this beverage stall and Oppo's dedicated table." Adile inquired, "What about the walls on either side? How much for the ordinary wooden walls?" Chen Yu hesitated to spend extra. Adile casually flipped through the form in her hands. Glancing up at her, "It depends on how high you want it. Should it align with the table or adhere to the standard 2 meters? Aligning with the table is sufficient." Chen Yu replied, pausing briefly to add, "The wood color should ideally match the table." "No problem," Adile noted while jotting it down. She then looked up, her eyes glimmering slightly. The beverage table along with 2 low wooden walls will total 680 star sand coins. Will you be paying in full or in installments? I can pay in full, Chen Yu responded, swiftly retrieving the coins from her pocket and counting out 680 star sand coins to hand over. Adile accepted the payment, her gaze falling on the crystal ball nestled in Chen Yu's arms. Handed over. Chen Yu produced the crystal ball, and Adile deftly snatched it from her grasp. From her chest pocket, she extracted a brooch and gently tapped it against the crystal ball. Instantly, the ball emitted a flash of light before extinguishing rapidly. The contract is finalized, Adile stated in a flat tone. The stall's address will be displayed on the crystal ball. It will be ready for you by tomorrow's opening hours. Chen Yu nodded. Understood. Thank you. Adile waved her hand dismissively toward the wooden door, signaling her departure. All right, off you go. Chen Yu stood and exited the wooden hut, somewhat astonished at how effortlessly the arrangements had come together. She turned toward the general store in the central plaza. Upon arrival, she purchased 2 large bags of plastic cups for 60 star sand coins. On her way back, she noticed 2 storage boxes seemingly woven from dry vines at a player's stall. Approaching, she tapped the edge of one box and inquired, "Are they waterproof? I need to keep ice fresh, and if they can and apples, tea withstand water, it would be troublesome if the boxes deteriorate." The stall owner, noticing her interest, promptly replied, "Absolutely waterproof and quite sturdy." He gently knocked on the box, producing a surprisingly crisp sound. I and apples, VE added wax tree resin, once dried. It's comparable to the plastic boxes we usually use. Chen Yu nodded in confirmation of the quality and asked, "How much?" 35 star sand coins each. They're handwoven. So I can't lower the price? Chen Yu mentally calculated that the box's size could accommodate about 20 cups of milk tea, deeming the price reasonable. However, she refrained from making an immediate purchase and continued, "Your boxes aren't and apples, tea made in one go, right? Do you have any defective ones?" "Yes, we do." "Interested?" The stall owner replied. Chen Yu nodded. "I'll buy 2 boxes from you at full price, but I'd like some defective material as well." "Sure. I have no use for the scraps anyway," the stall owner shrugged, retrieving a few pieces of waste material from the grass behind the stall and tossing them into the box he handed to Chen Yu. "Take it, and remember to visit again." Of course, Chen Yu agreed, promptly paying for her purchases. She unpacked the 2 bags of plastic cups, placing them separately into the boxes, and carried the 2 boxes back to the stall. At the stall, He-Yun and Wang Miaman had already tidied up thoroughly. Business had been good today. All the raw materials were used up, leaving no leftover items to count. The trio performed a quick organization, grabbing the wooden barrel and storage boxes before setting off for the ruins. Having scouted all the teleportation stones yesterday, today's gathering proceeded much more smoothly. The fruits in the intermediate ruins were generally larger, and the quantity required for picking was minimal, especially for the luminous leaves and sand crystal fruits, which were difficult to preserve and would lose freshness within a day. However, fruits like lemon fruits and sand potatoes could last a few days if the skins remained intact. The shelf life of crystal flower honey was considerably long, while Chen Yu had intentionally kept the black sand mothers in a turtle shell, waiting for their tentacles to regrow. Nevertheless, the growth rate of these small creatures' tentacles was not fast enough to achieve a daily lengthening, thus necessitating the continuous capture of new ones. The goal for tonight was clear. The trio would first gather the lemon fruits, black sand mothers, and sand potatoes from the intermediate ruins that they had missed yesterday. The unused primary lemon fruits, black sand mothers, and sand potatoes from the stall would serve as their meals for the next few days. Subsequently, they focused on collecting luminous leaves and sand crystal fruits, particularly the luminous leaves, which were the main ingredient for tomorrow's takeout orders, comprising both milk tea and condiments. As night fell and the moon ascended, the 3 returned to the stall, dragging the wooden barrel and boxes filled with materials. They quickly started a fire and roasted a few sand potatoes to stave off hunger. After their meal, they brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and double-checked the materials needed for the next day, finally leaning against the camel to rest in satisfaction. The moonlight cascaded down as the 3 nestled close to the camel, drifting into slumber with the gentle desert breeze. The next day, day 11 of the dungeon, before dawn broke, Chen Yu was abruptly yanked up from the camel by a robust arm. "Are you Chen Yu?" The gray-robed bodyguard, holding a form, glanced at her and stated, "Right. You need to install the table and walls, correct?" Chen Yu rubbed her eyes, still caught in a state between sleep and wakefulness, and nodded drowsily. The gray-robed bodyguard shot her a glance, his face devoid of expression. "All right, the 3 of you should leave first. Pack up your things and don't forget the camel." He gestured towards several wooden boxes at the stall. Yun and Wang Miamin were already stirring awake amidst the sounds of conversation. Beginning to tidy up the items on the ground, Chen Yu approached to rouse the camel, expertly tying its rope to a palm tree to ensure it wouldn't wander off. Before long, 3 workers clad in coarse cloth arrived at the stall, swiftly beginning their tasks, transporting boards and materials back and forth. Once the materials were gathered, the workers wasted no time and promptly set to work. First, the ordinary table was positioned facing the customers, followed by the beverage table being placed on the left side of the stall. With the tables in place, wooden walls were then fitted on either side. The ends and the middle of the wooden walls featured protruding thick wooden posts, which the workers drove into the ground with heavy hammers, ensuring the structural integrity of the walls. After the wooden walls were installed, they erected a canopy over the customer-facing table, then adhered a layer of creamy yellow striped wallpaper to the walls, perfectly matching the canopy's color. The entire stall underwent a dramatic transformation, appearing entirely renewed. The renovation process took nearly an hour. Once the gray-robed bodyguard and the workers completed their tasks, they exchanged a few brief instructions before hastily departing. The trio took the opportunity to recline back on the ground, resuming their slumber until the surrounding noise grew louder as other players began to awaken. Chen Yu yawned, stretching, and washed her face and brushed her teeth. Yun and Wang Miamin busied themselves with their own morning routines. Breakfast consisted of leftover roasted sand potatoes from the previous night and freshly cooked rice porridge. A carb-heavy meal to kickstart their day. "Let us get to work," Chen Yu declared, casually tying her hair back and skillfully boiling water for tea. Yun and Wang Miamin quickly fell into their routines, each preparing their respective condiments. Soon, all the ingredients were ready. Chen Yu glanced at the time and addressed her companions. "While we still have some time before opening, let us prepare the 35 beverages listed in the takeout order." Chapter 67. The Desert Market, 19. Shaking 35 cups in one go was a monumental task. The trio's wrists ached from the effort. Yet shaking milk tea was a familiar endeavor for them. The subsequent task of packaging the milk tea proved to be the real challenge. Chen Yu first laid a layer of palm leaves in the box, then meticulously cut the discarded box pieces provided by the stall owner to fit perfectly, securing them within the box. The sand cup could not stand upright and had to lean against a partition to maintain its vertical position, while the remaining space in the box was filled with smaller items, surrounded by ice to preserve freshness. The 2 boxes were filled to the brim. Shortly after completing the takeout order, the oasis began its operations. Today, the stall underwent a remarkable transformation, finally free from customers who would otherwise turn away in disdain. By 2 o'clock, Chen Yu prepared to set off. She borrowed a small cart for 15 star sand coins from the central square, placing the boxes atop it and pushing it toward the teleportation stone. "Shall we teleport to Oasis number 4? District 1 of the Cottonwood residence? District 2 of the Longines residence?" After some time scrolling, she finally found her destination. Selecting District 2 of the Longines residence, the teleportation stone activated. And moments later, she and her cart arrived at the location. With a flash of light, Chen Yu and her cart appeared in District 2 of the Longines residence. She stepped down from the cart, momentarily pausing to take in the scene before her. The streets here were wide and level, the pavement clean and orderly, flanked by lush greenery. Rows of white villas lined both sides of the street, their exteriors simple yet elegant, adorned with exquisite gray tiles on the roofs. Each villa separated by neatly trimmed hedges and gardens, exuding tranquility and comfort. Chen Yu glanced at the business card in her hand, carefully verifying the address. District 2 of Longines residence, Orchid Street, Golden Sand Community, Building 2. She began to push the cart forward from the teleportation stone, walking a few steps along the broad road without encountering anyone to ask for directions, but the street signs were clear and straightforward, allowing her to find her way gradually. Following the signs, she quickly located Orchid Street. The architectural style along the street remained consistent, with vibrant flowers blooming in front of each villa, and charming little fountains dotting the area. As the breeze passed, water droplets danced in the air, mingling with the fragrance of the flowers. Chen Yu continued onward, gradually approaching the Golden Sand Community. The street became more serene, and the surroundings more refined, with the perfect blend of trees and flowers. Pushing her cart, she followed the markings on the business card until she finally found the entrance to the Golden Sand Community. At the entrance stood 2 uniformed guards, who raised their hands to stop her as she approached with the cart. "Please present your identification." Chen Yu handed them her business card and explained, "I am here to deliver takeout. There is an afternoon tea gathering in Building 2 today, and I have brought the beverages." The guards examined the card and then asked Chen Yu to open the lid of the box for inspection. All right, please return within 10 minutes. The guards permitted her entry, and the gate slowly opened, allowing Chen Yu to hurriedly push her card inside. The layout of the Golden Sand community was exceptionally unique, with a moderate distance between buildings, each villa standing independently. After a short walk, she spotted the door plate for Building 2 and halted in front of it, noting the long gravel path leading to the villa's entrance. Chen Yu pressed the doorbell and waited. After a moment, the door swung open to reveal a woman in a butler's uniform, who smiled upon seeing her. Hello, you are here to deliver the beverages, correct? Please come in. I will take care of it. The butler called out, and two young men rushed forward to lift the box, heading toward the garden. Moments later, the young men returned with the box, holding a small device resembling a mobile phone. One of them whispered something to the butler. The butler nodded, handing the phone and some star sand coins to Chen Yu. This is a token from the young lady. She was very pleased with your beverages and hopes to contact you for future orders. The phone number is already saved inside. You may also use this phone to communicate with other guests. Here are 480 star sand coins. Please count them. A mobile phone, given to her without charge. Was this the power of wealth? Chen Yu stood in a daze as she accepted the phone and coins, placing the box back onto the cart before returning to the oasis in shock. At the oasis stall, He-Yun and Wang Mian were busily attending to customers. Chen Yu's return brought some relief, and they continued until the end of the business day. Today, the stall generated a total of 916 star sand coins from on-site sales and takeout, bringing the total amount back to a 4-digit figure, 1,671 star sand coins. In the following 5 days, business stabilized, with daily earnings from on-site sales averaging around 350, occasionally supplemented by takeout orders, resulting in an average of approximately 450 per day. Yet, Chen Yu remained vigilant, exploring different ruins daily, knowing that competition was fierce. Oasis number 5 hosted 2 larger beverage shops, each employing 5 staff members. Upon discovering Chen Yu's lucrative venture using sand cups, both stores quickly imitated her, leading to increased difficulty in gathering materials. This could not continue. 16 days into the dungeon, Chen Yu resolved to venture deeper. Players in Oasis number 5 were capable of clearing most beginner-level ruins and reaching intermediate ones. Yet few had succeeded in progressing from intermediate to advanced ruins. If Chen Yu could get ahead of them, she could amass a significant amount of star sand coins. However, she first needed to defeat the monsters guarding the teleportation stone leading to the advanced ruins. 3 ruin guardians, a sand puppet, and a new creature, the quicksand phantom. The ruin guardians and sand puppet posed no significant threat, but the quicksand phantom was an unfamiliar foe. Its form was that of a humanoid made of sand, with a core of a green crystal ball capable of disassembling itself to meld into the sand, creating whirlpools of quicksand beneath players, ensnaring them until suffocation. Chen Yu found battling this creature challenging. As she swung her scythe, the phantom's body would split in two, akin to cutting water, ineffective and futile. Meanwhile, it could generate whirlpools to ensnare her. Upon her first encounter with the quicksand phantom, Chen Yu fled the ruins in disarray. She returned to devise a strategy, filling a thermal box with water and carrying filled mineral water bottles in her backpack. When she confronted the quicksand phantom again, without hesitation, she splashed out half a box of water. The water drenched its form, causing the once fluid sand grains to rapidly coalesce. The quicksand phantom's movement slowed, the sand no longer flowing freely in the air. Attempting to reshape itself with the non-coagulated sand to trap her, Chen Yu produced a mineral water bottle from her bag, punctured the cap, and pressed the bottle to release a stream of water, continuing to thicken the sand on the phantom's body. Though it struggled, the wet sand rendered it cumbersome. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu approached without hesitation, drawing her scythe and thrusting it fiercely toward the core, the green crystal ball. The crystal ball shattered with a piercing crack, emitting a burst of green light as it broke, causing the entire body of the quicksand phantom to disintegrate rapidly. Chapter 68, The Desert Market, 20, successfully defeated the monster, Quicksand Wraith, gained experience points 150, gold coins 25, player Chen Yu leveled up to level 8. Can draw a card once. Having vanquished numerous foes within the desert dungeon, Chen Yu unexpectedly advanced in level. She casually checked her current gold, totaling 863. With a bit more, she could indulge in a tin draw at the intermediate card machine. Her gaze shifted to a silver treasure chest that had appeared on the ground, and a spark of curiosity ignited within her as she approached, gently placing her hand upon it. Detecting player stall type, please do not move. Detection complete. Please collect your relic site completion reward. The chest opened slowly, revealing rewards that made her eyes widen with delight. 2 decorative small cacti. 200 star sand coins, a vial of desert morning dew, a soda bubble machine, 2 sets of shaker tools, and a badge inscribed with the number 15. The rewards were rather generous. Chen Yu instinctively glanced around, wary of potential thieves, and hastily stuffed the items into her bag. She then picked up the badge, studying it intently. A notification appeared on her wristwatch. High-level relic site, 15, pass badge. Only the badge holder may enter the high-level relic site. Other players must accompany the badge holder to gain entry. The badge is not unique. The guarding teleport stone monsters will respawn, and other players can defeat them to obtain the badge again. Players who possess the badge will not be actively attacked by the guarding teleport stone monsters. With this badge in her possession, accessing the high-level relic site became a simple task. Other players, lacking the badge, could not enter independently and would need to accompany the holder. Splendid. Now those 2 beverage stalls would find it difficult to contest her for materials. Chen Yu quickly contacted Wang Miaman to join her. Recently, those 2 stalls had been causing trouble at her stand, and leaving Wang Miaman alone could lead to complications. Although Yun could manage them for a while, he could not afford to be careless, given the numerical advantage of their opponents. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Miaman arrived, panting and burdened with several large bags, her clothes damp from her hurried run. Let us go, Chen Yu indicated towards the teleport stone on the ground. Wang Miaman nodded quickly, a hint of nervousness evident on her face. The 2 of them stood upon the teleport stone, and a blue light enveloped them. They were transported to the high-level relic site 15. Within the high-level relic site, remnants of ancient structures lay scattered amidst the sands, the air thick with a dry, dusty atmosphere. The sand crystal fruits that grew from the ground showed no increase in number or size, yet their skins emitted a faint, ethereal glow, barely perceptible. Chen Yu reached forward to touch one. High-quality sand crystal fruit, the most common fruit in the desert. Yet due to its prolonged growth in the magically infused high-level relic site, it possesses exceptional quality, offering a sweet and refreshing taste, remaining fresh for a limited time after being plucked. Exchanging glances, Chen Yu and Wang Miaman silently began to harvest the sand crystal fruits. Each fruit sparkled with a subtle luminescence, resembling tiny gemstones. Besides the sand crystal fruits, there was another new type of fruit present. High-quality pearl vine fruit, flourishing solely in high-level relic sites, influenced by magical fluctuations. Its flesh and skin are both white, small, rounded, and smooth, resembling translucent pearls, with each fruit bursting with juicy pulp and a delightful sweetness. Chen Yu plucked one to taste. It was akin to a white grape, yet its flavor was undeniably richer and more fragrant. The pair continued to traverse the sands, occasionally bending down to collect the glistening sand crystal fruits and pearl vine fruits. As they delved deeper, the environment of the relic site grew increasingly peculiar. Not far ahead, the air thickened with rising dust, obscuring their once clear vision in a fog-like haze. The landscape ahead became increasingly indistinct, with little visibility to discern any details. Chen Yu sensed that something was amiss. She quickly organized the fruits in her hands, gripping her backpack strap tightly, signaling Wang Miaman to retreat toward the teleport stone. However, as they turned to flee, the swirling dust behind them surged forth like a tidal wave, swirling countless grains into the air. Almost instantaneously, they found themselves enveloped in a cloud of dust. Chen Yu's heart raced. She immediately grasped Wang Miaman's arm, urgently whispering, "Run." As they sprinted with all their might, numerous circular shadows emerged from the dust, racing toward them with alarming speed. They dared not linger, hastily making their way toward the teleport stone. The dust surged behind them, the air growing heavier, each breath laden with sand. The shadows drew nearer, their outlines becoming clearer, oval bodies with 8 elongated legs moving like curved blades across the ground. They were spiders. A multitude of spiders, varying in size and alarmingly numerous, pursued them through the dust. The 2 girls quickened their pace, the dust thickening around them, the sand beneath their feet seeming to come alive, hindering their speed. The largest spider, closest to them, emitted a low, buzzing sound, suddenly launching a long silk strand that ensnared Wang Miaman's ankle. The powerful pull caused her to lose her balance, crashing down onto the ground. Chen Yu swiftly severed the spider's silk with her scythe, pulling Wang Miaman to her feet as they continued to run. This delay cost them precious seconds, and the spiders closed in at an alarming rate, the vibrations of the sand and the scraping of spider legs creating a cacophony that urged the girls to accelerate further. The rustling intensified, the spiders drawing closer still, their sharp claws scratching against the ground almost audible, just as several gigantic spiders were about to pounce upon them. Chen Yu and Wang Miaman exerted every ounce of strength, leaping onto the teleport stone. They were transported to the intermediate relic site 15. A strong sensation of being pulled enveloped them, and they found themselves back in the intermediate relic site. Panting heavily, they stood before the teleport stone. Glancing back to see the surroundings tranquil and fresh, devoid of any threats, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Chen Yu took a deep breath, the fatigue washing over her, and she collapsed onto the ground, her heart still racing. Wang Man, equally exhausted, knelt beside her, gasping, "Why? Were those spiders so enormous?" "I have no idea," Chen Yu replied, wiping the sweat from her brow, her heartbeat still frantic. After a moment of recovery, she spoke again. "Let us head back. At least this time we gathered quite a bounty. We can refine our recipes and develop a few new beverages. The competition within the oasis is far more critical to the success of the dungeon than the monsters found in the relic site." Chapter 69, The Desert Market, 21. The dim lights of the oasis flickered as guests began to make their way back. Chen Yu had just returned from the teleportation stone when she noticed a large crowd gathered in front of her stall, clamoring about losing money. Some patrons lingered nearby, eager to witness the commotion. Heroine, inside the stall, had her head bowed, visibly flustered. Wang Man tugged at Chen Yu and Appo's sleeve, her expression laced with concern. "Is it that group again?" Chen Yu nodded, recognizing the familiar troublemakers from two competing shops. The two hurried back to their stall. Seeing Chen Yu's return, Heyoun's tightly pressed lips relaxed slightly, and she explained, "They came to buy drinks, and one of them claimed I knocked his bracelet off the table and demanded compensation, but I didn't touch him." In front of the stall, a short, stout man pointed at Heyoun, his voice booming with aggression. "Wasn't it you who knocked it off? Stop pretending. Hurry up and pay. If he can't afford it, then you pay." He gestured towards Chen Yu. Turning to face the crowd of onlookers, Chen Yu felt a surge of determination. She couldn't let this situation tarnish her reputation. Maintaining a good image was essential for business. Striving to keep her tone calm, she summoned all her emotional intelligence and asked kindly, "There's no rush over the compensation. If it's our stall's fault, I will certainly pay. However, I would like to inquire, when exactly did your bracelet fall?" The man, growing impatient, retorted, "It fell when I was placing my order." "What of it?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow in confusion. "But we don't even come into contact with customers' hands when taking orders. Just look at our staff." She gestured for everyone to focus on Heyoun, who blushed deeply. Their employee was a quintessential introvert, and it was already commendable that she managed to complete orders without faltering, let alone being overly friendly during the process. "Could it be that your bracelet is of poor quality? I suggest you seek out the seller for redress. Perhaps he deceived you, taking advantage of your naivety." The crowd, intrigued by their exchange, began to murmur among themselves. The man's expression darkened, and his companions displayed hostile looks. He glared at Chen Yu and barked, "What are you saying? We all saw it. It was your employee who broke my bracelet." Maintaining a polite smile, Chen Yu replied in a soft voice, "Well, it seems you're misinformed. Having many witnesses does not equate to clarity. If you can't even discern such an obvious fact, I genuinely feel for you." The man, infuriated, clenched his jaw, his facial muscles twitching as he stepped forward and shoved Chen Yu's shoulder. "You're asking for it." Chen Yu stumbled back, falling to the ground and clutching her arm, wailing, "My arm. It's broken. You must compensate me." The man paused, then angrily retorted, "Don't play dead. I barely touched you. How could your arm be broken?" Rolling on the ground, Chen Yu cried out, "Everyone is watching. It was you who pushed me. Hurry up and pay. My arm is beyond saving." Seeing Chen Yu stand her ground, the opposing group grew frantic. A gaunt man could no longer restrain himself and shouted at Chen Yu, "Compensate for what? Do you think we're in the real world? Is the law going to protect you? If your arm is broken, figure it out yourself." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu sprang to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Compensate for what? Do you think we're in the real world? Is the law going to protect you? You broke your own bracelet. Sort it out yourself." The opposing group quickly realized they had fallen into Chen Yu's trap. Initially confident, they were now met with a fierce rebuttal, their previous bravado vanishing in an instant. "This won't do," the gaunt man bellowed, whipping off his outer garment to reveal a weapon at his waist. The others followed suit, brandishing their own knives and swords. "Without compensation, we'll smash your stall," he shouted. Hearing this, Chen Yu promptly drew a short sickle. Before they could react, she swiftly swung it at the nearest assailant. He quickly dodged her first strike, but a shallow cut marked his face, blood dripping conspicuously onto the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. Chen Yu withdrew her sickle, twirling it in her hand, and challenged, "Are you sure you want to fight? Is your boss truly a benevolent one? If you get injured in a brawl, Will he support you? Or though the patrons of Oasis number 5 are largely affluent, not all are indifferent to the value of money. In fact, some individuals grow increasingly frugal with their wealth. Indeed, Chen Yu smiled as she handed him a cup of crystal fruit and honeysuckle tea. The bespectacled man accepted it, took a sip, and after savoring the flavor for a moment, remarked, "It tastes delightful. As a regular customer, can't you offer me a better price?" Chen Yu shook her head and pointed to the banner on the table. "While I cannot lower the price, we are currently running a promotion. Buy 2 cups and receive a 10% discount." The man raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased, but ultimately tossed a handful of star sand coins onto the table. "Very well, I shall have 2 cups." "Certainly," Chen Yu replied, taking the coins and signaling to Wang Man to begin shaking the fruit tea. With the cocktail shaker set, the preparation of the fruit tea became significantly more convenient and effortless. In no time, she presented 2 cups of fruit tea to the bespectacled gentleman. As time passed, the number of customers gradually increased. Some expressed dissatisfaction with the rising prices, even declaring their intent to refrain from future visits. Yet the majority voiced their contentment with the new beverages, particularly the crystal fruit tea and the pearl vine fruit tea. These exquisite fruits had been procured by Chen Yu and Wang Man at considerable risk to their safety. Moreover, due to the 10% discount, most customers opted to purchase 2 cups at once, resulting in a rapid surge in sales. Business was exceptionally thriving today. The trio was bustling with activity, hardly pausing for breath, while the stall buzzed with an extraordinary liveliness that incited envy among competitors. Chapter 70. The Desert Market, 22. As Chen Yu was fiercely reprimanding the citrus vendor, a sudden shriek pierced through the air. "Ouch! After drinking this beverage, my stomach hurts. Don't buy it." Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Yu peered out and recognized the gaunt man from the previous day who had been looking for trouble. Regardless of the truth behind his claim, some customers, put off by the disturbance, quickly turned and left. Chen Yu began to understand the nature of the business conflict, the imagined warfare of commerce, years of undercover data theft. Experts diligently developing new products contrasted sharply with the grim reality of brawls, feigned insanity, and sheer obstinacy. If Chen Yu were to display a wealth tree, she might find them sneaking in at midnight to sabotage it. The tactic, however, proved effective. Not only did the customers flee, but Chen Yu felt drained. "You two keep an eye on the stall," she instructed, placing her items down and stepping outside. The gaunt man continued to writhe on the ground, and upon seeing Chen Yu, he lamented, "Ouch, it must be your drink that is contaminated." Chen Yu ignored his outburst and directly addressed him. "You are from the beverage shop to the east, aren't you? What does it matter who I am? I had your drink and now something else wrong. So you must take responsibility," he retorted, brandishing a half cup of sand crystal fruit honey tea. It seemed they had hired other players to purchase tea, a detail Chen Yu had overlooked. "Very well," Chen Yu replied with a sudden smile, crouching down and speaking kindly, "Dear customer, I suspect it may be due to your poor digestion combined with the icy drink. We can serve it at room temperature here." "Ouch, you're trying to shirk responsibility," the gaunt man began, but Chen Yu quickly interrupted. "No, I shall compensate you for this drink." She extracted 12 star sand coins and added 100 as compensation for mental distress. "Oh, now you're scared?" The gaunt man accepted the money, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he leered at Chen Yu. He didn't ponder why Chen Yu had suddenly changed her demeanor and was now accommodating. He attributed it to his supposed strength that had finally compelled her to relent. Yet, receiving the money was not enough. The gaunt man theatrically lifted the back of his shirt, threateningly warning Chen Yu, "You'd better be careful from now on. Keep your tail tucked and deliver us 100 star sand coins daily. Otherwise, we have plenty of tricks to deal with you." Chen Yu merely smiled in silence. Seeing his plan succeed without any reaction from her, the gaunt man muttered in boredom and departed towards the east. With the gaunt man gone, some customers who had initially left due to the ruckus returned. Chen Yu resumed her work at the stall. As dusk approached, Chen Yu entrusted the stall to Wang Man and He Yunzhao. She then slung a bag filled with mineral water over her shoulder and hurried to the entrance of the eastern beverage stall. This establishment bore a striking resemblance to hers, but featured a different aesthetic, complete with a ceiling and wooden walls at the back, with open spaces on either side for storing fruit and ingredients. "What are you doing here?" the gaunt man called out first. He then turned to address a middle-aged man lounging in a chair with his legs sprawled, ingratiatingly stating, "Manager Jia, I'll chase her off immediately, don't worry." Chen Yu disregarded the gaunt man, focusing her gaze on the so-called manager Jia nestled at the back of the stall. It intrigued her that such a modest beverage stall had a manager. She was curious about their organizational structure. Manager Jia, a portly middle-aged man, was engrossed in fiddling with his watch. Chen Yu had never seen him before. He always sent subordinates to stir trouble while he lurked in the shadows. Casting a casual glance at Chen Yu, he lit a cigarette and returned to his watch, exuding an air of indifference. Chen Yu remained silent, standing quietly outside the stall. The cold, pale moonlight illuminated her face, casting shadows that obscured half of it, rendering her almost ghostly. "What do you want? Are you insane?" Standing motionless in front of our stall, the other employees inside, disturbed by this bizarre spectacle, began to voice their discomfort. Aside from the manager, there were 5 employees present. 3 of the men were familiar to Chen Yu from a previous confrontation, while 2 women remained, one timidly working nearby without uttering a word. Surrounded by several large buckets awaiting her attention, the other woman appeared to hold a higher status, similarly fawning over Manager Jia. Despite the commotion within the stall, no one dared to confront Chen Yu. After all, they had been warned previously that any form of fighting would lead to expulsion. Moreover, Chen Yu had done nothing but stand outside, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. "What are you doing?" The gaunt man finally erupted again, perhaps exasperated, suggesting she was merely standing there in a display of defiance. Before he could finish, Chen Yu suddenly overturned the stall table and leaped inside. Almost instantaneously, the sand beneath the stall began to sink, forming a whirlpool. The previously boisterous employees were thrown into chaos, unable to control themselves as they were sucked beneath the sand. Within seconds, the surface of the stall returned to tranquility. Several gray-clad bodyguards passed by, glancing around. Upon seeing the stall empty, they thought nothing of it and continued on their way. Meanwhile, Chen Yu found herself teleported to the hidden intermediate ruins 3. As a dry, desert wind swept through, the eerie howls of desert corpses began to echo around her. The employees who had been engulfed scrambled to their feet, bewildered and looking around. "Where is this? How did you bring us here?" The gaunt man shouted, terror etched across his face. Chen Yu slowly turned, finally speaking. "Oh, none of you have ever been here before?" She pointed at the words that began to materialize in the sand, smiling. "This is a mandatory task from the spirits of the sand. They have sought me out several times. I initially thought I would have to wait a couple more days for them to capture me, but I didn't expect to run into them today." Pausing for a moment, Chen Yu's smile deepened. 2 desert corpses and a relic guardian began to emerge from behind her. "By the way, there are quite a few creatures here. Be careful not to get hurt." Chapter 71. The Desert Market. 23. Chen Yu stood resolutely, unafraid of injury. The desert corpses and relic guardians, realizing they could do nothing against her, advanced towards the 6 individuals at the stall. "What are you standing there for? Attack!" Manager Jia shouted, urging his subordinates to act swiftly. In their panic, several stall employees failed to follow orders, darting about aimlessly before finally drawing their weapons or activating their skills, preparing for a bloody confrontation. A gaunt man unhesitatingly pulled the seemingly timid girl in front of him, shielding her from the assault of a desert corpse. Fortunately, she only sustained a minor injury, a shallow cut on her arm. After the battle concluded, the 6 were left breathless and battered, searching for Chen Yu, only to discover she had vanished amidst their struggle with the monsters. A deeper fury ignited within them, yet time was not on their side to pursue her. The only way to escape was to press forward, delving deeper into the ruins as instructed by the spirit of sand. Along the way, monsters continued to emerge. Desert corpses, relic guardians, and sand puppets came at them in relentless waves. The intermediate ruins were leagues apart from the beginner ones, especially with the hidden ruins swarming with creatures, each wave more formidable than the last. Each battle drained their stamina further, and their wounds multiplied. Gradually, 2 of the 6 succumbed to excessive blood loss, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue. The remaining 4 gritted their teeth and pressed on, though their physical limits seemed to have been reached. Just as they were on the brink of losing all capacity for movement, Chen Yu reappeared. She stood a short distance away, observing the nearly broken group with feigned surprise. "I told you there were many monsters here. Why are you still so careless?" The gaunt man's eyes reddened with rage as he glared at her, teeth clenched in fury. "Malicious. You did this on purpose to drag us down." Chen Yu gently shook her head. "That's not how it is. I am helping you. Don't forget. The quest requires soothing the spirit of sand. I had your best interests in mind." The gaunt man was nearly driven to madness, the scene before him blurring as he struggled to remain upright, enduring the pain coursing through his body. At that moment, another howl from the desert corpses echoed through the air, thick with the scent of blood, signaling that more monsters were indeed. Chen Yu inquired, "Do you not resent me for dragging you into this ruin?" Bai Hong shook her head, replying, "It was originally Mr. Jia and the others who sent me here to seek trouble. You merely retaliated. I am simply unfortunate to have been with them." Chen Yu paused, her heart stirred slightly. Acknowledging Bai Hong and Appo's misunderstanding nature, suddenly she recalled her own experiences at the company, which were not dissimilar to Bai Hong and Appo's. She unconsciously remarked, "In truth, sometimes being overly reasonable can lead to being bullied." Bai Hong responded with a thoughtful hum, lowering her head for a moment before softly saying, "Yet, I do not wish to engage in actions I deem wrong. There is nothing inherently bad in being reasonable." Chen Yu nodded in agreement. "Certainly. There is nothing wrong with that. However, there are far too many unreasonable individuals in this world. Only those with a strong fist can survive." Having endured several instances in the dungeons, her perspective had shifted. Bai Hong remained silent, her shoulders slumping as she gazed at the ground. She recognized Chen Yu's truth, but held firm to her own convictions. She was unwilling to compromise, at least on matters she believed to be right. Chen Yu observed her, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned towards the teleportation stone. Casting a final glance at Bai Hong, she stated, "Let us proceed. Upon returning to the oasis, you shall commence work immediately. Moreover, I do not offer wages here, just meals." Bai Hong abruptly looked up, disbelief etched across her face. A glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "You are willing to take me in?" Chen Yu smiled. "Of course, after all, you have entrusted me with the card. Besides, it is Mr. Jia who seeks to trouble me, not you. You were merely unfortunate to join his enterprise. I am also a reasonable person. I will not make things difficult for you." She regarded Bai Hong with sincerity, adding, "Furthermore, possessing a strong fist is not meant to intimidate others, but rather to facilitate reason, is it not?" "Indeed," Bai Hong replied, somewhat excitedly, hastening to follow Chen Yu as they stepped into the teleportation stone together. Once they departed, the bodies within the ruins transformed into yellow sand, scattering with the wind. Chapter 72, The Desert Market, Royal Capital Part 1. The incident regarding Chen Yu and the beverage stall to the east had spread among the other stall owners who witnessed the entire affair that night. The beverage stall in the south no longer dared to provoke Chen Yu. With external threats eliminated and internal concerns addressed, her stall now boasted 3 employees, allowing for shifts that ensured everyone could rest adequately, thereby enhancing work efficiency. Chen Yu's beverage stall business was flourishing. Hassan personally approached her, presenting a banner inscribed with Best Stall. Chen Yu hung the banner on her table and inquired of Hassan, "Is there any reward for receiving this banner? Perhaps a couple of days' rent waived?" "Oh, that is not possible. This banner is the reward," Hassan replied, leaning closer to Chen Yu and whispering conspiratorially, "However, I do have news that surpasses any reward." "What is it?" Hassan produced a poster from his pocket, featuring a lavish castle as the backdrop, with bold letters proclaiming Royal Capital Market Festival. Below, an explanation read, "The Royal Capital Market Festival is approaching, welcoming various stalls to participate in the gathering. Queen Sophia will be present to award honorary medals to her favorite stalls." This was the objective of the side quest, to please the queen. It was now the 20th day of the quest, and she had finally awaited this moment. Hassan continued, "This is a rare opportunity. Each oasis is permitted only 4 stalls to participate. I believe you will certainly earn an honorary medal. I will have Adela assist in relocating your stall. Arriving early will secure a favorable position." Chen Yu pondered briefly before asking, "Surely there will be a stall fee for the festival? How much is it per day?" Hassan displayed a hint of embarrassment, initially hoping to gloss over the matter, but Chen Yu circled back to it. "Well, it's approximately 700 star sand coins per day. Will we be able to return afterward? Once you participate, you must stay for a full 10 days. The stalls are already prearranged and cannot be altered at will." "Then I shall not go. 700 star sand coins a day for the best stalls in each oasis might lead to losses." Hassan, growing anxious, hastily clarified, "What are you worried about? I have already surveyed other oases, and your stall will undoubtedly profit. Why are you so eager? Is my participation that crucial to you?" Chen Yu's words caught Hassan off guard. He quickly explained, "If an honorary stall emerges under my management, it will leave a favorable impression on the queen, granting me more authority over additional oases. I have long desired to take over Oasis number 4 managed by Jaffer. You would be helping me immensely, given your reasoning." "It might not be entirely unfeasible," Chen Yu conceded with a nod. Hassan was about to beam with joy when Chen Yu added, "However, for the Royal Capital stall fee, I will only pay 200 star sand coins. If you cover the remaining 500, I shall go. Assistance should be reciprocal. Don't you agree?" Hassan's smile faltered. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Chen Yu would pay 400 star sand coins, while Hassan would cover the additional 300 each day. Very well, let us pack and prepare for the royal capital. Chen Yu called to Yun, Wang Miaman, and Bai Hong, as the four of them busily gathered their belongings. Alongside Chen Yu's stall, there were 3 additional stalls and a transport team led by Attila, responsible for moving their stall equipment. The central square and Appo's teleportation stone could not directly reach the royal capital, necessitating several transfer points. They followed Attila's team, continuously switching teleportation stones. With each transition, the surroundings grew increasingly opulent, the streets more vibrant, and the architectural styles more exquisite. After the 5th teleportation, they finally arrived at the royal capital. The sight before them was breathtaking. The ground was adorned with smooth marble, flanked by verdant trees, exuding lush greenery. A slender waterway ran through the center of the street, infused with fragrant spices that released a subtle aroma. In the distance, the outlines of palaces shimmered, with majestic towers glistening in golden sunlight, imparting an air of grandeur and sanctity to the royal capital. Halt. The teleportation stone had delivered them to the gates of the royal capital, rather than the city center. A few guards swiftly approached, blocking their path. Participants of the Royal Capital Market Festival, please present your credentials. Attila, leading the group, produced a document embossed with the royal seal. After the guards inspected it, they issued temporary resident permits to each individual and granted them passage. Upon entering the royal capital, they discovered that every street lamp was adorned with festival posters, and colorful banners hung from balconies along the roads, with announcements broadcast intermittently. The Royal Capital Market Festival was evidently of great significance. Behind them, a continuous stream of stall owners from other oases was entering the capital. A casual glance from Chen Yu revealed 3 or 4 beverage stall owners, each carrying tea barrels. The Royal Capital Market Festival promised to be a fierce competition. Chapter 73, Desert Market, Royal Capital Part 2. The Market Festival is located to the south of the Royal Capital. Players from various oases are flocking southward. Many participants hail from different nations and do not speak Chinese. Yet, they all seem to comprehend it, suggesting that the system has transcended language barriers. Upon entering the instance, the previously disabled chat channel has been reactivated. Chen Yu glanced at it but found little content. After all, within the Desert Market instance, players could meet and converse at oases, rendering the chat channel unnecessary. However, the World Channel contained a few intriguing messages. World Channel, Anonymous 04-2567. What is the point of receiving the Queen S Award at this festival? Aside from completing tasks and earning rewards, what else is there? Participating in the festivities is exhausting, certainly not envious. Anonymous 12, IO6, you're quite bitter, aren't you? Anonymous 04-2567. What else could there possibly be? Anonymous 12, IO6, players attending the festival come from various safe zones. Winning a prize might benefit their respective zones somehow, right? Anonymous 07-25YY, that makes sense. Slaying the Lord is divided by zones, ISNT it? Anonymous 18-170H, how do you know that? Have you ever slain a Lord? Anonymous 07-25YY, no. But a prominent player who has posted on the forum mentioned that only the first player to slay the Lord in each zone receives a title reward. Subsequent slayers only earn points and card rewards. Anonymous 07-25YY, at first glance, this seems unrelated to the zones, but Anonymous 07-25YY, Lords are distributed according to the number of safe zones. Players from the same zone can slay the Lord multiple times, even clearing the Lord entirely. But once defeated, other zones lose their opportunity. Anonymous 07-25YY, clearly, there is competition between zones, thus, it should relate to the zones. Anonymous 18-170H, however, slaying the Lord rewards only the slayer without offering anything to their zone. Anonymous 07-25YY, perhaps the system has some hidden mechanisms yet to be revealed? Otherwise, why divide players into so many zones? Anonymous 05, IJ77, whatever. Go Zone 5. Anonymous 16, JJ780. Zone 16 is bound to win. Anonymous 11-5617. Has our zone set up a stall for the festival yet? This was the first time Chen Yu learned that Lords are distributed according to the number of safe zones, and that one could slay several. It seems she must pay more attention to the forum's updates. If the number of slain Lords is limited and competition exists between zones, then the market festival may operate under a similar mechanism. Awards may not only signify personal achievement, but could also be tied to the overall interests of their region. However, these remain mere conjectures. The system has yet to clarify what benefit slaying a lord or gaining the queen's favor during the festival might confer upon his own. Chen Yu shook her head, casting aside these possibilities, and focused on the tasks at hand. Here we are, Adeli's voice echoed from ahead. Chen Yu switched off her watch and looked up. Before her lay a vast expanse, meticulously cleared, with designated stall areas marked out. In the distance, a banner floated in the air, held by two hovering metallic birds, reading, "The Royal Capital Market Festival is about to commence." Chen Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "How could this place be so enormous?" As they walked, Adeli replied, "This open space was expanded through magic by the old men of the magic court. The royal capital is unlike the remote oases. Magic is pervasive here, allowing even such spaces to be enlarged at will." She paused, then casually added, "Oh, remember that dining stalls must provide on-site service in this open area. Be prepared to bring money to purchase tables and chairs, though it would be a considerable expense. Doing so would likely increase the chances of their dining establishment receiving the Queen's commendation." "What? On-site service?" Chen Yu was taken aback. Adela shot her a puzzled glance. "Didn't Hassan inform you?" Chen Yu shook her head, internally lamenting, no matter how meticulously one plans, one cannot outmaneuver Hassan, that crafty merchant. Adela pointed to the distance. "Go find the renovation team. They're at the southernmost end of this area, and they sell everything you might need. However, the managers are likely from the magic tower. So while their efficiency is high, their prices are steep." At this, Adela seemed to recall something, letting out a brief scoff, but it was only for a moment. Her expression quickly returned to normal as she turned to the transport team, commanding, "Hurry up. It begins tomorrow, don't delay." In an instant, everyone hastened, busying themselves with the task of finding space to set up their stall equipment. The open area was bustling with activity, teams jostling for position, with faint sounds of disputes echoing in the air. Finally, Chen Yu's group secured a spot relatively close to the main path, and without hesitation, they began to arrange their equipment and organize their stall. However, as she stood up to survey the surroundings, her gaze fell upon a stall directly opposite, another beverage stand. The vendor across was eyeing Chen Yu and her staff with a vigilant glare. "Forget them. Let us hurry up," Chen Yu urged her three companions, her hands moving swiftly to set up the equipment. There were no teleportation stones within the royal capital, so gathering materials required venturing outside the city walls. Fortunately, she had prepared, bringing all available materials from their stall, which would suffice for the business demands of the next day. After a flurry of activity, the stall was nearly ready, and the sky was yet to darken completely. Chen Yu decided to head to the southern end to check on the renovation team, ensuring the tables and chairs were in place to avoid chaos tomorrow. The roads within the market featured normal pedestrian pathways on either side, with a central express lane and occasional teleportation portals for the convenient movement of stall owners. The scale of the royal capital was indeed unlike that of the oases. Navigating through the teleportation portal took 5 minutes, and soon Chen Yu arrived at the southernmost end. The renovation team here was vastly different from the oases. No shabby wooden huts. Instead, a grand wall adorned with door-shaped patterns emanated a peculiar magical aura. As Chen Yu pondered how to enter, one of the doors suddenly swung open. A despondent player emerged, head bowed, mumbling, "I spent so much money, will I ever earn it back?" Seizing the opportunity before the door closed, Chen Yu quickly propped it open with her foot and peered inside. The interior revealed a spacious area. Each wall was lined with half-height stone pillars, each topped with a crystal ball that emitted a soft blue glow. While Chen Yu observed, a low, indifferent voice resonated through the air. "For any inquiries, please approach the crystal ball. Place your hand upon it, and it will automatically match you to your stall." Following the voice's guidance, Chen Yu stepped inside, choosing a nearby crystal ball and placing her hand upon it. Chapter 74, Desert Market Royal Capital, 3. The crystal ball emanated a gentle glow, projecting a screen before her. The display was meticulously categorized: walls, floors, tables and chairs, decorations, partitions. Each item boasted a three-dimensional model for reference. Beside it appeared a simulation diagram of the vacant space for Chen Yu and Amp, Apos, stall, rich in detail. She could freely drag and position the selected items anywhere within the stall to directly assess the arrangement's effect. Chen Yu clicked on the category for tables and chairs, quickly becoming dazzled by the overwhelming array of choices. Simple table and chair set for 200 Stardust coins set the most ordinary wooden round table and chairs, unremarkable. But at least they provide a seat for customers. Elegant table and chair set for 300 Stardust coins, set an upgrade from the simple set, featuring superior quality. Adorned with a gray-green tablecloth, with cushions added to the chairs. The colors of the tablecloth and cushions can be altered. Rococo-style table and chair set for 450 Stardust coins, set a pristine white round table embellished with pearl lace. Paired with exquisitely soft sofa cushions, possessing a chance to attract sophisticated and elegant customers. Oriental charm table and chair set for 500 Stardust coins, set expensive and rare mahogany carved table and chairs, exuding classical elegance. With a chance to draw in subtle, reserved, and mysterious patrons. Chen Yu browsed through the selections. These tables and chairs were indeed pricey, adding the flooring and partitions. The overall budget would surely amount to a considerable expenditure. She assessed the simulation diagram, deciding that the walls could wait. An open-air beverage stall also possessed its own charm. The key was the comfort of the tables and chairs for customer experience, as well as the overall ambience of the stall. Ultimately, she selected 3 sets of elegant tables and chairs, which offered reasonable value while enhancing the stall and Oppo's atmosphere. Next, she opted for ordinary wooden flooring and purchased 2 wooden screens to create privacy between each seating area. Chen Yu carefully adjusted the positions of the tables and chairs on the simulation diagram, placing 3 small green plants atop the tables as decoration. She also reconfigured the decorations at the front of the stall, replacing the existing small ornaments with wooden decorations that harmonized with the style of the tables and chairs, fostering a more cohesive overall appearance. This design cost a total of 150 Stardust coins. She opened her coin pouch to check her balance, finding 671 Stardust coins remaining. However, there was a recycling option available, allowing her to reclaim 50 of the original price for unwanted items. She recycled the removed decorations, earning back 30 Stardust coins. Upon exiting the crystal ball, a deep voice echoed in her ears. Modifications will be completed within 1 hour. Thank you for your transaction. An hour to finish the renovations. Such efficiency, powered by magic, was indeed remarkable. After leaving the renovation shop, Chen Yu approached the door labeled clothing. Pushing it open, she discovered that the layout and decor resembled that of the renovation shop, with rows of crystal balls on display, each emanating a soft pink glow. At the end of the store, 2 water tanks stood, their liquid bubbling vigorously, resembling some form of cleaning apparatus. Inside, 2 girls were engaged in discussion before the crystal balls. The white ones are better. They make our stall look cleaner. One girl insisted. The other girl countered. But white gets dirty easily. If black ink gets on you, it costs money to clean it off. All right, let us go with gray then. Remember to order 2 sets of manager outfits and 6 sets of employee uniforms. They ultimately reached a consensus and began to meticulously select accessories. Employee uniforms. Chen Yu quietly repeated. It was indeed time to unify the attire, as it would project a more professional image. She approached a crystal ball, resting her hand upon it. Instantly, the crystal ball projected a screen displaying only 2 categories, manager's clothing and employee clothing. Beyond that, there was nothing else, as there were already player-operated clothing stalls present, and the organizers could not encroach upon their business. Chen Yu glanced at the screen, noting that the manager and Oppo's outfit required an additional 50 Stardust coins per set. Weighing the cost-effectiveness, she decided that it was unnecessary for everyone to wear something different. They would all don the same employee uniform. Selecting the employee clothing option, the screen presented a variety of desert-style attire, crop tops, lantern pants, headscarves. She chose a combination of a black short-sleeved shirt and brown long pants, complemented by a brown short scarf with tassels. The scarf did not cover her face, it simply wrapped around her neck, forming a triangle at her chest. Practical and tidy for work. It could be removed when it got too hot, and donned again when it turned cool. Each set cost 60 Stardust coins. She purchased 4 sets, spending 240 Stardust coins. After confirming her purchase, a sweet voice resonated in the shop. Thank you for your purchase. The clothing has been delivered to your stall. Having nearly completed her shopping, Chen Yu turned with satisfaction and exited the clothing store. As she walked towards her stall, she noticed a circle of white cloth surrounding it, indicating that renovations were underway for the tables and flooring she had just purchased, prohibiting anyone from nearing. Wang Man, He Yun, and Bai Hong stood outside the white cloth, holding the newly acquired clothing. Upon seeing Chen Yu return, they collectively sighed in relief. I bought 3 sets of tables and chairs. Audilai said we need seating for dine-in services. We couldn't avoid it. The clothes are the new employee uniforms. We'll wear them together when we open tomorrow. Chen Yu explained her recent endeavors to them. The three nodded in understanding. Bai Hong then remarked, "We gathered the materials. Should we venture to the ruins outside the royal capital? All right then. Man, stay here to watch the stall. The three of us will go." Before she could finish, Chen Yu noticed the neighboring stall owners standing nearby, organizing their stall while casting a scrutinizing gaze in their direction. Chen Yu immediately halted and amended her statement. "Bai Hong, you stay here as well." She pulled Wang Man and Bai Hong closer, whispering, "If they cause you trouble, one of you should distract them while the other goes to fetch the guards. Do not engage in a fight." The market festival in the royal capital enforced stricter regulations than the oasis. Any breach of rules could result in the immediate expulsion of either the instigator or the victim. Wang Man and Bai Hong exchanged glances before responding in unison, "Understood." Once assured they comprehended her instructions, Chen Yu felt at ease as she led He-Yun out of the market festival area. As they walked along the path, He-Yun kept his head down, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Yu, while she turned her head side to side, observing the royal capital. Exiting the capital required passing through the city gate guards' inspection. Where each person had been issued a temporary resident permit upon entry, they merely needed to present their permit for inspection to pass through. Chen Yu and He-Yun stood in line to exit the city. Just as it was their turn to present their documents, a familiar voice called out, "Chen Yu." Turning her head, Chen Yu was surprised to see Zhang Zixing, who was accompanied by Bei Jian, who looked displeased and was staring intently at her. Chapter 75, Desert Market, Royal Capital 4. "I knew you would definitely come to the royal capital." Zhang Zixing stepped forward, arms wide open, and embraced Chen Yu. Chen Yu joyfully returned the hug, and they spun around together before releasing each other. Once they regained their composure, Zhang Zixing turned to inquire about the person behind Chen Yu. "Is this your staff?" Chen Yu nodded, extending her hand to bring out He-Yun, who was shyly hiding behind her. "This is He-Yun." He-Yun glanced at Zhang Zixing, softly uttering a greeting before nodding, appearing both bashful and reserved. Zhang Zixing chuckled, acknowledging her shyness. "How shy?" Chen Yu added, "Indeed. However, He-Yun is diligent and dependable, a reliable employee." Upon hearing Chen Yu and Appo's praise, He-Yun was momentarily taken aback. Lifting his gaze to meet hers, his eyes shimmering with hope. "What a pretense!" A cold voice suddenly interjected. Bei Xian approached from the side, a look of disdain on his face, striding unceremoniously through the trio engaged in conversation. As he passed by He-Yun, his shoulders seemed to intentionally collide with He-Yun and Appo's. He-Yun, already slender, stumbled from the impact and fell to the ground. Chen Yu quickly crouched to assist him, and Zhang Zixing joined in, the two of them working together to help He-Yun back to his feet. Chen Yu looked up at Bei Xian's departing figure, unable to suppress her soft inquiry to Zhang Zixing. "Is he still the same? So difficult to deal with?" Zhang Zixing sighed in agreement. "Indeed, difficult." Chen Yu comfortingly patted her shoulder. "How did you two end up crossing paths?" Zhang Zixing explained. "When we first entered, we were assigned to the same oasis. I was at the dessert stall, and he was at the jewelry stall. On his first day, he returned the crystal ball and joined my stall. However, I cannot cook or make desserts, and once he joined, he became the head chef here." She blinked and continued, "But we secretly call him the little chef of China behind his back." Hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle, imagining the chaotic 20 days Zhang Zixing and Bei Xian spent together. "Since you run a dessert stall," Chen Yu suddenly thought, "coincidentally, I manage a beverage stall. Why not set up together?" "Perfect. You sell drinks, I sell desserts. Is this not a match made in heaven?" Zhang Zixing found this suggestion quite agreeable and quickly contacted the staff remaining at the market to relocate. Chen Yu also hurriedly reached out to Bai Hong and Wang Man to reserve their spots, as no players were at the stall beside them. The two squatted on the ground, anxiously pulling at their hair, and after much effort, they finally resolved the stall situation. Zhang Zixing let out a long breath. "Let's go. You all need to head to the ruins, right?" She nodded toward Bei Xian, who was standing outside the city gate, glancing back at the trio inside. "If we don't hurry, he'll become unhinged again." Let us go. Chen Yu replied, urging He-Yun to follow closely behind her. Upon exiting the city gate, they found the largest teleportation stone, which was protected within a stone pavilion. However, this teleportation stone only allowed travel to various regions and oases. Another stone was required to reach the ruins. Sparse vegetation with yellowed tips grew around the city gate, yet the teleportation stone stood out amidst the foliage. During the time Chen Yu and her companions were being checked by the guards for their temporary residency permits, several players had already entered the area. Continuing into the ruins would only lead to a scramble with them, yielding little reward. A further exploration revealed an endless expanse of desert, where the swirling yellow sand concealed the teleportation stone beneath its surface. Found it! Zhang Zhixing exclaimed, squatting down to excavate the teleportation stone buried beneath a mound of sand. Eroded by the sand, its patterns had faded, yet it still emitted a faint blue glow. They had teleported to the intermediate ruins 19. The four figures flickered and arrived at the ruins. To their surprise, the teleportation stone near the royal capital had sent them directly to the intermediate ruins. Zhang Zhixing placed her hands on her hips and spun around, surveying the area. Well, it seems we've arrived precisely where we needed to be, she continued, her gaze scanning the surroundings, where desiccated plants flourished, their stems and leaves resembling thick bamboo, sprawling across the ground, appearing to have withered for quite some time. Chen Yu cast a puzzled look at Zhang Zhixing. Understanding her unspoken question, Zhang Zhixing explained, "This plant is called earth coffee bean. Its fruit grows underground, and the seemingly lifeless stems and leaves above ground serve to protect itself from being foraged by animals. However, what we need most is not the fruit but the stems and leaves, which can be ground into powder, resembling flour. The earth coffee bean itself has a coffee flavor. We can harvest together, and I'll give you the coffee beans while we keep the stems. What do you think?" Chen Yu replied, "Let me see." She stepped forward, grasping the base of a withered stem, and with a slight tug, unearthed the coffee beans from the ground, revealing clusters of small brown-black beans hanging from the branches like grapes. Chen Yu plucked one and held it in her palm. Earth coffee bean, a plant commonly found within the ruins. Its exposed stems and leaves can be ground into powder to create various pastries. The buried coffee beans can be crushed to brew a beverage that enhances alertness. The grinding and brewing process is straightforward, requiring no elaborate procedures unlike real coffee beans. It could easily be incorporated as a new drink on the menu. The four began to collaborate, thoroughly harvesting the entire area. The daylight had yet to fade. Why not venture into the advanced ruins? Zhang Zhixing proposed, her expression revealing a hint of excitement. Chen Yu countered, "Have you been to the advanced ruins before? Did you encounter a swarm of spiders?" Zhang Zhixing frowned in contemplation. I have encountered spiders. These creatures are likely unique to the advanced ruins. However, when you say swarm, how many do you mean? Chen Yu sighed, responding, "Perhaps over 10, they attack players collectively. That I have not encountered." Zhang Zhixing adjusted her glasses, concluding that you must have accidentally stumbled into an advanced ruin with a boss present. The golden spider matron is the boss monster of this particular dungeon. Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully. I suspected as much. Otherwise, how could I have faced such a terrifying ambush shortly after entering the ruins? I found 4 advanced ruins and encountered them 3 times. Zhang Zhixing reassured her. Let us go take a look. With so many of us, it shouldn't be so unfortunate this time. The 4 made their way to the end of the ruins, defeating the monsters guarding the teleportation stone. There was only one treasure chest. This time, it was agreed that it would first go to Zhang Zhixing and her team, with the promise of exploring the ruins together next time. At which point the treasure chest would belong to Chen Yu. They had teleported to the advanced ruins 19. The area remained a landscape of desiccated plants, and the 4 swiftly gathered resources, discovering a patch of high-quality sea buckthorn tea and a cluster of raspberry fruits. The raspberry and sea buckthorn tea would also be utilized in Zhang Zhixing's dessert stall, specifically for making berry cakes and matcha cakes. As they prepared to leave, a sudden gust of yellow sand swept up, enveloping the air and obscuring their vision, resembling a fishing net cast to ensnare them. Chapter 76, The Desert Market, Capital City Edition, 5. The other 3 had never encountered the phenomenon of swirling yellow sands and stood in place, observing. However, Chen Yu immediately recognized the situation, picked up the items on the ground, and shouted, "Run! Spiders!" No sooner had her voice faded than several dark shadows emerged from the yellow sand, the muffled sound of their limbs scraping against one another reverberating through the air, tightening the hearts of all present. The 4 swiftly turned and dashed toward the teleportation stone, the relentless pursuit of the spiders behind them slicing through the dry grass like a knife, kicking up clouds of dust. This time, thanks to their timely discovery, they leaped onto the teleportation stone and returned to the intermediate ruins before the swarm of spiders could catch up. You. Upon returning to the intermediate ruins, Zhang Zhixing felt his legs buckle beneath him, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. You really are unlucky. I explored 4 advanced ruins without encountering a giant spider, yet you managed to find one the moment you enter. Chen Yu, recalling her luck stat of 3, could only silently accept this fate. She had long anticipated that her fortunate allocation of a beverage stall in this instance would inevitably lead to some misfortune to balance her luck. The giant spider was her retribution. Well, regardless, we did manage to collect quite a bit. Zhang Zhixing rose, brushing off the debris from his clothes. By the way, I can bring you some cream tomorrow. It would be perfect to top your coffee, wouldn't it? Absolutely. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way back to the market. Zhang Zhixing's stall had been successfully relocated to the left of Chen Yu's. As they returned, they noticed the employees at Zhang Zhixing's stall conversing animatedly with Bai Hong and Wang Manman. Wow, you also hand-squeeze citrus fruits, right? So do we. And we hand-whip cream as well. If only the cream here were like the one in reality, I could whip it until my hands were raw. Do you even have taro paste? Is it handmade too? Honestly, don't you think the prices here are too low? In reality, handmade taro paste would fetch a high price. By the way, could I purchase a serving to try? The male and female employees at Zhang Zhixing's stall were exceedingly enthusiastic, engaging Bai Hong and Wang Manman in lively conversation. Bai Hong, overwhelmed by social anxiety, kept her head down, barely responding with muffled affirmations. Her toes incessantly tapping on the ground, nearly creating a hole in the newly laid floor. Zhang Zhixing glanced at Bai Hong and Wang Manman. Then at Yin behind Chen Yu, before finally fixing his gaze on Chen Yu, puzzled. Did you choose your staff based on your own personality? Not exactly. It was just a coincidence. Chen Yu struggled to find the words to explain. Zhang Zhixing nodded. Like attracts like, among them. You even appear quite vivacious and cheerful. Chen Yu had no retort. As night fell, the two stalls gathered together for a meal. Zhang Zhixing's dessert stall utilized many ingredients derived from animals, allowing for extra meat to be stir-fried into several dishes. Chen Yu prepared citrus sparkling water according to the number of people present. The meal was lavish, and though each face bore a trace of fatigue, the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. After dinner, as darkness deepened, everyone began to prepare for sleep. The nights in the capital were significantly warmer than in the oasis, with the ground seemingly radiating a gentle warmth, likely due to geothermal energy driven by magic. The four finally agreed that they could forego huddling together next to the camel for warmth tonight and instead enjoy a comfortable sleep apart. Zhang Zhixing, overhearing their conversation, suddenly interjected with a tease, so you four have been sleeping together all along? How sweet. Chen Yu, feeling a bit shy, chuckled softly. It's mainly because I'm stingy. I can't afford too many blankets, so we have to huddle for warmth. At that moment, Bai Jian, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, approached with a slight furrow of his brow, an inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes. You four sleep together at night? Chen Yu nodded. Yes. It gets cold in the desert at night, so we huddle together for warmth. Bai Jian's expression darkened. His gaze sweeping over Wang Manman and Bai Hong before resting on He Yun, his eyes filled with discontent. What does he have to fear from the cold? Why does he need to huddle with others? He Yun, upon hearing this, briefly met Bai Jian and Appo's gaze without any hint of emotion on his face, then turned his attention back to Chen Yu, maintaining his silence. Seeing this, Bai Jian's eyes flashed with anger, his beautiful eyes narrowing like a cat poised to pounce. Ready to lash out? Chen Yu sensed the tension in the air and quietly stepped in front of He Yun, shielding him from Bai Jian. Casting a discreet glance at Zhang Zhixing for help, Zhang Zhixing shrugged, silently mouthing to her, You all handle it. I can't interfere. Chen Yu hurriedly added a supplementary remark, attempting to diffuse the brewing conflict. But tonight, we will all sleep apart. It's quite uncomfortable to huddle together all the time. Bai Jian let out a cold snort, his tone indifferent. Do you think I care whether you sleep together or not? I couldn't care less. Chen Yu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Bai Jian's meaning. If he didn't care, did he simply enjoy provoking others? Before she could voice her confusion, Bai Jian had already turned away, returning to his stall, sulking in silence, refusing to engage further. Oh, the little chef is angry. Zhang Zhixing's male employee, Zhang Zhao, sidled up to Bai Jian, teasingly remarking, It's not fashionable to beat Sunder anymore. Being so hard-headed one and oppose, to attract any women. Bai Jian shot him a murderous glare. Zhang Zhao whistled and quickly retreated. The first night in the capital was spent amidst this inexplicably strange atmosphere. The following morning, bang, bang, bang. The sound of a trumpet suddenly echoed through the air as several silver metallic birds circled above the market, chirping, The capital city market festival will commence in 2 hours. Please ensure all stalls are prepared. Chen Yu bolted upright, glancing at the time, 8 a.m. The market would officially open at 10 a.m. She emerged from her blankets, approached the table, and poured some illusory crystal powder into a basin of clear water, which immediately emitted a strange, soft glow. Then, she retrieved the frozen tail beast from her blankets. The frozen tail beast was still fast asleep, so Chen Yu shook it gently and placed it before the glowing water. It yawned a couple of times, slowly licking the water and forming similarly glowing ice cubes from its tail, rather than adding the illusory crystal powder directly to the beverage, which would resemble an unhealthy concoction laden with additives. Chen Yu decided to use the powder to create aesthetically pleasing ice cubes that would enhance the beverage's quality. The trade-off was that she could no longer sell room-temperature drinks in her stall, but in the desert, few customers would request such beverages anyway. Chen Yu busied herself with preparations, while He Yun, Bai Hong, and Wang Man also rose early to tidy their stalls. 2 hours later, bang, 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 the capital city market festival officially commenced. Chapter 77, Desert Market Royal City Part 6. Colorful ribbons drifted from the sky as a row of metallic birds sang in the air, their bellies resonating with the sounds of various instruments, playing pre-recorded melodies. The kingdom of Stardust sparkled like a dream, its golden sands beneath an eternal brilliance. Stars twinkled like gemstones, adorning the long night of the empire. Noble bloodlines forged its glory, and the kingdom of Stardust stood as a bastion of everlasting honor. Accompanied by this melodic ambience, a group of guards appeared at the market entrance, followed by a procession of servants clad in modest attire. And finally a gathering of elegantly dressed patrons. Their finery surpassed that of anyone Chen Yu had encountered in the oasis. They adorned themselves with just a piece or two of exquisite jewelry, signifying immense value, yet exuding an air of aloof elegance mixed with polite superiority. It was said that the royal city was filled with nobility and royalty. Zhang Zhixing murmured beside Chen Yu, noting that the visitors to the oasis had been commoners and wealthy merchants, although wealth could easily procure a noble title. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, replying, "This instance remains in a feudal era." With the steps of those noble guests, the atmosphere of the market grew increasingly serious and solemn. A noble woman gracefully approached Chen Yu's stall, dressed in an opulent deep blue gown, her hands adorned with exquisite jewels, radiating an air of aristocratic elegance. She opened her fan, shielding her chest, and offered a warm smile to Chen Yu and her stall. "Welcome to the royal city. The queen places great importance on this market festival. I trust you are all remarkable talents." Her words were tender, yet an unmistakable trace of arrogance seeped through her tone. With a gentle wave of her hand, she signaled to a nearby servant. The servant promptly stepped forward, skillfully clearing the table and chairs from the stall, replacing them with a far more luxurious table. A layer of expensive silk cloth adorned the surface, while the nearby chairs were exchanged for exquisite high-backed seats, their cushions upholstered in satin with golden embroidery along the edges. The servants even laid down a pure white carpet embroidered with golden threads, entirely free of dust. "Oh, my apologies, these shoes are newly bought. I cannot allow them to be scuffed," the noblewoman remarked as she lifted her foot, delicately stepping onto the prepared carpet. She settled into her place without another glance at Chen Yu, casually requesting, "Just bring me your finest beverage." Chen Yu began to prepare a superfruit tea, concocted from 3 exquisite fruits: lemon berries, sand crystal fruits, and pearl vine fruits. The fruits in her possession were of the highest quality, gathered from elite ruins. Although she often encountered swarms of large spiders in these high-level areas, there was always a safe distance and time before their arrival, allowing her to collect a fair amount of goods, especially since high-quality fruits had a long shelf life. Once the fruit tea was ready, Chen Yu added illusionary ice cubes that shimmered with a strange light, enhancing the fresh and delectable appearance of the beverage. "Hello, your drink," Chen Yu began to serve. But the noblewoman and Appo's servant swiftly snatched the drink from her hands, placing it on the table with a coaster. Chen Yu felt indifferent, as long as she received payment. The assistance in serving the drink saved her time. The noblewoman glanced at the cup in Chen Yu's hand, her brow slightly raised, a hint of disdain gracing her lips. "A plastic cup? How quaint." Though her words trailed off, Chen Yu understood the implication. The noblewoman's contempt and disdain were palpable, clearly dissatisfied with the treatment she received. The noblewoman gently set the teacup down, casting a disinterested glance at the beverage, evidently lacking any intention to drink. However, when a woman in a red and white uniform carrying a leather notebook passed by the stall, the noblewoman immediately turned to Chen Yu, displaying a smile. "Your drink appears to be crafted with care. The Queen and Appo's market festival has truly opened my eyes, indeed." She feigned praise, not waiting for Chen Yu and Appo's response before lifting the cup of fruit tea. The refreshing beverage flowed down her throat, and almost instantly, the sweet and tangy aroma filled her mouth. The tartness of the lemon berries, the freshness of the sand crystal fruits, and the sweetness of the pearl vine fruits intertwined. the ice cubes melting slightly, providing a cool respite from the daytime heat. The noblewoman paused, her eyes glimmering with surprise. She set the cup down gently, murmuring, "The flavor is indeed delightful, all sourced from the elite ruins." Residents of the royal city could not have been unfamiliar with the fruits from the elite ruins. However, the Kingdom of Stardust boasted regular farmland that cultivated ordinary crops, diminishing the necessity to forage from such hazardous areas. Moreover, the ruins were home to monsters, particularly in elite locations, making high-quality fruits a rare commodity even for the royal city's inhabitants. She ordered a cup of salted lemon tea and a shimmering leaf milk tea, patiently waiting at her table. At that moment, two noblemen arrived. One wore monocles, while the other appeared tall and gaunt, his brow furrowed, emanating a demeanor of sternness and harshness. They did not approach the stall but scanned the surroundings with evident discontent, exchanging glances. The bespectacled gentleman spoke first. "This place is far too rudimentary. Under open skies, the tables and chairs should be cleaned every 10 minutes. The arrangement is insufficiently tidy. This cannot be considered a high-end establishment." His tone dripped with unmistakable contempt. The tall, gaunt man cast a cold glance at the stall, unimpressed, and acidly remarked, "Let us see what this fine stall can offer in terms of decent beverages." They stepped into the stall. Chen Yu slightly bowed and softly greeted, "Welcome." The bespectacled gentleman eyed her with an expressionless face, coldly exhaling, as the stall and oppose. "As proprietor, do you lack even basic courtesy?" Chen Yu thought to herself that she had just made a greeting. Soon after, she observed two servants approach the tall man, their demeanor exceedingly humble. One servant removed his coat, while the other knelt to polish his shoes. The bespectacled gentleman looked up at Chen Yu. "Do you understand now?" Chen Yu hesitated, contemplating her response, before finally speaking. "So, are you asking me to polish your shoes?" "What?" The bespectacled gentleman was clearly taken aback by her reply, his face paling as if he had suffered a grave insult. Courtesy is a reciprocal act. Logically, one would expect to exchange services. "Stop nitpicking." The bespectacled man raised his voice unconsciously. The guards on patrol nearby immediately turned their attention towards him. The bespectacled gentleman straightened his attire, feigning nonchalance, shot Chen Yu a fierce glare, and strode into the stall. Chapter 78, The Desert Market, Royal Capital, 7. The two gentlemen found an empty table and seated themselves, while the servants promptly removed the menu hung by Chen Yu and presented it for their perusal. The bespectacled man glanced at the menu and ordered a cup of ground coffee. "I shall have one as well," the tall, slender man echoed succinctly. Chen Yu took their order and gestured for Bai Hong and Wang Miaman to prepare the coffee. Freshly harvested ground coffee beans from yesterday were crushed by hand and infused with hot water, releasing a rich aroma that soon wafted throughout the stall, drawing the attention of many passers-by. The two noblemen seated nearby were intrigued by the scent and began to converse. "The fragrance is quite agreeable. These stalls do indeed offer some worthy items," the bespectacled man remarked objectively, but his expression shifted as he continued. "However, I remain opposed to this event. Lord Sophia is clearly new to her position, indulging in such superficial endeavors. It is rather childish and immature. If one were to find a redeeming quality, it is that such superficiality might appease some, lest the discontent of the lower classes incite rebellion, leading to tax collection under various pretenses." The tall man frowned momentarily before stating, "I do not believe she is merely engaging in superficiality. I have heard she is drafting a bill allowing commoners to settle permanently in the royal capital." The bespectacled man, evidently disagreeing, retorted angrily, "Nonsense. It is already a tremendous honor for lowly commoners to enter the royal capital, and now they wish to dwell here permanently? This is a blatant violation of the capital and Oppo's regulations. What right do these people have to coexist with us?" Chen Yu listened attentively, bemused by their candid remarks, perhaps because they did not regard her as a worthy audience. Nevertheless, their conversation illuminated the fact that the market festival was not merely about selecting the finest stalls. It was also steeped in political undertones. Before their dialogue could continue, a group of excited guests entered, their animated chatter heralding their arrival. It was the sisterhood Chen Yu had met in the oasis. Upon spotting her, they rushed over, beaming, "We have come to support your business. This place is splendid. And you have even set up tables. Were it not for the market festival, we would never have the chance to visit the royal capital. It is far more beautiful than our home." 4 of them had arrived. Chen Yu rearranged the unused tables and chairs to accommodate them. "We would like 4 cups of fruit tea." "Oh, and some new items," one of the blonde girls exclaimed as she placed the order. "Then let us also have 2 cups of ground coffee to try," along with 4 servings of condiments. The sisterhood was indeed making a substantial order. Chen Yu noted their requests and casually suggested, "The dessert stall is right beside us. Would you like any desserts? You can enjoy them here after ordering." "Absolutely. Desserts would be a delightful addition," the girls responded enthusiastically. They quickly made their way to Zhang Jixing's stall next door, generously ordering all the desserts available. From across the stall, Zhang Jixing made a heart gesture toward Chen Yu with his hands. After placing their dessert order, the group returned to Chen Yu's stall to chat. Their voices, while not loud, were still audible within normal conversational range, yet they lacked the volume of the earlier discourse between the 2 noblemen, which drew their displeasure. As the partition separated the 2 tables, the bespectacled man rose and approached the divider, his servant following behind, visibly anxious. Upon reaching the partition, he frowned and directed his gaze at the blonde girl. "Which family do you belong to? Why do you lack common decorum and create a disturbance in such a public space?" The blonde girl was taken aback, unprepared for such a reprimand. Yet her ingrained education reminded her that they ought not disturb others. Flustered, she nervously fidgeted with her cup and apologized. "I'm sorry, we were too loud." The tall man chimed in. "Indeed, we cannot allow lowly commoners into the royal capital. The air has been sullied. It has been nothing but noise since we entered." The 4 girls bowed their heads, unsure of how to respond. Opposite them sat the nobles of the royal capital, while they were merely affluent commoners. Both etiquette and status rendered them unable to retort. Chen Yu observed the entire exchange. The sisterhood, accustomed to a villa and servants in the oasis, was still perceived as inferior in their eyes. It was hard to fathom how the less fortunate patrons Chen Yu had encountered in the first oasis would be treated by these noblemen. Furthermore, the demeanor of these girls exhibited far greater poise than that of the so-called nobles, leaving Chen Yu perplexed as to the source of their perceived superiority. Most critically, the actions of these 2 noblemen were jeopardizing her business, potentially scaring away her customers. What if the sisterhood decided not to return to her stall? However, the lofty airs of these nobles instilled a sense of trepidation in Chen Yu. She stepped back, contemplating summoning Bai Hong, Wang Man, and He Yun for support. Yet, upon glancing back, she found them busily serving customers with lemon fruit drinks. Reluctantly, she resolved to face the situation alone. They were nobles of the Xingsha kingdom, not of her own, and upon the conclusion of this event, they would vanish from her life entirely. Moreover, the presence of guards provided a measure of reassurance. These noblemen seemed wary of the soldiers, likely due to their allegiance to the queen, thus curbing any potential misconduct. There was little to fear. Steeling herself, Chen Yu approached the bespectacled man, adopting a gentle demeanor to diffuse the tension. "Excuse me, sir, are you preparing to leave?" she inquired with a smile. The man looked at her in confusion. Chen Yu continued, "I noticed your drinks have been finished. If you have no further requests, might I kindly ask you to vacate the table for other guests? Are you trying to usher us out?" The bespectacled man initially appeared stunned, then reacted with incredulity. Never had any establishment dared to expel him. "That is not my intention," Chen Yu replied, striving to maintain a gentle tone. "It is simply that your coffee has been consumed for some time, yet you have not ordered anything new, and the stall fees during the market festival are rather steep." The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "So you were suggesting we lack the funds to leave?" The word slipped out before he could restrain himself. Chen Yu retained her composure, smiling as she replied, "You are being overly harsh, sir. However, if you feel you are financially constrained, I shall not impede your departure." "You." The bespectacled man opened his mouth to retort. Suddenly, a noble woman who had been observing the scene erupted in laughter, interrupting him. "Mr. Ledger, Mr. Fagar, I have heard that your recent investments have not fared well. I had initially dismissed it as gossip, but seeing how you were reluctant to spend even here at this humble stall, it seems you are indeed facing difficulties." Chapter 79, The Desert Market Royal Capital Part 8. Upon hearing someone join their conversation, the 2 noblemen were momentarily taken aback. A partition separated their seats, and they had initially overlooked the identity of the guest at the far table. Yet, upon hearing the voice, they exchanged a knowing glance and quickly grasped the situation. The bespectacled man named Lejia let out a cold chuckle and turned to the noblewoman beside him, saying, "Madame Shaga, have you ventured out alone again? The rumors of your troubled relationship with your husband seem to hold some truth." Madame Shaga huffed, her tone laced with irony. "Mr. Lejia, your penchant for prying into women's private affairs is quite perplexing. Perhaps you are in dire need of a refresher in family education." Pausing, her tone softened to a calm and measured demeanor. "Nevertheless, it is I who holds the wealth, and unlike certain individuals, I am not so petty as to be unable to manage even a single stall." She then gestured to the vendor Chen Yu. Please, bring me 2 more cups of fruit tea. Lei Jie's eyes narrowed slightly, his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, he suppressed his anger, feigning composure as he tidied his hair before turning to Chen Yu with a smile. Since Madame Shaga holds such high regard for it, the tea must be quite extraordinary. Come, bring me 4 cups of fruit tea. He squinted at Chen Yu, his tone subtly threatening. Make sure to prepare mine first. After all, in business, one must secure the large clients, wouldn't you agree? Madame Shaga huffed again, immediately countering, 6 cups. Lei Jie shot her a glare and replied, 8 cups. Unyielding, Madame Shaga retorted. 10 cups. The two engaged in a spirited back and forth, their numbers escalating in a tacit understanding. Their rivalry drew the attention of passers-by, who paused to watch and whispered amongst themselves. The servants of both Madame Shaga and Lei Jie hastily produced star sand coins, eager to hand them over to Chen Yu. Anxious not to waste a moment, payment was required before the drinks could be prepared. Chen Yu swiftly accepted the coins, her expression remaining unchanged as she stowed them in her pouch. She had no intention of interrupting this contest. After all, regardless of the outcome, the true beneficiary would undoubtedly be her. She quietly joined the fray of shaking fruit tea, occasionally extending a hand to accept the coins from the servants. In the end, Madame Shaga beamed with satisfaction, having triumphed with a staggering order of 31 cups. Lei Jie's expression darkened, and he inhaled deeply before muttering, "Humph. I certainly should not have come to this market festival." With that, he turned and strode away. Chen Yu did not attempt to stop him. After all, the money had already exchanged hands, and whether he took the prepared fruit tea was entirely up to him. Madame Shaga, however, did not rush to leave. She remained seated at the stall, leisurely awaiting her drinks. It was only when her servants cautiously collected the 31 cups of fruit tea that she finally rose. Casting a brief glance at the empty table number 2, where Lei Jie had sat, satisfied, she nodded. Indeed, today's tea was worth the price I paid. I look forward to your next visit. Chen Yu graciously bid Madame Shaga farewell. She weighed her pouch of coins and couldn't help but smile. Today alone, she had profited 915 star sand coins from the 2 of them. Since enhancing the quality of the fruit, the price of the tea had risen to 15 star sand coins per large cup. The rivalry between Madame Shaga and Mr. Lei Jie had attracted a crowd to her stall. By the end of the day, her total earnings amounted to 2,409 star sand coins. With her newfound wealth, Chen Yu proceeded to the southernmost side of the market to a renovation shop, where she added 6 double-seater tables to the left of her stall and 3 four-seater tables to the right, fully occupying the available space. In the following 5 days, business remained stable. Although there were no more fierce competitions as before, the daily foot traffic was consistent, yielding approximately 1,300 star sand coins in revenue. After paying the rent, the remaining profits were sufficient for her and her companions to live comfortably, freeing them from the need to subsist on salt-mixed sand rice, allowing them to purchase proper food from other stalls in the market. The 27th day of the event arrived. Suddenly, several metallic birds flew overhead, chirping melodiously. As their calls echoed, the entire market fell silent. The birds and Appo's voices resonated clearly in everyone and Appo's ears. The market festival will conclude in 3 days. Her Majesty the Queen will arrive tomorrow, and over the next 3 days, she will personally visit each stall to award medals to her favored vendors. Upon hearing this announcement, a stir swept through the market. Many began discussing the Queen's impending arrival, while others contemplated completing some quest tasks in the final days for greater rewards. Amid the commotion, Zhang Zhixing approached Chen Yu, brimming with enthusiasm. Shall we attempt to defeat the spider? I doubt many in the royal capital have earned rewards for vanquishing the great spider. Surely, we would catch the Queen and Appo's favor. Chen Yu found the suggestion appealing, but inquired. That could work. However, what of the treasure chest after we defeat it? This posed a dilemma. Zhang Zhixing furrowed his brow in contemplation. What if we take down 2? That way, we can split the spoils. You think too highly of us, Chen Yu chuckled softly. Zhang Zhixing grinned, encouraging her further. You managed to handle that giant greening creature. You should not fear. Chen Yu pondered the situation. The giant greening creature was solitary, but the spider swarms are numerous. And the golden spider matriarch has yet to reveal herself. The circumstances are entirely different. Zhang Zhixing sighed. Then should we abandon the idea? Perhaps we should, Chen Yu replied. Are we truly letting it go? He pressed. Let us give it a try, she decided. Are you not afraid? He asked. Of course I am. Then should we drop it? Whatever you wish. The two engaged in a circular discussion, weighing the pros and cons ultimately. They resolved to form a party consisting of Chen Yu, Bei Jian, and Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao, an employee of Zhang Zhixing, lacked powerful skills but wielded a B-grade dual-headed axe with formidable attack power. The three would venture into the high-level ruins to confront the Great Spider, while Zhang Zhixing and He Yun would remain in the mid-level ruins to provide support, just in case. Chapter 80, Desert Market Royal Capital, 9. Having arrived at the familiar terrain of the advanced ruins, Chen Yu and Bei Xian walked along the path strewn with withered grass, while Zhang Zhao, visiting for the first time, curiously surveyed the surroundings. The air carried a damp, decaying scent, and the dry leaves crunched beneath their feet. Since Bei Xian lost his temper at He Yun, he had not exchanged words with Chen Yu in recent days. However, Chen Yu, respecting his silence, also refrained from initiating conversation as work kept her quite occupied. "Hey, why don't you take the opportunity to chat a bit? Ask her how she and Appos has been lately." Zhang Zhao teased quietly. Upon hearing this, Bei Xian's expression stiffened, and he scoffed coldly, "What is there to talk about? I don't care about her recent affairs at all." Zhang Zhao rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced. "Oh please, you act as if you're so indifferent. Yet you pass by her stall every day without even a greeting. Spare me the pretense." Bei Xian abruptly turned to glare at Zhang Zhao, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. "I was just passing by." Zhang Zhao raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his response. "Oh, just passing by," in a low voice. Bei Xian threatened, "If you don't shut up, I'll ensure you remain here in the ruins forever." Zhang Zhao dismissed the threat with a laugh. All right. I won't say another word." He mimed, zipping his lips, though the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet as Chen Yu scanned the desolate landscape and casually remarked, "The spiders seem to have come out a bit late today." At her words, Bei Xian shot her a glance but remained silent. He casually adjusted his weapon against a nearby tree, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chen Yu's silhouette. Unaware of Bei Xian's discomfort, Chen Yu pondered aloud, "Shall we take a break? Perhaps they're waiting for us to let our guard down." "I think that's a good idea. We've been walking for quite a while," Zhang Zhao replied. The trio fell into silence, quietly awaiting in the expanse of withered grass. The surrounding wind grew colder, stirring up dust and dry leaves, the rustling sound becoming sharp and jarring. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, becoming oppressive as yellow sand began to swirl in the air, obscuring their previously clear vision. Through the haze, shadows of several large figures emerged from the grass. "They're here." Chen Yu tightened her grip on her short sickle, rising to her feet, her voice tinged with tension. The shadows gradually took form, revealing a group of massive spiders, their black carapaces glinting ominously, and their sharp pincers clicking menacingly in the sand. "Drink the potions," Zhang Zhao exclaimed, retrieving the elixirs prepared by Zhang Ji for them. Without hesitation, Chen Yu and Bei Xian consumed their potions, steeling themselves for battle. As the potion coursed through her veins, Chen Yu felt a surge of new strength, her weapon feeling lighter in her grasp. "I'll lure the spiders together. You two get ready," Chen Yu whispered, her tone serious. Zhang Zhao darted behind a collapsed stone pillar for cover, while Bei Xian stood poised, his long knife glistening with a cold light. Chen Yu charged into the swarm of spiders, weaving between their limbs as their pincers sliced through the air like blades, leaving no trace upon her. With deft maneuvers, she drew their attention, occasionally grazing their pincers with her sickle to entice them to follow. Once the spiders congregated, Bei Xian unleashed his skill, a powerful mental wave radiating from him, creating an invisible shockwave that froze the spiders in their tracks. "Zhang Zhao," Bei Xian called, prompting Zhang Zhao to leap from behind the pillar. Chen Yu surged into the mass of spiders, wielding her sickle with precision as she severed the head of one. Its green ichor sprang forth without hesitation. Following closely, Zhang Zhao swung his double-headed axe, cleaving another spider in two, each strike releasing splashes of viscous fluid. Bei Xian, positioned on the opposite side, swiftly dispatched several spiders with lethal strikes from his blade. The battle raged on for several minutes, the number of spiders dwindling until only remnants and pools of slime remained. As the final spider's head rolled away, the yellow sand swirled violently, fine grains stinging their faces. The ground trembled violently, and a piercing shriek resonated through the air as a colossal it began to struggle violently, attempting to shake off the dead fish clinging to its pincers. The dead fish held on tenaciously, refusing to let go, even as its body was jolted painfully by the spider mother's movements. In a fit of desperation, it struck the spider mother with its head, producing a series of resounding thuds. After the continuous 8 seconds of the thorned armor came to an end, the spider mother's immense body crashed heavily to the ground, all movements coming to a standstill, and the silk gradually loosened, releasing Zhang Zhao. Chapter 81. The Desert Market, Capital Edition, 10. Experience points 500. Gold coins 300. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for successfully defeating the Dungeon Lord. Earning a Lord Conquest card selection 1 reward. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for becoming the first player in her region to slay a lord. Receiving the ultra-rare title Spider Hunter. Congratulations to player Chen Yu for becoming the first player in the world to defeat a lord. Earning the extremely rare title Nightmare of the Spider Swarm. This message can be broadcast worldwide. Would you like to proceed? Chen Yu glanced at these reward notifications and chose not to broadcast them. She was surprised to discover she had become the first player globally to vanquish a lord. This achievement caught her off guard. Evidently, the swarm of spiders had posed a significant challenge, and without teamwork, success would have been improbable, even with a collaborative effort. A minimum of 5 participants was necessary, otherwise, attracting the swarm would have been uncertain. Their successful defeat of the Golden Spider Matriarch was largely due to Chen Yu's ability to navigate through the swarm unscathed. As the body of the Golden Spider Matriarch dissipated, a gilded treasure chest materialized in its stead. Chen Yu reached out to open the chest, revealing a small wooden box nestled within. Carefully, she extracted the box, and upon opening it, a faint glow emanated, revealing a collection of tiny crystalline grains akin to sand. Spirit Sand Dust Crystal, a dust crystal nurtured deep within the ruins. Imbued with abundant magical energy. When added to food, it significantly enhances the quality, and the flavor can be altered according to the holder's desires, rich and robust in aroma. When infused into tools, it elevates their quality, with color and texture subject to the holder and Appo's whims. This item could indeed be utilized at Zhang Zixing and Appo's stall. Sharing some with her own would suffice, eliminating the need to slay another lord. Plans shifted, and the trio returned ahead of schedule. Upon their arrival at the intermediate ruins, Zhang Zixing was seen sketching in the sand with a twig, while Yun was intently gazing at a photograph on his watch, though his demeanor revealed an underlying restlessness. The two seemed to coexist harmoniously, absorbed in their respective tasks without disturbing one another. Noticing the trio and Appo's return, Zhang Zixing abandoned her twig and quickly circled around them. Observing Bei Xian and Appo's injuries, she promptly handed him a vial of restorative potion. Meanwhile, Yun hurriedly circled Chen Yu, his anxious gaze scanning for any signs of injury on her. Perceiving Yun's actions, Bei Xian positioned himself deliberately between Chen Yu and Yun, his movements conspicuously intentional. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, yet he uttered no words. Merely shifting a step to the left in an attempt to circumvent Bei Xian's obstruction. However, Bei Xian mirrored his movement, maintaining his stance before Chen Yu. Their silent contest of wills persisted, neither willing to yield easily. Zhang Zixing observed the subtle exchange with a smile, then turned to pull Chen Yu aside, inquiring softly. How did it go? Did you succeed? What did you obtain? Chen Yu presented the small wooden box to her, replying, "This, take a look for yourself." As Zhang Zixing opened the box and retrieved a small amount of Spirit Sand Dust Crystal, an alert immediately popped up on her watch. She read the notification in silence for a moment, her eyes lighting up. How intriguing! It can change at the behest of the holder and Appo's thoughts. This is the essence of magic, where science holds no sway. No wonder the residents of the capital regard the mages of the magic tower with such reverence, wielding such power. It is difficult not to establish privileges. Chen Yu regarded Zhang Zixing with a nod, while she did not share Zhang Zixing's fervent thirst for knowledge. Listening to her insights was indeed fascinating and deepened her understanding of the underlying logic governing the dungeon's operation. Did you know, Zhang Zixing continued, returning the wooden box, that the mages of the capital possess no inherent magical power? Instead, their unique physique allows them to absorb the ruin's magic and wield it. However, only the nobility have the opportunity to learn magic. Even if a commoner possesses such a physique, they are merely utilized as tools or substitutes by the nobility. This feudal system is truly detrimental. How do you know so much? Chen Yu asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Adelaide informed me. Zhang Zixing replied with a smile, stowing the wooden box. It and Appo's, that's not a secret. If you engage with others, you and Appo's, naturally learn many things. At this, Zhang Zixing sighed softly. In truth, it requires considerable courage for the queen to hold this festival under such pressure. It is undoubtedly a challenging path to undermine the interests of the nobility. Chen Yu nodded silently, recalling the frequent grievances she had overheard regarding the queen's relationship with the nobility during her business dealings in the capital. She grasped Zhang Zhixing's arm. Her voice barely above a whisper, actually. I believe the queen's interest may not solely lie in the quality of the goods. Zhang Zhixing paused, turning to scrutinize her with a hint of uncertainty in her eyes, as if struggling to fully grasp her meaning. Chen Yu tugged at her, initiating a quiet discussion. The following day, knock, knock, knock. Her Majesty Queen Sophia has graced us with her presence. As the metallic birds serenaded the crowd, colorful streamers danced through the air. The guards stood at attention on either side of the pathway, their silver armor gleaming in the sunlight, exuding an air of formidable authority. Queen Sophia appeared at the entrance of the market festival, her chestnut hair glimmering in the sunlight, while her clear green eyes reflected the myriad faces in the crowd. The noble guest within the market seemed particularly subdued today, standing respectfully to the side, awaiting the queen and Apos' arrival. She personally traversed each stall, observing with keen interest and occasionally engaging in hushed conversations with the vendors. However, the queen did not personally inspect every item. Flanking her were 3 impeccably dressed elderly nobles, tasked with preemptively assessing whether the stall's offerings met the requisite standards. In simpler terms, they were there to ensure the goods were sufficiently refined and aligned with their tastes. The young queen had yet to firmly establish her authority, unable to fully resist the influence of these long-established nobles wielding power. As their inspection progressed, they soon arrived at Chen Yu's stall. Throughout this time, the queen had yet to award any coveted medals. A cup of coffee, grumbled a nobleman with a goat-like beard, placing his order without addressing Queen Sophia directly. Chen Yu heard this, but remained motionless, turning her gaze toward the queen. After all, to win the queen's favor, it was imperative for her to place an order. Chapter 82, Desert Market, Royal Capital Part 11. The noble elder's authority and dignity were affronted as he raised his voice, reiterating, a cup of coffee. Did you not hear? Chen Yu's heart quivered as she turned to her 3 staff members, who all stepped forward in unison. Wang Mianman was the first to speak, her voice slightly trembling. Here, only guests may place their own orders. Bai Hong followed suit, adding, all patrons adhere to this. We hope for your understanding. Just as the two endeavored to carve out some space for themselves, He Yun swiftly presented the menu to Queen Sophia. The goat-bearded elder prepared to unleash another tirade. But unexpectedly, Queen Sophia spoke first. A fruit tea, 1 cup of fruit tea. I do enjoy such a refreshing flavor. As she spoke, she lifted her chin, locking eyes with the noble elder. The tension between them was palpable, a clash on the verge of eruption. The elder's brows furrowed slightly. After all, she was the de facto queen. No matter how much power he wielded, he could not brazenly confront her in front of others. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze to Chen Yu, donning a mocking smile. All right, let us see what you are capable of. What can someone like you possibly offer? Before he could finish, Chen Yu produced the rare spirit sand crystal she had acquired just the day before. This was an exceedingly rare item, obtainable only by vanquishing a lord-level monster. Most players struggle to even pass the spider swarm level. Upon seeing the crystalline, magically infused dust, the elder's expression faltered, his sneer vanishing instantly. To mask his discomposure, he feigned nonchalance and stepped back. Chen Yu proceeded to craft the fruit tea in her customary manner, mashing lemon fruit, sand crystal fruit, and pearl vine fruit, incorporating illusory crystal powder ice cubes, and finally sprinkling a delicate layer of spirit sand crystal atop the beverage. She presented the fruit tea, elegantly served in a sand-blown floral cup, to Sophia. The queen took a sip, nodding gently, and remarked, delicious. She gazed into the cup, then raised her eyes to inquire. However, these fruits were not harvested from high-tier ruins, were they? Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Chen Yu answered candidly, indeed. The queen continued unabashedly. Yesterday, I experimented with various combinations. The rich flavor provided by the spirit sand crystal, when combined with high-quality fruits, results in an exquisite taste, though overly complex. In contrast, ordinary fruits better balance the overall flavor, rendering this fruit tea at its most optimal level. Chen Yu paused, locking eyes with Sophia, and continued, whether low-tier or high-tier ingredients, each plays an irreplaceable role in its unique way. There exists no distinction of superiority or inferiority. Only through their mutual complementarity can we achieve a harmonious perfection. Sophia listened intently, a smile curving her lips as she softly echoed, there is no distinction of high and low. She set down the cup, her gaze flickering. Those words resonated deeply within her. She was aware that the nobles in the market were likely discussing their disdain for her pursuit of equality between commoners and nobility. particularly the staunch old aristocrats, who relentlessly opposed any attempts that might undermine their status. During the market festival, she had encountered numerous vendors attempting to cater to her ideals. Yet their offerings were deemed insufficiently noble and were ruthlessly dismissed by the elder gentlemen surrounding her. These old men deliberately obstructed her, conveying through their actions a reminder of her insignificance, deriding her audacity. Yet, Chen Yu shattered this impasse by presenting the exceedingly rare spirit sand crystal and expressing support for equality through the inclusion of ordinary fruits. Such clear and unpretentious logic was precisely what Sophia yearned to witness. "Excellent," Sophia stated, her stature straightening as she spoke softly, her emerald eyes glimmering with a gentle light. Her voice, though soft, commanded immediate silence from those around. "I am thoroughly pleased with your fruit tea." As she spoke, she received a gilded medal from her attendant, adorned with a pentagram pattern symbolizing royal authority. The medal was presented to Chen Yu, shimmering with a soft glow. "This medal is awarded to you and your stall." Sophia smiled, "not only for your craftsmanship, but also for your perfect alignment with the theme of this market festival." Chen Yu accepted the medal, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for your recognition, Your Majesty." Sophia nodded, turning to depart, her steps noticeably lighter, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Onlookers murmured among themselves. Some nobles snorted derisively, while three elderly men beside the queen glared at Chen Yu, as if they wished to strip her of her skin. Chen Yu stood behind her stall, gazing at the medal in her hand, yet felt little pride swell within her. If everything within the instance was indeed real, then this young queen had a long, arduous journey ahead, and the true challenges awaited her further down the path. She could only hope she would continue to forge ahead. Queen Sophia, having perused all the stalls, returned to her palace. The next 2 days within the instance unfolded as before. However, with Chen Yu's stall now adorned with a medal, an influx of patrons arrived. According to Zhang Zhixing, only 6 stalls, including Chen Yu's, had received medals. On the final day of the instance, the conclusion of the market festival, Queen Sophia reappeared, standing on a platform to express her heartfelt gratitude to each vendor. Her figure remained poised and elegant, yet a hint of fatigue was discernible upon her face. Nevertheless, her clear green eyes shone with renewed determination. As the market festival concluded, the instance desert market was marked as finished. The elevator will open for 2 hours. Players are advised to board within this time to return to the safe zone. After 30 days of the instance, it had come to a conclusive end. Elevators appeared behind each stall. After spending 30 days in the desert, Chen Yu's skin had tanned to a wheat-like hue, but fortunately, there was ample water here for daily bathing. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how disheveled she would be upon conclusion. "Sister," Wang Mianmian wept as she embraced Chen Yu. "After this parting, it will be difficult to meet again. I will surely miss you." Bai Hong stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. After 30 days of shared experiences, their bonds deepened. Chen Yu, unable to contain her sorrow, joined the two in a heartfelt embrace, weeping. "The elevator will close in half an hour." Under the system's repeated urgings, the three finally parted ways, with Wang Mianmian and Bai Hong boarding the elevator in succession. He Yun remained motionless in the corner. Chen Yu wiped her eyes, reminding him, "He Yun, it's time to go." He Yun approached Chen Yu, his lips pale, staring at her for a prolonged moment before uttering, "May I contact you?" "Huh?" Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from He Yun. She thought one could simply reach out whenever they wished, without needing explicit consent. "Sure. Just send me a message when you want to find me," she replied. The pallor on He Yun and Appo's face dissipated significantly, and he said nothing further, nodding at Chen before turning to enter the elevator. As the metallic doors slowly closed, his figure vanished from Chen Yu and Appo's sight. Chapter 83. Settlement. Chen Yu gazed at He Yun as he departed, her mind swirling with questions. Just as she was lost in thought, Bei Xian approached, his face striving for composure, though his tone betrayed a hint of impatience. "What did he just say to you?" Chen Yu turned to him, puzzled, and replied, "You mean He Yun? He mentioned he would come looking for me." Upon hearing this, Bei Xian furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting to the now closed elevator doors. After a brief pause, he tilted his head slightly towards Chen Yu, his lips pressed into a straight line, and finally inquired, "What? Have you taken a liking to lately?" Chen Yu looked at him in confusion. "Are you asking me what I like?" Bei Xian cleared his throat awkwardly, running a hand through his hair, a faint flush creeping onto his face, and his tone turned a bit more assertive. "Don't get the wrong idea. It's a token of gratitude for saving my life last time." "Oh, a token of gratitude." At that moment, Zhang Zhao and Zhang Zhixing, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, chimed in, their voices laced with playful mockery. Xian shot them an annoyed glance. Chen Yu, unfazed, responded, "But didn't you already give me points? And during the safe zone, you even sent me a necklace via courier? That suffices, no need to mention it further." "A necklace?" Zhang Zhixing exclaimed in surprise. "Why have I never heard you mention this during our conversations?" Chen Yu scratched her head. Feeling slightly awkward, there is nothing much to say. "Should I specifically tell you someone gifted me a necklace? That would be too embarrassing." Zhang Zhao smirked. Fixing his gaze on Xian, his amusement evident. "Oh, so you're all talk, yet your actions tell a different story." Xian's ears turned crimson as he silently moved beside Zhang Zhao, delivering a playful punch. Zhang Zhao clutched his stomach, exclaiming in mock pain, "Assault! Is there no justice? Some people are just bitter because they're unloved." He turned and dashed away. Xian, flustered and infuriated, chased after him, leaving Chen Yu and Zhang Zhixing standing together. They exchanged a glance and shared a laugh. "I'll take my leave then. Let us stay in touch." "Sure." Chen Yu bid farewell to Zhang Zhixing and stepped into the elevator. In the blink of an eye, she was back in her room within the safe zone. "Congratulations on completing the Instance Desert Market. Calculating instance completion. Calculation complete. Instance tasks. Hunt Desert Corpse, 1530. Completed 2 times, gaining 300 points. Calm Spirit of the Sands, 810. Incomplete. Explore the Desert Ruins, 1-3. Completed 2 times, gaining 1000 points. Obtain Rare Relic, 1-1. Completed 1 time, gaining 1000 points. Achieve Reputation with the Kingdom of Star Sand, 100-100. Completed, gaining 1000 points. Please the Queen of Star Sand, 1-1. Completed, gaining 2000 points. Task completion rate, 90. Instance completion level, excellent, gaining 1000 points. Detected player defeating the Lord Golden Spider Matriarch, additional reward, 1000 points. Total points gained, 7300 points. To truly complete the exploration of the ruins, one must obtain the badge for Advanced Ruins. The rare relic refers to the Spirit Sand Crystal obtained from defeating the Golden Spider Matriarch. All task completion rates align. Yet the Spirit of the Sands remains a conundrum for Chen Yu. Logically, the second task should not be overly difficult. However, the Spirit of the Sands consistently drags her into the ruins, and only by clearing the ruins can it be considered complete, which is both troublesome and time-consuming. Furthermore, upon reaching the royal capital, the Spirit of the Sands was obstructed by the magical barrier, preventing it from seeking her out again, thereby leaving her task perpetually stalled. Ding! A message pinged on her phone from Zhang Zhixing. "Zhang Zhixing, you left without saying goodbye to Xian. He causing a ruckus again." "Chen Yu, I'll send him a message later." "Zhang Zhixing, no need to mind him. You're back in the safe zone, right? Your instance task completion should be commendable. Did you achieve 100? "Chen Yu, no, I didn't complete the Spirit of the Sands task." "Zhang Zhixing, how could that be? The Spirit of the Sands task is quite straightforward." "Zhang Zhixing, you only need to provide the Spirit of the Sands with what it desires, right? The 2 spirits that follow me, one enjoys sand crystal fruit, and the other prefers earth coffee beans." "Chen Yu, the spirit that follows me drags me to the ruins to search for its memory fragments." "Zhang Zhixing, each spirit indeed has different demands. I can only say your luck needs improvement." Chen Yu silently closed her eyes. Unwilling to read further from Zhang Zhixing, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. What is this situation? "Zhang Zhixing, why not try drawing some cards? Or take a look at the commercial center. You can buy cards there with points, and you should have amassed quite a few." "Chen Yu, that makes sense. I'll check it out tomorrow." The low luck isn't catastrophic. It does occasionally deliver unexpected blows. Luck can only be enhanced through attribute cards, and drawing cards makes it challenging to obtain attribute cards amidst a plethora of equipment, skill, and item cards. Moreover, with over 1900 gold coins accumulated, Chen Yu wished to save them for the most expensive machine. She resolved to visit the commercial center the following day. For now, she planned to enjoy a hot shower, indulge in a hearty meal, and sleep soundly until tomorrow. The next day, upon rising, Chen Yu tidied herself up and headed to the gym for a brief workout before taking a vehicle to the commercial center. The moment the vehicle entered the commercial center, the sky abruptly darkened, enveloped in night. Skyscrapers stood tall, their steel and glass surfaces reflecting a kaleidoscope of neon lights. On the streets, screens scrolled various advertisements, and a few holographic projections showcased products in 360 degrees. Enjoy a peaceful sleep with our latest Happy Sleep Gummies. Absolutely safe. Absolutely reliable. Trust in joyful products. Desire the fairest gaming experience? Discover Whitelaw's latest board game, Life Winner. The jingles of advertisements echoed in her ears. Chen Yu disembarked from the bus, walking towards the outer area of the commercial center. This section was specifically designated for players to set up stalls, with the ground made of smooth metal and transparent crystal panels, occasionally resonating with the low hum of machinery. Hey there, little miss, come take a look. I've got the latest goods, much cheaper than the stores. A scruffy old man, clad in a filthy coat and puffing on a cigarette, beckoned to Chen Yu from his stall. She glanced down at the items on his table, bottles of colorful candies. Yet, judging by his tone, the contents were likely more than mere sweets. With the game having descended for nearly 4 months, those unable to earn high points in instances had long sought alternative livelihoods. Here, with no legal restrictions, any business could thrive. Chen Yu meandered through the stalls, noticing only 2 or 3 players selling cards, all of C and D rank, low-tier cards. She did not spot any stalls offering higher-tier cards operated by NPCs. However, there were 2 independent stores displaying 2 B-rank cards in glass showcases, priced at 2,500 points each, prompting Chen Yu to hastily move away, fearing they would demand money from her even with a mere glance. After wandering for a while, without finding the attribute card she desired, she was about to head back when a flash of red from a doorway caught her eye. Chapter 84. The Rabbit Hole. A sumptuous crimson velvet curtain hung silently against a wall adorned with graffiti, its origin unknown. A gentle breeze stirred the fabric, parting it to reveal a dimly lit passage. Would you care to take a look inside? A melodious childlike voice suddenly chimed from behind. Chen Yu, startled, instinctively drew her short sickle and whirled around to confront the source of the sound. Before her stood a dapper white rabbit, approximately half a person's height, its snowy fur shimmering under the glow of neon lights. The rabbit gazed up at her, its mouth moving slightly as it articulated, "Would you like to enter? We have the finest goods to offer." "Are you from the auction house?" Chen Yu found herself inquiring reflexively. The rabbit shook its head. "The auction house resides in the heart of the commercial district. We are the Rabbit Hole. Would you like to see? We have everything you desire. For instance, attribute cards." This was precisely what Chen Yu had in mind, causing her to recoil in surprise. The rabbit leaped forward, keeping pace. "We are a legitimate enterprise, fully licensed." It produced a business license from its coat pocket, presenting it with a flourish. Within the safe zone, players could not harm NPCs unless they initiated combat, so she decided to follow. "Please, come with me." The rabbit darted through the curtain first. Chen Yu followed, lifting the curtain to step inside. A gust of wind swept through, causing the curtain to vanish, leaving only a wall behind. As she looked up, she noticed round chandeliers dangling from the ceiling, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow on the floor. The rabbit hopped ahead, its little tail bouncing in rhythm. Suddenly, it turned a corner and disappeared from view. Chen Yu hurried after it, entering a dimly lit space where a card floated above a marble pedestal, emblazoned with the words, "Luck 1. 5. The rabbit turned, its ears twitching. "You may provide 500 points or 100 gold coins to unlock a single-player dungeon. The dungeon will not jeopardize your life, and the duration will not exceed 2 hours. Success will allow you to claim the card. Failure will require you to depart. But fear not, even in failure. The rabbit hole will randomly open to every qualifying player." The offer seemed quite advantageous. 100 gold coins could only grant a single draw from a mid-tier card machine, which contained numerous CD-level cards, with attributes adding a maximum of 0. 5 to 1. "What sort of organization are you?" Chen Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "A charitable one?" The rabbit's mouth moved slightly as it replied, "We merely wish for players to have a more enjoyable experience within the dungeons." Unable to contain herself, Chen Yu pressed further. "If my wish is to obtain an A-grade card, would you assist?" The rabbit did not respond directly. "If that is your wish, you must pay a greater price. Nothing here is free, so I advise you not to harbor unrealistic expectations." With that, the rabbit retrieved a payment device. "Will you provide 500 points or 100 gold coins to unlock the dungeon?" Chen Yu resolved to try her luck. She placed her wristwatch on the payment machine, swiping it lightly as her 500 points vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the ground beneath her began to crack, and a silent black hole appeared beneath her feet. Chen Yu's body swayed as she fell into the abyss without warning. Welcome to the special dungeon doll Anna. Completion condition: Anna must survive 1 day. Once stabilized, Chen Yu found herself in a modest apartment. On the table before her sat a tablet, its screen displaying a pink plastic wardrobe reminiscent of the Barbie toys from her childhood, with tiny garments no larger than her palm. A sweet humming emanated from the bathroom. Before Chen Yu could comprehend the situation, the humming ceased abruptly, followed by the sound of the shower curtain being drawn, and footsteps approached the wardrobe visible on the screen. Her heart raced as she braced herself for an odd sight. Little fish. To her surprise, a charming face appeared on the screen. Doll Anna had light brown hair, a round face, and lively almond-shaped eyes. If not for the conspicuous joints characteristic of dolls and her diminutive stature, she could easily be mistaken for a real person. I asked you to help me choose an outfit. Have you made your selection? I have a date with my boyfriend today. Chen Yu realized Anna was speaking directly to her. Simultaneously, another image popped up on the tablet. The background was a soft pink adorned with white lace. On the left was a message, request from Anna. Anna is meeting her longtime online friend today. They have been chatting online for 2 years and have developed a sweet romantic relationship. Anna trusts him deeply and wants to look her best for the occasion. On the right were thumbnails of 2 rows of clothing options. From left to right, a white dress shirt, an off-shoulder white sweater, a strapless top, a basic knitted cardigan, a loose sweatshirt, along with 2 dresses, a white floral short skirt, and a blue long skirt. Bottom options included a uniform skirt, a fitted pencil skirt, denim shorts, leather pants, and sweatpants, as well as various accessories, which Chen Yu did not examine closely. She furrowed her brow, pondering the completion condition of ensuring Anna's survival for a day, yet she was now tasked with dressing Anna. Did this mean that the right outfit was essential for survival? How peculiar. Glancing once more at Anna's request to meet her online boyfriend, Chen Yu, adopting a mindset of experimentation, selected a little white dress and a pair of low-heeled sandals. Wow. Anna and Appo's excited voice rang out. You have such a great taste. My boyfriend will definitely think I look beautiful. I'll come back and share the good news with you. As soon as Anna finished speaking, the screen abruptly went dark, and her image vanished. Chen Yu set the tablet down and surveyed her surroundings. The room was sparsely decorated, containing only a bed and a set of table and chairs, while the window framed a clear blue sky. As she contemplated the task at hand, the scene outside the window suddenly shifted. In an instant, the bright sky was enveloped in an orange glow as the sun began its slow descent. Moments later, the sun disappeared completely, plunging the sky into profound darkness. The faint sounds that had lingered outside faded into silence. This must be why the rabbit mentioned that the dungeon could conclude within an hour. Time within the dungeon could be manipulated, Chen Yu mused, just as she prepared to rise and approach the window to observe the changes. The tablet on the table suddenly lit up. Ah! Anna's piercing scream echoed throughout the room. Chapter 85, Horror-Themed Side Quest. Anna, 1. Chen Yu hurriedly approached the table, gazing intently at the tablet. The screen appeared to be afflicted by some form of interference, constantly flickering and distorting, shrouded in a blood-red filter. Chen Yu could hardly discern the images displayed. All she could hear were Anna's anguished cries, accompanied by the chilling sounds of limbs being gruesomely severed. The cacophony persisted for several seconds. Chen Yu tapped the screen repeatedly, but to no avail. The display eventually darkened completely, and she focused intently on it, hoping to glean some clues. In the next moment, a pallid face abruptly materialized on the screen. The visage bore eyes laced with blood, nearly consuming half of the face, fixating on Chen Yu with an unsettling intensity. You. It is you. Its labored breathing resonated in her ears, reeking of iron. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks reverberated against the apartment door. Chen Yu grasped the short sickle as she approached the entrance. Yet as she neared, the sound of sparrows chirping outside broke the tension. Dawn had arrived. The shadow behind the door vanished, and voices echoed in the corridor. Chen Yu returned to the table, where the tablet flickered momentarily before the screen reverted to its previous view, fixated on a pink wardrobe. A message then emerged on the display. Anna and Appo's request, Day 1 failed. Simultaneously, a blood-red note appeared. How dare you, woman, venture out in a short skirt, exposing your thighs to entice whom? A woman as promiscuous as you must have seduced countless scoundrels during our time together. Do you think you are worthy of me? Do you believe I cannot uncover the truth from behind this screen? I will kill you. Kill you. Reading the words on the note, Chen Yu nearly fainted, pinching her upper lip to regain her composure. This note was from Anna's boyfriend, whom she had mentioned yesterday, a 2-year online relationship, shrouded in uncertainty as to whether the person on the other side was human or specter. Ha ha ha. Anna hummed a cheerful tune as she emerged from the bathroom. Suddenly, the note on the screen ignited and vanished into ashes. Anna's round little face reappeared, waving her chubby hand at Chen Yu, devoid of any trace of the previous night's terror. Today, I'm going to the bar with friends. It's my first time. And I can end Appo's tea wait. You must help me choose the best outfit. As Anna spoke, the previous pink outfit selection screen reappeared. Anna's request. Anna has made plans with friends to visit the bar today. This is her first attempt, and she is extremely excited. You must help her choose an outfit that will dazzle the entire venue. A dazzling outfit. What if some pervert fixates on her? Yet the request insisted on a dazzling appearance. Chen Yu was in a quandary. Ultimately, she dressed Anna in a light pink, form-fitting top paired with light blue denim shorts, but added a loose plaid shirt as an outer layer. Must she wear the outer layer? It feels somewhat cumbersome. The screen displayed Anna's perplexed expression. Two options appeared at the bottom of the screen. It seems that Anna does not favor this outfit, so you decide. A. Help Anna change into a different outfit. B. Persuade Anna to go out as is. Chen Yu opted for B, encouraging Anna to proceed with her current ensemble. Yesterday, Anna had worn an outfit she adored, yet it had not led to success. Chen Yu felt Anna and Appo's requests were worthy of consideration, but not to be trusted entirely. Well, upon closer inspection, it does look quite nice. I'm heading out now. After leaving that message, the screen darkened. Chen Yu turned to the window. Outside, time was swiftly shifting noon. Dusk night. With a crackle, the screen illuminated again. I'm back. Anna's voice chimed through the microphone. She waved at the camera, joyfully recounting her day. The outfit you chose for me was perfect. I could take it off to dance at the bar, but when the temperature dropped at night, I could put it back on for warmth. Thank you. Seeing Anna return safely, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to take a shower now. Anna waved her hand and walked into the bathroom, and soon the sound of the shower could be heard, amidst the soft patter of water droplets. A sudden sound of a window creaking open was jarringly out of place. The tablet's perspective could not be adjusted, so Chen Yu could only listen as footsteps gradually approached the wardrobe from the window. Meanwhile, Anna, engrossed in her shower, remained oblivious to the sounds outside. Chen Yu attempted to send Anna a message via the tablet, but it was utterly unresponsive, frozen on the wardrobe view. Then, a gaunt, yellowed face emerged on the screen. Hey, haha. The skin on that face sagged, resembling layers of worn-out rubber. Its mouth curled into an exaggerated grin, revealing cracked lips and discolored teeth. It slowly raised its head, casting a provocative glance at the camera, as if aware of being watched. Without hesitation, it opened the wardrobe, extracting a piece of clothing. Burying its face within, inhaling deeply, a grotesquely twisted expression of ecstasy spread across its features as it extended its rough tongue, licking the collar, particularly savoring the areas that bore a potent body odor. At that moment, the sound of water ceased in the bathroom. Chen Yu, frantic, paced around the room. Rushing to open her apartment door, B. Chapter 86, Horror-themed side quest, Anna, 2. Anna's request. Today, Anna is to attend a party, rumored to be filled with esteemed guests of high society. It is imperative that she does not embarrass herself. Please assist in selecting an exquisite and elegant outfit for her. This time, Chen Yu, obediently refraining from any fanciful interpretations, dressed Anna in a sleek off-the-shoulder black dress paired with matching black heels. Wow! Anna and Appo's voice erupted with delight, brimming with surprise. It looks stunning. It accentuates my figure while remaining perfectly appropriate. Your taste is impeccable. Listening to Anna and Appo's satisfied remarks, Chen Yu silently prayed for everything to proceed smoothly. As evening fell, the screen did not dim as it had before. However, Anna still had not returned home. The scene displayed a tranquil room, bathed in dim yellow light, as time gradually slipped away. Until the next dawn, the sun ascended, and suddenly, the door swung open. A man clad in black entered, pushing a cardboard box. Chen Yu's nerves instantly tensed, her gaze fixated on the screen, breath held in trepidation. The man, silent, placed the box on the floor and opened the lid. He slowly extracted a lifeless Anna, who had now become a true doll, her essence hollowed out, leaving only an empty shell. Her once bright eyes had transformed into two deep black voids, numbly staring at the screen, as if gazing into Chen Yu's very soul. The man deftly positioned Anna before the wardrobe, adjusting her posture, then turned and left without hesitation, as if concluding the most mundane of tasks. A new note appeared on the screen. Anna's request. Day 3, failure. A poor girl attempts to captivate me with her beauty and figure. How vulgar and despicable. I loathe such opportunists. Perhaps I should indulge her whims, slipping a sedative into her drink, rendering her a true plaything. What kind of madness is this? Who suggested seduction? What narcissistic delusion? Chen Yu slammed down on the tablet, feeling on the brink of collapse. No matter how she complied with the requests, the outcome spiraled toward the worst possible scenarios. On the fourth day, the screen lit up once more, revealing Anna's charming face. Her tone still buoyant. I am off to exercise today. Please help me find a comfortable outfit. Anna's request, a rare exercise day. Anna intends to work out. For maintaining health is the source of happiness. Kindly assist in selecting a comfortable outfit for her. Gazing at the request on the screen, Chen Yu felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Without much thought, she mechanically selected a gray sweatshirt and black sweatpants, moving like a robot. Thank you. Anna's voice remained sweet and melodious. This is so comfortable. I'm heading out. Watching Anna leave the room, Chen Yu leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes and exhaling slowly. Time flew by rapidly. The sun outside ascended and descended, the cycle of day and night passing. Anna did not return that night, nor was she seen after dawn. Anna's request, Day 4, Failure. The lovely girl, dressed ordinarily, possesses no distinguishing features. Even if I took her away, no one would notice. She belongs to me, mine alone. On the fifth day, Anna's familiar cheerful voice rang out. Today is my birthday. I wish to dine out with family and friends. Let me dress beautifully. Chen Yu and Appo's heart involuntarily tightened upon hearing her voice. A pink outfit selection screen popped up, its bright hues starkly contrasting her current mood. Chen Yu hesitated, letting out a long sigh as she turned to gaze out the window. She felt an unprecedented exhaustion, a heavy emotion lodged in her chest. Stifling her breath, she attempted to rise and open the door, twisting the handle forcefully several times, even bumping her body against it, but the door remained resolutely shut. After venting her frustrations, Chen Yu returned to the tablet, wrestling with her indecision. Just as she was about to randomly select 2 garments to conclude the task, Anna's face suddenly appeared on the screen. Tilting her head toward the camera, Anna smiled gently. What's wrong? Why are you taking so long? Chen Yu and Appo's prolonged inactivity had triggered a new plot development. It's all right. I will look good in whatever you choose. If you and Appo's worried about others criticizing my appearance, let them leave my world. I don't need to dress according to their standards. Chen Yu paused, taken aback. Anna's words struck her like a flash of inspiration. She had been preoccupied with keeping Anna safe from those deranged individuals, racking her brain to devise ways to evade them. But why not tackle the problem at its root? Why not simply remove them from Anna's world? Chen Yu clicked the microphone icon, attempting to converse with Anna. Go to the kitchen. The kitchen? Anna echoed, puzzled. Yet she picked up the tablet, the camera swaying as she walked, ultimately focusing on the kitchen counter. Grab a knife. What for? Anna asked, tilting her head in confusion. Chen Yu whispered, the latest fashion trend, murderous. Anna gently retrieved the knife, returning to the wardrobe and placing it beside her. The pink outfit selection screen reappeared. This time, Chen Yu chose a white shirt and jeans, accessorized with the knife. Anna held the knife against her cheek, mimicking a heart gesture. She beamed a sweet smile, the blade reflecting light that illuminated her face, the stark contrast sending chills down one's spine. So beautiful. I adore this outfit. She turned and waved as she headed for the door. I'm off. The screen darkened. Chen Yu rose and stood by the window, quietly watching as the sky gradually dimmed. Daylight, sunset, night. A familiar electric sound crackled through the air. Ha 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 ha. Unlike before. A joyful laughter emanated from the tablet. Chen Yu looked over. The screen displayed Anna's maniacal grin, her feet planted atop a plump, pale-faced figure who curled on the ground, desperately pleading, help, help. I didn't mean to follow you home. It doesn't matter. Anna aimed the knife at his throat. The blade plunged into his neck, slow yet resolute, slicing through flesh as blood sprayed forth, his anguished screams echoing. His throat was torn open, skin splitting apart, the blade continuing downward, carving through chest and abdomen. Then, Anna plunged her hands into his flesh, forcefully pulling them apart, accompanied by the sickening let them vanish from my world. Congratulations on completing the dungeon doll, Anna. Chapter 87. Anna and Appo's little card. Dungeon cleared. A dark chasm materialized beneath Chen Yu and Appo's feet, and before she could react, she plummeted into it. With a startled cry, Chen Yu found herself back in the rabbit hole, sprawled on the ground. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. The white rabbit hopped over to Chen Yu, presenting a card with its tiny paws. Attribute card. Luck 1. 5. Chen Yu propped herself up and immediately used the card. Thanks to her dual buff skill, the 1. 5 luck points were amplified to 3, augmenting her existing luck stat. She now possessed a luck stat of 6. The white rabbit, awaiting Chen Yu's completion, produced several more cards from its waistcoat pocket. Complimentary items. Are you interested? Chen Yu accepted them and saw they were Anna's little cards, depicting Anna gouging out the eyes of her online dating victim and severing his limbs. Anna flaying a stalker and boiling him alive in a pot. Anna imprisoning so-called high society figures and feeding them their own flesh. The cards were all animated. This is a reward for successfully clearing the dungeon, the white rabbit explained, pushing the cards forward with its little paws. Quite precious. Chen Yu hesitated, observing the gory and grotesque scenes on the cards. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, she decided to take them. Ken and Appo's her to have them, despite their gruesome nature. The cards seemed to exude a certain righteous aura, making her feel as though they could ward off evil spirits if placed at home. The white rabbit, pleased, handed her the cards, then hopped twice and waved its paw. The rabbit hole's business concludes here. Good luck to you. In an instant, the white rabbit vanished, and Chen Yu was teleported back to the commercial street. She glanced back at the graffiti wall, finding it completely bare, as if the rabbit hole had never existed. Despite acquiring the attribute card, a luck stat of 6 was still not high enough. Chen Yu resolved to try her luck at the commercial center's auction house. Hoping to find more attribute cards that she needed, she proceeded towards the center, the streetscape gradually becoming more bustling. Initially, there were roadside stalls laden with snacks. Further on, slightly more upscale fast food restaurants appeared, with robots delivering meals with astonishing efficiency. Through the glass windows, she could see players chatting in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Without dungeon quests, everyone was living ordinary lives. However, the closer she got to the center, the fewer players she saw, simply because the prices were exorbitant. Chen Yu passed a Japanese restaurant, with 2 layers of glass encasing the facade, the space between filled with water and luminous squid. These squid swam slowly with the current, following Chen Yu as she passed. In such an establishment, a plate of sashimi cost 500 credits. Finally, Chen Yu arrived at the very heart of the commercial center. Here stood the tallest building, encircled by 2 colossal rings of neon lights. The gap between the rings displayed a constantly shifting holographic projection, showcasing the items up for auction that day. A-rank equipment card. Eternal Night Blade starting bid. 8,500 credits. A-rank equipment. Dragon's Breath ring starting bid. 9,000 credits. The rings rotated slowly, and each time the 2 rings converged, the projection switched to another item. Chen Yu scanned the starting prices on the screen, mentally converting the figures. 1 gold coin equals 5 credits. And a single pull on the advanced gacha machine, which guarantees an A-rank card, costs 250 gold coins. A 10 pull would be 2,500 gold coins, equivalent to 12,500 credits. The randomness of the gacha machine was too great. There was no telling how many pulls it would take to acquire the desired card. In comparison, direct transactions at the auction house were much more cost-effective. One could acquire a specific item by paying the required credits, without the risk of probability. Moreover, the starting prices were lower than the cost of the gacha machine. Only players who had defeated a lord could make purchases at the auction house, which could be considered a perk for those players, while also widening the gap between players. Chen Yu estimated that most ordinary players currently possessed between 2,500 and 6,500 credits. However, the auction house also had its drawbacks. If other buyers bid against her, the price could skyrocket, and the final cost might not be worth the item. None of the items up for auction today were attribute cards that Chen Yu desired, but she decided to stay and examine the information for the 2 pieces of equipment. The Eternal Night Blade increased attack power while inflicting blindness on enemies. A decent item, but Chen Yu already had the Hunter's Scythe and didn't need another similar weapon. The Dragon's Breath ring, on the other hand, was somewhat intriguing. It was a ring that could unleash a wall of fire upwards or a large-scale explosion in all directions for 15 seconds, centered on the wearer. It also provided some heat and fire resistance, and had a chance to trigger a flame shield when attacked. Chen Yu prepared to enter the auction house to take a closer look at the Dragon's Breath ring. However, just as she was about to step into the building, the projection flickered and displayed a new message. A-rank equipment. Dragon's Breath ring sold. Final price. 12,000 credits. So much for hesitation. Chen Yu left with a sigh. In the days that followed, Chen Yu visited the auction house whenever it was open. The auction house was only open 2 days a week, and A-rank cards weren't always available. Often, only B-rank cards were offered, which were of little use to Chen Yu. The attribute card she most desired never appeared, leaving Chen Yu with credits she couldn't spend. Time passed quickly, and the day for the next dungeon opening arrived. Chapter 88, Survival on the Floating Island. 1. Dear players, please enter the elevator within 10 minutes. The instance floating island survival will commence in 10 minutes. Instance completion condition. Survive for 30 days. Instance tasks. Acquire land 030. Repeatable. Hunt night bats 050. Repeatable. Hunt monkey sky pirates 020. Repeatable. Hunt skyhawks 010. Repeatable. Build housing 05. Repeatable. Shelter villagers 010. Repeatable. Construct high-tech defense towers 02. Eliminate the banana sky pirate group 01. 01. Completing tasks grants additional points. Tasks are non-mandatory and do not affect instance completion. Tip: monsters, night bats, bee swarms, monkey sky pirates, skyhawks, giant monkey captain have been released into the instance. Players who successfully hunt them can earn gold and experience rewards. This instance only permits a few articles of clothing and essential supplies. Chen Yu packed her toothbrush set, soap, and towel before stepping into the elevator. The scene outside the elevator flickered rapidly. Ding! Upon arrival, the elevator doors opened slowly, and a strong gust of wind rushed in, nearly pushing Chen Yu back inside. The wind howled, relentlessly filling the elevator. Instinctively, she grasped the inner wall of the elevator, curling up tightly. After a moment, the wind finally subsided slightly, allowing her to shiveringly exit the elevator. As she stepped out, she found herself standing on a small square piece of land measuring 2 by 2 meters. Beyond the edges of the land, an endless sea of clouds stretched out, and through the gaps, she could faintly see small hills on the ground below, resembling tiny beans. The cold wind at high altitude sliced across her face, its force so potent that a moment's inattention could sweep her off the ground. Chen Yu dared not walk upright. She could only crawl on her elbows and knees, inching her way to the center of the square land. At the heart of the land, there lay a pressurized air pump, one end connected to a black square outlet. As she approached the pump, her watch screen displayed a prompt. Press the air pump to obtain resources needed for the floating island. Tentatively, Chen Yu extended her hand and pressed the pump. She carefully pressed it 10 times. The pump emitted a crisp pop, and immediately, a small square was ejected from the outlet. She hastily picked it up, discovering it felt like soil, with a slightly rough texture. Another prompt appeared on her watch. Common land block, the most basic building block for constructing the floating island. Choose a placement location to expand it into 1x1m land. To reclaim it, strike the land 3 times. Chen Yu stared at the prompt, realization dawning upon her. Instead of enduring life on this narrow expanse for 30 days, she could gradually expand her territory using this mechanism. Holding the small block, she crawled back to the edge of the land and gazed outward. A few blue auxiliary lines appeared in the air, intersecting to form a grid layout, indicating where the land could be expanded. Chen Yu chose an empty spot adjacent to the far left land to place the small block. Upon confirming her choice, the block flew from her hand, automatically landing within the grid and instantly expanding into a genuine piece of land measuring 1m x 1m, seamlessly connecting to the original land. Exhaling deeply at the sight of the newly formed land, Chen Yu felt a lightness in her mood. She crawled back to the air pump and continued pressing. After 10 more presses, the outlet emitted another pop, releasing a cluster of purple grapes. Her watch chimed. Wild grapes, a fruit that can satiate hunger. If there is arable land on the floating island, it can be planted and grown, restoring 3 hunger. Chen Yu tasted 1 grape. The flavor was pleasant, with a balanced sweetness and acidity, yet there was no indication of hunger satisfaction, nor did she perceive any change in her body. This hunger indicator seemed unrelated to the players. She set the remaining grapes aside and returned to the pump for more pressing. This time, she pressed more than 20 times before hearing the familiar pop. A blue transparent block emerged from the outlet. Chen Yu picked it up to examine it, and her watch displayed a new message: Water Land Block, one of the land blocks for constructing the floating island. Choose a placement location to expand it into a small pool measuring 50 by 50 centimeters. To reclaim it, strike the water surface 3 times. Water resources. Chen Yu squeezed the block, feeling a faint dampness emanating from it. She carefully positioned the small block near the edge. Upon confirming her choice, the block immediately expanded, forming a transparent little pool filled halfway with clear water, sufficient for 2 to 3 days of usage. For the next 2 hours, Chen Yu hardly left the air pump. She sat beside it, constantly pressing, watching as various resources gradually accumulated around her: apples, bananas, raw meat, wood, stones. Over time, she discerned some patterns. Ordinary resources required fewer presses, while special resources demanded more. Additionally, if she pressed continuously for extended periods, both ordinary and special resources would increase in count, reaching a peak where no more items would appear regardless of how many times she pressed. Thus, every half hour of pressing necessitated a half-hour break. Pop. Another small block sprang forth from the outlet. Chen Yu quickly reached out to collect it, and her watch immediately displayed a prompt. Workbench can be used to combine materials into tools, weapons, and other survival items for the floating island. To use, please strike 3 times. Players must obtain this item during the first 30 presses at the air pump. Only one is available, and if lost, it cannot be reacquired. If lost, it would be gone. Chen Yu hurriedly placed the block carefully at the edge of the pump. The small block instantly transformed into a sturdy wooden workbench, seemingly resistant to the wind. However, in this high-altitude, gusty environment, its durability against severe weather or monster attacks remained uncertain. Eager to bolster the floating island's safety, Chen Yu approached the workbench and gently tapped 3 times on its surface. With each crisp tap, the workbench underwent a transformation, and a screen emerged at its center, displaying several options: tools, weapons, shelter. Chen Yu selected the shelter option. A cascade of crafting information appeared. Solid wood wall. 6 logs can be combined into 1 wall. The wall has a durability of 50 when reduced to 0. It will collapse and can be promptly repaired with logs. Solid wood floor. 3 logs can be combined into 1 floor. No durability, can be recycled, returning 1 to 2 logs. With 5 logs at her disposal, she needed just 1 more to craft a wall. Even if she could only create 1, it would be immensely useful, at least providing a barrier against the wind. Otherwise, as night fell, Chen Yu would be left to endure the biting cold from all directions. Resolutely, she returned to the air pump and continued pressing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. After a day of diligent effort, the floating island expanded from its initial 2 by 2 meters to a rectangular 2 by 3 meters, with an additional protruding piece of ordinary land on the southern side. 2 more blocks would transform it into a 3x3m expanse. Chen Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead and made a final, vigorous series of presses on the air pump. With a pop, another small land block emerged. She swiftly picked it up, placing the fragment on the southern side. The landmass expanded rapidly, and the floating island grew slightly larger, with the expectation that by tomorrow it would transform into a 3 by 3 meter expanse. Today's labor was nearing completion. Chen Yu, dragging her somewhat fatigued body, returned to the workbench and opted to craft 2 wooden walls. The 12 pieces of timber on the ground vanished, replaced by 2 small wooden walls that emerged on the workbench. Chen Yu grasped the wooden walls and approached the back and left side of the workbench, positioning the walls in 2 distinct directions. When the wooden walls thudded to the ground, they swiftly expanded, transforming into 2 sturdy wooden panels that stood resolutely upon the floating island. The wind immediately diminished, and the howling sound subsided significantly, allowing Chen Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. She sat down against the workbench, massaging her sore shoulders, and gazed at the dimming light on the horizon, softly murmuring, "At least I won't be blown off the island in the dead of night." Chapter 89. Survival on the Floating Island. 2. The following day, Chen Yu was awakened by a howling wind that swept through the air. The cold gusts made her cheeks tingle, and she instinctively rubbed them, fearing that if the wind continued to blow so fiercely, it might leave her with a facial paralysis. Upon opening her eyes and surveying her surroundings, she found that the layout of the floating island remained relatively intact, the wooden walls standing firm. She let out a sigh of relief. Chen Yu stumbled over to the water basin, scooping some water with a cup to wash her face and wake herself up. Once refreshed, she returned to her workbench and picked up a bunch of grapes from the ground, leaning against the wooden wall as she savored them slowly. Her arms still ached from the relentless pumping of the air pump the previous day. In a daze, she gazed at the tumultuous clouds above, lost in thought. The clouds loomed heavily and profoundly, resembling a vast grayish-white curtain that completely obscured the sunlight and her line of sight. All around her was a swirling sea of clouds, shrouded in mist, rendering the world beyond invisible. With no appealing scenery to accompany her meal, she glanced at her watch and reviewed her status. Name: Chen Yu, level 9, health, 100 stamina, 15 strength, 13 defense, 49 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 luck, 6 spirit, 5 skills, dual enhancement, thorn armor. Her spirit points had increased slightly, likely due to the shock experienced in Anna and Appo's instance, compounded by the daily torment of observing Anna and Appo's dynamic card of the murderous stalker. Ultimately, Chen Yu concluded that to enhance her spirit, one must surpass their inherent limits. After finishing the grapes, she casually nibbled on a pear and then approached the air pump, commencing her work for the day. Resources were not as easily obtained as she had anticipated. After a full day of pumping air, she discovered that there was a limit to resource acquisition. She could procure a maximum of 100 units, and at times, she would end up with empty resources, wasting her time and energy. Her harvest from the previous day included 17 pieces of timber, 30 stones for plots of common land, 1 plot of water resource land, 10 apples, 10 bunches of grapes, 8 fragrant pears, 5 pieces of raw meat, 20 bundles of wheat, 3 bags of wheat seeds, and 2 bags of grape seeds. She had consumed 12 pieces of timber, leaving her with only 5. Chen Yu's goal for the day was to expand the floating island to a 3 by 3 meter area, enclosing the workbench with wooden walls to create a small room. Additionally, she aspired to synthesize a furnace. The furnace could convert raw meat, wheat, and other resources into roasted meat and bread, not only filling her stomach but also allowing for more efficient resource utilization. However, the synthesis of the furnace required 20 stones and 10 pieces of timber, with each operation consuming 1 piece of timber as fuel. Continuing her relentless pumping, she awaited the emergence of resources. Pop! A light sound heralded the appearance of a small sapling. Her watch immediately displayed a notification. Poplar tree can be planted on common land, harvestable in 3 days, requires daily watering, yields 4 to 10 pieces of timber upon harvesting. She knew the instance would not allow them to rely solely on the air pump for survival. With the sapling, acquiring timber would become significantly easier. Choosing a plot of common land, she carefully planted the poplar sapling. As soon as it touched the ground, it took root and instantly grew to half her height, its leaves lush and green. Chen Yu approached the water basin, scooping some water to gently pour at the root of the sapling. To her surprise, as the water flowed down, the sapling visibly grew taller, its branches becoming even more abundant. Attempting to water it again, she found that this time, the sapling showed no change. Returning to the air pump, she resumed her task. Soon, with another soft pop, a piece of common land emerged from the pump. Chen Yu placed the land carefully at the southern gap of the floating island, where it quickly expanded, seamlessly integrating with the existing surface, ultimately enlarging the island to a complete 3 by 3 meters. Congratulations, player, on successfully expanding the floating island. Cloud density surrounding the floating island has decreased. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Yu looked up to see that the clouds surrounding the island had indeed lightened considerably. The previously oppressive cloud sea now allowed some rays of sunlight to filter through, making the entire space feel much more refreshing, even making breathing easier. Chen Yu sighed with relief, preparing to turn and continue pumping the air when a shadow caught her eye, speeding toward her floating island. What was happening? Chen Yu immediately became alert, raising her short sickle and tracking the shadow's movement. The shadow quickly traversed a significant distance, breaking through the clouds to hover above the floating island. With a loud, enthusiastic call, a monkey riding a small flying wooden ship came into view. New monster detected. Monkey Sky Pirate, level 4, a creature that dwells between the floating isles, living in groups and forming sky pirate bands to plunder resources from various floating islands. Characteristics: Monkey Sky Pirates are highly social. Killing one will enrage the others that witness the act, placing the killer on their target list and increasing the likelihood of being attacked. Health, attack, defense, can be viewed after defeat. As Chen Yu read the characteristics in the handbook, she realized that killing a Monkey Sky Pirate could not be witnessed by the others, or else these cunning and vindictive creatures would seek revenge. Chen Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her, as she was currently incapable of defeating this troublesome monkey. The Monkey Sky Pirate did not disembark from its vessel but instead hovered above the floating island. The ship had 2 retractable claws on either side, which swiftly launched to snatch resources off the ground in an instant. Oh no! My apples! My grapes! Don't touch my timber! Chen Yu frantically scrambled on the floating island, unable to reach the airborne Monkey Sky Pirate. She could only protect her resources with her body or use her sickle to fend off the claws. The Monkey Sky Pirate emitted a gleeful call, displaying a toothy grin in a taunting manner, even standing up on its ship and shaking its bright red bottom at her. Come down if you dare, Chen Yu shouted from the floating island. The Monkey Sky Pirate ignored her, snatching away a piece of raw meat and retreating, leaving behind an arrogant silhouette. Defeated, Chen Yu slumped to the ground, gazing at the resources that had been half-claimed, an indescribable pain swelling within her heart. The workbench could synthesize a bow and arrow defense tower to fend off aerial enemies and launch arrows against them, but it required 80 stones, 30 pieces of timber, and 10 feathers. Not to mention the quantities of stones and timber, she had yet to see a single feather. Resources were hard-earned. She could not afford to squander them on building a defense tower. In anguish, Chen Yu resolved to utilize the Lord's Conquest card obtained from defeating the Golden Spider Matriarch. It was time to acquire some new weapons or skills. Chapter 90. Survival on the floating island. 3. Confirm the use of Lord Conquest card selection. Chen Yu clicked to confirm. Confirmed. Please select a card. Before her, 3 cards slowly materialized. 1 blue B-grade card and 2 purple A-grade cards. The B-grade card was Eight-Eyed Scout, capable of detecting enemy weaknesses and enhancing agility for evasion. The first A-grade card, A-grade skill card Spider Domain, creates a web domain centered around oneself with a radius of 6 meters, lasting 20 seconds. With a cooldown of 2 hours. Enemies within this area have their movement speed reduced by 50. Additionally, spiders will randomly spawn to assist in attacking, inflicting continuous poison damage on enemies, and can ensnare them, rendering them immobile, or wrap them in a cocoon. The second A-grade card, A-grade weapon card Spider Warhammer. When equipped, the base attack power increases by 25. However, due to the weight of the Warhammer, attack speed is reduced. If the user's strength exceeds 20 points, this penalty can be ignored. Upgradable. Special ability, Spider Wake. Striking the ground with the hammer has a 50 chance to deal tremor damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius and release spider silk to cover the ground. The silk-covered area reduces enemy movement speed by 30 and has a 30 chance to trigger the ensnare effect, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Neither A-grade card could directly attack airborne enemies, but the ensnaring effect might ensnare the grappling hooks launched from the Monkey-S airship. Ultimately, Chen Yu opted for the Spider Warhammer. Although the Spider Domain had a higher probability of trapping enemies, the monkeys frequently released grappling hooks, and even a 30 chance would eventually lead to a hit. Moreover, the Spider Warhammer was a weapon, with no cooldown period, as long as she swung it repeatedly. She need not fear failing to ensnare. She decisively selected the weapon card, accompanied by a dull thud. A massive warhammer, approximately 1.4 meters long, struck the ground forcefully. The hammer and Oppo's body was pitch black, with 8 yellow crystals embedded on either side of the hammerhead, resembling the 8 eyes of a golden spider mother. Exuding an air of oppression. Detected that the player has 2 or more weapons. Weapon switching function will be activated. A notification promptly appeared on her wristwatch, and the attributes table unfolded. Name, Chen Yu, level 9, health, 100 stamina, 15, slightly. Spirit, 5 skills, dual enhancement, thorn armor, weapons, Hunter's Scythe, Spider Warhammer. Simply recite the weapon's name in your mind to switch freely. Chen Yu attempted to switch, transitioning from the Hunter's Scythe to the Spider Warhammer, preparing herself with both hands, only to overestimate her own strength. The Warhammer crashing down with a resounding bang. It was indeed heavy. She clicked her tongue, picked up the Warhammer, and practiced switching a few more times, finally mastering the necessary force and timing. Familiar with her new weapon, Chen Yu returned to the air pump, ready to continue her pressing. The pump offered 2 pressing methods. One was to press down from the top with her hands. The other was a foot-operated method at the bottom. Chen Yu had previously favored the hand-pressing method for its speed and convenience, as the foot method often led to cramps. However, as she gazed at the foot-operated pressing area, an idea suddenly struck her. She halted her pressing, summoned the Warhammer once more, and raised it high to strike the pressing area of the pump. Boom. At the moment the Warhammer struck, 2 logs ejected from the outlet. She lifted the hammer and tried a few more times, discovering that the powerful impact of the Warhammer could indeed substitute for multiple presses, greatly enhancing efficiency. Fixed items in the dungeon would not be damaged, and regardless of how much force Chen Yu exerted, the pump remained intact. Without hesitation, she swung the hammer down on the pressing area of the pump. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike of the Warhammer, resources continuously sprang forth from the outlet. Before long, she had amassed enough materials for the synthesis furnace. Standing before the workbench, Chen Yu placed 20 stones and 10 logs into the synthesis frame, confirming her selection. With a soft sound, the furnace was generated amidst a burst of light. Whoosh! As the furnace was SYNT Chapter 91, Survival on the Floating Island. 4. As Chen Yu nibbled on her sandwich, she tapped away at the workbench, exploring the synthesis options before her. She had gathered a considerable amount of logs, sufficient to create 2 wooden walls. Each wall measured 1 meter in width, 1.5 meters in height, sturdy and robust, perfectly suited to shield against the elements. The 2 walls she synthesized yesterday barely concealed the workbench and the air pump, but the newly crafted furnace remained exposed, vulnerable to the biting cold winds. Taking a bite of her sandwich, she pondered how to allocate the wooden walls effectively. She positioned one wall behind the furnace, connecting it to the existing wall to form a 2-meter-long barrier, effectively blocking the frigid gust from the rear. The other wall was erected on the eastern side, shielding the furnace and workbench from the side. Thus, the 4 wooden walls formed a protective enclosure, effectively safeguarding the workbench, furnace, and the scattered resources strewn across the ground. Just 2 more walls would complete an enclosed room occupying an area of 1 by 2 meters. She glanced at the air pump, silently calculating that she needed to gather more logs. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a deafening thunderclap suddenly resonated from the heavens, reverberating around the floating island and causing the ground to tremble slightly. Looking up, she observed turbulent black clouds rolling in, shrouding the sky and casting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Blinding lightning streaked across the clouds, illuminating everything in its wake. Without any warning, torrential rain descended, drenching Chen Yu instantly. Even the flames in the furnace were extinguished by the downpour, emitting a hissing sound. Worse still, the heavy rain washed away the resources scattered across the floating island, causing them to slide along the ground with the rushing water. Chen Yu hastily removed her coat, gathering the scattered resources together to protect them, while the rain stung her face and chilled her to the bone. Fortunately, the rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky regained its clarity. Chen Yu, panting, looked up at the now tranquil sky, then turned her gaze to the floating island. The island was in disarray. The soil was washed away, leaving a muddy mess everywhere, with resources mingled in the mire and the walls splattered with mud. The only silver lining was that the previously shallow pool had filled with water. Chen Yu sighed, rubbing her damp hair. She reignited the furnace, removed her coat, and placed it near the flames to dry. Taking out a fresh set of clothes from her bag, she was relieved that she had kept everything organized in plastic bags. Although her backpack was soaked, the clothing remained relatively dry. She continued to hammer away at the air pump. Thanks to the hammer accelerating her progress, she managed to extract all 100 units of resources by midday. The land expanded, now measuring 3 by 4 meters, with 2 plots of farmland planted with wheat and 2 poplar trees growing. Chen Yu examined the materials needed to synthesize a roof at the workbench. Solid wood roof. 10 logs can be synthesized into 1 roof, with a durability of 50. When durability reaches 0, the wooden walls will collapse, but they can be promptly repaired with logs. With only 12 logs in her possession, she synthesized 1 roof to cover half of the furnace and workbench, stacking the resources in a corner to deter any thieving monkeys. Once she tidied up, Chen Yu stepped back to admire her makeshift abode, which, despite its shabby appearance, possessed a certain artistic flair and provided considerable shelter from the elements. Her next goal was to complete the house, expand the land further, and cultivate crops and trees. She opened the chat channel to see what others were discussing. Regional chat. Anonymous 24-87HH. I'm just saying, what is this? I've been at it for 2 days and Haven T found a single piece of land. I'm still stuck on a 2 by 2 island. Anonymous 24-76Q. I need all kinds of food. I'm starving. Message me. Anonymous 24-6790. I've built a defense tower image. Anonymous 24-87HH. Impressive, my friend. You must have good luck. I'm envious. Anonymous 24-1567. How did you get feathers? Oh, great one. Anonymous 24-6790. Planting wheat seeds on normal land attracts bird monsters, and defeating them usually yields 2 to 3 feathers. Anonymous 24-1567. Wow, you actually replied. You're not only talented but kind-hearted. Anonymous 24-152. I'm falling. Anonymous 24-152. I'm falling. Anonymous 24-1567. What are you talking about? Gaining some useful information, Chen Yu scattered wheat seeds over the land and hid herself inside the house. After about 20 minutes, a pale bird monster flew in from afar. It cautiously observed the island for a moment, and upon sensing no danger, quickly hopped over to feast on the seeds. At that moment, Chen Yu dashed out and struck the bird monster with her hammer, causing the ground to tremble. The creature dissipated into white light, leaving behind 2 white feathers. Chen Yu collected them and retreated back into the house, waiting for more bird monsters to arrive. Following the same method, she managed to gather 11 feathers. As night fell, Chen Yu savored half a sandwich filled with grilled meat, the food prepared in the furnace maintaining the perfect temperature. Enjoying a delicious meal significantly elevated her sense of happiness. After finishing her meal and freshening up, she lay down to rest on the side of the house with a roof. Time flew by. Today marked the 10th day of the instance. The floating island had expanded to a size of 7 by 7 meters, transforming the dilapidated hut into a proper enclosed room, occupying an area of 3 by 3 meters. The cultivated land had increased to 6 plots, 4 of which were planted with wheat and 2 with grapes. The water resources had also expanded to 4 plots, sufficient for daily watering, though it needed to be conserved, as water could only be replenished during rainfall. To the south of the normal land, a grove of poplar trees had taken root. Harvesting the poplars could be done directly with the giant hammer in her possession. A few strikes would yield logs and saplings. With the abundance of logs on the island, the air pump had ceased to produce more logs, leading to an increase in land plots and other resources. Chen Yu successfully constructed 2 primary arrow defense towers, placing them on the northern and southern sides. The primary defense towers fired an arrow every 5 seconds, and every 10 seconds, they could unleash 2 arrows, sufficient to fend off the mischievous monkeys. However, the monkey thieves had only attempted to invade once since then. The most frequent attackers were a horde of about 10 nocturnal bats that arrived at night. The bats flew quickly and were small in size, allowing them to evade the arrows shot from the defense towers. However, their aim was to drain the player's blood, which meant they would approach Chen Yu. Leaving her little to fear, a short sickle was adequate to deal with them. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yu struck the air pump, revealing a grayish-white land block. Holding it in her hand, her watch displayed, or land, one of the land blocks used to build the floating island. Choose an appropriate placement to expand it into a 50 by 50 centimeters, or land. Every other day, it will automatically generate 3 to 4 stones. To retrieve it, strike the land 3 times. Another new land block. Chen Yu placed the land into her pocket, planning to organize today's 100 resources after she finished breaking them all. Following a pattern of working for half an hour and resting for half an hour. For hours later, she had gathered all the resources for the day. The ordinary land has been allocated 20 plots, 1 plot for water resources, 1 for cultivation, 3 for mineral extraction, as well as various amounts of stone and food. The mineral land has been positioned by Chen Yu on the northern side, separated from the forest cultivation area. The ordinary land has been arranged neatly as before. Congratulations to the player for successfully expanding the floating island. The cloud density around the floating island has decreased. Accompanied by the system's notification, the clouds surrounding the island have dissipated considerably. As the clouds parted, Chen Yu glimpsed a shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was not the silhouette of a monster, but rather another floating island, just like her own. She had unexpectedly encountered another player. Chapter 92. Survival on the Floating Island. 5. Chen Yu was somewhat astonished, yet she remained composed. Much like during her previous venture in the frigid sea. Despite the vastness of the ocean, players often crossed paths, and the floating island continued to expand outward. If it grew sufficiently large, encountering 2 or 3 players would not pose a problem. The crucial concern was whether the opposing party would encroach upon her territory. Would they be compelled to vie for space? Gazing at the distant small island, Chen Yu discerned nothing significant. The distance between them was still too great. She retreated into her dwelling, awaiting the morrow to harvest stones so she could construct a defensive tower. On the following day, just as Chen Yu finished brushing her teeth, she heard a piercing cry of an eagle. The defensive tower automatically activated, targeting the soaring sky hunter eagle. The majestic bird circled above, effortlessly deflecting arrows with a flap of its wings, sending them plummeting to the ground. Upon spotting Chen Yu by the water's edge, it swooped down, extending its talons in an attempt to seize her from the ground. Chen Yu swung her short sickle, severing a portion of the eagle's claw. It let out a cry of pain and, in a fit of rage, charged at her once more. Rather than evade, Chen Yu seized the opportunity to grasp the eagle's talon with one hand, while anchoring herself to the edge of the pool with the other. Meanwhile, the defensive tower continued to unleash arrows upon the sky hunter eagle. Preoccupied by Chen Yu's grip, the eagle could not divert its attention to the arrows. Before long, the eagle was riddled with arrows, barely clinging to life. Chen Yu released her hold and delivered a final strike. After dispatching the sky hunter eagle, she sank to the ground, exhaling deeply. The floating island dungeon was far more perilous than others. Should one fall from it, survival was virtually impossible. Previously, a deranged player had spammed the chat channel, and from his fragmented words, one could glean the ominous message: the sky is endless. Though the ground beneath the floating island appeared scenic, in reality, a fall would result in an eternal descent until starvation or an unbearable choice led to self-termination. Who could endure such a fate? Resuming her dental hygiene, Chen Yu distanced herself further from the edge. After completing her morning rituals, she did not rush to strike the air pump, but instead approached the workbench to synthesize a defensive tower. Subsequently, she utilized 60 logs to construct a dwelling for villagers. With the floating island progressing, she felt it was time to embark on the tasks mentioned in the dungeon's objectives. The villager housing was quite modest, standing below her waist. It appeared that these villagers were diminutive in stature. She placed the housing adjacent to her abode and heard the system prompt, detected vacant villager housing. Beginning recruitment of wandering villagers. Shrugging, Chen Yu returned indoors to commence her work on the air pump. In the evening, Chen Yu stepped outside for some fresh air. To her surprise, she discovered a small wooden airship docked beside her house, with a diminutive figure standing beside it. The little person resembled a plush doll, standing at about 20 centimeters tall, with wide, darting eyes and gripping its hat, looking quite anxious. Upon noticing Chen Yu's presence, the small figure exclaimed, "Hello. My name is Harvey. I heard you were taking in wanderers. Is that true?" Taken aback by its ability to speak so politely, Chen Yu nodded and pointed towards the nearby tiny house. "Is this the only type of dwelling available?" Harvey beamed, "Of course. Thank you so much. Such a lovely house. May my mother and sister join me on your island?" Before Chen Yu could respond, Harvey continued, "We are willing to work. We can cultivate the trees and crops on the island, and we understand how to operate the defensive tower. All you need to do is provide us with some food daily, and as long as our bellies are full, we will toil tirelessly." Listening to Harvey, Chen Yu realized the purpose of the food meter, to nourish these villagers who would then labor on her island. She gladly accepted the addition of Harvey's family. Harvey was overjoyed and promptly contacted 2 more small figures to join. The 3 of them expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chen Yu, then began moving their belongings into the tiny house. As for their airship, Chen Yu suggested they store it inside her larger dwelling to prevent it from being swept away by winds and rains. Once settled, the 3 little villagers quickly immersed themselves in work. They ventured into the small woods, busily toiling beneath the trees. Chen Yu watched in awe as they scattered some powder and delicately turned the soil with small shovels. Before long, the branches and leaves of the trees began to sway and gradually rose a few inches, though not fully matured. Chen Yu could clearly see that this operation had effectively reduced the growth time by nearly half a day. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly synthesized another villager housing and placed it on the ground. Detected vacant villager housing, beginning recruitment of wandering villagers. Currently, the floating island was not sufficiently expansive, the arable land was limited, and food could not yet be reliably harvested in abundance, making it unfeasible to support too many villagers. She decided to allow a few villagers to increase the island's productivity before constructing more housing. Chen Yu arranged the ordinary plots of land she had acquired that day. As she watched the little villagers diligently laboring in the sunset, her heart swelled with satisfaction. Her floating island was indeed flourishing. However, as her gaze drifted toward the distant cloud-covered shadow of another small island, her heart sank once more. Chen Yu had been cautiously expanding her floating island's territory, deliberately positioning new plots of land in the opposite direction to avoid potential conflict. Yet now, she could distinctly sense that the other floating island seemed to be creeping closer. Chapter 93, Survival on the Floating Island 6. On the 15th day of the quest, the floating island had expanded to a size of 16 by 17 meters. The southern side had transformed from a mere thicket into a dense forest, accompanied by designated farming and mining areas. 4 families of villagers had settled on the island, totaling 12 residents. Each time a villager consumed a loaf of bread, their hunger would be fully satisfied, allowing them to work for 3 hours, a ratio of approximately 3 units of hunger to 1 hour of labor. However, the current land area and workload did not necessitate round-the-clock labor. Regardless, even when idle, their hunger would gradually decline, albeit at a faster rate during work. Once a villager's hunger reached 0, they would sit down and protest, and if 2 or more villagers found themselves in such a state, they would demand to leave the island in search of a new home. Fortunately, food was not an issue for the time being. The island featured 12 plots of arable land, capable of yielding 84 bundles of wheat approximately every day and a half, enough to produce 28 loaves of bread. With each villager consuming a loaf daily, supplemented by 1 or 2 pieces of fruit, their sustenance was assured. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yu struck the pressure plate. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, a live chicken burst forth from the exit, feathers flying everywhere, landing on Chen Yu's face and even mingling in her hair. Quick, catch it. Chen Yu called out to the villagers for assistance. Several little villagers rushed over, one after another pouncing on the chicken. The chicken darted about, clucking frantically while skillfully evading their grasp. After all, it had sprung forth from the air pump, and Chen Yu resolved to capture it alive. Otherwise, it would be a waste of resources. The chicken led Chen Yu and the villagers on a merry chase, but they eventually cornered it. Cluck, 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 cluck. After several laps around the island, the villagers successfully encircled the chicken in a corner. Cluck cluck. The chicken squawked and struggled, attempting to escape, but Chen Yu held it firmly. Glancing at the notification on her watch, white feather chicken can be raised in a pen, producing 2 eggs and 1 to 3 feathers daily. Killing it yields 2 to 3 pieces of raw meat. Requires daily feeding if raised. Chen Yu hurried to the workbench to craft several fences, enclosing the white feather chicken. The fence was not particularly tall, allowing the chicken to flutter its wings freely, yet once inside, it seemed to settle down considerably. Lowering its head, it pecked at the ground, showing no intention of escaping. Chen Yu tossed some wheat to it, and the chicken clucked contentedly as it ate. Thus, a livestock area was established on her island. Perhaps inspired by the white feather chicken, Chen Yu soon struck out a few more chickens, which she successfully captured and pinned. To her surprise, she also managed to obtain a dairy cow. Dwarf dairy cow, a unique creature adapted to the floating island, reduced in size for survival. Can be milked once daily, killing it yields 4 to 6 pieces of raw meat. Requires daily feeding if raised. Milk. The milk produced by the dwarf dairy cow restores 5 hunger points. Drinking healthy beverages fosters fondness among villagers, reducing the likelihood of them leaving the island. Information about the dwarf dairy cow and its milk flashed before her. While the cow itself was unremarkable, the milk's description intrigued her. Frequent consumption would endear the villagers to her island, making them less inclined to depart even if their hunger dwindled to zero. Despite the island's current abundance of resources, it was prudent to prepare for the unforeseen, and thus, she decided to raise the dwarf dairy cow. However, even though it was already a miniature version, it still contributed to the island's crampedness. Chen Yu quickly arranged the ordinary land she had struck out, striving to create more space for the island. Congratulations to the player for successfully expanding the floating island. The cloud density surrounding the floating island has decreased. At this moment, the clouds truly dispersed, unveiling a clear view. The neighboring island became distinctly visible. Chen Yu squinted, scrutinizing the scene. It appeared that the other island was progressing similarly, featuring a main house, 3 villager accommodations, a poplar grove, and a mining area, all arranged quite compactly. The players on that island were likely resting indoors, their presence obscured. Just as Chen Yu was observing the other island, a notification chimed in her ear. Detected other floating islands nearby. Opportunity to plunder another's floating island. If successful, ownership of the floating island will transfer. If unwilling to engage in plunder, one may voluntarily relinquish ownership of their floating island. This explained why that individual consistently circled her island. It seemed they had anticipated this opportunity. With this in mind, she resolved to take the initiative. As night fell, Chen Yu glanced at the surplus land she held, her mind already concocting a plan. She began to strike down the land piece by piece, carefully tucking them into her pockets. Approaching the edge of her floating island, she stood there, gazing at the gradually emerging outline of the opposite island. Swiftly, she commenced her work, placing each parcel of land meticulously on the ground to form a straight bridge leading to the opposing floating island. Upon completing this task, she did not rush into action. Instead, she took a few steps back, crouching low to the ground, concealed in the shadows, observing the movements on the other island. She had noted during the day that the opposing island had not established any campfires. Campfires could significantly reduce the frequency of nocturnal bat disturbances, and the materials required to construct them, stone and timber, were readily available. Their deliberate absence suggested a strategy to attract the nocturnal bats to their island, facilitating the completion of quest tasks. Chen Yu intended to exploit this to her advantage. The other island was equipped with 5 defensive towers, and if she were to rashly intrude, the towers would inevitably attack her, alarming the players on the island. However, she planned to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos created by the nocturnal bats to infiltrate their territory. Crouching low, Chen Yu awaited the arrival of the nocturnal bats. Before long, the sky darkened, and swarms of bats surged forth from the clouds. The opposing island immediately entered a state of alert, with the defensive towers illuminating and arrows being loosed into the air. Seizing the moment of turmoil, Chen Yu sprang into action, racing towards the opposing floating island. The land she carried was insufficient to reach the other side, so as she moved, the 4 villagers piloting small ships swiftly followed in her wake. As she neared the edge of the floating island, the ships extended grappling hooks to secure her, firmly anchoring her as they propelled her onto the island. Initially, Chen Yu had contemplated having the villagers carry her directly across, but that felt exceedingly precarious. Even a single mishap with a small ship could send her plummeting. It was wiser to have the villagers assist her for a distance. Upon landing on the island, Chen Yu immediately dashed towards the wooden house. Chapter 94, Survival on the Floating Island, 7. Rushing to the wooden cabin, Chen Yu forcefully swung open the door without hesitation. In the dim light, she discerned a figure standing before the furnace. Without a moment's pause, she lunged forward, tackling the individual to the ground, her short sickle pressed firmly against their throat. "Hand over the sovereignty of the floating island to me, and I shall spare your life," she declared, striving to maintain a calm demeanor despite her aversion to taking lives. Yet, survival compelled her to act decisively. The person beneath her did not respond immediately, exuding a sense of calm that surpassed even her own. As if the blade at their neck had no bearing on them. "Chen Yu," the individual suddenly called her name. Startled, she felt an unsettling familiarity mingled with strangeness in their voice. "I am Jiang Ming." "Jiang Ming," Chen Yu echoed, her memory clouded. The other party seemed momentarily taken aback by her goldfish-like recollection, inhaling sharply as their chest rose and fell. "I am the brother of Jiang Qiaoli. We crossed paths in the extreme cold sea instance." Upon hearing Jiang Qiaoli and Appo's name, Chen Yu and Appo's memories surged forth. After the extreme cold sea adventure, she had kept in closer contact with Jiang Qiaoli, leaving behind the cold and oppressive presence of Jiang Ming, which had long been forgotten. "So it is you." Chen Yu did not lower her sickle, maintaining it poised at Jiang Ming's neck. Adopting a more courteous tone, she continued, "Since we are acquainted, might I request that you relinquish the island's sovereignty to me?" Jiang Ming let out a resigned sigh. The next moment, she received a notification from the system. "Congratulations. Player Chen Yu has acquired player Jiang Ming's floating island. Player Jiang Ming is now your island's subordinate." Hearing the system's announcement, Chen Yu finally exhaled in relief. Retracting her sickle and rising to her feet, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Had I known it was you, I would and Appo's to have gone through all this trouble." Jiang Ming displayed little emotion, propping himself up on the ground and meeting her gaze. "I had known it was you all along. No wonder you kept gravitating towards my island." Chen Yu's eyes flickered with unease. "Then why did you not reach out to me?" His tone remained indifferent. "There was no need to contact you, for I intended to seize your island. However, you outmaneuvered me. This round is yours." His frankness caught Chen Yu off guard. Inwardly, she felt fortunate that she had retained her guard the moment she recognized Jiang Ming, refraining from lowering her sickle. Otherwise, the situation might have escalated into something far less amicable. Chen Yu discreetly took several steps back, creating distance between them. Jiang Ming noted her movement and spoke again. "Even if I had sought to take your island, I had no intention of harming you. Furthermore, defeat is defeat. In this instance, I shall follow your commands." Chen Yu waved her hand lightly, a hint of embarrassment lacing her voice. "There is no need to frame it as commands. It sounds as though I am your superior." Jiang Ming's cold gaze shifted slightly, raising an eyebrow. "It is more or less the case." He tapped the nearby workbench, which immediately transformed into a small cube. Jiang Ming deftly picked it up and placed it in his pocket, his movements precise and unembellished. He had already begun to gather items from his island to transport to Chen Yu's. Now that Jiang Ming's island was under Chen Yu's dominion, she could freely collect and allocate its resources. They worked separately, gathering supplies and soil blocks from the island, completing the bridge Chen Yu had constructed between the two islands, and returning to her floating island in tandem. "Do not touch our house. Get away. You get away. This house is mine." On Jiang Ming's island, 11 little villagers had followed him to Chen Yu's island. Upon arrival, they began to seek shelter, leading to disputes with the villagers already residing on Chen Yu's island. The two diminutive figures shoved one another, tugging at each other's clothing in a manner that, while chaotic, appeared rather endearing. However, as more little villagers joined the fray, the situation devolved into pandemonium, the clamorous noises and bustling footsteps converging into a cacophony of chaos. "Everyone, cease fighting. Hold on." Chen Yu, alerted by the commotion, rushed back from afar. She called out loudly as she sprinted, hoping to quell the tumult. Moments before, she had been preoccupied with returning the soil blocks she had collected. With the increase in personnel and resources, her immediate task was to expand the land and reconfigure the various zones to ensure order. Yet, she had not anticipated that the little villagers would become embroiled in such a ruckus over housing. With no other recourse, Chen Yu had to temporarily halt her current endeavors and organize their settlement. She swiftly delineated a vacant area, initiating plans for a new residential zone for the villagers. Carefully arranging the housing, she aimed to provide a place for the bickering little villagers to settle down before resuming her work on the land. Integrating Jiang Ming's island into her own was no small task, but with their combined efforts, it did not take too long. As dawn broke, Chen Yu and Appo's floating island had undergone a remarkable transformation. The entire island expanded to a size of 32 by 32 meters, fully deserving the title of a grand island. At the heart of the island stood a large house, divided into 3 rooms. The central room housed 2 furnaces and a workbench, with a pump situated in the middle. The rooms on either side were designated for Chen Yu and Jiang Ming. On either side of the large house were 2 wooden chests, stocked with fruits, bread, and other provisions for the little villagers to access freely. To the south of the island lay the poplar grove and cultivation area, while the northern side was designated as the mining zone. The livestock area for raising chickens and cattle was positioned on the western side, adjacent to the cultivation zone. The water resource area was situated on the eastern side, alongside a snow mountain resource area brought from Jiang Ming's island. This snow mountain resource area possessed a unique function. During the day, it would automatically melt, generating a source of water. By night, it would absorb moisture from the clouds, continually replenishing its snowfall. However, there was only one snow mountain resource area, and while it could produce water, the output still fell short of the daily consumption needs. Nevertheless, these were not the primary concerns. The most pressing issue was of food. Initially, Chen Yu and the little villagers on the island had sufficient resources to sustain themselves. But with Jiang Ming and his original villagers joining, the situation changed drastically. Jiang Ming and Apo's island had only 4 plots of arable land that could harvest a wave of wheat, only to immediately transform it into bread for the villagers, who were still left wanting. Upon their arrival, the pre-existing bread stock on the island was halved, leaving around 15 pieces, while the cultivation area had just been sown and would take a day and a half to yield a harvest with the villagers' assistance. However, tomorrow, 23 villagers would require meals. While there were still some fruits available for emergencies, they would only suffice for a brief period. The most urgent challenge ahead was to enhance the output of the cultivation area while dedicating more effort to the livestock zone, ensuring that every villager could have sustenance on the island. Chapter 95, Survival on the Floating Island 8. At the break of dawn the following day, Chen Yu observed the little villagers queuing up to retrieve fruits from the box, and a new thought flashed in her mind. Perhaps she should deliberately starve them for a while to persuade them to leave her island? However, after the little villagers finished collecting the fruits, they all blinked their sparkling eyes and sincerely thanked her. They then spontaneously headed off to the mining area, the forest zone, and the planting section to busily engage in their tasks. Witnessing their industriousness, Chen Yu felt a pang of guilt. After all, with the acquisition of Jiang Ming's island, her floating island had expanded significantly, and the workload had increased dramatically. These little villagers were indeed indispensable laborers. Never mind, let them continue their work for now. Chen Yu sighed and rubbed her forehead. She approached the air pump, silently praying for a fruitful output of planting land or animals like chickens and cows to address the food situation on the island. Just as she was about to raise the heavy hammer to strike the pump, a familiar engine sound suddenly reached her ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chen Yu looked up to see 4 monkey pirates piloting a wooden airship, cutting through the clouds and heading straight for the floating island. Here they come again. Chen Yu cursed under her breath. The aero defense towers on the island had already activated, unleashing a volley of arrows towards the airship. The monkey pirates skillfully maneuvered the ship, dodging left and right in the air, evading most of the arrows while keeping the vessel operational. Then, during a brief moment when the defense towers reloaded, each of the 4 monkey pirates pulled out a small cannon and aimed at the towers, blasting away the arrow openings with a loud bang. Smoke billowed, and debris scattered across the sky. The little villagers on the island screamed in fright, scattering in all directions, seeking refuge in their homes or hiding behind trees. Eek! Ha ha ha! The monkey pirates cackled maliciously as they extended their grappling hooks from the airship, capturing the little villagers who were running chaotically on the ground. They shook them violently in midair before pulling them aboard the wooden ship and binding them. Chen Yu gripped the heavy hammer tightly and struck the ground with force. Boom, boom, boom. With several powerful strikes, the ground trembled, and from the point of impact, a web of spiders emerged, rapidly spreading out to cover the surface of the floating island. Like a living entity, it writhed out from the cracks, swiftly enveloping the ground. Chen Yu moved to different spots, continuing to hammer until the little villagers stood upon the spider web. The web ensnared several little villagers, immobilizing them while simultaneously ensuring their safety from being captured by the grappling hooks. One of the monkey pirates, observing Chen Yu's actions, mistakenly believed her to be out of options and let out a derisive laugh, controlling the grappling hook to descend once more. However, as it fell, the writhing spider web reached upward and ensnared the hook. The hook was firmly anchored to the ground, trapping the airship and preventing it from moving forward or backward. Even with full throttle, it was merely spinning in place. The remaining defense towers that had not been destroyed seized the opportunity, launching a barrage of arrows at the most vulnerable monkey pirate. Kill the monkey pirate. Gain experience 80, gold 15. The defeated monkey pirate dissipated into white light, and the airship lost control, beginning its descent. The little villagers who had been captured aboard the ship fell out, screaming as they plummeted. Chen Yu hurriedly instructed the other little villagers to catch them. The little villagers retrieved blankets from their homes, grasped the corners, and unfolded them to catch their falling companions. During this time, Chen Yu swiftly adjusted her position, continuing to swing the heavy hammer, releasing the tremors and spider web to another area. The second monkey pirate's grappling hook was similarly trapped, and the airship lost all control. The defense towers seized this chance to strike again. Kill the monkey pirate. Gain experience 80, gold 15. Chen Yu took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked up at the sky. She noticed that the remaining 2 monkey pirates had grown exceedingly furious. They chattered and waved their arms on the airship, causing it to spin above the floating island, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. However, these 2 monkeys had evidently learned their lesson and no longer dared to lower their grappling hooks easily. Instead, they maneuvered the ship to ascend, lifting a light cannon aboard and aiming it at the defense towers below. Just then, a fierce fire wall erupted from the ground, flames surging like massive waves and instantly engulfing the 2 airships. Chen Yu was momentarily stunned and turned to see Jiang Ming standing on one side of the island, a faint glow of fire emanating from his hand. He lowered his eyes and removed a ring from his hand. Chen Yu suddenly realized that the person who had purchased the dragon breath fire ring at the auction was Jiang Ming. Eek, eek, eek. The monkey pirates emitted piercing cries as the flames ignited the wooden ships, transforming them into moving fireballs. They leaped from the vessels, and the little villagers aboard jumped out in terror. The monkey pirates fell to the ground, and Chen Yu rushed over to finish them off, ensuring their demise. The little villagers who had been on board were caught by their fellow villagers with blankets. Meanwhile, the 2 airships in the sky could no longer withstand the flames, crashing to the edge of the floating island and becoming a charred wreckage, burning with orange flames. This battle concluded in defeat for the monkey pirates. Jiang Ming glanced at the still smoldering flames and said to Chen Yu, "Make sure to quickly replenish the lost defense towers. Only the island master can repair the items on the island. I will take care of the debris on the ground." With that, Jiang Ming set off toward the still burning airships, not inquiring further about Chen Yu, leaving her standing in place. There was an undeniable authoritative tone in Jiang Ming's words, which made Chen Yu sensitive, often reminding her of the pressure she felt while working. Yet, he spoke with such reason that if she were to voice any objections, it would seem as though she was creating trouble for no reason. Chen Yu wrestled with her thoughts, moving toward the damaged defense towers and inspecting them one by one. Repair defense tower requires stone 10. Repair defense tower requires stone 8. Logs 3. Repair defense tower requires stone 6. Logs 4. After recording the resources needed for each defense tower, Chen Yu returned to the main house. Inside the main house, there was a row of boxes specifically designated for storing various resources. Chen Yu gathered a pile of stones and had the little villagers assist her in carrying the resources, following closely behind her to repair the defense towers one by one. The progress of the repairs was swift. As long as the materials were placed in front of the defense tower and struck 3 times, the tower would automatically absorb the materials and begin the repair process. Depending on the extent of the damage, the repair time varied from 10 to 30 minutes. Ding ding. While Chen Yu was occupied with repairing the defense towers, a message suddenly appeared on her watch. She raised her wrist to see that the message was from Jiang Chaoli. Chapter 96, Survival on the Floating Island. 9. Jiang Chaoli, I heard you defeated my brother. Chen Yu, yes, but I attacked him at night. Jiang Chaoli, regardless, a victory is still a victory. Is there any need for rules in battle? Well done. He deserved to be taught a lesson for his behavior. Jiang Chaoli, by the way, is he quite arrogant on your island? Chen Yu, a little. How did you know? Jiang Chaoli, am I not familiar with him? Listen, you must not be too lenient with him. Jiang Chaoli, as the island master, you can create a shock collar specifically to discipline disobedient islanders, stealthily synthesize it, and trick him into wearing it. Jiang Chaoli, however, mere shocks 1 and oppos, T suffice to make him submit. Remember to constantly emphasize that you defeated him. He must know he is the loser, or he will think he is still capable. Chen Yu, that sounds a bit extreme. Jiang Chaoli, that's the only way to deal with him. Just try it, and you'll see. Jiang Chaoli. Otherwise, once he gains the upper hand, He might lead your island into reckless endeavors. I know him too well. Chen Yu. All right, I will give it a try. Chen Yu knocked on the defensive tower 3 times to initiate repairs. Then she quietly approached the main workstation, searching the synthesis list for the shock collar. On the last page of the list, she finally found it. The synthesis of the collar required no materials, only 20 points. After ensuring Jiang Ming was not paying attention, she hastily clicked the synthesis button. Moments later, a black collar and a small remote control appeared on the workstation. At first glance, the collar resembled a slender necklace. Shock collar. As an island master, you must bear unspeakable burdens. Use this to establish your authority as the island master. Once worn, only the island master can remove it. Chen Yu synthesized another collar and placed it around her neck. The moment the collar made contact, it shrank to fit snugly around her neck, glistening with a leather-like sheen. Holding the second collar in her hand, she exited the main room. Jiang Ming was busy clearing the wreckage of a wooden boat on the eastern side of the island. Chen Yu approached him, offering the collar, and softly said, "Wear this. It signifies our island." Jiang Ming glanced at her and, noticing the identical collar around her neck, frowned but accepted the collar, placing it around his own neck. He was surprisingly easy to deceive. Without a word, Chen Yu removed the collar from her neck. Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized something was amiss. He tugged at the collar around his neck, but it would not come off, no matter how hard he tried. "What is this?" Jiang Ming asked, his tone slightly displeased. He seemed to dislike the collar's texture, placing his fingers between his neck and the collar in a futile attempt to create space. Chen Yu replied honestly, "It and Appo's S.A. shock collar." A flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Ming and Appo's typically cold demeanor. "Did you just trick me?" Chen Yu shook her head repeatedly, ready to employ her emotional intelligence to ease the awkwardness. She offered a gentle smile. "I absolutely did not deceive you. If other players come to the island in the future, I will have them wear one as well. It truly can be considered our island's symbol." Jiang Ming shot her a frosty, irritated glare. He could not possibly believe her words. Chen Yu pretended not to notice, turning swiftly away from him to resume repairing the defensive tower. After initiating automatic repairs on all the towers, she routinely approached the air pump, preparing to begin pressing the boards. Since Jiang Ming had merged with her, the air pump now produced 200 resources daily. Before starting, Chen Yu washed her hands, hoping to wash away her misfortune, and then began her task without pause. From the air pump, she extracted 20 planting plots, along with 5 chickens, 3 cows, and 1 sheep. Jiang Ming bent down to pick up the plots from the ground, his tone indifferent. "You should synthesize fences first. We cannot let these chickens, cows, and sheep run wild." Once again, that commanding tone. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the remote control in her hand before pressing it. An electric current surged through Jiang Ming's body, causing him to jerk violently. The intense numbness made him lose control, and he sank to his knees. After the current ceased, Jiang Ming blinked, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. He turned to Chen Yu, his eyes questioning what this meant. Feeling a wave of awkwardness, Chen Yu cleared her throat, unable to resist glancing at the remote control in her hand. She realized the shock therapy was indeed somewhat extreme. However, Jiang Ming's constant aloofness in their conversations was quite uncomfortable. Chen Yu cleared her throat again and said, "I believe that before you make decisions, you should consult me first, rather than simply announcing your conclusions." Jiang Ming countered, "What and Appo's wrong with what I said?" Just as Jiang Chali had mentioned, Jiang Ming was indeed stubborn. Chen Yu pressed the button again. The current flowed through Jiang Ming once more, this time for a slightly longer duration. The intense numbness enveloped him, and he seemed to be collapsing under pressure, eventually falling to the ground with a thud. Once the current stopped, Jiang Ming gasped for breath, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. He struggled to rise, but was too weak, merely lifting his pale face to gaze up at Chen Yu, his eyes glistening, likely from the physiological tears induced by the shock. Seeing Jiang Ming in such a pitiable state, Chen Yu began to question whether she had perhaps gone too far. She crouched down, speaking softly to him. "I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm saying you need to consult me first. After all, I am the island master. And in this game, I am the victor while you are the defeated. You should be aware of this. You ought to listen to me instead of directing me." She paused, flashing a smile. "Do you understand?" While Chen Yu spoke, Jiang Ming continued to stare at her, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions. After she finished speaking, he remained silent for a moment before asking, "What do you mean by speaking to me so gently? Are you going to slap me and then offer a sweet treat? Treat me like a dog?" Chen Yu was taken aback and quickly shook her head, eager to clarify, "That's not what I meant at all. Jiang Ming remained unresponsive, still closely observing her. Chen Yu continued, I just want you to be more compliant and refrain from acting beyond my expectations. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. His complexion remained pale, but he seemed to regain some strength. He propped himself up, slowly sitting up, and nodded slightly. Understood. I will consult you next time. Promise? Promise. Good. I believe you. Chen Yu gently patted Jiang Ming and Apos' cheek in encouragement. He did not flinch, pointing at the collar around his neck. Can you help me take this off? He had indeed learned his lesson. The therapy had an immediate effect. Chen Yu felt pleased, but still declined. That's not possible. Just wait a bit longer. Jiang Ming had no retort, moving his numb body. He simply turned back to continue clearing the wreckage on the ground. Chapter 97. Survival on the Floating Island. 10. Unexpectedly. Today yielded 20 plots of arable land, ample enough to sustain the current 23 little villagers. Chen Yu originally possessed 12 plots, and with Jiang Ming and Apos, S4, they now had a total of 36 plots, all sown with wheat, promising a bountiful harvest. Calculating the yield at 7 bundles per plot, they could expect to reap a total of 252 bundles, which would produce 84 loaves of bread. This would suffice to feed the 23 villagers for 3 days. Chen Yu and Jiang Ming could subsist on the less favored foods of the villagers, not to mention the eggs and milk from chickens, cows, and sheep, as well as the fruits extracted from the pump. Fruits, however, are perishable and must be consumed within 3 days to avoid spoilage. Yet, the villagers are quite discerning in their tastes. While they would readily consume bread, they would only eat fruits they particularly fancied, ignoring the rest. Chen Yu assessed the current fruit inventory. There were 45 apples, 56 bunches of grapes, and 46 fragrant pears. Since the commencement of crop cultivation, the quantity of fruit produced by the pump had dwindled, but a new resource had emerged: water dumplings. These dumplings contained ordinary water, which could be released upon puncturing, either to fill the water tank or for direct consumption. Organizing the plots neatly, Chen Yu led the little villagers in sowing wheat seeds. They then formed a line to fetch water from the tank, carefully watering each field. After arranging the farmland, Chen Yu returned to the main house to craft fences, reorganizing and expanding the livestock area into designated zones for chickens and cow-sheep. She fed them some nearly spoiled fruits. Given the current scale, the floating island was now fully operational, capable of sustaining life until the conclusion of the quest, even without further fruit extraction. Contentedly, Chen Yu strolled around the island before retreating to her home for a well-deserved rest, feeling at ease. However, her tranquility was short-lived as circumstances took a drastic turn. On the 19th day of the quest, Chen Yu wandered about, apple in hand, taking bites as she conducted her inspection. Jiang Ming had taken charge of the fruit extraction, while the little villagers tended to the garden and livestock. The atmosphere was harmonious and serene, until suddenly, a thunderous roar jolted Chen Yu from her reverie. Startled, she paused, gazing skyward as the once clear skies darkened, ominous clouds swirling overhead with alarming speed, enveloping the floating island in a suffocating shroud. A fierce wind began to howl, bringing with it a damp chill, while lightning cleaved the churning black clouds, revealing glimpses of a sinister red glow within the depths. Warning, a red lightning storm disaster will fully engulf the area. The system's voice echoed ominously. The disaster will persist for 2 days. All players are advised to seek shelter promptly. Attention, please ensure the safety of the villagers on the island. As the system relayed the warnings, a deafening crack of thunder erupted, followed by a bolt of lightning striking a poplar tree. At the moment of impact, the tree and Apos' branches ignited, flames dancing violently despite the downpour, fueled by the raging winds, consuming the tree until it was reduced to a charred stump, which was then torn from its roots and cast into the void. The sudden onset of such severe weather left everyone unprepared. Jiang Ming. Chen Yu urgently called out to the person inside. Come out quickly, we need to get the villagers home. The little villagers, with their short legs and arms, moved slowly as bolts of lightning nearly grazed them. Rain pelted their faces like stones, stinging painfully, soaking their clothes against their skin. Ignoring her own discomfort, Chen Yu rushed to the planning area, scooping up the startled little villagers one by one, guiding them back to their homes. Jiang Ming joined her, gathering 3 or 4 villagers and safely escorting them home. Meanwhile, the thunder roared and lightning struck chaotically, illuminating the dark sky with terrifying fissures. The white lightning illuminated the pitch-black night, rendering everything surreal. After much effort, all the little villagers were finally settled. Outside, the winds grew increasingly fierce, and the muddy waters beneath their feet made every step treacherous. One misstep could lead to a fall, swept away by the wind to the island's edge. Jiang Ming positioned himself in front of Chen Yu, gripping her arm as they supported each other, finally reaching the main house and hastily entering. Cough, cough. Chen Yu knelt, her throat burning from the rainwater that had flooded her nasal passages, leading to a series of painful coughs. Jiang Ming quickly fetched a cup of water from the storage barrel and handed it to her. Chen Yu accepted the cup, taking a sip as the cool liquid soothed her throat, easing the fiery sensation. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she took a breath and looked at Jiang Ming, whispering, "Thank you." Jiang Ming offered no reply, merely lowering his gaze to her and helping her to her feet. Chen Yu stood, furrowing her brow as she peered out the window. The fierce wind rattled the window frame, while the rain lashed against the glass, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. The symphony of rain, water, and wind intertwined, almost suffocating in its intensity. Chen Yu turned to Jiang Ming. "Every time we manage to navigate the quest smoothly, the system throws us a curveball. It seems they are intent on tormenting us. They do this simply to toy with us," Jiang Ming replied, taking the cup from Chen Yu's hands. "Their very purpose for creating this game is to manipulate everyone involved." A wry smile tugged at the corners of Chen Yu's lips. "Indeed, I wonder what the creators of this game truly aim to achieve." Her gaze drifted back to the window, where the curtain of rain resembled a white mist, obscuring the island's features. Jiang Ming's words sparked a contemplation within her about the true nature of this game. What were they? Why treat humanity in such a manner? Did they possess even the faintest semblance of empathy? Perhaps they regarded humans as mere lab rats. Chen Yu fell into a reverie, staring vacantly at the ground. Another thunderous clap jolted the air, and a scarlet bolt of lightning struck unexpectedly, casting the sky in a hue of blood red. Chen Yu's heart raced as she watched the red lightning strike a plot of land, tearing it apart with a force that sent fragments plummeting into the abyss, vanishing without a trace. "No, this," Chen Yu stammered, unable to articulate her shock. Then, several more red lightning bolts descended, violently rending the once dark sky. The paths of the lightning sliced through the blackness like crimson blades, sending chills down one's spine. One particularly fierce bolt struck the roof of the house, filling the air with the acrid scent of electricity. A notification pinged on her wristwatch. "Alert! Roof durability reduced by 90. Please repair immediately." "Oh no," Chen Yu exclaimed, hastily retrieving planks from the storage box to mend the roof. Chapter 98. Survival on the Floating Island, 11. Meanwhile, the land outside was once again struck by lightning, with chunks of the cracked earth plummeting into the abyss above. Little did they know that the true disaster lay here. The crimson lightning intensified, shattering not only the fields but also the mining areas and water pools, as fragments fell into the endless sky in an instant. Another bolt of lightning struck, cleaving the villagers' homes in two, igniting them in fierce flames. The young villagers rushed out of their houses in a panic as the gale swept in like a wild beast. Several little ones were swept into the air, flailing their arms helplessly, unable to control their bodies. Fortunately, they were blown towards the wheat fields. Harvesting wheat required sickles, otherwise it would be deemed a failure, and they could not leave the land. Grasping tightly onto the wheat stalks, the young villagers barely managed to avoid being completely swept away by the storm. Yet, the tempest grew increasingly ferocious, and they could not hold on for long. "Ah, help!" Their cries for help shattered and became indistinct in the howling wind. The system had mentioned in its previous announcement to protect the villagers. Although it did not elaborate on the meaning of protection, it surely held some significance. Chen Yu summoned a giant hammer, clutching it firmly to increase her weight against the raging winds outside, ensuring she would not be toppled. As she approached the door, ready to push it open, Jiang Ming suddenly stepped in front of her, furrowing his brow and locking eyes with her, though his tone softened. "I'll go." As soon as he spoke, he added somewhat awkwardly, "Is that all right?" Jiang Ming had now firmly remembered Chen Yu and Appo's rule to consult her before making decisions, a testament to his successful training. "All right. You go." Chen Yu nodded, passing the giant hammer to him. Jiang Ming was considerably heavier than her, making it safer for him to venture outside. Without further words, he turned and flung the door open, rushing towards the fields. Chen Yu returned to her workbench inside. The villagers had to return to their homes at night. They could not be left in Chen Yu's main residence. Thus, she planned to craft more durable stone houses for the villagers, requiring 50 stones and 20 logs. Originally, these stones were reserved for defensive towers, but the current emergency compelled her to utilize them. In one breath, she constructed 10 stone houses. There were 30 villagers on the island, divided into 10 households. She aimed to replace all their homes to prevent further devastation from lightning strikes. Moments later, Jiang Ming's voice resonated at the door. Chen Yu. She turned to see him with 3 little villagers nestled under his arm, his clothes soaked through, water dripping from his hair. The young ones clung tightly to his clothing, their faces etched with terror. Chen Yu pointed to the neatly arranged stone houses nearby. Move them into these. Jiang Ming gently set the 3 little villagers down, who immediately huddled together, seeking warmth amidst the deafening thunder and torrential rain. As they began to transport the houses, Chen Yu and Jiang Ming placed them in the vacant space near the main residence. Were it not for the requirement that the villagers' houses must be placed in open areas, Chen Yu would have preferred to place the houses directly inside her own, allowing the young villagers to live under her watchful eye. Once the houses were arranged, Chen Yu pulled the little villagers from their former dwellings, guiding each one into the newly built homes. My clothes. I'm hungry. What about food? Even in such dire times, the little villagers fretted over their meals. Amidst the chaos, Chen Yu and Jiang Ming worked diligently to settle each child, distributing 2 pieces of bread and a piece of fruit to each, instructing them to stay inside until she came to notify them. You should head back now. After ensuring the little ones were settled, Chen Yu beckoned Jiang Ming to return indoors. As they braved the wind and rain to reach the door, a crimson bolt of lightning struck without warning, aiming directly at their location. Jiang Ming reacted swiftly, turning abruptly to tackle Chen Yu to the ground, shielding her beneath him. The flash of electric light from the lightning grazed his left shoulder, instantly igniting his shirt. He quickly stood up, tearing off his shirt, and hastily pulled Chen Yu back inside before rushing in himself and closing the door. Blood trickled down his left shoulder, the wound resembling a dark red centipede crawling across his skin. Chen Yu hurried to her room, retrieving a dry garment to press against his injury. It's nothing, Jiang Ming said calmly, applying pressure to the wound. Just a flesh wound. By injury assessment, it can only be classified as minor. He spoke as if it were trivial. Chen Yu felt exasperated. Dawn and Appos, do you have any healing skills? Jiang Ming shook his head. Chen Yu had anticipated this, given his character. He must have allocated most of his points to offensive skills. Without further words, she opened her watch and located Zhang Zhixing's contact information. Chen Yu, urgently in need of assistance. Do you have any healing potions left? I wish to purchase one. Zhang Zhixing, what made you think to buy potions from me? Are you injured? What could possibly harm you? Chen Yu, it and Appos. S not me. It and Appos. S my villagers. Zhang Zhixing, greetings, Island Master. Zhang Zhixing, unfortunately, I have become someone else's villager this time. Chen Yu, indeed unfortunate. But please send me the healing potion first. Zhang Zhixing, click on my avatar. I've opened a private link for you. Chen Yu clicked on Zhang Zhixing's profile and, sure enough, found a product prominently labeled, exclusive for little fish, priced at only 1 point, evidently prepared specifically for her. A warmth spread through her heart, touched by the gesture. After purchasing the potion, she sent Zhang Zhixing a 100-point red envelope out of gratitude. Zhang Zhixing, since you are being so courteous, I shall accept. After sending a few smiley faces, Chen Yu exited the private chat. She handed the recently acquired healing potion to Jiang Ming. Drink this. Jiang Ming accepted the bottle, glancing at it. Ken and Appos, I just pour it directly on my shoulder? His suggestion caught Chen Yu off guard, yet she found it reasonable. She quickly consulted Zhang Zhixing to confirm whether the healing potion would be effective for external application. Zhang Zhixing, it is. For external wounds, the effect will be more pronounced. With confirmation, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief that made things simpler. Sit down. I'll pour it for you. Jiang Ming hesitated, his brow furrowing as he appeared somewhat resistant. No need. I can manage it myself. Chen Yu and Appos, S tone sharpened slightly. Dawn and Appos, be silly. The wound is on your shoulder blade. How can you pour it accurately? Realizing the validity of her statement, Jiang Ming struggled momentarily before sitting on the ground with his back to her. Chen Yu opened the potion bottle, just as she was about to pour it. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, her watch vibrated, indicating someone was persistently sending her video call requests. Chapter 99, Survival on the Floating Island, 12. The incessant ringing of the watch compelled Chen Yu to answer it. The screen illuminated, revealing Zhang Zhixing, who wore an expression of helplessness with her chin resting on her hand, furrowing her brows as she gazed to her right. In the next moment, another figure squeezed into the frame, Bei Jian. He did not fully appear on screen, merely peering in before retreating, evidently preoccupied with some troubling thoughts. His foot tapping anxiously and his body swaying, intermittently coming into view. Chen Yu greeted them. So the two of you have met again. Zhang Zhixing nodded, exclaiming with a hint of resignation, it seems fated. Last time I was his boss, and now he is mine. Chen Yu chuckled lightly. But Zhang Zhixing was unable to share in the humor. Xiaoyu, she called out, her tone laced with exasperation. What are your islanders like? Islanders? Chen Yu replied, puzzled. What do you need to know about my islanders? Bei Jian, who had finally shown his face, quickly covered Zhang Zhixing's mouth as she began to speak further. He examined Chen Yu's confused expression, his gaze wandering for a moment before he managed to ask, How is it on your side? What do you mean? Chen Yu repeated, you asked me about this just a couple of days ago. Things are progressing well. Oh, well, that is good then, Bei Jian coughed, diverting his gaze and seemingly nonchalantly inquiring, but you never mentioned you had islanders. What are they like? Why are you so curious about the islanders? Chen Yu queried, sensing an underlying significance in his question. Nevertheless, having been asked twice, she felt compelled to respond. She adjusted the distance and turned the camera to face Jiang Ming. He was bare-chested, his torso glistening with moisture, droplets cascading from his hair. He cast a fleeting glance at the camera, but said nothing. Chen Yu recorded for merely 2 or 3 seconds before reverting her attention to the others, asking, Did you see that? In the frame, Zhang Zhixing bit her lip, stifling laughter, while Bei Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. Finally, Zhang Zhixing burst into laughter, casting a glance at Bei Jian before turning to Chen Yu and saying, It's quite amusing. I'll hang up now. Let me know if you need more healing potions. With that, she was about to end the video call. Bei Jian, realizing what was happening, leaned closer to the screen, urgently asking that man, but his words were cut off as Zhang Zhixing disconnected. Chen Yu, oblivious to Bei Jian's unfinished sentence, shrugged and poured the healing potion over Jiang Ming's left shoulder. The potion was non-irritating, akin to plain water, cleansing the wound while promoting healing. Chen Yu tore her clothing into strips, soaking the remaining potion into the fabric, and swiftly wrapped it around Jiang Ming's shoulder. The bandaging was rather clumsy, as she had never tended to a wound before. Is this all right? She asked, observing Jiang Ming stand up, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Jiang Ming tested the movement of his shoulder and nodded. Yes. Outside, flashes of red lightning struck, the blinding light flooding the room with a crimson hue. The howling wind and torrential rain caused the wooden structure to creak ominously, its durability steadily diminishing. Chen Yu approached the workbench, rummaging through the synthesis recipes for the stone wall, and began crafting a new protective barrier. These large materials, once synthesized, would yield only small models until installed. She took the newly crafted stone wall and approached the perimeter, removing the original wooden wall, only to have rain pour into the room immediately, battling the wind and rain. She reinstalled the stone wall. One by one, she replaced the walls and roof of the main house, transforming it into a stone structure that was sturdier and more resilient against the elements, dispelling the precariousness of the wooden edifice. Chen Yu also laid the removed wooden walls flat around the house. The red lightning would first destroy any obstructions on the ground before striking the land itself. She synthesized additional wooden walls and placed them across the island. As she worked outdoors, red lightning struck nearby, sending sparks flying, yet she remained unscathed, her defenses intact. However, half of her body felt numb, trembling uncontrollably. The expansive floating island was now subject to strong winds. Laying too many wooden walls could easily result in them being blown away, creating further complications, with the fierce wind buffeting her. Chen Yu managed to lay a few wooden walls by the villagers' houses before hastily retreating indoors. Upon her return, Jiang Ming let out a barely audible sigh. He had contemplated stopping her when she rushed outside, yet he was taken aback by her determination, especially considering she had emerged unscathed from the lightning strike. Now it was afternoon. Chen Yu glanced at her watch, her voice steady. If we endure for another day and a half, the disaster will end. She looked at Jiang Ming and proposed, Let us take turns keeping watch. You should rest first. I'll wake you up later. You go first, Jiang Ming replied, adding a log to the fire. You were struck by lightning on your right side. It's better for you to lie down and rest. The relentless downpour continued, and the temperature plummeted, sapping warmth. Chen Yu resignedly set up a fire pit on. That works, she said, rotating her right arm, still feeling some numbness. After a long day of laying wooden walls, she was quite fatigued. Since Jiang Ming suggested resting, she took him up on it. She entered the room, dried her hair, changed into clean clothes, and lay on the mat, closing her eyes. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. The red lightning intensified, cascading in rapid succession. Some wooden walls were lifted by the fierce wind, striking against the stone house. Moments later, another gust blew the wooden walls away, sending them flying off the island. Chen Yu felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of the land being shattered by red lightning. What would happen to the chickens, cows, and sheep? There was simply no room for them inside. The thought of the livestock made her heart ache even more. In her haste to rescue the villagers, she had completely overlooked their well-being, and now they were likely scattered by the winds. Enough of this. Forcing herself to cast aside negative thoughts, Chen Yu turned over, shutting her eyes for a light slumber. Chapter 100, Survival on the Floating Island, 13. Amidst the torrential rain, Chen Yu lay upon the mattress. Her body still, yet her mind adrift. Her consciousness floated like a sailboat caught in the wind, fluctuating between various images. Memories of her school days intermingled with snippets from her work life. Strangely, she found herself dreaming of a rabbit hole, wherein a dapper white rabbit bounded before her, joyfully splitting into 2, then 4. Ultimately, the space was filled with an overwhelming multitude of rabbits, their heads piled high, their noses twitching incessantly. Oddly enough, Chen Yu felt no fear as she observed these peculiar rabbits. One of the white rabbits suddenly spoke, "Come find me." Instinctively, Chen Yu turned her head, witnessing the rabbit's face morph into that of someone she vaguely recognized, not a complete visage, but a rapid succession of faces, young and old, male and female, interspersed with a few animal features. "Remember to find me." The rabbit hole, the face reiterated. Chen Yu opened her mouth to respond, but no sound emerged. All she could hear was the incessant whisper, "Come find me. Rabbit hole. Come find me. Rabbit hole. Important. Come find me. Find me." Suddenly, a voice shattered the spellbinding murmur. Chen Yu jolted awake, her eyes meeting Jiang Ming, who stood by her bedside, brow furrowed, his gaze unwavering. "Did you dream?" he asked. "You were speaking just now." "Me?" Chen Yu instinctively touched her face. "What did I say?" "I couldn't end oppose." "T comprehended," Jiang Ming replied. "You said a lot." It sounded like a series of strange calls, densely packed. "Oh," Chen Yu responded, her mind gradually clearing. If Jiang Ming could hear her incessant utterances, perhaps the dream about the rabbit hole was more than a mere figment of her imagination. That beckoning voice and the shifting faces seemed to convey some message to her. Chen Yu found herself lost in contemplation. What did the rabbit hole signify, and who was searching for her? Her intuition hinted that this matter was of utmost significance. Noticing Chen Yu's silence, Jiang Ming refrained from pressing further, merely informing her, "It is already noon on the second day." "What?" Chen Yu's gaze halted, a flicker of surprise igniting in her eyes. "I slept for a whole day?" "Yes." "Why didn't you wake me earlier?" "Doesn't matter. I do not need rest." Jiang Ming's tone was nonchalant, as if it were a trivial matter. "You. Never mind." Chen Yu had grown accustomed to Jiang Ming's all-encompassing demeanor, likely a result of his habitual role as a caretaker. She stretched, sitting upright. The rain outside appeared to have lessened, and the red lightning was not as frequent, suggesting a potential cessation of the tempest. "Are you going to rest?" Chen Yu inquired. Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. "I will wait until the disaster has completely passed." "All right." Chen Yu nodded, silently gazing out the window. The two of them sat in tranquil silence. Though the storm had abated somewhat, it still bore the weight of calamity. Thunder rumbled, lightning cleaved the sky, tearing it into gory red fissures. Amidst this chaotic weather, a flock of nocturnal bats, shielded by the howling winds, suddenly descended upon the island. These bats, usually only active in the darkest of nights, took advantage of the tempest as the sky remained shrouded in clouds, blurring the lines between day and night, and wreaked havoc. As the winds howled, the bats struck the windows of the houses like a frenzied swarm. Some darted towards the homes of the villagers, flapping against the windows, seeking to invade. The villagers trembled in fear within their homes, huddled in a corner. The island's defensive towers still functioned, yet the arrows shot from them were easily deflected by the fierce winds, rendering them ineffective against the nocturnal bats. Nonetheless, the bats could not endure for long, for every so often, the red lightning would strike down upon them. Jiang Ming stepped outside, waving his hand to conjure a massive wall of flames that surged upwards, encircling the area in fire. However, the rain diminished the wall's potency, failing to eradicate all the bats. The remaining few had to be dealt with using weapons by Chen Yu and Jiang Ming. After vanquishing the bats, they returned indoors, drying themselves and resting. Yet, barely half an hour had passed before two hunting eagles soared in, flapping their wings. Me Chapter 101. Survival on Floating Islands, 14. Chapter 102. Survival on the Floating Island, 15. Chapter 103. Survival on the Floating Island, 16. Chapter 104. Survival on the Floating Island, 17. Chapter 105. The Rabbit Hole Unveiled, Chapter 106. The Path to Career Advancement, 1. Chapter 107. The Path to Career Advancement, 2. Chapter 108. The Path to Career Advancement, 3. Chapter 109. The Path to Career Advancement, 4. Bank Teller, Chapter 110. The Path to Career Advancement, 5. Bank Teller, Chapter 111. The Path to Career Advancement, 6. Bank Teller, Chapter 112. The Path to Career Advancement, 7. Bank Teller, Chapter 113. The Path to Promotion in the Workplace, 8. Bank Teller, Chapter 114. The Path to Career Advancement, 9. Detective, Chapter 115. The Path to Career Advancement, 10. Detective, Chapter 116. The Path to Promotion in the Workplace, 11. Detective, Chapter 117. The Path to Career Advancement, 12. The Spirit Seeker, Chapter 118. The Path to Career Advancement, 13. The Spirit Seeker, Chapter 119. The Path to Career Advancement, 14. The Farmer, Chapter 120. The Path to Promotion in the Workplace, 15. Farmer, Chapter 121. The Path to Career Advancement, 16. The Farmer, Chapter 122. The Path to Promotion in the Workplace, 17. Farmer, Chapter 123. The Path to Career Advancement, 18. Farmer, Chapter 124. The Path to Career Advancement, 19. The Farmer, Chapter 125. The Path to Career Advancement, 20. Clinical Trial Investigator, Chapter 126. The Path to Career Advancement, 21. Clinical Trial Coordinator, Chapter 127. The Path to Career Advancement, 22. Clinical Trial Coordinator, Chapter 128. The Path to Career Advancement, 23. Observer, Chapter 129. The Path to Career Advancement, 24. Observer, Chapter 130. The Path to Career Advancement, 25. Observer, Chapter 131. The Path to Career Advancement, 26. Promotion, Chapter 132. The Path to Career Advancement, 27. Secretary, Chapter 133. The Path to Career Advancement, 28. Secretary, Chapter 134. The Path to Career Advancement, 29. Secretary, Chapter 135. The Path to Career Advancement, 30. Secretary, Chapter 136. The Path to Career Advancement, 31. Secretary, Chapter 137. The Path to Career Advancement, 32. Secretary, Chapter 138. The Path to Career Advancement, 33. Secretary, Chapter 139. The Path to Career Advancement, 34. Secretary, Chapter 140. The Path to Promotion in the Workplace, 35. Secretary, Chapter 141. Desires, Chapter 142. Epilogue. Reconstruction, Null, Chapter 143. Epilogue. Friends.